Chapter 1. What the hell? It's a real golden legend. Everything's gone crazy. The world is completely messed up. Chen was playing games in bed when he suddenly saw his teammate type this. He twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly typed back that's right, it's all messed up. Jungler is out for a stroll. Support is daydreaming the whole time. The marksman is taking a bath in the fountain. And that rider has 6 pairs of shoes on him. Do you ride a horse? With shoes? With a sound of defeat. The game screen turned blood. R.E.D. Chen casually tossed his phone aside, ran his hands through his hair, clearly feeling very annoyed. Can you keep it down up there? What's with changing girlfriends every day? However, the noise from upstairs didn't get quieter instead. It turned into a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, outside the window, car horns blared, emergency brakes screeched, and there were even loud crashes. Chen grew more and more puzzled. He recalled the words from his teammate and suddenly had a very bad premonition. He couldn't help but stick his head out the window. Chen had just graduated from university and, as an aspiring young man about to enter society, had been slacking off in his rented room for 3 months. To save money, he rented a street-level apartment, and it wasn't on a high floor. Looking out, the street situation was immediately clear. What the hell? That uncle is bold, flirting with a young girl in the street. No, he's going to kiss her. Stop it, beast. That girl should be with me. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. The young girl was twitching all over, and the next moment, the uncle looked up and actually bit off a large piece of the tender flesh from her neck. Blood sprayed out. The bright red color stimulated Chen's nerves. What the hell? Is someone killing on the street? No, this wasn't an isolated incident. A bespectacled office worker was being chased by a dozen burly men, and then he was knocked to the ground. In just a minute or two, the big men stood up, leaving behind broken white bones on the ground. White bones. Chen felt his stomach churn. He had read a lot of off-world novels, and these crazed people were just like mutated zombies, right? He even fantasized in a rather naive way about what he would do when the apocalypse came. But now, desperate screams, rotting flesh everywhere, bones, blood flowed across the ground, leaving long trails of crimson. All of this made Chen tremble uncontrollably. Bang! The door to his room was suddenly knocked on. No, to be precise, it was violently slammed. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous banging sounded like a series of thunderclaps. Chen, like a startled bird, cautiously walked toward the door. His door was indeed a bit strange. It had no peephole, but there was a small door at the bottom that seemed to allow small pets to come and go. To see the situation outside, Chen had no choice but to crouch down and open that small door. His heart began to race, and he even held his breath. Outside was a pair of feet, no doubt about it. The pants were soaked in blood, and 3 dark red bite marks were visible on the feet. This is serious. Chen immediately covered his mouth and stepped back, accidentally knocking the broom behind the door to the ground. He sensed something was off. The small door wasn't closed yet. He hurriedly rushed forward to close it, but it was too late. A zombie suddenly lunged at him from the ground. A bloody head suddenly appeared in Chen's sight, to be precise. This head wasn't whole. The jaw was missing, leaving only a row of blood-stained teeth, and one eyeball was also gone. What the hell? What the hell? Chen cursed as he retreated. Adrenaline surged, and he even jumped straight up from the ground. After a brief panic, Chen froze. Wait, the zombie only managed to get its head inside. Its body was completely stuck outside. And there was no need to worry about the zombie biting him, as it only had a row of teeth. He slowly clenched his fists. This zombie, it's actually delivering itself. Chen quietly stared at the zombie, which seemed to sense the sin of a living person, and looked at him with its one remaining eye. Zombie, what are you staring at? Chen, what about it? After a long while, Chen did a lot of mental preparation. The street was chaotic, and his teammate had said the world was messed up. Those teammates were from all over the place, and it was rare for them to be in the same city. This proved that it wasn't a localized outbreak of the apocalypse. Even if it were, so what? Just leave this zombie here, ignore it, and wait for rescue at home. Chen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He picked up the broom from the ground, broke the handle, and pointed the sharp end at the zombie. Die! Chen shouted, also cheering himself on. The wooden stick pierced into the zombie's eye socket, but the zombie was still struggling, and Chen could only keep pushing forcefully. He didn't know how long it took, but both Chen and the zombie collapsed. Finally, it's dead. Chen gasped for breath, the sudden adrenaline rush leaving him feeling completely exhausted. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the zombie and earning 1 point. The Super Apocalypse Legion system is activated. Activation successful. Points have been credited. Please check. And the system's effects have been transmitted into the host's mind. Please check. Chen almost jumped up from the ground. He looked around, confirming that he was the only one in this small room. System? Golden finger? What the hell? Suddenly, he felt as if something had been added to his mind. He closed his eyes to digest it and slowly opened them after a long while. The Super Apocalypse Legion system, as the name suggests, allows the host to earn points by killing zombies, and those points can be exchanged for soldiers of their own. Once the soldiers accumulate to a certain number, they form a legion. There are also 2 ways to obtain soldiers: spending points to recruit or drawing fragments from the shop to synthesize. The soldiers recruited through the former vary in quality, whereas synthesized soldiers are top-notch in looks and abilities. Most importantly, the default gender of Legion members is female. He can't recruit any males. This is just a system limitation. Those who understand will understand. What a pity. In the future, Chen can only lead countless beauties to battle in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, tears involuntarily stream from the corners of Chen's eyes. To verify the system's authenticity, Chen pointed his palm at the zombie stuck at the door. Recruit. Ding dong. Insufficient points. Recruitment failed. Initial activation of the system. Please open the beginner's gift pack first. What the hell? Why didn't you say there was a beginner's gift pack earlier? Chen immediately murmured, "Open the beginner's gift pack." The next moment, a large gift pack suddenly appeared in Chen's sight, with a line of text floating above it. Reward for activating the system. Beginner's gift pack. Open to see the legend. Then, the gift pack automatically unwrapped. That array of golden light suddenly pierced Chen's eyes. Wow, truly a golden legend. Chapter 2. First Recruitment. A maid with explosive combat power. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. Personal panel activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Maid Combat Uniform 1. 10 points, 3 lottery draws, small apocalypse supplies 1. A total of 4 items. Damn system. That golden light was emanating from a small backpack. Overall, the backpack was shiny and gaudy. As for the Maid Combat Uniform, it was no different from ordinary maid clothing. However, when Chen shifted his gaze to the Maid Combat Uniform, a line of text popped up again. Maid Combat Uniform. After wearing, Defense 1, Stamina 1. Note: after wearing, Game Maid characteristic. Chen felt this was just like game equipment. As for the characteristic, he hadn't figured it out yet. The previous recruitment failure was due to insufficient points. Chen checked, and instantly, a virtual panel popped up. Chen, Bear Commander. Defense, 0.8. Stamina, 1.1. Mental, 1. Note: adult body comprehensive characteristic reference attribute is 1. Recruitment level, 1 recruitment points. 10. Recruitment count, 10. This should be the personal panel. And Chen was quite satisfied with the stamina that he often exercised during college, and his 8-pack abs were quite obvious, but unfortunately, after 3 months of slacking off, they were gone. Otherwise, the stamina value would be even higher. Among these 3 attributes, defense is, as the name suggests, body strength, stamina affects strength, speed, and endurance. As for mental, he still didn't understand. With enough points, he was considering recruitment. The zombie stuck in front of the door was ugly, but at least it looked like a female from its attire. When he shifted his gaze to that zombie, a line of text popped up again. Zhang Xiao, dance athlete, body flexible, capable of executing large combat movements. Worth recruiting. Damn. Chen didn't expect this person to be Zhang Xiao. She was his neighbor, living in the room at the end of this floor. Chen had seen her a few times. Zhang Xiao wasn't a great beauty, but she had a nice temperament, was tall, and her long legs could be admired for a year. Recruit. He immediately initiated the recruitment. Without hesitation, large combat movements were secondary, mainly because he was kind and wanted to save someone. In fact, he was a bit anxious this zombie was already dead. Recruitment in progress. Death time no more than 30 minutes. Can recruit, clear zombie toxins, restore consciousness. A stream of white light enveloped Zhang Xiao completely. Soon, a whimper was heard. As Chen looked down, Zhang Xiao's face had mostly returned, but her jaw was still missing, and she couldn't make any sound. The system's recruitment would help the zombie recover into a human, but to truly heal injuries and enhance strength, more points would have to be spent. Moreover, The recruitment target could not only be zombies, but also humans, which meant there was a possibility of recruitment failure if it was a human. Once successfully recruited, loyalty was guaranteed 100. Xiao Xiao, you can understand what I'm saying, right? Zhang Xiao Xiao. Are you polite? Xiao Xiao, if there are no zombies outside. Knock once if there's zombies. Run quickly. After Su Chen spoke, there was a knock on the door. Su Chen secretly thought to himself that he was foolish. Zhang Xiao Xiao had already returned to human form, and if there were zombies, there would definitely be chaos outside. He immediately opened the door. But at that moment, 3 zombies were staggering towards the end of the corridor. As soon as they saw Su Chen and Zhang Xiao Xiao, they immediately quickened their pace and charged over with a roar. Su Chen was curious to test Zhang Xiao Xiao's abilities. He immediately took out the maid outfit and handed it to Zhang Xiao Xiao, urging her to put it on. Zhang Xiao Xiao knew time was of the essence and quickly put on the maid outfit. At that moment, the 3 zombies were already very close to them. Zhang Xiao Xiao took the broomstick from Su Chen, paused for half a second, then charged out. Su Chen nodded secretly. Her obedience was not bad. No wonder it was 100 loyalty. Next up was combat power. Su Chen watched. He saw Zhang Xiao Xiao jumped up, performing a split in midair, her legs forming a straight line, then came crashing down. The heel of her high-heeled shoes instantly pierced into the zombie's eye socket. As the other 2 zombies closed in, Zhang Xiao Xiao used the momentum to twist her waist and swept out, kicking the 2 zombies away. The 2 zombies fell to the ground and hadn't gotten up before Zhang Xiao Xiao dealt with them using the broomstick. Su Chen was completely stunned. The maid combat uniform increased certain attributes, but Zhang Xiao Xiao's inherent combat power was unquestionable. As for the broomstick, he had no idea where it went. The panel appeared again. Zhang Xiao Xiao, maid. When the host simultaneously possesses 3 maids, the maid's combat power increases by 20. With 5, basic attributes increase by 100. With 7, the host will be very happy. Dancer. Flexibility 3 with 3 dancers, flexibility 2 with 5, flexibility 5 with 7, can unlock more poses. Damn! Su Chen finally understood that the so-called characteristics were like the bond effects in auto chess. Do bond effects affect the host? It must be said that this system understands the host. That Su Chen stroked his chin and thought there were indeed 3 or 4 dancing live streamers in this building who could form a full set of bonds. While he was pondering, Zhang Xiao Xiao walked to Su Chen's side, slowly knelt down, lifted Su Chen's foot, and placed it on her long thigh, gently massaging. This action made Su Chen's thoughts come alive. He must gather a full set of bonds. With only 4 points left, which was not enough for recruitment anyway, he chose to help Zhang Xiao Xiao recover. He found the Legion interface, pulled up Zhang Xiao Xiao's profile, and clicked recover. That a burst of white light enveloped Zhang Xiao Xiao again. And soon, her missing jaw visibly restored at a rapid pace. Fully restored, Zhang Xiao Xiao looked much prettier, finally not as ghastly as before. Master, are you satisfied with Xiao Xiao's service? Zhang Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke, also carrying a hint of yearning. Su Chen couldn't resist, letting out a howl. He laughed. Are there other services? Yes. Please enjoy, Master. Zhang Xiao Xiao stood up and leaned closer to Su Chen. Damn, who could withstand this? Su Chen was just a vigorous young man. But at that moment, a series of howls came from outside, followed by chaotic footsteps. Help! Help! Is anyone there? They're all crazy. They're all lunatics. As soon as the words fell, with a bang, Su Chen's room door was knocked on. Chapter 3. We learned to meow together. Su Chen was also somewhat dissatisfied. This was getting dangerously chaotic. He felt helpless. He couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, the woman's voice outside was quite familiar. Xiao Xiao, open the door and be careful. Zhang Xiao Xiao nodded slightly at his words and directly stepped forward to pull open the door. A graceful figure rushed into the room, shouting loudly. Help! There are crazy people outside. Quickly shut the door. It was already too late. 5 zombies surged in, crowding at the entrance. Zhang Xiao Xiao kicked 1 zombie away, temporarily keeping them at bay. But more zombies gathered around again, and a rough count showed there were at least 10 zombies. Su Chen couldn't help but curse this woman for being so adorable. She must have attracted the zombies with her yelling, but the fact that she managed to run here could be considered her good fortune. Zhang Xiao Xiao was dealing with the zombies, holding the door for now, so she was relatively safe. It was then that Su-chan remembered he still had a supply package, which he immediately opened. Inside, there are not only medications and food, but also a trident, which was a good item. He took out the trident and called out, "Xiao Xiao." With 3 swift thrusts, 3 zombies fell to the ground. Using the advantage of the location, Zhang Xiaoxiao managed to take down quite a few zombies. However, ultimately, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands, and she gradually started to fall behind. Su-chan was a bit anxious. He suddenly thought, why wasn't that woman screaming anymore? He turned to look and saw that her eyes were red, and her whole body was starting to tremble. Oh no, she's turning. Help me, help me. It wasn't that she wasn't calling out. Her voice was stuck in her throat. Su-chan glanced at the woman's attributes, his eyes lighting up. After thinking for a moment, he slowly bent down. I can save you. As long as you can save me, I'll do anything you ask. Her bones creaked in a terrifying manner. Su-chan didn't hesitate. The 10 points he just earned returned to 0. Recruitment in progress. No resistance awareness. Can be recruited. Reverse transformation. Detoxification in progress. Recruitment successful. By Lin. Internet celebrity made. Meow Meow Dance Master. By Lin stopped her transformation and slowly stood up, curiously looking at her body and then at Su-chan. Big brother on the leaderboard. Su-chan? Why did the address change again? Can't she just call me something normal? Su-chan awkwardly handed her the remaining half of the broomstick and smiled. Go help out. Okay, Oni-chan. Bai Lin didn't take the broomstick. Instead, she walked towards the group of zombies with a cat-like gait, fighting alongside Zhang Xiaoxiao. We learned to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. Su-chan? Zhang Xiaoxiao. Bai Lin swung her cat paws, deftly dodging, and surprisingly managed to navigate through the crowd of zombies with ease. However, her damage output was almost 0. Su-chan looked at the battlefield and realized that this place was no longer livable. This building had only 17 floors, most of which were occupied by office workers. Since today wasn't the weekend, there wouldn't be too many people at home. Having already killed over 20 zombies, there probably weren't many left in this building. Su-chan decided to take Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao to clear the way and search for a new place to live. He had roughly figured out the system's functions. Zombies that had been dead for less than 30 minutes could be recruited, and if he wanted to recruit a person, they couldn't have any resistance awareness. The best method was to recruit during the transformation process like Bai Lin. Otherwise, if the recruitment failed, the points would still be deducted. When looking at zombies or people, it seemed he had a detection function, displaying a line of simple information. This information included characteristic descriptions. For instance, Bai Lin was an internet celebrity maid, and she had made traits in the Meow Meow dance, which also categorized her as a dancer. That was why Su-chan recruited her without hesitation. As for the maid combat outfit, it was not expensive. It only cost 3 points in the shop. Su-chan's plan was to gather the bond first. He headed towards the top floor, searching every room along the way and collecting supplies. Meanwhile, in the community monitoring room, there were 7 or 8 people, 3 of whom were dressed in security uniforms, holding iron rods, looking quite fierce. The remaining 5 were all women, disheveled, trembling in the corner. On the monitors, Su-chan and the 2 women wandering in the hallway were clearly visible. Zhou, these 2 ladies are really something. Especially this one, with a slim waist and curvy hips. It must be great to have her. I like that little internet celebrity. I used to send her gifts, but she ignored me. The 3 security guards whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with desire. The leader, Zhou, raised a gun. It wasn't a real gun, just a gas gun that shot plastic bullets to scare people. However, Zhou had secretly modified it to shoot steel bullets. With this gas gun, he could successfully kill zombies and save these women. Originally, I wanted to enjoy you all right away, but it seems like such stunning women have come to us. You all will just have to wait in line for our affection, Zhou said with a sly smile, leaning towards one of the women and taking a deep breath. Then, he and 2 security guards left the monitoring room, locking the main door from the outside with a chain. But at that moment, one of the women seemed strange. Her head hung low, and drops of saliva fell to the ground. At this time, Su-chan was searching on the 8th floor. Suddenly, the elevator dinged and stopped on the 8th floor. Su-chan was stunned. Can zombies use elevators? The elevator doors opened, and 3 men in security uniforms slowly walked out. Little brother, I saw you on the monitor and came over to save you, Zhou Ge said with a smile. The two security guards beside him were immediately captivated when they saw Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Lin. Up close, these two women were even more alluring. One had a cute vibe, and the other had long legs. They were practically drooling. Su Chen frowned slightly. Why did he feel that Zhou Ji's walking posture was a bit stiff? He raised his guard. Soon, Zhou Ge and his men reached him. Zhou Ge still maintained that cheerful demeanor, seeming very friendly. The two security guards couldn't help but get anxious, their targets clear. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Lin. They rushed forward. But Zhang Xiaoxiao swatted away one of the guard's hands. This security guard, before Su Chen could finish. Zhou Ge raised his gas gun and pointed it directly at Su Chen. Chapter 4 Worker Traits activate overtime skills. Su Chen frowned and raised his hands, smiling. Big brother. Let's talk this out. Why act against this guy? Zhou Ge sneered. At least you're smart enough to know your place. This thing in my hand can kill zombies. Bang! Zhou Ge fired a shot, the steel bullet hitting the ceiling and creating a small dent. Su Chen couldn't help but take 2 steps back. In the apocalypse, humans were scarier than zombies. The apocalypse had just begun, and these people were already disregarding social order? Before Su Chen could say anything, Zhou Ge began muttering to himself. In this world, having fewer men is better. That way, all the women will be ours. Su Chen was taken aback. What a childish statement. What has this guy been watching too much of? But who could argue with a man holding a gun? You're right, big brother. Shuye called le loquet, kid. Throw down all the supplies you've collected. And as for you, just wait to die in this hallway. I did come to save people, but I only want women. Su Chen smiled. Well, that's unfortunate. I only want women too. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Lin immediately attacked, knocking away the 2 security guards nearby. Zhou Ge reacted quickly and immediately aimed his gun at Su Chen, firing a shot. Bang! The moment the sound reached him, Su Chen had already turned to dodge. But it was too late. The bullet grazed his thigh, leaving a trail of blood. The pain jolted Su Chen, causing his leg to buckle, and he fell to the ground. He finally understood. Beyond 7 steps, the gun was fast. Within 7 steps, it was both fast and accurate. Kid, you don't want to drink the good wine, so you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Master, are you all right? Bai Lin immediately shielded Su Chen, while Zhang Xiaoxiao remained vigilant beside her. Seeing this, Brother Zhou burst out laughing. Master, the young man knows how to have fun. It looks like these 2 women are devoted to you. Bang! Brother Zhou shot at Su Chen again without any hesitation. Su Chen was taken aback. The gun was aimed at him, yet the expected pain did not come. Only then did he realize that Bai Lin had taken a bullet for him. Anger, an indescribable emotion, suddenly surged within him. No enmity, no grudge. He had been quite polite, so why was Brother Zhou doing this? You too, stop pretending to be dead. If you take out that kid, these 2 women will obey. If he could make Su Chen a target, he could make these 2 powerful women hesitant. Brother Zhou fired 2 more shots, both aimed at Su Chen. Bai Lin again took a bullet for him. At that moment, Su Chen completely lost control. Kill, Xiao, kill. He pressed his hand on Bai Lin, expending 8 points. A white light flashed, and the bullet was forcefully ejected from Bai Lin's body. Kill. Su Chen Xiao our city. Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao charged out from left and right, causing Brother Zhou to hurriedly retreat, pulling out a bullet. But before he could load it, a trident pierced through his heart. Zhang Xiaoxiao acted decisively and swiftly. Even Su Chen began to suspect that Zhang Xiaoxiao might have some hidden attributes. Bai Lin dealt with the 2 security guards, and after a series of cat punches, they were left bruised and battered. Spare me, spare me. By the way, there are 5 women in our security monitoring room, each one just as good. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Lin's hand swept across his neck. Blood welled up, and the 2 security guards slowly collapsed to the ground. Su Chen watched all of this, unable to suppress his retching. Although he hadn't acted himself, it was indeed his command, and he still couldn't bear it psychologically. But suddenly he understood. Humans are more terrifying than zombies. The most important thing the system brought him was loyalty. Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao both looked a bit pale. They clearly had their own consciousness, yet they still prioritized Su Chen's commands. Soon, the 3 security guards turned into zombies, and Zhang Xiaoxiao acted again. Su Chen leaned against the wall, surrounded by the chaotic battlefield, with people lying on the ground, breathless. Outside, the lights of countless homes were not lit. The bustling streets were filled with wandering zombies. From time to time, a sharp scream would pierce through the air, fleeting. This world had truly changed. Chen slowly got up, tidied his backpack, and took the keys and air gun from Brother Zhou. He looked at the air gun and couldn't help but shake his head. This thing he couldn't use. He could only choose to destroy it. Otherwise, if it fell into someone else's hands, it would pose a threat to him. Thank you, Bai Lin. You don't need to call me master anymore. Just call me Chen. That's an order. Brother Zhou's incident made him realize that calling someone master could easily expose him. He couldn't just think about his own pleasure. Well, secretly, he could still call them that. Chen looked at the keys, deciding to settle in the monitoring room tonight. He had seen the monitoring room when he went to the property center. It was on the second floor of the building next door. With an iron door and decent protection, Chen had no interest in continuing to search. The key point was that as night fell, the zombies' cries became increasingly piercing, as if they were becoming more active. Along the way, he had killed quite a few zombies again. Adding the kill count from the day, Chen had already accumulated 65 points. This was after expending 8 points to help Bai Lin recover from her injuries. The points would have been even more. Soon, Chen arrived at the monitoring room. Hearing low growls from inside, he became a bit alert. He unfastened the iron chain and slowly opened the door. Inside, there was only one woman standing, while the other four were lying on the ground, trembling and contorted. Chen was stunned. This woman had turned into a zombie, and the others had been infected? Holy shit, wasn't this a great gift? He quickly scanned the few women, and a new trait appeared before him. Worker. 3 workers grant a 10-point bonus, duration 10. 5 workers grant a 15-point bonus, duration 15. With 7, the host can ruthlessly suppress and activate overtime skills. What the hell? Chen was speechless. Moreover, all 5 had the worker attribute. This directly completed a whole set. While he was pondering, Zhang Xiao had already acted, decisively and swiftly using a trident to resolve the fight. Chen still decided to recruit. He currently had 10 slots available, and many were still vacant. Recruiting, reversing zombie transformation, clearing toxins, recruitment successful. 50 points, 15 points. As for the latter, it was for Chen to purchase 5 sets of maid combat uniforms. Half an hour later, Chen sat in the monitoring room. The door was tightly closed. Behind him, 2 maids were giving him a shoulder massage and fanning him, while 4 others massaged his legs and arms, relieving the fatigue he had accumulated throughout the day. The bond attribute did not deceive him. Gathering 7 would truly make the host very happy. Currently, he had bonds with 5 workers and 7 maids, coupled with the 1-point attribute boost from the combat uniforms. Everyone's attributes were basically around 3 points. The maid bond increased the basic attributes by 100, just the originally possessed attributes. His team could be considered to have a small scale now. Chapter 5. The maid bond is established. Chen's happy life. Chen rested for a night. With 7 maids around, he didn't need to lift a finger. Some boiled water, while others used the collected supplies to cook. And there were even some who helped wash his feet. The life of an ancient king was no different. Among the 5 new recruits, the leader was named Li Jia, a little supervisor. She originally wore black stockings and a professional short skirt, exuding a mature vibe. She had been at home with a few girls from her department for a gathering when the apocalypse broke out, and they escaped after encountering Brother Zhou and his 3 scumbags. Chen also reviewed the monitoring. There were cameras in most hallways and important roads of the community. He figured out where there were a lot of zombies and where there were fewer. Over the next few days, Chen researched information on his phone while starting to clear out zombies in the community. Among the 7, the strongest combat power was still Zhang Xiao. Her aerial splits were not something just anyone could do. Once the zombies were nearly cleared, going outside meant facing the streets, where zombies numbered in the hundreds or even thousands, far too many for just a few people to handle. Ding dong, special talent detected. Please check. Chen was taken aback. The system had a new prompt? Help me. A voice entered Chen's ears. He looked up to see a woman in a white coat standing at the 3rd floor window. Doctor, 3-team virus immunity increased. Self-healing speed 10. 5. Team virus immunity increased. Self-healing speed 15. With 7. the host can unlock new tricks. Ignoring the frivolous prompt, the self-healing speed was quite good. After all, if every injury cost points to treat, he would never accumulate any. But to fight, he had to spend points. The virus immunity was crucial. Previously, a girl under Li Jia had been bitten by a zombie during a battle, and clearing the virus had cost 10 points. Just handling external injuries with a doctor would be quite helpful. Chen walked up, pinpointing the room based on the window's position. The door was opened by a short little girl in a white lab coat, the hem dragging on the floor. Her hair was messy, resembling a bird's nest. The lab coat looked as if it were meant to wrap around her, shiny and slick. "You little girl, you're quite unique," Chen remarked. "Oomph. Who are you calling little girl? I'm already 21. The little girl stared wide-eyed as Chen entered with 7 people dressed in maid outfits, her mouth twitching as she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Scumbag." Chen looked at the little girl, his expression changing slightly. Night spirit, biologist, doctor. Genius. It was the first time he had seen so many traits. Previously, he had only encountered a doctor attribute. Night spirit, right? Wow. A graduation photo from a youth class, a PhD in basic biology, and a master's in microbiology, Li Jia exclaimed. Chen looked around and noticed the walls covered in certificates, with thick books marked in foreign languages on the shelves. He couldn't understand a single one. The system was reliable. This little girl was truly a treasure. Night spirit, why not join Uncle's team? Uncle will bring you lots of good things. Chen intended to coax Night spirit, but she saw right through it as soon as he spoke. "You sound creepy trying to trick me." Chen immediately felt awkward, scratching the floor with his toes. Thankfully, Li Jia came out just in time to defuse the situation, taking Night spirit aside to chat. As dusk began to fall, Chen decided to make this place his base for the night. He gazed at the setting sun and murmured, "It's about time." He raised his phone, and suddenly, a message bypassed the phone system and popped up. "This disaster is a global catastrophe. Within the Dragon Country, 90% of cities have fallen. Citizens are advised to ensure their safety while waiting for rescue or to head to nearby shelters." The signal began to flicker, and the voices in the video gradually weakened. Finally, a map of the Dragon Country appeared, marking 10 red dots. Chen was in Jianghai City, a secondary city, which had no shelter at all. The disaster struck. And apart from this message, there was no follow-up. When would rescue arrive? Chen had thought a lot over the past few days. With the system in hand, he could easily establish his own base. Every recruited soldier had traits, and the combination of traits created bonds. Their combat power was certainly not weak. Biologist, 3 research bonuses level 1, 5 research bonuses level 2. The bonuses were relatively small, but that was not the point. The fact that even these attributes could provide bonuses proved that the system he possessed was versatile and not merely combat-oriented. He needed to choose a suitable place for his base. Was there such a place in Jianghai City? Just then, Li Jia approached. "Master." "Oh no, Chen. I've convinced Night Spirit. As long as you help her find her sister, she will bring her sister along to join your army." Chen was taken aback. That was simple, and it was a buy one, get one free deal. Where is her sister? Li Jia glanced at Chen, pondering for a moment. Xingye Laboratory, which is a cutting-edge biological lab located in the western suburbs of Jianghai City. The owner, Yimu Gu, is a renowned top biologist in the country with 3 degrees, mainly researching vaccines and pharmaceuticals. You didn't know? The last sentence carried a hint of surprise. Yimu. As soon as he heard the name, Chen immediately envisioned a person, long black hair, wearing glasses, standing in the sunset with the afterglow shining on her white lab coat. She was hailed as the youngest and most graceful biologist in the Dragon Country. How could he forget? The most important thing was how this little girl could be related to Yimu Gu. Moreover, the cutting-edge biological laboratory even had some armed forces, surrounded by high walls and located in the suburbs. This was undoubtedly the best choice for establishing a base. However, with his current strength, he was clearly insufficient to head to that place. He needed to improve. Chen looked at his personal panel. Level 1 recruitment. 500 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Current recruitment number, 710. He had enough points since he hadn't spent any recently. As for the recruitment number, there were already a few candidates to fill the spots. He began to feel excited. After the upgrade, it would definitely unlock some new functions. At this moment, Night Spirit also looked over at Chen. Okay, I promise to take you to find Yimugo, but you'd better keep your word and have your sister join my army. Night Spirit's eyes flickered, and it was unclear what she was thinking. After a long while, she nodded and smiled. All right, it just so happens that I want to observe you. Chapter 6. Morning wake-up service. Chen realized that this little girl, Night Spirit, was truly exceptional. Every time he said that, he found it hard to see her as a 21-year-old adult. He already had a rough plan in mind: to recruit members to 10, unlock the next level of recruitment, and see if the system would unlock new functions. A night passed without a word. The next day, Chen woke up to by Lin's gentle humming. Before he was fully awake, a warm towel was pressed against his face, gently wiping it. This instantly refreshed him. Sitting up in bed, breakfast had already been placed on a small table. Two girls dressed in maid outfits were attending to him, one massaging his shoulders and the other feeding him, their roles clearly defined. Night Spirit watched this scene, feeling as if she might faint right there. She covered her forehead. Why on earth did I ask him to take me to find my sister? She doubted her decision deep down. While having breakfast, Li Jia stood at the foot of the bed. Based on last night's observation, the streetlights that should have turned on automatically did not light up normally. Chen, your guess was correct. The city is experiencing a power outage. I had collected some power banks beforehand, so we don't need to worry about phone battery for now. However, the signal is intermittent. The Dragon Country's officials have released several statements, all regarding zombie weaknesses and safety regulations. Li Jia was a manager, so Chen entrusted her with the tasks of management and information collection. She indeed did very well. As for the zombies' weaknesses, they were the head and their sluggishness during sunrise. At night, zombies became exceptionally active, with enhanced strength and speed, becoming more bloodthirsty. Their other characteristics included sharp hearing and diminished vision. What is the situation over at Building 3? Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded slightly. He hadn't been idle in the monitoring room. He had found some suitable candidates for recruitment. In Building 3, there was a short-haired girl who could kill zombies. Her movements quick and efficient, as if she had trained. This short-haired girl was someone Chen had to recruit. After recruiting her, due to the maid, combat outfit, and bond relationships, the combat abilities of those around him would be decent. However, there were indeed differences. He understood that after the system recruited them, it could help them overcome psychological factors to kill zombies, but it wouldn't enhance their inherent combat abilities. Therefore, he urgently needed a general who could charge in a battle. That short-haired girl was the best candidate. Chen made a decision immediately. We'll go to Building 3 and clear the zombies along the way. He then looked at Night Spirit and thought for a moment before saying, I can't handle finding your sister in the short term, but if you're willing, you can follow me. I can ensure your safety. Before Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Night Spirit. I'll follow you. Building 3, Room 408. Ling Xiao leaned weakly against the wall in the living room, where a girl was bandaging her wound. The three sisters were roommates who got along well, but the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse caught them off guard. Ling Xiao, a black belt in Taekwondo and a coach, had good skills, yet she could not break through the encirclement of zombies. I was wrong. I thought I could protect you, but I let her down. Today, the three of them had managed to escape from Building 3, but unexpectedly, one of the roommates became zombie fodder. At this moment, the girl had a pale face, struggling to force a smile. Sister, this is not your fault. We are too useless. We have been learning self-defense from you all along. I've seen movies. If I get scratched by a zombie, I will also mutate. Ling Xiao, promise me you must live well. Ling Xiao shook her head frantically. After 2 years of cohabitation, she had already regarded her two roommates as her own sisters. How could she abandon her family? I will find a way to save you. Hold on. I'll try to break out again. Ling Xiao slowly clenched her fist. As long as she could find medicine, there was hope. Perhaps, once they reached the official shelter, there would be a chance for healing. She never gave up any bit of hope. Sister, I can't hold on any longer. You must live well, the girl said firmly. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. The two inside immediately became alert. Hello, I'm here to help you. A clear voice rang out, sounding very pleasant. Ling Xiao cautiously approached the peephole and saw a handsome young man standing outside with a brilliant smile. Beside him stood several women dressed in maid outfits. At least, they weren't zombies. Ling Xiao opened the door, becoming somewhat curious. 7 women in maid outfits, along with a little girl? It seems I arrived just in time. I can help you and your friends, Su Chen said with a smile. He had prepared a pitch for recruitment upon seeing the injured girl in the living room. But now it was unnecessary. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to refuse, Su Chen stepped inside and casually closed the door. Night Spirit hadn't been recruited yet. He couldn't let her discover his secret. Su Chen walked over to the living room and sat down. Injured by zombies? Su Chen asked. The girl nodded. Ling Xiao, being a black belt in Taekwondo, was not worried at all about what a man might do in front of her. You say you have a way? Su Chen nodded slightly, but it requires you to join my team without any resistance. Ling Xiao immediately scoffed. Impossible. Su Chen remained silent, watching the girl with great interest. The girl's face was pale, and her eyes were bloodshot. Her breathing began to become labored, and her hands and feet involuntarily spasmed. I can save your roommate, but you don't have much time to consider, especially since she is about to turn into a zombie. Of course, you can refuse. I will still save her, but she can only go with me, and you will be abandoned. Moreover, if you join my side, you will become stronger. Su Chen raised his head, his deep gaze meeting Ling Xiao's. There was no hint of evasion in his eyes. Ling Xiao, martial artist, merchant martial artist. 3 people combat power increase 10. Attribute increase 10. 5 people combat power increase 15. Attribute increase 15. 7 people. If the host is too shy, they may get beaten. Merchant, 3 people points increase 1 daily. 5 people points increase 2 daily. 7 people. The host can possess mountains of gold and silver. This martial artist bond indeed adds to combat power, but Su Chen had only encountered one so far. As for the merchant, it felt like saving points and getting interest back. Su Chen thought both of these bonds were quite good. Time passed slowly. Ling Xiao looked at the struggling girl, slowly clenching her fists. Chapter 7. How could I beat my master? I just want to be my master's sparring partner. Ling Xiao regarded the girl as family. At this moment, she had no hesitation. Fine, I will join you, but you have to save her first. Su Chen showed no hesitation and raised his hand to initiate recruitment for the girl. Recruiting, reversing mutation, detoxifying, recruitment successful. Soon, the girl looked at herself in confusion, and even the scratches on her body healed. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Having received scientific education, she had never seen such a fantastical thing. What was that white light? Ling Xiao looked at Su Chen and asked, Who exactly are you? Su Chen smiled. Su Chen, a person with special abilities. You don't need to be surprised. The outside world is already an apocalypse, right? Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. It made sense. If people could turn into zombies and kill, what was there to be curious about? Can I ask why? Because my ability has limitations, so you cannot resist. If you resist, it will harm you. Do you have limitations on me? Yes, absolute loyalty. That's it. Hearing this, Ling Xiao slowly closed her eyes. Her tightly clenched fists relaxed as she quietly stood still. Seeing this, Su Chen initiated the recruitment again. Ling Xiao indeed gave up resisting, and the recruitment was very successful. When Ling Xiao opened her eyes again, she felt as if Su Chen had changed. She genuinely wanted to be loyal to this man. She slowly bent down and whispered, Master. Su Chen then exchanged made combat outfits and handed them to the two. Change into these. It will be easier to deal with zombies. Ling Xiao was taken aback. With her personality, she didn't want to wear such clothes. But because it was Su Chen's order, after a brief hesitation, she accepted. Soon, the 2 maid warriors appeared before Su Chen again. By the way, Ling Xiao, if I were to get shy, would you beat me? Su Chen suddenly laughed, but somehow, that smile seemed a bit annoying. Ling Xiao lowered her eyes and said softly, How could I beat my master? But your fighting ability should be lacking. I need to be your sparring partner. Su Chen awkwardly said, You don't have to call me master. Just call me Su Chen. Stepping out of the door, Su Chen now had 10 girls of different styles behind him. Not every one of them was stunning, but they were all above average, all dressed in maid outfits. Indeed, even Night Spirit had been persuaded by Su Chen to wear a maid outfit, but since she wasn't a member of the team, she didn't benefit from the bond effects. Walking along the road, Su Chen hardly needed to lift a finger, using a fire axe and self-made iron rods and hammers. The maid warriors around him were simply going on a killing spree. Along the way, Chen spotted a female zombie and casually killed it for recruitment. Host current points, 866, recruitment count, 1010, meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade to level 2 recruitment? Chen's eyes lit up, immediately saying, yes. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 2 recruitment, unlocking new features. Please check host. Indeed, there are new features. Chen hurriedly opened the system panel. Chen, 10 Captain Defense, 0, 8 Stamina, 11 Spirit, 1 Recruitment Level, 2 Recruitment Points, 20 Recruitment Count, 15 after successful recruitment. 1 basic attribute can be randomly increased by 1. Current team members, Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia current bonds. Made, 10 people combat power increased 20. Basic attribute increased 200. Dancer, 3 people flexibility increased 2. Worker, 5 people points increased 25. Endurance increased 15. Skills, exploration points, 366. So it triggered the dancer bond. No wonder Zhang Xiao had been getting better at performing splits lately. After the new skill, exploration, triggers once daily, detects usable talents within a 5,000-meter range, and marks them. Chen stroked his chin. This skill was quite good. But what if he couldn't find anything? Would he have to wait until next day? Now that the recruitment count had increased again to 10, the reason the maid bond added 200 of the basic attributes was due to the increase in bond count. Now, even 10 people have bond attributes. Chen pondered that as the recruitment level increases, the number and attributes of the bonds would gradually improve. The attribute bonuses provided by the maids are indeed good and worth developing, and the maid combat uniforms are not expensive. Anyone who has played auto chess knows that having more bonds is not always better. If they're too mixed up, gathering a bunch of bonds may not yield significant attribute bonuses. Among his current 3 bonds, every attribute is indispensable. Without the emergence of new bonds, he has 2 decisions to make: gather the doctor attribute to improve the team's survival rate, or the worker attribute to increase points income. Suddenly, a helicopter rushed past in the sky, and the loud roar interrupted Chen's thoughts. The surrounding zombies' roars suddenly grew louder, clearly stimulated by the helicopter. Chen is Gazi. It was a rescue helicopter from the Dragon Country, so it seems they really are launching a rescue. But how many people can the helicopter save? It's likely that the higher-ups will be prioritized. Chen smiled faintly, not paying much attention. Let's work harder. We will soon reach Jianghai Primary School, where there are school buses that can serve as our vehicles. Thinking of vehicles, Chen suddenly had a new idea. Can we find a few mechanics to modify a vehicle? But in the repair industry, even if there are women, they are probably all tough girls, right? Chen just thought about it casually. In the suburbs of Jianghai City, gunfire was constant. A horde of zombies was quickly suppressed by powerful firepower. A middle-aged man in a Dragon Country military uniform stepped out and looked around. They had already rescued a part of the people, but unfortunately, this number was negligible compared to the survivors inside the city. Long Zaiqian picked up the intercom. What's the situation at the Xingya laboratory? Report. A large number of zombies have gathered around the Xingya laboratory, and at least 5 companies of troops are needed to break in and rescue people. Long Zaiqian scratched his head, feeling very anxious. Have you contacted Yimugo? She said she would only come with us if we found her sister. And she also said our group is hypocritical trash. Long Zaiqian snorted coldly, exerting force with his hand and directly crushing the intercom. Damia Muge, are we really hypocritical? Does this group even know what the global situation is? According to satellite monitoring, at least 90% of the world has fallen to zombies. Out of 8 billion people, only 800 million remain, which seems like a lot. But compared to the global population, there are still 2 billion zombies. Not to mention those animals, and even the inconspicuous rats, stray cats, and stray dogs in the city, which have also turned into zombies. The number of zombies is a figure that can crush anyone. This is an incomplete statistic. In just a few days, society has collapsed, civilization has regressed, and a large number of high-ranking officials have also turned into zombies. Currently, only a few people can make decisions. The fate of the Dragon Country can only be controlled by these few. How much pressure must they be under? Chapter 8. A master's degree holder and hundreds of students. How to choose Long Zaiqian asked himself, When this pressure and power are simultaneously in his hands, it is enough to make him collapse. He must consider how many people can survive now while also planning for the future. Therefore, an elder stepped forward. He issued an order to prioritize the rescue of special talents. On the day this order was issued, he recorded a video, took all the blame, and committed suicide by gunshot. It won't take long for this elder's video to be posted online. Perhaps people may no longer see this video. But ordinary people who do see it will be angry, resenting this elder without exception. Long Ziyan took a deep breath and took out a new intercom. All teams, pay attention. While searching for special talents, try to rescue ordinary citizens as much as possible. At the same time, I have only one command. Every life is important, especially to protect yourselves. He silently remembered this. These people are armed to the teeth and well-equipped, but can they ensure their safety? Meanwhile, on Letian Street, the 10-person team quickly advanced, only attacking zombies that got too close. They tried to minimize gunfire, as these creatures are too sensitive to sound. Leading them was a spirited female soldier. As zombies rushed in, she drew her military knife from her waist, sidestepped, and thrust the knife into the zombie's temple. Her movements were swift and decisive. Zhou Dong dealt with the zombies, then quickly changed direction and charged forward. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped and quickly signaled with her hands. The group immediately rushed into a nearby shop and pulled down the roller shutter. Not far from them, hundreds of zombies surged in, kicking up clouds of dust. Zhou Dong sat in the shop and opened a map. There was a rescue signal from Jianghai Primary School, where over 100 teachers and students were still alive. Those were all children. She gripped the map tightly, crumpling the corner. Captain, our target is Teacher Liu from Jianghai Second Middle School. He has a master's degree in biology. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong suddenly stood up. Over 100 teachers and students, most of whom are still children. How do you want me to choose between a master and 100 children? The team members fell silent. They too were unable to make a choice. Change the destination to Jianghai Primary School. At the entrance of Jianghai Primary School, in a small shop, Chen looked out from the second-floor window at Jianghai Primary School, his lips twitching. The zombies in this place are indeed unique. There are many child zombies, but they move at an unusually rapid pace. The strangest thing is that about 20 child zombies are standing loosely in a line, still doing calisthenics. Their movements are distorted and appear somewhat comical, yet they perform them with great seriousness, repeating the motions over and over again. There's also a group of child zombies tearing books apart and roaring loudly. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This generation of elementary school students is really hard to manage. Even as zombies, they're still so unique." Coming here to find a school bus is indeed a good idea, but unfortunately, the difficulty is too high. He must strengthen the members of his team, and he also doesn't know if Chen Jiai is still in this school. Chen's visit here is not solely for finding a school bus. Chen Jiai was one of the campus beauties during their university days. They met in their freshman year and have always been good friends. The relationship between Chen Jiai and him is somewhat ambiguous, and he cannot deny that he has some feelings for her. Chen shook his head, deciding not to think too much. He opened the system all. The reason he hadn't equipped any firearms was due to two reasons. One is that the Dragon Country has strict regulations, and if they encounter officials, it might lead to conflict. The other reason is that firearms are simply too expensive. A handgun costs 150 points, and that's only with 100 bullets. After his journey and previous points, he only has 666 points. Additionally, most of the team members do not know how to use firearms. This idea can only be put on hold. Now, after leveling up to recruitment level 2, there is indeed an enhancement option among the original team members. He opened Ling Xiao's panel. Ling Xiao defense, 1132, stamina, 1438, spirit, 1-2. The maid combat uniform adds 1 point, and the maid attribute increases the base attribute by 200, resulting in the current attributes. The attributes of the other members are quite similar. The enhancement option is shown later. Chen clicked on the option, and a line of choices appeared before him. Basic attributes, special skills, basic skills, basic attributes include stamina and such, with 1 point of basic attributes requiring 50 points. Special skills also require 50 points to comprehend, and the comprehension options are randomly based on individual characteristics. However, Ling Xiao's side provides a random prediction. One of the options is the ability to twist caps with bare hands. Unarmed twist. Unarmed twist opened the crown. This skill made Su Chen feel a chill in his head at first glance. What if he twisted it on himself? In addition, there are basic skills like fighting, shooting, driving, etc. Each skill costs 50 points to comprehend and can be chosen freely. If he wants to enhance the combat power of others, fighting and shooting are undoubtedly the best choices. As for shooting, it's not just limited to firearms. Crossbows can also be used. The points required for a crossbow in the system store are much lower. Su Chen immediately had an idea. He stroked his chin and looked at his maid army. Could you not look so lewdly at these sisters? Night Spirit couldn't help but mutter. Someone like you would definitely be disliked by my sister. Su Chen glanced thoughtfully at Night Spirit's chest, then looked back at his maid army. Treating everyone the same? But Li Jia is the best. Li Jia is truly a big sister. Li Jia, you are the squad leader, leading the 5 as the range team. Ling Xiao, you are also the squad leader, leading Xiao Xiao and Bai Lin. At this moment, a frail girl pointed at herself with an expectant face. Su Chen spread his hands and said, "You help me massage my shoulders." Oh, actually that works too. Night Spirit rolled her eyes and went downstairs. Little did she know, Su Chen needed Night Spirit to leave. Su Chen laughed heartily and immediately allocated the points, with Li Jia included. The total range team consisted of 6 people, costing 600 points. 50 points for basic skills, 50 points for the crossbow, with each person investing 100 points. He assigned combat objectives. Su Chen's expression became serious. He outlined his rough plan and warned everyone to pay attention to safety. They were going to rush into Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School and establish a defensive line at the teaching building. Su Chen knew this battle would be the most difficult one they had faced. They had always dealt with scattered zombies, but at the entrance of Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School, there were at least 500 zombies, which was no small number. Chapter 9. Remember Elegance, split in midair after resting for a night. The next day, Ling Xiao and the 3 rushed out from the convenience store, and zombies immediately surrounded them. Ling Xiao led the charge with a fire axe. Zhang Xiao still wielded a military dagger, maintaining her elegance while charging forward, occasionally going wild and performing a split in midair, her high heels directly crushing a zombie. Bai Lin, well, it was like she was waving a magic wand, still having some lethality. Li Jia's squad, carrying crossbows, swiftly moved out. Along the way, they shared the pressure of the zombies, rushing into nearby shops to find a vantage point. The nearby shops had 2 floors and windows facing the street, making them suitable for high ground. Soon, everyone took their positions. Su Chen observed from the 2nd floor, standing next to Ing and the little lowly. Ing sighed, opened a bag of sunflower seeds, took out the seeds, and handed them to Su Chen. The little lowly looked helpless, wondering how she ended up with someone like Su Chen. However, she was also curious about where Su Chen got those crossbows. She knew that asking would only lead to being misled by Su Chen, so she chose to remain silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crossbow bolts shot out one after another, and zombies fell in response. The broadcast exercise zombies moved, mumbling and groaning. For some reason, Su Chen felt like a sound was ringing. "I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your unyielding appearance." Ling Xiao and the 3 were deeply immersed in the horde of zombies, their steps not slowing down at all. Their purpose for going out was to attract zombies, which would then be eliminated by the range team. Su Chen watched the zombie horde intently, unable to resist standing up. Fortunately, with the fire axe sweeping, the 3 charged out again. However, their speed had noticeably slowed down. If this continued, they would be surrounded by zombies. Su Chen immediately opened the panels for the 3. Each person gained 1 point in stamina. The next moment, the 3 increased their speed and charged out again. The crossbow bolts quickly followed, taking out the zombies trailing behind them. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stamina affects endurance, strength, and speed. High-intensity combat quickly consumed stamina, and that 1 point of stamina increase gave them more endurance. Su Chen felt it was about time and waved his hand, loudly saying, "Once the ranged crossbow bolts are used up, switch to melee and quickly support Ling Xiao's squad." Sounds of agreement came from the surrounding shops. Chen also handed Night Spirit a stick and smiled. Let us go help out. Night Spirit had tried to kill zombies, but unfortunately, without that psychological resilience, her combat power was weak. Ing, though frail, did not fear killing zombies. It was just that the little fool often got hurt. Soon, Chen also rushed out to join Ling Xiao and the others. Even so, the situation was still not good. They accelerated and rushed to the teaching building, which was much better. Chen grabbed a hammer and joined the fight. Seeing the zombies closing in ahead, Chen knitted his brows into a furrow. This one do. I underestimated the situation. There aren't enough crossbow bolts. We should be engaging in guerrilla warfare. Just as the words left his mouth, a scream rang out. He saw a girl on the side being dragged away by zombies. Before leaving, she threw her weapons and crossbow to her companions. Recruitment count, 910. Chen's heart tightened. Someone died. Once recruited, they could not be recruited again. And the maid army did not have immunity to the virus. Once infected, it meant there was no saving them. The toxins had to be cleared before they transformed. He didn't expect it to go wrong. Without time to think more, Chen roared in anger, swinging his hammer to smash zombies, venting his frustration. The death of a teammate stimulated everyone's combat power to soar. Soon, they charged to the entrance of the teaching building. Fortunately, the main entrance was not locked, and a large iron chain had fallen nearby. Clearly, someone had attempted to lock it, but was killed by zombies. Chen quickly rushed in and picked up the chain. As the others entered, they immediately pulled up the iron gate outside the teaching building. Chen followed closely, locking the main door with the iron chain and using his hammer to secure it. The zombies were blocked outside the iron gate, continuously banging against it. Chen let out a long breath, but now faced a problem. Collective attributes decreased. The 10 made bonuses provided a base attribute of 100, but because of the death, that attribute was gone. He could only replenish new team members inside. He felt very guilty. He always thought he had considered all possibilities, but the battle plan was not perfect. He could have swept the scattered zombies around to enhance everyone's attributes. He could also have replenished to a full team of 15 before charging in. If there were more crossbow bolts, they could engage in guerrilla tactics, taking out zombies in batches. Any of those plans would have been better than his previous one. Li Jia stepped forward, embraced Chen gently, and patted his back. Master, you've done very well. Don't blame yourself. Without you, we would have died when we turned into zombies. Chen felt like he had fallen into a warm pillow, a double-sided pillow that completely enveloped his head. However, gradually, he started to struggle. Jia. When Li Jia sensed something was wrong and let go of Chen, he had already started rolling his eyes. Everyone rushed to rescue him again. Fortunately, with this interruption, Chen's emotions recovered a lot. Ling Xiao walked beside him and patted his shoulder. I also saw my sister die in the mouths of those monsters. Even now, I haven't moved on. Maybe I can't comfort you, but I can only tell you to live and move forward with strength. Chen nodded and murmured to himself. He reached out to slap his face, trying to wake himself up. Something was off. Why were there no zombies on the first floor? The main door was open, and with zombies wandering around, some would definitely have walked in. But in reality, the first floor was too quiet. Chen made a gesture to the crowd. Ling Xiao took the lead and headed towards the second floor. Still no zombies. Third floor, none. Fourth floor, none. Chen took a deep breath. This teaching building only had 5 floors. The 5th floor had a few large classrooms. Could it be that they were all gathered upstairs? Be careful, Ling Xiao, you're fast. Go check it out. Meow. Chen was taken aback, just as he was about to tell Bai Lin not to make a fuss. But the next moment, he saw a furry paw coming down the stairs from the 5th floor. Was that a cat? But Chen was shocked. Was this a cat or a tiger? From the head, it looked like an ordinary tabby cat. But why did this tabby cat have the size of tiger? Meow. Chapter 10. Killing the tabby cat, Chen hurriedly led everyone back. It wasn't suitable to fight at the staircase. But the only open space was in the classroom. Chen rushed into the classroom and instructed everyone to push all the desks and chairs aside. Soon, the tabby cat walked in again, stepping gracefully and casually. Chen scrutinized it. Its eyes were blood red, and it had rotten wounds on its body, likely a zombie. Animals can mutate too? From its appearance, the tabby cat hadn't lost its sanity. It charged forward immediately, clearly different from ordinary zombies. Did it retain some habits from before the mutation? Li Jia exclaimed. Her words were exactly what Su Chen was thinking. Be careful, Ling Xiao, you'll take the lead. Ling Xiao agreed and cautiously ran towards the tabby cat. The tabby cat licked its paw, showing no regard for Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao got closer, a flash of light appeared in her eyes, and she suddenly accelerated. 3 bloody claw marks appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen didn't have time to think. He rushed forward and pressed down on Ling Xiao's chest. White light appeared. 3 claw marks gave 12 points. Clearing zombie toxins gave 10 points. Just one treatment cost 22 points. Su Chen changed his strategy on the spot. He exchanged for 50 crossbow bolts. There was no choice, his points were running low. 50 crossbow bolts cost 25 points, leaving him with 25 points. Enjeu de combat. Try not to get hurt. Su Chen spoke seriously. Everyone nodded and dispersed. The tabby cat was still licking its paw, which still had Ling Xiao's blood on it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of crossbow bolts shot out. The tabby cat suddenly jumped, its paws grabbing onto the ceiling, hanging upside down and dodging the attack. Damn! Su Chen didn't know what to say. The tabby cat moved again. Ling Xiao suddenly charged out, discarding her fire axe. She delivered a side swipe with her hand to deflect the cat's paw, then quickly crouched and jumped away. Everyone quickly raised their crossbows, and the bolts flew towards the tabby cat, this time hitting it. Blood flowed profusely. This clearly enraged the tabby cat, which accelerated and dashed out. While everyone fired to suppress it, they retreated. Su Chen suddenly thought of something and called Zhang Xiao and Bai Lin, who didn't have crossbow bolts, to run to the side. Then, the 3 of them lifted the small desks and stools and threw them at the tabby cat. Su Chen threw a couple of times, but lacked strength. His mind raced with ideas. The classroom had front and back doors, and they all retreated near the back door. Su Chen immediately moved the desks to stack them together. Li Jia also instructed the team members to help Su Chen, and soon they built a defensive line. This height, the tabby cat could easily jump over. But as it jumped, the crossbow bolts would come flying, sending it flying away due to inertia. It crashed into the desks, while Su Chen and the others used their bodies to shield the desks. The width of 4 or 5 desks was about 3 or 4 meters, and the tabby cat leaped. But while in midair, its belly was exposed. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. She took the fire axe and charged out, sliding on the desks. She raised the fire axe above her head. Bang! The tabby cat fell onto the desks, knocking them down, blood flowing everywhere. Everyone showed no mercy, shooting again and again until there were no more crossbow bolts. Congratulations to the host for killing a mutated creature for the first time, earning 100 points, and a reward of 300 points. Please carefully examine the mutated creature's body. Su Chen was curious, but he chose to trust the system's words. This kill led to a surge in points, now totaling 425. Fortunately, the subsequent battles were guerrilla warfare, and everyone only sustained minor injuries while dodging. However, to avoid zombie toxins, Su Chen helped everyone recover from their injuries immediately. Night Spirit was left in a daze. She had too many questions but couldn't voice them. Soon, Su Chen got the fire axe from Ling Xiao and, according to the system's prompt, split open the tabby cat's head. A small, marble-like object rolled onto the ground. Su Chen didn't care about the filth on it and picked it up to examine closely. This marble was still glowing? Detected evolutionary energy, confirm absorption? Let us absorb it. Su Chen hissitente the order. 500 points, simultaneously 500 points. Unlock the superpower system for all members. The host can awaken a superpower for free once. Do you want to awaken? Superpower? Damn! Su Chen was so surprised he almost jumped up. He finally stood up. Awaken. Decisively awaken. It's free after all. Congratulations to the host. Superpower awakening completed. Current superpower level 1. Points can be spent to upgrade superpower level. Superpower, Thunder Domain. Can release lightning around the body. Control lightning to launch attacks. Su Chen was taken aback. Was that it? Awakening a superpower wasn't supposed to trigger a grand phenomenon, with dragons appearing and thunder rumbling, right? The system didn't want to say too much, but the host is just too much of a weeb. Please watch less of that fantasy stuff. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Wait, did the system just talk to him? It could detect his thoughts? Wow, it's its Sunder's system. but being teased by the system was indeed a bit embarrassing. He opened the superpower panel. Superpower level 1 requires 100 points to upgrade to the next level. Since he just got 400 points, Chen unreservedly spent all of it on the upgrade. Superpower level 4 requires 100 points to upgrade to the next level. Skill: Thunderstrike. Chen was stunned. No change? But at that moment, he suddenly saw on the system panel that his spirit increased from 1 to 53, a total increase of 43. That was no small number. 1 point of spirit was equivalent to an adult's base level, and now he had the spirit equivalent to 5 people's total. He could confirm that this increase was due to his superpower. But now wasn't the time to experiment with his powers. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single zombie in this teaching building. He was left with the desire to shout the line that elementary school students love the most. With lightning. Shatter the darkness. Yes, that's it. Damn. Just then, a delicate hand reached out and patted the elementary school student's head. Teacher, look, that big tabby cat is dead. Wow, that big tabby cat was so powerful. How did you guys take it down? Awesome. The elementary school student was jumping around excitedly like a monkey. Then, a girl in a floral dress with long braids walked out. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and curiously looked into the classroom. At that moment, both of them froze in place. Chen, Chapter 11. Late-stage male chauvinism. No cure. Chen took a few steps, but then stopped again. She glanced at the maids following Chen, her eyes wide in shock. But after a moment, she returned to normal. Wow, Chen teacher's old flame. The elementary school student immediately cheered. Chen reached out her hand and gently patted the elementary school student, but did not retort. Are you here to find me? Oh no, I still have to find the school bus. As soon as these words were spoken, the maids behind Chen all made gestures of holding their foreheads. In fact, Chen had a clear goal, which was Jiang High No. 1 Primary School. Yes, only Jiang High No. 1 Primary School has a school bus. It is said to have cost millions to purchase, regardless of performance. Before Chen could finish his sentence, Li Jia had already stepped forward to pat him, interrupting his words. Chen Jia, seemingly lost in thought, responded with an "oh" and then turned to leave. Follow me, it's not safe here. That is not right. You guys already killed that big tabby cat. It should be safe now. Chen Jia said to herself as she walked further away. Chen followed behind with a few maids, scratching his head continuously. Did he say something wrong? Why were the maids looking at him with such idiotic expressions? He suspected that the system's 100% loyalty might have a problem. On the 5th floor, in the large classroom, a tall and strong man about 1.9 meters was wildly showing off his muscles in front of the teachers. The teachers were speechless. This was the physical education teacher at the school, who kept saying he would lead them to find a way out, but they had been trapped here for several days. The so-called rescue was nowhere to be seen. A wave of despair was gradually spreading. Has Teacher Chen been gone for so long? Will something happen? I've said it long ago. Those troublemakers in Teacher Chen's class are nothing but trouble. There will definitely be problems. This world is chaotic. Taking care of oneself is already good enough. What about these kids? Just then, the classroom door was pushed open. Chen Jia walked in, holding a child, and looked at the teacher who had spoken. They're not a burden. Besides, is safe here. Chen Jia knew what the teacher wanted to say. Having 80 or 90 kids was of no use at all. In fact, even their parents might not be alive anymore. As teachers, they were already overwhelmed and now had to take care of these dozens of kids. If that is not a burden, then what is? The physical education teacher hurriedly approached with an incredulous expression. How is that possible? That big tabby cat is very strong. Could it have run away? Just then, Chen entered with his maid army. A middle-aged teacher stood up, immediately displeased, and said, Chen Jia, I'm not saying this to you, but this place is already crowded enough. Why are you bringing more people here, taking up resources? Chen Jia frowned, wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chen. Chen stepped forward and said, We're just here for the school bus. Once I get the school bus keys, I'll leave. He glanced around, and the only attribute he could see was a girl S. That girl had a doctor attribute, suitable for recruitment. As for the others, he would have to call them Annies. Among them, there were chefs and teachers, but none were suitable. Additionally, anyone willing to come with me can do so. I only need to rest for 3 hours. After saying this, Chen pulled Chen Jia aside. signaling her to talk privately. At this moment, the group of teachers was still whispering, not knowing what they were saying, but their eyes were all on Su-Chun. Su-Chun took Chen aside. Actually, I came to find you too. After all, we're good friends. But you also know what this world has become, right? Su-Chun wanted to recruit Chen, not to bind her, but only in this way could he protect her. The soldiers under his command could be taken care of by the system, healed and strengthened with points, which would also give Chen the ability to protect herself. As for the issue of 100% loyalty, Su-Chun believed that even without the system, Chen would not betray him. This was the tacit understanding and trust built over 4 years. However, I need to mark you. You cannot resist me. Su-Chun said this with some trepidation. I promise you, if I can kill that big tabby cat, you will definitely become different from before. But I have a condition. After saying this, Chen turned her head towards the group of children. Su-Chun fell silent. He knew what Chen condition was, but he did not want to bring those troublemaker kids with him. That's fine. I will take good care of myself. Chen smiled and then turned to leave. Su-Chun stood in place, helplessly sighing. He had not anticipated this situation. At this moment, Teacher Chen, it's not the director saying anything, but look at that group of people with weapons coming to the school. They must have strength, right? The director smiled kindly and took Chen hand. Our idea is to keep the kids here, let them hide well. And you go talk to your acquaintance to protect us to a safe location. Then we can find the authorities and the military to rescue these kids. There is food storage here. These kids will definitely be fine. Chen was taken aback, looking around. It was clear that everyone shared this idea. Only the physical education teacher mumbled, stating he could protect everyone as well. Seeing that Chen was silent, everyone immediately started to persuade her earnestly. The director even said with heartfelt sincerity, Teacher Chen, you are still young and need to listen to us older folks. If not, you could take me to speak to them as well. However, they saw the school nurse being taken away by Su-Chen's people, surrounded and seemingly discussing something. Soon, the school nurse nodded. The director ignored it and continued to persuade. But at that moment, gunfire rang out. The director was extremely excited and immediately pushed Chen aside. The army is here to rescue us. Teacher Chen, you didn't want to go, but look, you see, your friend can do it too. Several teachers rushed to the outside corridor, opening the windows and shouting loudly to those below. Seeing this, Su-Chun felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Not long after, a piercing scream echoed. Why are there zombies? The situation instantly descended into chaos. The teachers rushed together, and the children ran wildly in the corridor. Li Jia and the others raised their automatic crossbows but did not dare to shoot easily. In just a few minutes, a strong smell of blood filled the corridor. Damn it, those brainless fools. Prioritize saving the kids. Be careful. If they are injured, just give up. Su-Chun was saving the kids only for Chen. He rushed into the corridor, which was already in utter chaos, with some people rushing downstairs. But on the stairs, there were already a few zombies rushing up. Had the door downstairs broken? Chapter 12, Thunder Ability, Shattering Darkness with Lightning. Su-Chun couldn't think too much. He squinted his eyes, ready to try out the lightning strike. Electricity slowly emerged on his palm, and the sound of crackling electricity rang out. The people nearby were immediately stunned. Is this still a human being? Su-Chun locked onto a zombie and waved his hand. The electricity instantly shot out, almost immediately blowing the zombie's head apart. Su-Chun felt a bit fatigued, but for the sake of the experiment, he used the lightning strike again. Meanwhile, the maid army had already rushed into the crowd, each fighting on their own. This small-scale zombie battle no longer required gathering together to act. Su-Chun used lightning strikes to take care of several zombies again, his eyes flashing with a hint of fatigue. Perhaps his ability was still too weak. After using it 7 or 8 times, he felt tired and needed a rest. Taking advantage of this moment, he looked down. Boom! Flames shot into the sky. A team of armed personnel burst in, wearing camouflage combat uniforms and well-trained. Perhaps seeing Su-Chun on the 5th floor, someone in the team nodded at him. Su-Chun glanced over, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. There were quite a few recruitable individuals in this team. This group generally had only 2 types of attributes. Soldiers. 3 people improve combat synergy. 5 people team strength increases by 5. 10 people team attributes increase by 5. There is another attribute, surprisingly. It is martial artist. To be precise, it is military combat skills, but is also categorized under the martial artist trait. Martial artist. 3 people combat power bonus of 10, attribute bonus of 10. 5 people combat power bonus of 15, attribute bonus of 15. 10 people unlock mastery of combat. Currently, only Ling Xiao in the team is a martial artist. This small team must be manipulated, and they all possess firearms. Su Chen immediately ordered, consolidate the team and go downstairs to support. Ling Xiao and the others immediately broke away, leaving 2 members from Li Jia's team for rescue. The situation stabilized significantly. The 2 were enough. Chen Jiai followed Su Chen, tugging at his clothes. After a moment of silence, Su Chen said, "I will protect you." He then led the team downstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he instructed Li Jia and the others to find tables and chairs to create obstacles to block the way. He himself only took Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao down. On the 1st floor, gunfire erupted. That group was clearly in a fierce battle. "Over here, this way." Su Chen shouted immediately. Immediately, several zombies turned around and charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand again, and electricity surged out instantly. This time it had penetrating power, directly passing through several zombies standing in a row. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao also charged out, standing at the entrance, killing zombies on the left and right. Soon, Li Jia brought another person down to help. With the addition of a crossbow, the battle situation stabilized considerably. After using lightning strikes several times, Su Chen felt a bit exhausted. Fortunately, that group had decent combat quality and had already fought their way over here. Just then, a cat's meow caught Su Chen's attention. He saw 3 zombie cats, the size of tigers, jumping out one after another. With a swipe of their claws, they directly bit off the heads of zombies and chewed on them. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Dealing with 1 zombie cat was difficult, and now there were 3. The zombie cats suddenly jumped and pounced on a member of the team. Su Chen was furious. Damn, that was a martial artist. He glanced at his points. He had previously upgraded to level 4 of his abilities, and now he needed to increase them again. Points 100, ability level 5, skills, lightning strike. Lightning chain gained new skill. Su Chen was taken aback. Host, during the ability level upgrade process, in addition to increasing mental attributes, there is a chance to comprehend skills, making the use of abilities more convenient. Please upgrade more often. The system prompted again. Su Chen couldn't care about that right now. He circulated electricity between his hands and pushed it out. He saw the electricity hit the first zombie, then spread to the next one. It spread to 5 zombies before it stopped. He roughly understood that the lightning chain works by hitting one and then spreading randomly to nearby ones. He made another move, targeting a zombie cat with the lightning chain. The zombie cat was fast and responsive, but the speed of the electricity was even faster. In an instant, the zombie cat began to howl. The team member immediately raised his gun and shot, finally breaking through the encirclement. Perhaps seeing the electricity, the other 2 zombie cats were a bit wary and retreated. Su Chen was helpless. He was really drained, not a drop left. Turning back, Chen Jiai was still holding onto his clothes, not knowing what she was thinking. However, he could see that Chen Jiai was trembling. The young people today really know how to have fun. Zombies are coming. Chen Jiai immediately left Su Chen's embrace upon hearing this. Su Chen cast an unhappy glance at the one who spoke. It was a short-haired girl with a heroic demeanor. However, her face was covered in blood, making it hard to see her features clearly. Su Chen noticed that this girl had been bitten. A great opportunity. Let's go. Move up. Everyone began to fight and retreat. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, it was filled with tables. Upon seeing Su Chen leading people up, the remaining members of the army pushed tables down to the 1st floor. Su Chen hurriedly called for more tables. Soon, the hallway was blocked by tables, and, temporarily, no zombies could be seen. Before long, in the 5th floor classroom, there were only about 20 children left from the previous 80 or 90. The gym teacher was still saying to protect others, but had been huddled in the classroom, trembling since the beginning, and was being criticized. As for the teachers, the losses were severe, with only the principal still remaining. Chen also learned that the team that came was a rescue team from Long Country, with Zhou Dong as the team leader. At this moment, they were discussing something outside. Team leader, no, we want to give up on you. Damn it. The Xingye laboratory created the virus. They must have the antidote. We need to find them. Shut up. Who told you to leak this confidential information? What kind of secret is this? The Xingye laboratory cut off communication with the higher-ups. How many comrades have tried to storm the laboratory? How many people have died? Shut up. Suddenly, the voices outside quieted down. This was clearly not feigned. Perhaps Night Spirit didn't he even know what the Xingye laboratory primarily researched? The information about the Xingye laboratory, is it true? Given the credibility of the information from the Long Country rescue team, it is highly trustworthy. So this place must wait before going. Chen silently noted this information. Moreover, now is not the time to ask questions. Team leader, have a safe journey. Chen was stunned and rushed out. Damn it. What do you mean by have a safe journey? Wait. Chapter 13. The research video of Xingye Laboratory. Chen rushed out the door and saw Zhou Dong and 3 others tied together. 2 men and 2 women. The other 3 showed signs of mutation. Only Zhou Dong was still holding on and trying to stay awake. Fortunately, these people were hesitating. Otherwise, Zhou Dong would have truly been shot dead. In fact, Zhou Dong's death would make it easier for recruitment, but a living Zhou Dong was more useful. After thinking for a moment, Chen said, I can save people, but I can only save 2. The next moment, a gun was pressed against Chen's head. Save them. I command you to save them in the name of the rescue team. Chen looked at the man holding the gun and sneered. My way of saving people is not your so-called antidote and vaccine, but if I die, they won't survive either. After saying that, Chen crossed his arms and watched the 4 with interest. Zhou Dong looked at Chen, his eyes flickering. This man had just discharged electricity from his hands. He must be something special. He had heard that the Xingye laboratory had previously created a batch of powerful warriors, even possessing special abilities. Could it be that this person was related to the Xingye laboratory? Roar. A roar came from beside them. Before they could finish speaking, the man who had raised the gun suddenly fired. Bang bang. Brother, have a safe journey. The 2 men were shot dead immediately. Team leader, you can't die. And my 2 brothers are men. They should give the chance of survival to you girls. Zhou Dong was furious. His eyes quickly turned bloodshot and became frenzied. I said, regardless of gender, men and women are equal, you dog. The man holding the gun turned his head, put away the handgun, and slowly lowered his head. Please save them. Chen took a deep breath. This person had guts. All right, you dog. Chen pulled Zhou Dong and the female soldier, turning to enter a room. Zhou Dong's consciousness was already unclear, and the female soldier had begun to growl. Chen didn't hesitate and directly initiated recruitment. Recruiting, reversing zombie transformation, clearing toxins. Recruitment successful, points 40. After upgrading the recruitment level, the required points doubled, but it could randomly increase 1 attribute. The female soldier's mental attribute increased, which was of no use, while Zhou Dong's physical ability increased by 1. Zhou Dong, military combat skills, martialist, soldier, commander defense, 18 stamina, 31, 1, spirit, 16. This is Zhou Dong's basic attributes, with the only increase being that 1 point in attributes. He then looked at another female soldier, who, although not as exaggerated as Zhou Dong, was still quite remarkable. Chen pondered for a moment. The other 2 female soldiers might not be recruitable. Fortunately, adding these 2 could activate the martialist bond. Martialist, 3-person combat power bonus 10, attribute bonus 10 earlier. You mentioned the Starry Night Laboratory, right? Can you tell me a bit about it? Chen asked. Zhou Dong's face showed some struggle, and he hesitantly said, This is a top secret from my superiors, but since the master needs it, I will speak. This 100 loyalty is indeed impressive. The Starry Night Laboratory is dedicated to human gene research. They interpret human gene sequences, compare them with ancient human gene sequences, and even modify sequences. It turns out that the reason the Starry Night Laboratory has advanced is due to their research on gene sequences. The laboratory has also received massive investments, gaining a lot of attention. But just before the outbreak of the virus, videos showing the laboratory conducting gene experiments appeared in the hands of the higher-ups. Those who were researched became mindless, bloodthirsty monsters, and some of these monsters even exceeded the human category. The higher-ups blocked the news, and unexpectedly, while discussing how to handle it, the global zombie virus outbreak occurred. Now, it wasn't just Jianghai City. The global Starry Night laboratory was breaking through its targets. As Zhou Dong spoke, he couldn't help but clench his fists and punch the ground. Su Chan stroked his chin, thinking, so, the Starry Night laboratory is actually a global organization. He was just a college student before and had no access to these levels. But the system, the abilities, and the evolutionary energy mentioned by the system, is this something within human capability? Regardless, the Starry Night laboratory is Su Chen's target. That place is the most suitable location for establishing a base in Jianghai City. Zhou Dong, after we go out, you will still follow your superior's orders. This is Su Chen's purpose for wanting Zhou Dong to stay alive. If Zhou Dong's teammates killed her first and then recruited her, it would indeed keep Zhou Dong by his side, but would waste her identity. In the early stages, he still needs the rescue team and even the support of the high ranks of Long Country. Zhou Dong is a line that goes upward step by step. Zhou Dong and the female soldier both nodded. After going out, Zhou Dong and the female soldier returned to normal, and even their wounds healed. Su Chan didn't explain much, but handed the task over to Zhou Dong to explain himself. How is it? My suggestion? Su Chan looked at Chen Jiai. I'm still saying the same thing. What about the children? Chen Jiai's eyes were red, clearly having cried. With the rescue team, they will take the children outside the city. Chen Jiai nodded in response. Then I will follow you. Immediately, Chen Jiai threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Don't move, good friend. Let me hug you for a bit. Su Chen patted Chen Jiai's back and activated the recruitment. Recruiting, no resistance. Recruitment successful. Points 20, Spirit 1. With this, Su Chen's points went directly to a single digit. Su Chan still bought a maid outfit for the school doctor to wear, thus gathering the 10-person maid bond. Previously, he had 10 people, lost 1, and then recruited 4, leaving 2 positions remaining. Su Chan unexpectedly gathered the martialist bond. His current thought is to recruit doctors for the remaining 2. The maid bond is the primary bond. A uniform set of maid outfits stood in front of him. Master, please rest. That feeling is incredibly satisfying. Su Chan thought to himself and chuckled. Report. There are signs of zombies breaking through the defense line below. This immediately made everyone in the classroom stand up. Su Chan iskintiv. Zombies aren't a problem, but the focus is on those 2 zombie cats, and he didn't know if there were any other mutated zombie creatures in the school. Therefore, Su Chan made a decision. Let them break through. Additionally, play music on the phone to attract the zombies to the teaching building, while everyone else goes to the rooftop. The previous physical education teacher immediately jumped out. What are we going to the rooftop for? To jump off together and feed the zombies? Chapter 14, One-on-One. What a waste of my energy. Su Chan glanced indifferently at the physical education teacher. Useless, without a voice in this matter. The physical education teacher immediately got angry, pointing at Su Chen's nose. What are you? A waist protected by women. Su Chan crossed his arms, with Ling Xiao and the others standing in a row behind him. In unison, they said, we are voluntarily protecting Su Chen. Do you have any objections? The physical education teacher was left speechless. Why does Su Chan have so many beautiful women surrounding him? He has a good figure and isn't bad looking. Why can't he gain their favor? If you have the ability, let's have a one-on-one. Su Chan immediately laughed, raising his hand as electricity slowly manifested. The physical education teacher froze, trembling uncontrollably. Su Chan walked up to the physical education teacher and patted his shoulder. This startled the physical education teacher, making him jump like a frightened bird. One-on-one. I don't want to waste energy on you at all. Su Chan walked straight past the physical education teacher without even looking at him. A clown with a smaller heart than a dog isn't worth his time. Zhou Dong also coordinated to issue commands. Everyone grabbed their things and went to the rooftop. There was an iron door on the rooftop that had been closed. Fortunately, the previous director had the key, so there was no need for a violent break-in. Once they settled on the rooftop, Su Chan gathered the maid army, leaving the school doctor and Chen Jiai behind. These two currently had no combat power. Then, he and Zhou Dong moved to the side. Under the guise of discussing tactics, Su Chen actually just stated the plan while Zhou Dong refined it. Zhou Dong's team had 8 remaining members, but 18 submachine guns and 34 magazines were still left. Li Jia's team had 45 crossbow bolts left for the automatic crossbow. However, as long as they killed zombies, Su Chen could replenish the number of bolts. But in front of so many people, it wasn't easy to do. As for Ling Xiao and the others, they still relied on close combat. The group was divided into 3 batches. The entire teaching building had 2 stairwells. But the other stairwell was a safety passage, and only the stairway they had previously used was open. The safety passage didn't need to be guarded. Starting from the 2nd floor, scattered zombies broke through the desk defense line. Zhou Dong's team and Ling Xiao's group engaged in close combat to deal with the zombies. An hour later, the 2nd floor defense line was breached, and a large number of zombies appeared. Li Jia's team used the automatic crossbow to support Ling Xiao and the others, allowing them to retreat to the 3rd floor. At the same time, they placed a phone on the 2nd floor, setting an alarm to ring every half hour. On the 3rd floor, everyone continued to push desks down to block the large number of zombies. Everyone engaged in close combat. 2 hours later, the defense line was breached again. They still placed the phone and retreated to the 4th floor. Su Chen looked at the night sky. Fortunately, it wouldn't rain in Jianghai City today. After dinner, the children were all coaxed to sleep. Chen Jiai sat against the rooftop wall and patted her thigh at Su Chen. "What are you dawdling for? You all have to fight tomorrow. You need to rest well. Let me be your pillow." Su Chen chuckled and walked over, leaning against Chen Jiai's thigh. Chen Jiai seemed to be used to coaxing children to sleep, gently patting Su Chen's back and softly humming a lullaby. The effect was indeed good. Within just a few minutes, Su Chen fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in a corner, the physical education teacher gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Chen Jiai, she is the goddess of all the male teachers in the school. Why would she rather be a pillow for a man than even glance at him? Useless trash. They're all useless trash. You people, all of you should die. Most of the maid squad walked over and leaned beside Chen Jiai. A dozen maids surrounded Su Chen, all sleeping around him. The gym teacher was even more furious. He looked at a soldier on guard, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. "You worthless scum, wait to die." He walked over with a flattering smile. "Brother, I know you still have to fight tomorrow, and I can't do much here, so why don't I take your shift and you go get some sleep?" The soldier frowned and glanced at the gym teacher. "Can you handle it?" The gym teacher scratched his head and smiled. "I can't help it. I'm naturally timid. But I'm very alert. If there's any noise, I'll wake you up immediately." The soldier looked at the gym teacher with skepticism, seeing his fawning expression. His eyes filled with disdain. He thought about the tough battle they would surely face tomorrow. After all, they had retreated to the 4th floor. "Be alert, do this well, and I will protect you to a safe place." After saying that, the soldier walked a short distance away and leaned against the wall with his gun. The gym teacher stood at the rooftop door, motionless. After a long time, the soldier finally relaxed and fell asleep. In the deep of night, everyone was breathing evenly, lost in sleep. The gym teacher slowly lifted his head, a fierce look in his eyes. "What safe place? This world is over. If I turn into a zombie, I can join them, and I won't have to fear them anymore." The gym teacher quietly opened the door and left the rooftop. A few people seemed to hear the sound, half asleep, glanced at the rooftop door, but paid it no mind. Time slowly passed. Su Chen turned over and slowly opened his eyes. I have to say, the place where I was sleeping, the spot I was leaning on was soft, and this sleep left me with a sore back. Surrounded by maids, with a thigh pillow, this life. Su Chen turned his head and glanced at the rooftop door. Almost instantly, he was wide awake. "Damn it, everyone be on guard." He saw 3 or 2 zombies push open the door and stagger inside. Su Chen jumped up, electricity surging in his hands. "Thunder chain." He quickly ran over. "Want to close the door." Unexpectedly, a large group of zombies heard the noise and immediately went wild, rushing out from the rooftop door. Gunshots rang out. Zhou Dong's squad immediately entered combat mode. Li Jia's squad was a bit late, but still rushed up with guns. Su Chen's expression darkened. It was still night, and the zombies were exceptionally active. But who opened the rooftop door? Moreover, the phone alarm would attract zombies to linger in the hallway. Gunshots mixed with the cries of children. Su Chen, feeling flustered, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly noticed that the gym teacher was missing. He seemed to have guessed something, his eyes turning cold. His decision was wrong again. In the apocalypse, human nature is the most terrifying. What was he thinking to let go of someone who showed hostility towards him? Such a person should be killed ahead of time next time. Chapter 15. Sudden Mutation. Zombies stormed the rooftop. Chen felt that tonight luck was on their side. The zombies had just come up, and he was already awake. If he had still been asleep, not to mention total annihilation, they would have lost quite a few people. The battle plan was disrupted. Chen took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fist. The important thing now was to calm down and command the battle. Zhodong Squad, lead Jia Squad. Withdraw half the firepower. Let some zombies out. Follow my orders. Cease fire. Chen shouted angrily. However, no one from Zhodong's squad stopped. For now, temporarily listen to Chen. The entire plan was made by the two of us. Zhodong shouted hastily. Soon, Zhodong's squad ceased fire as well. The rooftop door was not large, only allowing 3 or 2 zombies to enter at a time. Ling Xiao and the others rushed over, taking care of the zombies. Don't dawdle, reload, and prepare. Chen raised his hand, electricity gathering in his palm. Seeing that the released zombies were about right, Chen directly unleashed the thunder chain. Attack! Gunfire rang out again, but only 3 or 4 people were needed to suppress the rooftop door. Seeing this, Chen also reduced firepower again, allowing more people to join in close combat. As for Chen Jiai and the others, they took the children to a corner of the rooftop and huddled together. Chen stood with his back to the children, electricity shimmering in his hands. He needed to maintain the electricity at all times to provide light for them. Fortunately, maintaining the electricity like this did not consume much stamina. At this moment, the children all turned their eyes to Chen, their emotions stabilizing considerably. Big Brother is awesome. Shattering the darkness with thunder. Sikong Big Brother, Sikong Big Brother. Chen helplessly turned his head. Shut up, my surname is Su. Olate, broter Sufin. Damn it. Chen was speechless, but now was not the time to quibble over such things. He commanded the battle. One batch after another was led into kill. And soon, the entire rooftop was littered with corpses. Even zombies were running up to Chen. However, they were all dealt with by Chen. This made the group of elementary school students behind him look at him with admiration. Those who could be admired are all heroes. The battle continued for an unknown amount of time, until dawn. The entire rooftop, including the hallway below, was filled with zombie corpses. They were piled thickly together, making it impossible to step through. Moreover, with the zombies piled up, who knew if there were any that weren't dead, yet suddenly raising their heads to bite someone? It was Zhodong's squad that stepped up. They used the rooftop cables to jump to the 4th floor, tore down the curtains in the classroom, and used the nylon rope and military knife they carried to weave the curtains into a simple escape route. 2 people held down below, and the children slid down the escape route to the 4th floor, all the way down. The hallway was filled with zombie corpses. Chen glanced at his points, 952. Although there was a work-related bond bonus, the kill count was still a terrifying number. After several hours of fierce battle, everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the 1st floor, meow. 2 zombie cats blocked the way. Chen coldly smiled. You 2 beasts, I've been waiting for you to gather your strength. He showed no mercy. Left hand lightning strike. Right hand thunder chain. In just one encounter, the zombie cats were shot to pieces by the automatic crossbow. Chen nodded at Ling Xiao, then led everyone towards the school bus. Ling Xiao deliberately lagged behind, and after the others walked away, he took the bead from the heads of the 3 zombie cats. Because the system called it evolution energy, Chen also referred to it as evolution core. Soon, everyone gathered at the school bus. There was only one school bus. The driver had died in his seat, and the keys were not an issue. Chen waved his hand, giving the school doctor a driving skill. There was no choice. The school doctor had no combat ability, and it was most convenient to drive. Zhodong and the others had come by car, and there was enough space for 20 people, but currently, they were all children, so squeezing in wasn't a problem. Chen stood in the school bus. Our school bus will set off early. At that time, we will deliberately lure the zombies on the street away, and you will leave, which will be much safer. Zhodong walked up to Chen and slowly bowed. Thank you. This is my walkie-talkie. I'll leave it for you. Consider it a way to contact you. The two were deliberately putting on a show, finding an excuse to leave contact information. The members of Zhou Dong's squad had no doubts. Su Chen's team's combat ability was evident. Then, the members of Zhou Dong's squad got out of the car. The school doctor started the school bus and left Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School, all the way honking the horn, attracting a large number of zombies to chase after them. Although they couldn't go too fast due to traffic jams on the road, the zombies couldn't easily catch up either. Li Jia found a reason to chat with Yi Ling, while secretly trying to gather intelligence about the Xingya laboratory. Su Chen, on the other hand, went to the back to absorb 3 evolution cores, totaling 1,500 points. In addition to the previous 902 points and the 800 points gained from killing the zombie cat. Su Chen's points directly reached 3202. He had firearms, as Zhou Dong left some behind before leaving, and Su Chen also exchanged an automatic crossbow and crossbow bolts. However, it was clear that firearms were of higher value. With firearms, the price of ammunition became much cheaper, 100 points for 150 rounds of ammunition. Of course, in comparison, the crossbow bolts were cheaper, with 100 points yielding 200 bolts. Su Chen exchanged for 12 sets of maid outfits, as the previous maid combat suits were tattered from repeated battles. The white stockings had large holes, and the short skirt had turned into rags. He spent 500 points to exchange for 300 rounds of ammunition and 600 crossbow bolts. He thought about the strengthening direction of the Legion. Bai Lin, Ling Xiao, and Zhang Xiao all belonged to the melee team, along with Zhou Dong and that female soldier, making a total of 5 people. He immediately chose to spend 100 points to give Bai Lin and Zhang Xiao the martial arts proficiency. The 5-person martial artist bond was activated. Martial artist, 5 people. Total combat power increase of 25. Attribute increase of 25. Unfortunately, skills like medical techniques and scientific research were not included in the basic skills. Otherwise, they could have formed relevant bonds directly. However, it didn't matter. Su Chen thought about exploring skills near the hospital. He needed to fill the team to 15 people to raise the recruitment level, currently lacking 2 people. He still had over 2,500 points left. He called over Li Jia's team members to use the automatic crossbow to deal with the zombies trailing behind. As for himself, he sat on a chair and slowly closed his eyes. He opened Chen Jiai's panel and then took a look at Chen Jiai. He had promised to use the system to help her improve her strength. Awakening special abilities required 500 points for each person, which seemed to be the energy of 1 evolution core. Su Chen then opened Ling Xiao's panel and Zhang Xiao's panel. After comparing, he made a decision. Zhang Xiao was the first to be recruited and had special significance, so she had to be strengthened. System awakened the special abilities of Chen Jiai, Ling Xiao, and Zhang Xiao. Chapter 16. Special Ability Awakening, Combat Power Doubling, Points, 1,500, Awakening Special Ability. Congratulations, host. Ling Xiao awakens Special Ability Beast Transformation, Tiger, Current Ability Level 1. Skill, Frenzy. Congratulations, host. Zhang Xiao awakens Special Ability Wind, Current Ability Level 1. Skill, Wind Blade. Congratulations, host. Chen Jiai awakens Special Ability Mind Transmission, Current Ability Level 1. Skill, Mental Network. Su Chen's eyes lit up. All 3 awakened their special abilities? The system had previously hinted that the awakening could fail, and it seemed he was lucky. Ling Xiao's ability was relatively simple, while Zhang Xiao's wind blade was indeed impressive. Zhang Xiao loved to perform aerial splits and kicks, and with the wind blade, she could probably slice a zombie's head in half with a kick. As for Chen Jiai's ability, it was even more useful. Mental Network. Connect with 1 person for conscious dialogue within a 100-meter range. Effectiveness improves with ability level. This was equivalent to creating a group within the range, allowing everyone to send messages with their consciousness. Currently, it cost around 1,000 points, but this ability was quite useful. Su Chen immediately started to upgrade. Ability Level 9. Connect with 5 people for conscious dialogue within a 500-meter range. Effectiveness improves with ability level. Connecting with 5 people, plus Chen Jiai herself, made a total of 6. This was equivalent to upgrading by 1 level, increasing the range by 50 meters and adding 5 people. Chen Jiai, Su Chen called out. Chen Jia immediately walked over, seeming to sense her own improvement. Is it you? Chen Jia asked quietly. Su Chen smiled and said, of course. I told you that as long as you are recruited by me, I can help you grow rapidly, giving you the ability to protect yourself in the apocalypse. I didn't lie to you. Chen Jia smiled and closed her eyes. She was smart and understood why Su Chen had called her over. In fact, both Chen Jia and Ling Xiao, as well as Zhang Xiao, had information flooding into their minds. They knew they had awakened their special abilities and had gained improvements. However, they remained calm, only glancing at Su Chen quietly. Connect me, Ling Xiao, Li Jia, Zhang Xiao. Hearing this, Chen Jia slightly furrowed her brows. After a long while, a voice suddenly appeared in Su Chen's mind. All right, everyone, just speak in your hearts, and we will all hear each other. This was Chen Jia's voice. I have awakened the beast transformation ability, and I feel my physical quality has improved so much. I can feel my thoughts are clearer, and I seem to sense the flow of the wind. The voices of Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao chimed in. Only Li Jia tentatively said something trivial. The group began to discuss in their minds. After a while, Su Chen felt it was enough. Everyone, I'm bringing you into this group to tell you that you are the ones I want to cultivate. My goal is to establish a legion. And since it is a legion, there must be positions like captain and general. Don't think I'm being biased. Even if Su Chen didn't point this out, the others wouldn't think that way. Their loyalty was absolute, and they wouldn't question Su Chen's decisions. Of course, Chen Jia, being Su Chen's friend, was the first to receive cultivation, which was indeed a bit biased. Zhang Xiao fought silently. Ling Xiao was the combat power, and Li Jia had good leadership and coordination skills. Su Chen had naturally observed and compared their attributes before making his decision. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao would be the vanguards, along with Bai Lin, currently the only three of you. Li Jia, you will lead the range team. And as for you, Chen Jia, your ability is suitable for rear support and overall coordination. Su Chen continuously conveyed his thoughts about the future in his mind. When passing by the hospital, he deliberately stopped, letting everyone enter combat here. Even Yiling was no exception. Why didn't I need to fight before? Yiling expressait her dissatisfaction. She ran to Su Chen's side, clinging to his arm and acting cute. Brother. Su Chen, however, smiled faintly and said, I can push you into the horde to fight. Li Jia stepped forward and said, don't do that. She needs some time to adapt. I'll take her and start from the range perspective. Li Jia was clearly playing the peacemaker, and with that, Yiling half-heartedly followed Li Jia away to prepare to kill zombies. Su Chen sighed. If possible, he truly didn't want it to be this way. He had already decided to recruit Yiling under his command. Originally, Su Chen didn't want to force Yiling, and even after fulfilling his promise, he might not recruit her or Yimu Ge. But ever since he learned that the Xingye laboratory might be the mastermind behind the zombie outbreak, his thoughts changed. Even that PE teacher, a trivial and cowardly waste, could put his team in crisis. Yiling was a genius. She had personally witnessed Su Chen reverse the zombie virus, pulling out crossbow bolts and bullets as if performing magic. These were all secrets. Su Chen could not expose them, nor dare to expose them. Don't think I'm being ruthless. Recruiting you is more beneficial than harmful for you. It can even be said that as long as you don't betray me. There are no downsides. Su Chen shook his head, not thinking any further. System, activate the detection skill. Buzz. A strange wave quietly spread out, this time appearing somewhat evident. Su Chen quickly selected two suitable candidates for recruitment, a chief surgeon and a chief physician. According to the system lock, both of these directors have turned into zombies, and it's hard to tell their exact age. However, Su Chen doesn't care much. The presence of a doctor is essential in the team. After experiencing the battle at Jianghai No. 1, the team is now well stocked with ammunition and firearms. The entire team is methodically clearing zombies. And it's quite relaxed for him. After more than an hour, the area is littered with corpses. Su Chen's points, which were only over 200, have increased to 742 after one battle. The two doctors have also been recruited into the team. With the addition of the school doctor, the doctor bond is activated. Doctor, 3. Team virus immunity increased. Self-healing speed 10. Current team immunity increased, with a 20 chance of not being infected by the virus when immunity triggers. System treatment will not deduct points. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Now there are 14 people in the team, and Night Spirit has not been recruited yet. With Zhou Dong and that female soldier, there are already enough people for 15. To upgrade to the next level of recruitment, 1,000 points are still needed, which is currently insufficient. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Night Spirit was knocked down by a zombie, and the people nearby quickly rushed to rescue her. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Li Jia's execution was indeed strong. Did she let Night Spirit face a crisis so quickly? Hurry, there are too many zombies. After saving Night Spirit, get in the car and leave. Su Chen shouted. The crossbow bolt flew and pierced the zombie's head. Night Spirit suddenly jumped up and ran, crying toward the car, with a shallow bite mark on her palm. Chapter 17. Recruitment Level 3. 5 lottery chances. Li Jia had a face full of guilt. It's my fault. I didn't expect a zombie to be under the car and suddenly knock down Night Spirit. In fact, Li Jia had deliberately delayed her action. Otherwise, the zombie would have fallen to the ground the moment it pounced. Night Spirit's face was pale, and she hurriedly hit her palm. No, it's not a zombie bite. You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. Su Chen wanted to say something, but Night Spirit ran to the back of the car by herself. He thought for a moment. If Night Spirit mutates, he could recruit her. It would be more convenient. But currently, the recruitment number is insufficient. They must quickly clear the zombies. The zombies are following. Everyone, attack together and clear the zombies. Su Chen shouted. In the team, only the school doctor was left to drive, while the others took up firearms or automatic crossbows and began to eliminate the zombies. At night, in an abandoned construction site, Su Chen and the others parked the car and settled here. There's still a few scattered zombies on the site, but not many. The building was only half constructed, with concrete walls, poorly ventilated, and very simple. There are also many zombies on the building, with some killed zombies lying on the staircases without railings. Su Chen searched around and found a few people hiding on the top floor. He didn't disturb them and instead rested on the 4th floor. In the apocalypse, human hearts are the most terrifying. Su Chen didn't want to interact with anyone except for his maid army. Chun Jiai was still leaning against the wall, patting her thigh. Come, use my lap as a pillow. Su Chen chuckled softly and lay down. From this angle, Chun Jiai looked very beautiful. Her slender neck, a little cherry red mouth, long eyelashes. Su Chen watched and then closed his eyes. 2 soft, delicate hands rested on his temples, gently pressing. In his consciousness, he asked, Li Jia, how is Night Spirit doing? She really doesn't show signs of mutation. According to observations, after being bitten by a zombie, 1 or 2 hours later, one would start convulsing and spasming, but Night Spirit only has a fever. Su Chen frowned slightly. Night Spirit was bitten. Everyone saw it. So it can't be wrong. It's been nearly half a day. Why hasn't Night Spirit mutated? She is only having a fever. I'm taking care of her. Don't worry, Master. Li Jia, you must also be careful. If she mutates, inform me immediately. Su Chen had no choice but to cut off the consciousness communication. With Chun Jiai's mental network, it was indeed much more convenient. He didn't have to worry about secrets being leaked. After a long while, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Su Chen closed his eyes to rest, but he wasn't asleep. Points 1235. Points reached 1,000. Recruitment number 1515. Confirmed to upgrade recruitment level. Confirm upgrade. Su Chen said in his consciousness. Congratulations, host. Recruitment level has been upgraded to level 3. Recruitment level 3. Recruitment costs 30 points, can randomly increase 2 attribute points. Recruitment number 1,525. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 3 recruitment. Reward 2 lottery chances. Current lottery chances have accumulated to 5 times. Host, can you remember this? Su Chen was stunned and almost opened his eyes. System prompts are usually quite normal. Why do they suddenly change after awakening abilities? Well, it really is a proud system. As for the lottery, he truly forgot about it. The previous novice gift package gave 3 chances, which he completely overlooked. Lotteries are just things that stimulate adrenaline and feel exciting. Nowadays, with beautiful women in his arms, using their long legs as pillows, and having ear-to-ear wake-up services in the morning, Who needs that? Su-chan thought for a moment and decided to open the lottery interface. The interface is divided into two parts: Hero Unit Lottery and Item Lottery. Hero units are the special recruits mentioned by the system before. They collect fragments through the lottery. Hero units come with special skills, basic skills, and ability levels all above level 30, possessing at least dual ability skills. If he draws one of those, it will be a huge profit. Su-chan took a look but decided to skip it. He clicked on the item lottery, which included various weapons, vehicles, and even a combat base. Now that is practical. 5 item lottery chances redeemed, spinning the wheel. Thank you for your patronage. Su-chan sleeps reached. This lottery truly has a style reminiscent of a certain company. If it says thank you for your patronage again. Thank you for your patronage, damn it. Su-chan jumped up on the spot. It would be better not to remind him about the lottery. Suddenly, the virtual lottery interface burst with golden light. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 3 combat vehicle, upgradable. Please release the combat vehicle in a place where there are no people. Level 3 combat vehicle. Carries 20 people, consists of 1 main and 2 co-drivers. Must be equipped with driving skills. Co-drivers can use the combat vehicle-less weapons on the virtual interface. A combat vehicle resembling a tank appeared before Su-chan. At a glance, Su-chan fell in love with the combat vehicle. The whole vehicle had a metallic sheen, with a steel plate shell, and only the designed opening had movable glass windows, presumably made of bulletproof glass. The front of the vehicle was equipped with 4 wheels, while the rear had 6. There were 2 machine guns on top, aimed at the front and back, and it was equipped with radar devices. With this combat vehicle, if zombies dared to block the way ahead, they could be directly crushed. With this combat vehicle, they wouldn't have to search for resting places every day. Su-chan thought again about the map Zhou Dong had given him. There is an art exhibition hall 8 kilometers away from the Starry Night Laboratory. The exhibition hall is equipped with cash transport level security, and the security personnel are armed. The entire outer layer of the exhibition hall is made of heat-resistant, high-strength bulletproof material. Both exits have steel doors that are 3 inches thick, which can achieve lockdown purposes, making it very difficult for zombies to enter such a place. Before the strength develops to a certain level, this place can be used as a temporary base. Of course, the final base is still the Starry Night Laboratory, which is the most reliable. At this moment, Chen Jia stood up and patted Su-chan. What is wrong with you? Laughing one moment and going crazy the next. You wouldn't understand. I suddenly saw something good. Su-chan smiled mysteriously and didn't explain further. Master, come quick. Night spirit as condition seemed a bit off. Su-chan hurried over when he heard Li Jia's words. He saw that Yi Ling had already fallen into a coma. Sister, no, I don't want to inject this thing. Sister. Yi Ling kept murmuring. Her whole face was flushed red, like a monkey's butt. Su-chan touched her forehead. Yi Ling's temperature was extremely high, even feeling a bit hot to the touch. Damn it, there wasn't even a thermometer around. But what exactly happened? What about her wound? Let me take a look. Chapter 18. Recruitment of Yi Ling failed. So-called deity? Su-chan hurriedly checked the wound on Yi Ling's hand. It was indeed a bite mark, and it was somewhat inflamed. The whole wound appeared a bit swollen. The doctor came over and examined her. Her condition is likely due to a fever caused by the wound infection. She needs antibiotics to bring down the fever. Upon hearing this, Su-chan thought for a moment and said, Actually, it's not that complicated. I'll try to recruit her once. If successful, I can directly help her heal. He immediately called the system to attempt recruitment. 30 points, recruiting, resistance detected, strong resistance, recruitment failed. It actually failed? Su-chan was not convinced and tried several more times. He spent a total of 120 points without success. Logically, Yi Ling was now unconscious, which should mean she was in a state without awareness. As for the system's virus detection function, it was ineffective against ordinary people and only worked on Su-chan's own maid army. Su-chan felt helpless. They had also collected some antibiotics earlier. He immediately instructed the doctor to take care of Yi Ling while observing her specific condition. By late at night, Yi Ling's temperature rose again, her heartbeat quickened, and she looked as if she was boiling, sweating profusely. The doctor had no choice but to use oral saline to reduce her temperature, perhaps due to the fever. Yi Ling began to talk in her sleep again. Sister, we're all scientists. We must believe in science. How could there be deities in this world? Please, sister, don't make another mistake. There can't be deities in this world. There can't be. If you continue like this, I won't help you anymore. I will leave the Starry Night laboratory. I can survive on my own. Yiling shouted and suddenly opened her eyes. She weakly glanced around, only to find the doctor and Li Jia carefully taking care of her. Yiling opened her mouth but fell asleep again. Strangely, her skin was obviously not as red as before, and her temperature seemed to be gradually decreasing. Master, heart rate slowing, temperature normal, breathing steady. She is asleep, the doctor reported. Chen narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, check the wound again. It must be a zombie bite, right? At this moment, the doctor was also uncertain. This seemed to be just a normal wound infection, and since she had taken antibiotics, she was getting better. There were no issues. Chen couldn't figure out the exact situation, but from Yiling's words, he could infer some things. Firstly, Yi Muge had injected Yiling with some unknown substance. Secondly, Yiling mentioned helping Yi Muge. Did that imply that Yiling had also been involved in virus research? However, this premise relied on the fact that the virus had indeed been spread worldwide by the Starry Night Laboratory. Lastly, there was the so-called deity. It was indeed intriguing to hear the word deity from a biologist's mouth. What they believed in was evolution, not a creator that made humans. Chen fell silent for a moment, waved his hand, and said, everyone, go rest. Remember to leave someone on watch. Chen Jia was the first to pull Chen aside, moving to a corner and once again acting as a pillow. Bai Lin wanted to say something, but ultimately just stomped her foot and turned to leave. Seeing this, Chen Jia's lips curled up slightly. She lowered her head and carefully stroked Chen's bangs. Chen, meeting again, you've got so many people around you now. If only we were still in school. I was the school belle, and there were so few people who could compete with me. Do you know how happy I was when you said you were looking for me? When you said for me to come with you, I didn't hesitate at all. Chen Jia whispered to herself. Her gaze gradually became determined, as if she had made up her mind. She felt Chen's breathing steady, looked around, bent down, and lightly kissed Chen's cheek like a dragonfly touching water. She raised her head, glancing left and right, as if feeling guilty for doing something wrong. Time slowly passed. 5 days later, Chen chose not to deploy the combat vehicle since Yiling's situation was not yet resolved. The school bus couldn't continue, so they had to get off and walk. It took a full 5 days for Chen and the others to arrive near the exhibition hall. Chen raised his hand and used his abilities to kill a zombie. The situation at the exhibition hall was unclear, but the security personnel had firearms. So it was best to avoid direct confrontation and temporarily find a place nearby to observe. Chen looked around and focused his gaze on a hotel. The hotel doors were wide open, and zombies were aimlessly wandering inside. Chen, our supplies are running low. The hotel should have some stored food. We must go in, Li Jia suggested. Chen nodded slightly. That's exactly what I was thinking. The group immediately moved toward the hotel. This used to be a famous 5-star hotel in Jianghai City, with a total of 27 floors. As a recent college graduate, Chen would have never been able to check into a 5-star hotel under normal circumstances. Now, however, he walked in without hesitation. Zombies swarmed in, but they were blocked by the maid army. The first floor was the lobby, where the zombies were most numerous. Chen quickly looked around and saw the sign for the emergency exit not far away. They couldn't take the elevator now and had to go up through the emergency exit. Passing the front desk, Chen hurriedly jumped in, rummaging through the place, and found an employee handbook. Without even looking at it, he stuffed the handbook into his pocket and dashed out again. The door to the emergency exit was closed and seemed to be locked from the inside. Chen frowned slightly and called for Ling Xiao to come over, directly activating his rage mode to forcefully break the door. The door opened slightly, but there was a chain securing it from the inside. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's fire axe was still there, and after several chops, the chain snapped. Once inside, the zombies were gone. The remote team held the rear, using automatic crossbows to suppress the zombies, and managed to lock the emergency door again. The chain was broken, so they could only use the rope they carried to tie it up. It was uncertain how long that would hold. Chen narrowed his eyes. Someone had locked the door, which proved that there were indeed people in the building. Master, it doesn't matter if there are people here. As long as there is no conflict, This is just a temporary place to rest. Chen immediately led the group up the stairs. But after climbing just a few floors, a dart gun barrel emerged, pressing against Chen's head. Chen immediately raised his hands. Several men in camouflage walked down. They looked at Chen and then at the women behind him, their expressions cold. "Did you break the door below?" the leading man asked. Chen helplessly spread his hands. "I had no choice. I didn't expect there were people inside." Chapter 19. But I want to get one blood. Chen quickly analyzed the current situation. "Take off your clothes," someone suddenly said. Chen frowned and asked why. "To check if you have any injuries." "Don't worry. We will have female team members check your people. I am Su Dagwa, currently the temporary captain of this assembly team. What you see here are just some members of our rescue team. The rest are upstairs." As Su Dagwa spoke, he nodded to a few female team members. Chen also nodded to Li Jia and the others. "Jia, connect our consciousness and tell everyone to cooperate for now, and don't cut off the connection with me," Chen said in his mind. Soon, Chen was taken to a room to take off his clothes for a checkup. After confirming that there were no issues, Su Dagwa became much more amiable. "You guys must have rushed through the zombie horde below to get here, right?" Chen was taken aback and retorted. "There are no zombies below. How long has it been since you last observed down there?" "Impossible." Su Dagwa quickly took out his walkie-talkie to call for help. He directly left Chen and ran out of the room, instructing his teammates to take care of Chen and the others. When Chen came out after getting dressed, some members of the maid corps had already completed their checks. However, there was a problem during the examination of Yiling. The scars on Yiling's palm were difficult to explain, which made everyone a bit suspicious. But Yiling had always been normal. If she were to mutate, it would have happened long ago. Chen could only sigh. Perhaps it was heaven's way of not letting him betray Yiling. Over the past 5 days, he hadn't let Yiling participate in battles, but had taken good care of her instead. While waiting, Chen utilized his social skills to chat with the team members. Their temporary team consisted of members from 8 rescue squads. Each rescue squad was made up of 20 people, but due to heavy casualties, only about 50 remained here. Chen couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying number of zombies. They had sustained injuries multiple times on their way here. But thanks to the presence of doctors and the system's healing functions, they hadn't suffered any losses. But in the end, this was a brutal apocalypse. Even well-equipped team members faced such damage. One could only imagine how dire the situation was. Chen also knew that the team members had rescued many people who were now gathered in the hotel, managed separately. This batch consisted of about 80 people, many of whom were elite talents. Chen directly activated the detection function. Sure enough, the system highlighted about 20 potential recruits in red. However, it was clear that they couldn't recruit them directly. Chen and the others were taken to the 13th floor, where some people were present, and even some were dressed in suits, looking very clean and tidy. In contrast, Chen and the maid corps looked like a group of scavengers coming out of a garbage dump. Chen exchanged for maid outfits again and distributed them to everyone. They also got a chance to take a shower. This floor had a water circulation system. Downstairs was a huge water reservoir, and there were water tanks on the roof. Although there was no hot water, taking a cold shower was already a luxury. Just as Chen was still washing, there was a knock on the door. "Aiken." It was Chen Jiai's voice. Chen was taken aback and replied, "I'm taking a shower." But the next moment, the bathroom door was opened. Before Chen could see clearly, Chen Jiai had already jumped into his arms. Feeling the skin contact, Chen almost instantly fell for her. "Aiken, I know you have no shortage of women around you, and I can't bind you from finding more women. But I want to take the first blood." After saying that, Chen Yi initiated opeshenitkish. Chen had inexplicable feelings for Chen Jiai. Back in college, she was the goddess in the hearts of countless people, including many rich second-generation heirs. Chen was well aware that aside from being somewhat handsome, he had nothing else to offer. He was average in studies, an orphan with deceased parents and no background. Perhaps he hadn't even realized that he was unconsciously feeling inferior. Chen took a deep breath and shifted from passive to active. In the bathroom, the sound of hurried breaths filled the air. When it was all over, Chen carried the exhausted Chen Jiai out. The water washed away the trace of blood. He smiled wryly and said, "Silly girl, who really took whose first blood?" Chen took out the maid outfit, placed it by the bedside, covered Chen Jiai with a blanket, and walked to the door. As he opened the door, 5 people collapsed on the ground. Li Jia and Bai Lin stood up, awkwardly smiled, and turned to leave. Su Chen felt helpless again. Good grief, eavesdropping. And there are so many of them. Was a sound that loud? The members of Su Dagua's team did not restrict Su Chen and their freedom. The 10 nearby rooms all belonged to Su Chen and his group. Su Chen found a suitable window and took out binoculars to observe. It was indeed safe for now, but for him, the exhibition hall was his ultimate goal. The main entrance of the exhibition hall was tightly closed, and hundreds of zombies were roaming nearby. Some zombies had been surrounding the window of the exhibition hall. From this point, it was very likely that there were people inside. Su Chen also saw the steel door, which indeed looked impenetrable. He was quite satisfied. Closing the door was like a turtle shell. But how was he going to attack inside? Just then, Su Dagua evoked up to Su Chen. No need to look any further. When the apocalypse broke out, the exhibition hall seemed to be transporting a batch of valuable artworks, and they hired a 30-person team for transport. They are armed. When the apocalypse broke out, this team acted decisively, shooting zombies and closing the exhibition hall's main door. Hiding inside until now, Su Dagua smiled, but his eyes were somewhat cold. Su Chen put down the binoculars. The other party suddenly said so much. Their purpose must be simple. Captain Su, we are from the same family, so let's not beat around the bush. What do you want me to do? Chapter 20. Su Dagua leaves, shedding burdens as soon as these words were spoken. Su Dagua chuckled awkwardly. They were all rough people and indeed not suited for such convoluted matters. We gathered here partly because of the zombie horde and partly because of the Xingya laboratory. Now that the zombie horde has dispersed, we have our own tasks, and you and your people can advance in the city. That courage and strength cannot be underestimated. After saying this, Su Dagua gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand, as he seemed to understand Su Dagua's meaning. They had their own tasks, and it was inconvenient to take the people in the hotel with them. They hoped that he would stay here to protect the people in the hotel. Don't joke, Brother Su, with my strength. How can I protect so many people? Su Chen directly refused without a moment's hesitation. Why not? Su Dagua asked in surprise. Are you saying that in times of national crisis, we should help each other? And I must do more because I have strength? Su Chen retorted. Su Dagua wanted to say something, but when his gaze met Su Chen's, he seemed to understand Su Chen's thoughts. Most people could barely protect themselves, let alone care about others. Su Chen's refusal was understandable. Su Dagua remained silent for a long time, but couldn't help saying, the exhibition hall is indeed safer, but those people inside are very dangerous. This place is also quite good. After saying this, seeing that Su Chen still looked unmoved, he thought for a moment and chose to turn and leave. However, just as Su Dagua reached the door, Su Chen smiled and said, if you see Mu Ge and she doesn't contact you, you might as well tell her that you saw her sister Yiling. The mission of the Xingya laboratory is a secret. How does Su Chen know? Perhaps this was the reason Su Chen brought a group of female soldiers to this place? Su Dagua left. At least Su Dagua was not entirely wrong. This hotel is not bad. On the third day of staying at the hotel, Su Dagua came to say goodbye. They had prepared a convoy. There was no shortage of good cars under the hotel. The group was split into 2 parts, with 15 people escorting about 30 people out of the city, while the remaining ones were heading to the Starry Night laboratory. As for the hotel, there were still about 50 ordinary people left, almost forcibly handed over to Su Chen. Su Chen was helpless. Once that group of rescue team members left, the remaining 50 people began to let loose. Su Chen initially didn't want to pay attention, but those few men should not have targeted his maid army. Fila fila. Electricity crackled, and 3 charred bodies appeared on the ground. Su Chen coldly surveyed the scene. This was the 15th floor of the hotel restaurant. All 50 people were gathered, and the 3 executed were those who attempted to harm the maid army, even threatening Su Chen with a kitchen knife. After the gym teacher incident, Su Chen decided that one must be ruthless. Don't think that just because the rescue team left, you can take over. From today on, you go upstairs, the 25th floor and above is your territory, and no one is allowed to come down except for meals. Furthermore, anyone who dares to waste food will have these 3 as a warning. Su Chen said coldly. Immediately, a man in a suit stood up, pointing at Su Chen. What the hell are you? You weren't so arrogant when the rescue team was here. This is the apocalypse. Who are you to control us? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of electricity flashed and struck right in front of that man. You also said it's the apocalypse. What rules are there in the apocalypse? It's simply that I am stronger than you, Chen said lightly. The man was stunned. The crowd fell silent. To them, Chen, who could wield lightning powers, seemed like a deity. Also, I'm not completely heartless. If you want to join me, you can. Go find Li Jia to register your skills. But there is only one prerequisite for joining. You must kill zombies. After saying this, Chen took Chen Jia's hand and turned to leave. After he left, the entire restaurant began to murmur. Why should he have a right? Just because he has powers? It's the apocalypse. It must be the benefits from killing zombies. Indeed, there is that possibility. We can also kill zombies and gain powers. I want to join. Me too. Most of those wanting to join were strong men who were dissatisfied with Chen and wanted to overthrow him. When the rescue team was around, they received good treatment. However, Chen did not consider himself a savior. How could he treat these people kindly? But some chose to wait and see, while others approached Li Jia. The 50 survivors were divided into 3 parts. A dozen strong men were searching for weapons, planning to go kill zombies. Seeing this, Li Jia instructed 2 maid members beside her, keep an eye on them. If they get injured by zombies, or if the situation is off, kill them. Li Jia's eyes also turned cold. If zombies broke into this building, they would need to deal with the aftermath. Moreover, this group of people opposed their master. How could Li Jia let them off easily? Among those who approached Li Jia were 4 women and 2 men, constituting only a small part of the group. After registration, the 4 women indeed had no significant skills. Chen's earlier detection skill had revealed quite a few talents, but unfortunately, that group had been taken away by Dagua. In the evening, in the room, Li Jia was reporting the situation to Chen. Among the 4 women, 2 were from the hotel front desk and 2 were sales staff, while the 2 men were mechanics. Chen felt a bit helpless. Front desk sales? But they weren't completely untrainable. As long as they were obedient and willing to join, spending 50 points to unlock basic skills could still yield decent combat power. Go ask Ling Xiao if she wants to join the combat team. If she does, she can choose to take these 4 people. Chen waved his hand. He felt helpless. Chen Jia had accompanied him for 2 days, but for some reason, today she suddenly said she wanted to sleep with Zhang Xiao. Tonight, he would probably have to sleep alone. Li Jia looked at Chen, slowly walked behind him, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Master, Jia seems to be a bit overwhelmed. Let's draw lots to decide who keeps you company tonight. As she spoke, Li Jia had already unbuttoned Chen's shirt. Chen was taken aback. He was used to the maids giving him shoulder massages, but he didn't expect Li Jia to launch a sneak attack tonight. Li Jia breathed softly, whispering, her warm breath blowing on Chen's ear. This woman was igniting a fire. Chapter 21. Sudden message from the walkie-talkie, a night of turbulence. Li Jia's appearance could only be considered above average, but she was naturally the type of a mature woman with a great aura. Moreover, her figure was definitely the best among the maid army. Most men could hardly withstand Li Jia's overwhelming advance, feeling like a lone boat adrift in the waves. In the following days, Chen had the maid army go out in batches to kill zombies, retreating to the hotel when tired. However, after several days of hunting, the number of zombies seemed to show no signs of decreasing. Chen understood this. The permanent population of Shanghai City is in the tens of millions. Not to mention that the apocalypse broke out in October during the peak tourist season. The population likely rose to a terrifying number. The number of zombies should also be in the tens of millions, and how many had Chen and the others killed? Probably only about 1,000th of that number. Li Jia reported the situation while holding a small notebook. The biggest problem was that the generator had been damaged. The cold storage had completely lost its effectiveness, and the meat inside had rotted to the point of being inedible. Moreover, our people's physical fitness is inherently strong, so the amount of food they require is not something ordinary people can compare to. Chen held his head, feeling helpless. As a leader, there were indeed too many issues to consider. The hotel naturally had a generator, but Dagua had never mentioned that the generator had been damaged. When Chen found the generator, only one was usable, and it could only be used to supply the restaurant to ensure the food wouldn't rot. Now the last one was also broken. Hold a party, See if we can eat everything today. Don't wait until everything rots and wastes, he said. Also, what about that group of people? Su Chen was naturally referring to the burden left by Su Dagwa. Out of those 50 people, Su Chen recruited 6 women, supplementing 4 to the close combat team and 2 to the range team. The close combat team recruited suffered 1 casualty due to lack of experience during a zombie siege. As for those 50 people, only 7 men joined us. I chose some strong mechanics. The remaining only left 8 people. Ligias Nadat. The previous group of men wanted to hunt zombies to gain powers, overthrow Su Chen, and gain freedom. Unfortunately, when they saw the zombies rushing in, they were terrified and suffered heavy losses during the chaos. Those who truly dared to pick up weapons to fight were also injured because of their incompetent teammates. In summary, that group was almost completely wiped out, leaving only 1 survivor who joined Su Chen's team. The remaining 8 people, are they in a state of giving up? Su Chen asked. Li Jiao paused for a moment, but couldn't help but nod. Su Chen sighed. Let's observe for a while longer. If they really give up on themselves, then don't expect anyone to lend them a hand. After Li Jiao reported the situation, she reached out, lifted Su Chen's chin, and raised an eyebrow at him. Su Chen was taken aback. Li Jiao licked her lips and smiled. Bai Lin also really wants to taste a master, but we think the master should also get some rest. Su Chen. Men can't say they can't do it, okay? I can, no need to rest. Li Jiao laughed heartily and then turned to leave. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. Li Jiao provoked him and left, which made him feel somewhat unsettled. Little Su Chen is about to wake up, but at that moment, a rustling sound came. This walkie-talkie is military grade. With a long signal range and able to receive most frequencies, it was left to Su Chen by Zhou Dong. Su Chen adjusted it, and the voice gradually became clear. Eagle Team 15, Su Dagwa, I have been infected with the zombie virus, and currently, there are no signs of mutation. This is due to an experiment at the Xingye laboratory, and I just escaped. This story dates back a few days. After Su Dagwa and the others left, they planned to forcibly storm the Xingye laboratory. Their combat skills were indeed strong. With a team of over 30, they managed to divert the zombies around the Xingye laboratory through 3 days of guerrilla warfare. After successfully breaking into the laboratory, they were captured by security personnel. From the beginning, Yi Muge did not want to negotiate, even killing on the spot. The Xingye laboratory is, indeed, a traitor to all humanity. I proposed the Night Spirit to save my life, but then Yi Muge tortured me. When I was unwilling to say more, she injected me with a drug. I became a monster, but I still have my consciousness. All members of Eagle Team, this mission can be abandoned at your discretion. Do not come, do not. By the end, Su Dagwa's voice turned into a roar. Su Chen adjusted the device again, wanting to ask what had happened to Su Dagwa. But on the other end, the message repeated itself. The purpose was to warn the Eagle Team. It seems that the Eagle Team is the collective name for the squads executing the rescue plan and the plan to infiltrate the Xingye laboratory. Eagle Team 15. The Dragon Kingdom has not given up on Jianghai City and has sent so many teams? Perhaps because this is a necessary route to the Xingye laboratory. Su Chen's team had actually encountered members of the Eagle Team multiple times. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This Yi Muge is completely different from what he imagined. In that photo, with the sunset casting its glow, he still cannot forget the tranquility and harmony conveyed by that picture. This understanding has been shattered as he learns more. Yi Muge, Night Spirit. Su Chen realized that his curiosity was acting up again. Apocalypse outbreak? Xingye laboratory? System? So-called gods? All of this is driving Su Chen to want to delve deeper. Perhaps it's time to have a good talk with the Night Spirit, Su Chen murmured. At night, the fire escape on the 6 floors below had been locked and blocked. Su Chen and the others brought food to the hotel rooftop, where they held a barbecue celebration in the apocalypse. Most of the meat had already rotted, and the remaining pieces were barely edible. Su Chen even had people find some wine. Red wine, still a bit unfamiliar. Eating meat and drinking beer is the way to go. Su Chen laughed heartily. He walked over to the Night Spirit, who was holding a glass and felt out of place. Chapter 22. Scoundrel, you deceived me. The Night Spirit glanced at Su Chen and coldly snorted, Scoundrel, why aren't you looking for your maid sisters? Why are you looking for me? Su Chen looked at the Night Spirit's maid outfit and chuckled. Can I interpret what you said as jealousy? The night spirit was furious. She knew she was wearing a maid outfit. But what could she do? Let's play a game. If I win, you tell me a secret of yours. If I lose, I'll tell you a secret of mine. If you don't want to share secrets, we drink. How about that? Su-Chen said with a smile. The night spirit turned her head, but she indeed felt a sense of loneliness. Ever since she was young, she had felt this feeling of not fitting in. Her sister once said, "Don't care because we are too smart. Our perspective on the world is different from ordinary people, so we will feel lonely." This loneliness had intensified after leaving the Xingya laboratory and following the outbreak. She looked at zombies merely as mutated beings infected by some virus. Ordinary people saw zombies as bloodthirsty monsters that must be killed. But if they're just mutated beings, perhaps they can be cured, right? All right, I agree to play the game. Hearing this, Su-Chen tilted his head and smiled. A genius is still a genius, but they can easily fall into traps. Perhaps apart from the system's hints, he had never seen the night spirit show her genius side. The two played rock, paper, scissors. In the first 3 rounds, Su-Chen lost. But gradually, Su-Chen gained the upper hand. The night spirit lost 10 times in a row, so angry that she stood up and stomped her feet. "Scoundrel! You deceived me. You must have cheated. It was actually quite simple. Your pattern of throwing was very straightforward. Scissors, scissors, rock, rock, paper, and then repeat." The night spirit was stunned. She didn't expect Su-Chen to have such observational skills. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Come on. I don't believe you can win again." But the next time, she lost again. "Why? I specifically avoided your pattern. What are you thinking? You have no pattern at all. I was just talking nonsense. Last time I threw scissors. This time you definitely avoided scissors, so I threw paper. And the worst outcome is a tie with you." As soon as Su-Chen said this, the night spirit was frozen in place. After a long while, she sighed and said, "In this regard, I indeed lost completely. All right, now I have 2 questions." Su-Chen's lips curled slightly. The first question, you were bitten by a zombie, right? As soon as this was said, the night spirit's expression changed noticeably. She stammered, wanting to find an excuse. But when she looked up, she met Su-Chen's piercing gaze, as if all her little movements had been seen through. The night spirit paused and nodded. "Why won't you mutate? Is it because you have antibodies in your body?" Su-Chen asked again. The night spirit's breath caught. But Su-Chen suddenly stood up, his eyes turning cold. "It seems I was right. The Xingya laboratory and Yi Muge are the culprits, harming all of humanity. That's billions of people. You even researched antibodies in advance. What is this, a human threat elimination plan?" Su-Chen's words completely provoked the night spirit. She suddenly stood up and splashed a glass of wine directly on Su-Chen's face. Her eyes were red, staring at Su-Chen, and then she shook her head frantically. No, you all don't understand anything. You just believe what outsiders say." Her sister was right. The feeling of loneliness comes from us being too smart. I shouldn't have to fit into any group. After saying this, the night spirit smashed the wine glass and turned to leave. Su-Chen stood there, head down, silent. The maid brigade hurried over to help Su-Chen wipe the wine off his body and face. This was just a small episode. "Everyone, don't worry, continue." Su-Chen left. He then gestured to Chen Jiai and walked to the edge of the rooftop. In his mind, Ling Xiao, Chen Jiai, Zhang Xiao, and Li Jia joined the conversation. "Master, such blunt provocation will push the night spirit away. She is a good trump card for us," Li Jia said with some helplessness. "I did it on purpose." Su-Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the sky. If she is hiding something, this will definitely provoke her to explode. This matter is far from simple. Zhou Dong said that the higher-ups received a video showing the Xingya laboratory conducting experiments, so they pointed to the laboratory as the source of the apocalypse outbreak. But this time, the night spirit said it was not like that. Throughout the entire time, the night spirit had never asked Su-Chen anything and did not participate in his discussions. But in reality, the information she controlled far exceeded what Su-Chen imagined. The Maid Corps does not question why the Maid combat uniforms increase physical attributes or why their ammunition and crossbow bolts are endless. This is because they have a system that ensures 100 loyalty and they absolutely trust Su-Chen. Yet, Night Spirit observes all of this and can suppress her curiosity, which is her greatest uniqueness. Su-Chen suddenly had an epiphany this afternoon. After receiving a message over the intercom, an indescribable curiosity nearly overwhelmed him, making him want to explore. He couldn't help it. Most people couldn't help it. But Night Spirit could. And the genius trait defined by the system is definitely not a mere name. Ling Xiao, you, and Zhang Xiaoxiao currently have the strongest combat capabilities, even when away from the team. Your only task is to keep an eye on Night Spirit, Su Chen said solemnly. That night, most people got drunk. They indulged in meat and drink, reveling amidst the howls of zombies. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, a feeling of oppression filled everyone's hearts. The bloodthirsty and brutal zombies, the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground, made the city look like it had been ravaged for decades in just a month. Everything was released tonight. As dawn broke, a small figure with a backpack tied herself with a rope and jumped from the sixth-floor window, gradually making her way to the ground. The sunlight gradually appeared, shining on her face. She was Night Spirit. Sister Li Jia, Sister Bai Lin, Sister Chen Jiai, you all take good care of me, but unfortunately, I do not belong to you. What my sister said is right. My way of seeing the world is different from yours. Night Spirit took out a button-like object from her bosom and pressed it gently, causing a white light to illuminate. Suddenly, a cool voice emanated from the button. Night Spirit nodded and put the button away. She quietly hid near a wrecked car, and soon, half an hour passed, and in the distance, a team of people rushed over. Chapter 23. The Starry Night Laboratory arrives. Night Spirit leaves. This group was well-trained, moving quietly without making too much noise. When encountering zombies blocking their path, some immediately dispersed to deal with them, not affecting the main force's speed. On their chests was a pentagram, made of silver-white metal, which reflected colorful light when the sun hit it. Starry Night Laboratory. Night Spirit walked towards this team. The leader took out a device and scanned Night Spirit, then frowned. Miss Night Spirit, you have actually been infected by the zombie virus? That was an accident, Night Spirit replied calmly. The leader raised his hand, and a fireball slowly appeared. He glanced at the hotel, sneered, and then threw the fireball. The next moment, the fireball exploded, flames shooting up into the sky. The zombies were drawn to it, like moths to a flame, and within minutes, they were reduced to charred remains. In a corner, two people slowly emerged. Master, Night Spirit has been taken away. Indeed, most people were drunk last night, but there were exceptions. The people from the Starry Night Laboratory released the fireball before leaving, clearly as a show of force. Su Chen froneth. Su Chen did not choose to elevate himself. After all, with the maid core present, he had no need to personally kill zombies. However, the destruction caused by a level 10 ability was far inferior to what this man could achieve effortlessly. Su Chen deduced that this man's ability level was at least above level 20. Chen Jiai stood nearby, her brows furrowed, feeling the pressure that this man exuded. Just like Su Chen, in terms of physical fitness, neither Chen Jiai nor Su Chen could match Ling Xiao, but their ability levels were the highest among everyone. They were also the most sensitive to abilities. Master. The voice fell as Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. That team consisted of about 15 people, moving extremely quickly, faster than my full-speed run, with decent physical fitness. Additionally, their equipment was extremely high quality. I noticed their firearms were superior to those of the Falcon Squad. Ling Xiao reported the situation. Su Chen felt the pressure. What exactly is the Starry Night Laboratory, capable of cultivating such an armed force in Long Country? No wonder Yi Mu Ge could ignore the rescue team, and even the military of Long Country. And this was just a branch of the Starry Night Laboratory. Not want to think too much. Starting tomorrow, we will hunt zombies centered around here. Be careful not to come into contact with the people from the exhibition hall. They will only come out when they feel safe. Su Chen squinted, looking down at the direction of the exhibition hall. The hotel they were in was only 2 streets away from the exhibition hall, but the number of zombies on those 2 streets was no less than 10,000. It seems that we need to make good use of the hotel structure. Su Chen took out the employee manual, which he had gotten at the front desk. It recorded the entire hotel structure, including safety passages and elevator shafts. Su Chen already had an idea. In any case, the hotel is not a long-term base. He did not know what the people in the exhibition hall were like, but in the apocalypse, there's no morality. Su Chen felt no guilt about occupying the exhibition hall. However, he did not want to damage the outer structure of the exhibition hall, leaving himself a hidden danger. He could only wait for the people inside to come out. According to Su's country, there were about 30 of them, and they were armed. Su Chen calculated in his heart. System, upgrade recruitment level. Current points, 3,248. 1,500 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Current recruitment, 2025, meeting the upgrade conditions. Previously, it required full recruitment to upgrade, but from this level onward, upgrading the recruitment level does not require filling all recruitment slots. Points, 1,500, recruitment level, 4. Recruitment points, 40. Successful recruitment can specify an increase of 2 random attributes. Recruitment quantity, 2035. Congratulations, host. Recruitment level has been upgraded. Reward, 1 upgrade scroll. Upgrade scroll can increase a specified item by 13 levels. Su Chen had only 1 item, the combat vehicle that he had never used. Now that Night Spirit had left, the combat vehicle could be brought out. Su Chen immediately used the upgrade scroll on the combat vehicle. His luck exploded, directly increasing it by 3 levels. Level 6 combat vehicle, divided into 1 main, 3 assistants. Assistants can use weapon systems, requires basic driving and basic shooting skills. Carrying capacity, 40. The overall vehicle body gained an extra pair of wheels and became much wider. The upper machine guns were upgraded to 3. Su Chen secretly praised it. This combat vehicle, when deployed, would completely crush the nearby zombies. However, machine guns would certainly consume a lot of ammunition. Let's go to the underground garage, Su Chen said, leading Ling Xiao and a few others towards the underground garage. The zombies around the hotel had been mostly cleared out. Furthermore, because they used automatic crossbows, which made less noise, the nearby wandering zombies did not gather. Su Chen arrived at the hotel's underground garage. There were luxury cars parked here, but they were all covered in dust now. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao carried plastic buckets to drain the fuel from these luxury cars. The combat vehicle's attributes showed that it had a fuel tank of 300. They would probably need to drain all these luxury cars to fill it up. Su Chen directly took out the combat vehicle. Compared to the icon displayed in the system, when the combat vehicle truly appeared before Su Chen, he finally understood what a steel beast meant. The vehicle was over 10 meters long and as wide as 2 cars. Overall, it looked like a tank. It's annoying. The roads outside are filled with cars. If the combat vehicle goes out, it will probably have to charge through everything, Su Chen chuckled. He was not worried at all. This combat vehicle was just like a tank, with a full metal steel plate exterior that was not afraid of collisions. Su Chen walked into the vehicle, and the facilities inside were not particularly good. There were 2 rows of seats on either side, resembling simple benches. In the front driver's cabin, various electronic instruments were present, which looked dizzying at first glance. No wonder driving skills were required to operate this thing. Su Chen designated the school doctor as the main driver and had 3 members from the long-range team come forward. As long as they had driving skills, they could perfectly control this combat vehicle. Master! Suddenly, a shout rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was the sound of an automatic crossbow firing. Chapter 24. The zombies that can raise pets. Su Chen hurriedly dashed out of the combat vehicle. He saw 5 zombie dogs appearing in the distance, surrounding Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao. Chen Jie was carefully shooting with an automatic crossbow nearby. These zombie dogs were similar to the zombie cats, but their size had been greatly enlarged, and they were even bigger than the zombie cats they had encountered before. With their mouths open, there were 2 rows of sharp teeth filled with flesh, looking extremely fierce. The overall level of decay also seemed to be higher. Su Chen raised his hand, and the sound of dense electric currents filled the air. Coordinate with me. Attack. Ling Xiao, Berserk, Xiao, Windblade, Jai, Spirit Net. The Spirit Net allowed for mental communication, conveying commands more swiftly. Su Chen raised his hand and unleashed a lightning chain, with electricity directly spreading to the 5 zombie dogs. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red, and her arms seemed to bulk up. She charged forward, even crushing the concrete ground beneath her feet, shooting out like a cannonball. The beast transformation ability already enhanced her physical attributes, and combined with the Berserk boost, Ling Xiao's current physical prowess was astonishing. Swinging her fire axe, she directly split open the head of 1 zombie dog. The evolution core dropped and was swiftly picked up by Ling Xiao. Su Chen activated the lightning chain again. coupled with a lightning strike, quickly dispatching another zombie dog. Previously, one zombie cat had caused them a lot of trouble, but now everyone's strength was incomparable. However, at that moment, the zombie dog howled and began to slowly retreat, burying its front paws and head in the ground. Chen frowned, thinking the zombie dog was about to launch a sneak attack. To his surprise, footsteps echoed from the shadows once more. After a while, Chen's eyes widened. He saw a tall zombie emerge, standing at least 2 meters tall, with 2 long tentacles trailing behind it, covered in barbs that looked quite disgusting. Most importantly, a larger zombie dog followed closely behind this tall zombie. Damn! Chen could only describe his feelings with a traditional expression. How long had it been? He was still immersed in the thought that zombies were the kind of howling, idiotic monsters outside. Reality slapped him hard. Were they really starting to keep pets? He saw the tall zombie pat the zombie dog beside it. The zombie dog let out a howl and charged forward, its massive paws slamming into the ground, making it feel like the ground was shaking. After entering berserk mode, Ling Xiao became a bit agitated. With a furious roar, she charged forward, swinging her fire axe. Zhang Xiao raised her hand and waved, adding a wind blade to the fire axe. This wind blade could be added not only to oneself, but also to weapons or companions. In the next moment, boom! In just one exchange, Ling Xiao was knocked flying. However, the fire axe in her hand also left a long blood mark on the zombie dog. The tall zombie roared in anger, and its tentacles whipped against the ground, making a crackling sound. Chen fronith. Ling Xiao, be careful, calm down. He raised his hand and unleashed the lightning chain. The powerful current causing both the zombie dog and the tall zombie to stop in their tracks, twitching all over. The lightning chain was more like a control skill. Lightning strike. A powerful current struck the tentacles behind the tall zombie, severing them, and they fell to the ground, quickly shriveling up like they were dehydrated. Chen used the same trick again, collaborating with Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao's abilities. The zombie dog was completely dealt with. The remaining tall zombie continued to roar angrily. But Ling Xiao and the others had also brought out their automatic crossbows, fighting while retreating. After a fierce battle lasting nearly an hour, the zombie finally collapsed to the ground. Chen looked at the 7 evolution cores in his hand, 2 of which were slightly larger, while the other 5 were of similar size. He directly had the system absorb them. Points 2,500, points 1,400. The 5 smaller ones gave 2,500 points without a doubt. But Chen was surprised to find that the 2 larger evolution cores yielded 1,400 points. It seemed that the larger the evolution core, the more points were obtained upon absorption. Coupled with the kill rewards and the remaining points from before, Chen felt he had hit the jackpot. Current points, 6887. This was his highest point total ever. He was close to breaking 10,000. But just then, chaotic footsteps echoed. Chen was stunned, only to see hordes of zombies rushing into the underground parking lot. Remembering the howling of the tall zombie before it died, his gaze sharpened. Could it be that these zombies could call for help? If they had simple awareness, it would mean that zombies were still evolving. Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, if they could awaken powers and enhance their physical attributes, why couldn't zombies evolve? But now is not the time to think too much. Chen immediately called everyone to prepare to leave. The previous plan was now ready to be executed. Jia, connect with Li Jia and tell her that the plan we practiced before is about to start. Chen opened the system panel and quickly purchased automatic crossbows and crossbow bolts. He also had all 20 members of the Maid army replenish their shooting skills. This cost another 1,000 points, but Chen was feeling wealthy and had no worries. At the same time, the people upstairs began to take their positions. Everyone who joined Chen's team was equipped with weapons to deal with the impending horde of zombies. The previously closed fire escape door was reopened. Li Jia's team members used ropes and techniques they learned from the rescue team to create an escape route using bed sheets. Chen's plan was simple. Most buildings require 2 safety passages. This building was no exception, but the other safety passage was narrower. Soon, the operation began. One of the safety passages was opened to attract zombies. 5 Maid army members armed with automatic crossbows waited in the safety passage for the zombies to arrive. Before long, the zombies roared as they rushed upstairs, and the moment they saw people, they went crazy accelerating once more. The maid army fought while retreating, leading the zombies into the corridor, using the long corridor to eliminate the zombies with their automatic crossbows. After a while, a few more members of the maid army appeared on the third floor, making noise to attract the zombies. The zombies were thus diverted, with some heading to the second floor corridor and others being drawn to the third floor. The maid army on the third floor guided the zombies into the corridor, using the same trick again. This continued in cycles. When they could no longer hold on, they would use the other safety passage or enter a room, using ropes to escape to the upper levels. Chen Jiai continuously connected members on each floor using the spirit net during this battle. Using ropes, she delivered crossbow bolts to each combat floor. The group of ordinary people was dumbfounded. They initially thought these maids were just decorative, but they turned out to be fierce in battle. They tightened their grips on their weapons, feeling useless as a single man. They had promised to wait for the fight, but up until now, they had not seen a single zombie. Chapter 25. Prolonged battle. Su Chun moved through each floor. Whenever a zombie dog or zombie cat appeared, he would immediately take action. Even so, there are still some losses. The maid army has fallen. Currently recruiting 1935, one died. A girl's image immediately appeared in Su Chun's mind, and he sighed, not having time to mourn. He directly activated the system detection skill. Unfortunately, the only special talents locked on were two doctors. Su Chen felt helpless. Doctors are also a bond, which can enhance virus resistance. Su Chen chose to find these two doctors and initiate recruitment. At the same time, he saw a strong female zombie and immediately killed it, dragging the corpse away for recruitment. At 40 points each, Su Chen directly replenished the recruitment count to 35. However, unfortunately, the situation was tense, and there was no time to change every member into maid outfits. Finally, that group of ordinary people encountered zombies. Compared to the maid army, these people's combat quality was simply terrible. Saying it was terrible would be an insult to terrible. In a panic, they even pushed their companions into the zombies' mouths to buy themselves a chance to escape. Su Chun watched with rising blood pressure, enraged enough to kill right then and there. As for the group that hadn't joined before, they were nowhere to be seen now, probably having run to the top floor to hide. Su Chun had said that if he were to give up, then no one could pull them up. The number of zombies suddenly surged, coming in waves. When Su Chun looked down while using a rope to go up and down the building, he saw that the entire exterior of the hotel was crowded with zombies. Damn, that tall zombie must have summoned all the nearby zombies. Cursing aside, Su Chun knew that it wasn't the right time to rush down. He could only continue to attract zombies upstairs, using the safe passage and long corridors to disperse them. Damn it, these people could only hinder. Li Jia, take them upstairs to create an escape route. We need to connect the outside with ropes. We can't hold them off below. We need to retreat upwards. Su Chen ordered urgently. Li Jia responded and led the three trembling survivors upstairs. When they reached the 14th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a few crazed survivors. Li Jia fronat. However, he didn't even need to act. These crazed survivors actually broke a window and jumped down. Die, die. The apocalypse has come. No one will survive. They shouted. This further stirred a sense of despair, and the three people Li Jia brought up slumped to the ground, mumbling to themselves. Useless. Li Jia snorted coldly and ignored them, following Su Chun's instructions to prepare an escape route for everyone. Time slowly passed. Until late at night, Su Chun and the others were still fighting. Su Chun took a moment to glance out the window and saw an eagle fly by, staring at the window for a moment before flapping its wings and leaving. He was somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. On the other side, the exhibition hall. The place Su Chun had been longing for was now filled with excrement. In the corner, the dozen naked girls covered in scars squatted on the ground, trembling. Around the table sat 8 men. The leader, a burly man with a beard, looked at a man wearing glasses beside him. The glasses man opened his eyes. Boss, damn, it's all women, at least 30 of them, most wearing maid outfits. And there are several top-notch ones. The glasses man was ecstatic, standing up with a certain part of his body showing changes. Zhao Chong grinned and said, not bad. These women are getting old. Also lose their no feeling at all. If there are no new ones, you little boys will have to contribute. Hee. The few subordinates by the table felt a tightness in their lower bodies, their faces turning pale at his words. Savior. Those women really are saviors. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Chong was the head of this transport escort team. However, after the apocalypse, Zhao Chong's true nature gradually revealed itself. Not just Zhao Chong. Most of the transport escort team lost control, indulging in the unrestrained pleasure. Visitors to the exhibition hall were either rich or noble. But now, they had to look at the faces of these workers, even becoming playthings. Once high and mighty. Now, they weren't even worthy of a piece of clothing to cover their bodies. Of course, not everyone was like this. Unfortunately, those who were not like-minded were all killed by Zhao Chong. By the way, how strong is that group? Zhao Chong suddenly asked with a serious expression. The glasses man laughed and said, Brother Zhao, so what if their combat ability is strong? After this battle, who isn't exhausted? And all the zombies in these 2 streets have been attracted away. Just wait. Even if they aren't killed by zombies, they will be utterly exhausted. Zhao Chong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but pat the glasses man's shoulder. A metallic sheen gradually appeared on him. They also possessed abilities. They were even lucky, as the zombies they encountered were not particularly strong. Among the 8, 3 had awakened their abilities. But you also need to keep an eye on it. Don't let these women fall into the zombies' hands. It's been a long time since I've had any fun. Brother Zhao, there are several women inside that suit your taste. The 8 all laughed. In the exhibition hall, shattered plaster statues and famous paintings were scattered on the ground, all covered in footprints. Time slowly passed. Su Chen's eyes were full of fatigue. After nearly a day of fighting from day to night, it was now almost noon. They had retreated to the 25th floor, but most of the zombies had been cleared out. Su Chen opened the system panel. Current points, 12,580. Mixed among the zombies were quite a few zombie cats and zombie dogs, which provided a lot of evolution cores. There are even some evolution cores he hadn't had time to collect. Everyone gathered together. Su Chen looked around. Previously, the recruitment count had reached 35 people. But now there were only 24 left, with 11 having sacrificed. However, none of the veterans had fallen. This shows the importance of the made combat uniforms in battle. The later recruits hadn't had time to put on the made combat uniforms. Those injured, treat your wounds. Those hurt by zombies, come find me immediately, Su Chen reminded. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Just as he stood up, a group of people rushed in. The leader was none other than Zhao Chong. Damn, there really are a lot of top-notch ones. He immediately focused his gaze on Chen Jia and Li Jia, his eyes filled with heat. Who are you? Su Chen said in a deep voice. Chapter 26, Ability Enhancement, Thunderbolt. Just as Su Chen spoke, a rifle was pressed against his forehead. Kid, I'm your grandpa. Zhao Chong sneered, raising his hand, and a metallic sheen appeared, punching Su Chen in the stomach. Su Chen doubled over, his stomach cramping, continuously gagging. Zhao Chong sneered, threw another punch, knocking Su Chen to the ground. Just then, Ling Xiao shouted angrily, raised his crossbow, and aimed it at Zhao Chong. Ding! The crossbow bolt struck Zhao Chong and bounced off, even sparking a bit. Seeing this, Ling Xiao swung the fire axe and charged at Zhao Chong. But at that moment, a cabinet in the room flew up and smashed into Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, already exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Zhao Chong approached, grabbed Ling Xiao's head, and slammed it down against the ground. Zizizi, kid, you also have abilities? Then you can't be left alive. You must die. Suddenly, 2 people walked out beside Zhao Chong, aiming their guns at Su Chen with cruel smiles on their faces. Zhao Chong dragged Chen Jia and Ling Xiao, one in each hand. Nice, 2 beauties. One hot, and the other looks like she just graduated from college. I love student girls the most. Zhao Chong laughed wildly. Su Chen struggled to stand up, his voice cold. Let them go. What? Are you going to come at me? Zhao Chong replied disdainfully. At this, everyone around burst into laughter. The maid army was extremely exhausted, having fought tirelessly all day without rest, and now they couldn't even lift their hands. Even Su Chen's powers had been completely drained. His eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't gather any electric current. Without grievances or grudges, is this really appropriate? Su Chen's gaze turned cold. With 2 guns pointed at his head, he showed no fear and slowly stepped forward. Meanwhile, in his mind, he communicated with the system. Upgrade ability level. Points 200, ability level 11, did not comprehend new skills. Continue. On the surface, Su Chen remained calm as he slowly approached Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong waved his hand, not taking Su Chen seriously at all. In this apocalypse, suddenly losing all control and constraints, along with the power brought by the awakening of abilities, could easily lead one astray. Zhao Chong was in such a state. Kid, what do you plan to do? I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, I'll take your women in front of you, again and again. After saying this, Zhao Chong suddenly exerted force and charged at Su Chen like a cannonball. He was a member of the transport team and had once fought in underground boxing. Even without using his powers, he still crushed the exhausted Su Chen. With every punch, Su Chen was beaten until he spat blood. No, spare the master. I will do anything. Stop. Wait until I recover, and I'll be the first to kill you. Scum. Only taking advantage of others' misfortunes. What do you think you are? Suddenly, a girl erupted, grabbing a crossbow arrow and stabbing it into the neck of a man beside her. But the next moment, arrows flew up and pierced into the girl's body. In an instant, she turned into a porcupine, blood flowing everywhere. This girl was Ling Xiao's roommate, someone she had cared for, as if she were her own sister. Ling Xiao erupted in fury. I want you all dead. She charged out, but after just 2 steps, she fell to the ground. A man walked out with a sneer. The furniture from before, the crossbow, arrows now, were all controlled by this man, who had awakened telekinesis. Bang! 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 The nightstand flew over and smashed into Ling Xiao until it shattered completely. Ling Xiao coughed up blood and collapsed, breathing weakly. Su Chen also lay on the ground, covered in injuries. Zhao Chong had awakened a metal ability, which, like beastification, significantly enhanced his physical strength and defense. Kid, see? What can you do? You're just trash. Zhao Chong grabbed Su Chen's head. But at that moment, Su Chen smiled, blood streaming down his face, yet the corner of his mouth blossomed into a grin. Everyone come look. This kid still wants to resist? Fao Qiang drag Su Chen, showing off arrogantly in front of everyone. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ability level 21. Requires 400 points to upgrade to the next level. Ability level 22. Congratulations to the host for comprehending new skill. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt significantly increases lightning strike speed. Can target 3 enemies. In the next moment, the sound of electricity crackled. Almost as soon as the crowd heard the sound, a tingling sensation filled their bodies. With the significant increase in ability level, Su Chen's previous weakness gradually faded. He was indeed injured, but abilities were related to spirit. He struck out in fury. In an instant, the glow of electricity filled the entire room. A bolt of electricity shot from Su Chen's hand, splitting in midair into 3, directly locking onto Zhao Chong and 2 others. Ling Xiao, get revenge. Congratulations to the host, Ling Xiao's ability level 18. Comprehended new skill, Tiger Claw. Congratulations to the host, Zhang Xiao's ability level 16. Comprehended new skill, Wind Whirl. Ling Xiao supported herself on the ground, sharp claws sprouting from her hands. Zhang Xiao conjured a small tornado out of thin air, sucking 2 people into it. Zhao Chong's body shimmered with metallic light as he raised his rifle, but electricity struck again, knocking the rifle to the ground. Damn it, fight back. They also have 3 people with awakened abilities, but it was already too late. When Su Chen's abilities increased, it was too late for everything. The situation turned in an instant. The automatic crossbows activated, turning everyone except Zhao Chong into porcupines. Seeing the tide turn, Zhao Chong knelt directly on the ground, raising his hands high above his head. Spare me, big brother. I beg you, I beg you. It was all that guy in glasses' fault. He brought me here. If I had known it would be like this, I would never have provoked you guys. Zhao Chong began to plead for mercy, completely different from his previous arrogance. He buried his head deeply into the ground with a flattering smile. Xiao, Su Chen said lightly. Ling Xiao's eyes were red as she walked in front of Zhao Chong and dragged him toward the door. Outside, the sound of piercing screams echoed, one after another. She walked toward her sister, who had been turned into a porcupine, her face filled with sorrow. Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Ling Xiao had joined because she wanted to save this girl, but now the girl was dead. Having been recruited once, she couldn't be recruited again. If she died, Su Chen had no way to help. He sighed and stepped forward, patting Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Chapter 27, Recruitment Level 5, Binding Skills. Ling Xiao said nothing. She simply stood up and threw herself into Su Chen's arms, weeping bitterly. Li Jiao waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave and clean up the battlefield. They had retreated to the 25th floor, with 2 more floors left to occupy. The lower levels were filled with zombie corpses and could no longer be inhabited. The maid army cleaned out rooms that could be lived in and even found 4 people hiding in a corner. They were lucky, having not been affected by the battle. However, each of them looked lost, their eyes vacant. The maid army paid no attention to them, merely driving them to the rooftop. As for their survival, it was not something they needed to consider. 3 days had passed since that battle, and Su Chen and the others had rested for a full 3 days. Every morning, a maid would come to wake them up, and upon waking, someone would help them wash up. Su Chen felt as if he were not in an apocalypse, but in paradise. However, when he stood on the rooftop, using binoculars to observe below, the countless zombies still reminded him that this was indeed the apocalypse. Moreover, recently, these zombies seemed to have developed a purpose. They no longer wandered aimlessly, but gathered towards a specific direction. Su Chen was somewhat confused and could only take out the walkie-talkie, adjusting the channel. He hadn't used this walkie-talkie in days, and the battery was quite durable. Su Chen? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Su Chen recognized it as Zhou Dong's voice. It's me. Finally got in touch with you. Our Flying Eagle team has gathered 8 squads again, preparing to attack the Xingye laboratory. This time it's a real attack, Zhou Dong said solemnly. Then, Zhou Dong briefly explained the plan. Because Zhou Dong's rank was not high enough, the information she had was limited. She only knew that the higher-ups seemed to be angered by the Xingye laboratory. Satellite thermal imaging confirmed that the remaining people in Zhanghai City were also gathering in batches. The people above also know how to awaken special abilities. In our small team, 18 people have awakened their abilities, but the zombie horde is gathering towards the Starry Night laboratory, which is not a normal phenomenon. The gathering of zombies near the Starry Night laboratory is a huge obstacle for us. Zhou Dong quickly relayed everything he knew to Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that the Starry Night laboratory can control zombies? He quickly dismissed his own guess. That assumption was incorrect. Zombies have keen hearing, and they can be attracted by sound, but it can't be said that they can be controlled. Unfortunately, Night Spirit didn't play this trump card well. Su Chen squinted and asked, "When is your operation scheduled?" "Not sure yet. They're still gathering weapons and equipment from above. There are multiple branches of the Starry Night laboratory across the country that need to be breached, and the one in Zhanghai City is just one of them. We have a lot of preparations to make. However, you should be able to see our Eagle team members soon. We won T-Attack proactively, and the Eagle team won T-Attack either." Zhou Dong's voice gradually lowered as he spoke. Su Chen noticed that the walkie-talkie was out of battery. He nearly smashed the walkie-talkie to the ground. Just a few minutes ago, he was praising its durability. However, Zhou Dong mentioned satellite thermal imaging, indicating that the satellite was still operational. Perhaps the phone could still get a signal. Besides, the operation to breach the Starry Night laboratory would definitely not be achieved in the short term. The preparatory work should be about clearing zombies. Just then, Li Jiao walked in with a group of people. "Master, these people were in the exhibition hall. They're all slaves of that group," Li Jiao said slowly. Su Chen turned to look at these 13 people, and there was no sparkle in their eyes. Attributes flashed through Su Chen's eyes. Among this group, there were no combat talents, but there were teachers, doctors, and an architect. Architect, 3 people increase building strength by 10. 5 people increase building strength by 15. 10 can upgrade buildings comprehensively. Increase building strength? It seems to be a bond attribute for constructing a base. If the building strength is high, it should not be easily breached by zombies. Su Chen looked at this group of numb-eyed people and shook his head. Activate recruitment. Congratulations, host, for 100 points. Recruitment successful. Su Chen guessed that the recruitment was successful because this group of people had numb eyes and likely lacked strong resistance. Increase recruitment level. The reason for not recruiting all of them was simply that the recruitment limit had been reached. Current points 2,887. 2,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Do you want to upgrade? Confirm. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level 5. Recruitment points 50 can specify an increase of 3 basic attributes. Recruitment quantity 3,550. 50 people is also considered a small group. Chen immediately made up his mind. These 50 people would be the current limit. In the short term, he only planned to enhance these 50 people as an elite team. Congratulations, host. Detection skill effect enhanced. Can obtain more information about recruitment targets. Congratulations, host. Reached level 5 recruitment. Bond effect enhanced. Current maximum bond quantity 25. Specific attributes can be checked by the host. Congratulations, host. Binding skill unlocked. Binding. Bind 2 people. While enhancing the attributes of the Legion members, gain 20 attribute feedback. If the bound personnel die, the host will suffer severe attribute penalties. Chen raised his eyebrows. This skill is actually good. The system can enhance Chen's abilities, but it cannot increase basic attributes or learn driving skills like the other made Legion members by consuming points. During the previous battle with Zhao Chong, his shortcoming was his physical fitness, and he nearly got beaten badly. However, the severe penalties would be a big problem that needed to be approached cautiously. After some consideration, Chen decided on 2 candidates, Ling Xiao and Chun Jiai. One would enhance physical fitness and a small amount of defense, while the other would enhance mental abilities. This could comprehensively enhance Chen's attributes. Moreover, he wouldn't let these 2 die. Bind Ling Xiao and Chun Jiai. Confirm binding targets. Legion members Ling Xiao and Chun Jiai. Note, binding successful and cannot be unbound. Confirm binding? Confirm. Please proceed with the binding ceremony. Immediately, a piece of information entered Chen's mind. Chen was taken aback. This binding ceremony is quite inappropriate. System, what are you playing at? Host, it's not like it hasn't happened before. Why be shy? This is a strong connection from body to soul. The binding ceremony is necessary. Chen's mouth twitched. Indeed, it wasn't the first time. When he comforted Ling Xiao, he accidentally went a bit too deep. Chapter 28, Binding Ceremony. Together, Chen never expected that Ling Xiao was actually a first blood. However, at that time, the 2 were in a passionate moment, and it happened naturally. Now, the situation was a bit awkward. Chen didn't think too much and found Chun Jiai. Jiai, spend the night with me. After saying this, he awkwardly turned his head away. Chun Jiai, however, shook her head and said, I want tea. I've already taken the first blood, and I can't just cling to you. She quickly ran to Chen's side, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him before turning and leaving. Chen felt helpless. Why couldn't Chun Jiai be on board? The binding matter probably had to be postponed. In the following days, Chen and the others began searching for supplies nearby and transporting them to the exhibition hall. While clearing zombies, they also cleaned the exhibition hall. The exhibition hall also had an independent water tank and water circulation system, but it required electricity to operate. Chen could only call out the combat vehicle. He had Li Jia take people to a nearby gas station to get some diesel. When everything was finished, Chen sat in the exhibition hall, with lights shining down on him, feeling much warmer. He and T kept track of time, but it felt like the apocalypse had broken out a long time ago. Now, with the exhibition hall secured, he temporarily had a place to stay. Chen deliberately activated his detection skill nearby and found quite a few people who had turned into zombies. Using recruitment, he brought these zombies under his command. The number of architects had already reached a bond of 3, and the doctors reached a bond of 5, forming a logistics team. Minor injuries didn't even need the system to recover. The logistics team could handle them on their own. The antiviral ability increased to 35, greatly improving immunity to the zombie virus, and made Legion could run further in combat. Everything was progressing smoothly. Chen ended a busy day. The warm bed service had already started early. The weather was getting colder, and the maid Legion voluntarily provided warm bed services. Chen walked to the bedside and pulled back the quilt. Suddenly, he froze. Ling Xiao Jiai? Ling Xiao turned her head away and huffed. Master was looking for me and Jiai all this time. We came together today. Chun Jiai buried her head in the quilt, not saying a word. Together? Chen transformed in an instant, jumping onto the bed. He felt that a paradise for men was nothing less than this. Ling Xiao brought a wild flavor, always wanting to take the initiative. Chen Jia was more reserved, always giving off an unattainable feeling. A whole night of the binding ceremony. Su Chen looked at the rising sun, with 2 dark circles under his eyes particularly noticeable. Binding successful. Attribute feedback received. Please check the personal panel. Su Chen, 10 Captain Defense, 88 Stamina, 128 Spirit, 29 Recruitment Level 5, Recruitment Points 50. Successful recruitment can specify an increase of 3 random attributes. Recruitment quantity, 4,750 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia current bond. Sleight skills. Exploration. Binding abilities. Level 24, Thunder Strike, Thunder Chain, Thunderstorm points. 33-36. Su Chen's title of 10 Captain remained unchanged. After all, the number of Legion members was still in double digits. However, his overall physical quality had been greatly improved, especially his original stamina and defense, which had almost increased tenfold now. Little dog, are you still okay? Ling Xiao asked, covering her mouth. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, a man can't say he can't. With the increase in stamina, that was an overall improvement. In the end, Ling Xiao could only beg for mercy. Even Chen Jia had already fainted with a happy smile. Su Chen held the 2 women, satisfied as he fell into a deep sleep. Outside the door, Li Jia quietly left. She muttered, both of them can't withstand the master's strength anymore. Should I join in later? That little girl Bai Lin had been instigating Zhang Xiao to eat the master together. Why not let the 2 of them? Li Jia truly was Su Chen's right-hand assistant. If Su Chen heard these words, he would probably cry out of happiness. This Li Jia really knows how to consider others. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jianghai City, there were now rows of abandoned cars forming a steel wall. The operational center of the Dragon Kingdom's military was established here. Compared to before, Long Zaiqian looked much haggard, having lost a lot of weight. He was wrapped in bandages, his face pale as paper due to excessive blood loss. DOOMSDAY Night Laboratory, Dam Yemuge. How's the Flying Eagle Squad? Long Zaiqian roared. On the screen, zombies gathered into a huge sphere resembling a rotting mountain of flesh rolling, extremely disgusting. Grenades were thrown, but they didn't explode. Machine gun fire could only take down some zombies on the periphery. When the zombie ball exploded, zombie cats and zombie dogs rushed out, causing huge losses to the Flying Eagle Squad. Damn! Long Zaiqian clenched his fists, the bandages on him gradually soaking with blood. What did the higher-ups say? Can't they bring the tank over? No. Captain Long, you know that the cities of Shangqing, Jingdu, and Longzhong are disaster areas. An important firepower is concentrated in these 3 cities. Long Zaiqian kept clenching and relaxing his fists. After a long time, he could only sigh helplessly. The entire Dragon Kingdom had only established 10 shelters, hoping to quickly find a way to solve the zombie problem. Not only Dragon Kingdom, but also the United States, Bear Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Sakura Country were all caught in a huge crisis. The Starry Night Laboratory held a pivotal position in these countries, but now it had become the greatest villain for all humanity. Damn Starry Night Laboratory. After the video was released, they quickly sealed off all external communications. And no one knows what they're hiding and doing. It said that they have antibody vaccines in hand, but how do we get this stuff? Long Zaiqian felt a sense of powerlessness arise. Several countries united, facing a laboratory organization, and yet felt utterly helpless. At that moment, the tablet vibrated. Commander Liu. Long Zaiqian immediately stood up and saluted. Also along, I'll let you in on a secret. The higher-ups hope you will establish a Jianghai shelter and prepare for a long-term confrontation with the Starry Night Laboratory. Long-term confrontation? Long Zaiqian was stunned. He never expected such a result. This meant he needed to shelter more survivors to build his own team with them? Commander Liu, can you clarify the mission? The mission is, I wish you success. The communication abruptly ended. Chapter 29 Communication with Long Zaiqian. Collaboration? Long Zaiqian looked at the tablet. The signal had already been cut off. He suddenly had a bad premonition. What did Commander Liu's last words mean? The last. What did last refer to? At that moment, Zhou Dong came over with a group of people. Among the crowd, some were dressed in suits and leather shoes, while others wore thick glasses. They were wealthy businessmen, researchers, teachers, and doctors who once held considerable positions in Shanghai City. Zhou Dong looked at this group of people, his face filled with disdain. Captain Long, what do you mean? You said you would send us to the shelter, but how long has it been? Last night, zombies nearly broke through the defense line. This place is already unsafe. We are all talents needed for national construction. You can't guarantee our safety and just send us away. Did you hear? This group of people immediately started to complain, their faces full of arrogance. We're a broken place. I haven't showered in 3 days. Shower? Can that be called a shower? Just splashing cold water. There's clearly a generator, but they won't let us heat water. The on-duty staff are a bunch of useless people. I saw them sleeping before. If it were my company, they'd be fired immediately. The crowd discussed animatedly, yet they didn't notice Long Zaiqian's eyes beginning to show impatience. Why did the communication suddenly cut off? Listening to the buzzing discussions in his ears, Long Zaiqian suddenly stood up. Enough, get out! With a roar of anger. The discussions stopped abruptly, but soon, anger appeared on the faces of this group, each pointing at Long Zaiqian. They didn't dare to go too far. After all, Long Zaiqian was still a military man. They had status, but it was still not comparable to the military of the Dragon Kingdom. After muttering a few words, they dispersed. Zhou Dong, don't leave. Long Zaiqian called out to Zhou Dong. You mentioned before encountering a team composed entirely of women, led by a man. Zhou Dong's heart tightened. The task assigned by the master could finally commence. However, it still did not attract Long Zaiqian's attention. Yes, I left them communications, but without the captain's order. I dare not contact them easily, Zhou Dong replied solemnly. Long Zaiqian thought for a moment and said, tell me the walkie-talkie frequency. I'll contact them and give a try. Zhou Dong was taken aback and hurriedly told Long Zaiqian the walkie-talkie frequency given to Su Chen. After a while, Long Zaiqian adjusted the walkie-talkie to a frequency. Soon, a young man's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Zhou Dong, long time no contact. I am Long Zaiqian. Zhou Dong's direct superior. Hello, Su Chen. The other end of the walkie-talkie fell into silence, and after a while, Su Chen's voice finally sounded again. Commander Long, I don't know what you want to discuss with me. I just want to ask you one question. Are you afraid of trouble? Long Zaiqian's lips curled slightly. He seemed to already have an answer. Not afraid, that is a good thing. There were some things he only got hints from Commander Liu, but hadn't been implemented. He couldn't go too far, but if it was someone else doing it, that would be no problem. Meanwhile, at the exhibition hall, Su Chen put down the walkie-talkie in his hand. He squinted his eyes. Long Zaiqian found him, and the matter was very simple. He wanted to establish a shelter in Shanghai City, with Long Zaiqian and Su Chen at the helm, but Su Chen would be in charge. At first glance, it seemed Long Zaiqian wanted to submit to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Li Jia and the others, smiling. What do you think? Li Jia immediately said, it must not be simple. How could they suddenly give us a lot of support? Chen Jai nodded slightly, whispering, Long Zaiqian is from the military. Perhaps there are some things he can't do. As for Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao, they are responsible for the combat aspect, and they can't make a decision on this brainstorming session. Su Chen then turned his gaze to the last person, a wealthy woman, Li Meiling. Before the apocalypse, she was a high-ranking executive in a corporation. However, after the apocalypse, she became a plaything for Zhao Chong and the others, nearly breaking down mentally. And it was only after Su Chen recruited her that she gradually began to recover. Jai guessed correctly that there are some things the military cannot do due to their identity. However, based on everything Long Zaiqian said, their involvement is temporarily beneficial for us, and we can also use them to truly develop this place. The scarcity of specialized talents is currently our biggest challenge. Additionally, Master, your inferred theory on zombie evolution. After I collected data and analyzed it, indeed points to the fact that zombies are evolving. Li Meiling's analysis was articulate. In this regard, Li Jia is indeed not comparable to Li Meiling. However, Su Chen would not give up on Li Jia because of this. She remains a key focus of his training. With the system's 100 loyalty restriction, Su Chen dared to recruit Li Meiling and immediately let her enter the decision-making level. But that's all there is to it. In conclusion, as zombies grow stronger, we need more powerful forces to arm ourselves, and we also need more intelligence regarding the high-level handling of zombies in Longhua, among other things. After Li Meiling finished speaking, she glanced around and nodded slightly before sitting back down. Su Chen acknowledged that what Li Meiling said made sense. Moreover, with the recruitment function in place, perhaps he could gradually infiltrate Long Ziqian's Eagle team. Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie again. Captain Long, I've carefully considered your proposal, and it's feasible, but we have a few conditions that I hope you can agree to. Speak. You came to me, so you must have something you want me to do. I need compensation for helping me train my people, Su Chen said in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie for a moment before a brief, okay, came through. Additionally, intelligence sharing. Within my reach, intelligence sharing. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Good, let's have a pleasant cooperation. I'll wait for your arrival at the exhibition hall. If you need an escort, I'll send my people. All right, keep in touch. The communication was cut off. Su Chen stood up. Since he was going to cooperate with the military, it was inevitable that more outsiders would come. He had to make some preparations. He cleared out a room to use as a warehouse, which was filled with crossbow arrows and ammunition. These items could not be taken out casually anymore. Su Chen could only prepare a sufficient quantity all at once. And since Long Ziqian's team had firearms, he also prepared more ammunition. He waited quietly for Long Ziqian's arrival. Chapter 30. Long Ziqian arrives. Su Chen strongly suppresses time slowly passed. Long Ziqian contacted Su Chen again after 8 days, and at the time of contact, he was already near the exhibition hall. Su Chen was not surprised. He had been keeping in touch with Zhou Dong all along. Su Chen sent Li Jia and Ling Xiao in a combat vehicle to pick up Long Ziqian and the others. However, Su Chen did not expect that when Long Ziqian's main force arrived, 3 armed tanks would be the first to pull up in front of the exhibition hall. The long cannon barrels nearly pressed against Su Chen's face before coming to a halt. Su Chen stood there quietly. Soon, a burly man climbed down from the tank and walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen focused on the man before him, feeling that this was indeed Long Ziqian, the captain. Long Ziqian stepped forward and extended his hand. Su Chen paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and reached out his hand, saying, Captain Long, what a show of force. I also have to see if you have the guts. Long Ziqian looked at Su Chen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The two shook hands and officially met. Long Ziqian brought many people, including specialized talents and ordinary survivors, totaling 300. With Long Ziqian's own team of 200, there were 500 people in total, 10 times the number of Su Chen's team. However, since the exhibition hall itself covered a large area, having 500 people was not a significant problem. Soon, the convoy arrived. A group of people got out first, with members of the Eagle team protecting them. They wore expressions full of dissatisfaction. Damn it, I need a shower. Zombie guts splattered all over me. Quickly arrange a place for me to stay. I've been on the go all the way and haven't rested well. The group got off the vehicle, chattering and examining the entire exhibition hall with scrutinizing eyes. Su Chen directly activated his detection skill. Sure enough, among them were quite a few good talents. The Eagle team had previously been rescuing specialized talents, and now everyone had gathered together. Su Chen now understood that to establish a base, merely being able to kill zombies was not enough. At this moment, Long Ziqian walked over to Su Chen and put an arm around his shoulder. Everyone stop. From now on, we will join Su Chen's team. I also said before that everything will be based on Su Chen. You will all be under Su Chen's care. Long Ziqian laughed heartily, glancing at Su Chen's expression. Su Chen looked at the group before him and seemed to suddenly understand. When Su Dagua left, he dropped people off without a word and said he would let Su Chen take care of them. In reality, it was because Su Dagua was a member of the Eagle team and they had the responsibility to protect the survivors' safety, so it was inconvenient to leave them behind. However, handing the survivors over to Su Chen also counted as fulfilling their protective responsibility. What Long Ziqian was doing now was no different from what Su Dagua did. At that moment, a group of people full of superiority came before Su Chen. So from now on, you'll manage us? Hurry up and arrange a place for us to stay. This kid probably doesn't even know who I am. Su Chen's face darkened completely. He raised his hand and slapped the speaker, knocking out their teeth and causing blood to drip from their mouths, making them look extremely disheveled. Long Ziqian was momentarily stunned and thought to himself that it felt good. On the surface, however, he slowly clenched his fist and said, Su Chen, don't go too far. He threw a punch, but the speed of the punch was very slow. Su Chen seemed to understand as well. With electricity crackling in his hand, he slapped Long Zaiqian to the ground, and the electricity coursed through him, causing him to tremble all over. Long Zaiqian lay on the ground, his mouth twitching. This kid is ruthless. This scene stunned the group. No matter what identity you have, this is the apocalypse, and there's zombies all around. Your identity has no effect whatsoever. If you want to take a shower, fine, contribute something. If you want food, fine, still contribute. If you want a place to stay, we will arrange for you to build your own accommodations. Su Chen looked around, electricity swirling around him, instilling fear. For a moment, someone turned to leave. The maid army immediately rushed up, slapping them down to the ground. Meanwhile, the members of the Eagle team seemed to have also received orders. Some didn't even need to make a move before pretending to faint on the ground. The maid army quickly took control of this group of survivors. While most of the Eagle team members were restricted in their movements, only able to squat down with their heads held. Do I make myself clear? Su Chen said. Li Jia, Li Miling, there should be familiar faces among them. Record what they can do and arrange them into their respective positions. Useless people or those unwilling to cooperate. Let them go outside to talk to the zombies. After saying this, Su Chen grabbed Long Zaiqian by the collar and walked into the exhibition hall. Once they were in a place with no one around, Long Zaiqian quickly jumped up, grinning, and sat down in his seat. Well done. I've long been displeased with this group of people. Captain Long, I've done what you asked me to do, but I really dislike this way of meeting, Su Chen said. Long Zaiqian's smile was stiff on his face as he stared at Su Chen for a long time. Suddenly, he felt that he had underestimated this young man. In this youth, he saw a kind of adaptability. He had adapted to the collapsed social order after the apocalypse and had not lost himself in the feeling of being unbound. After a long silence, Long Zaiqian took out a tablet and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the tablet, and a series of photos appeared on it. The photos depicted a 6-story building with a metal pentagram logo, which was radiating colorful light when the photo was taken. It was the Starry Night Laboratory. However, what caught Su Chen's attention the most was that there were things nearby the Starry Night Laboratory that looked like meatballs. Upon enlarging the image, he discovered that these meatballs were actually full of zombies. There were also some tall zombies, some resembling the lickers from movies. They were all surrounding the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen gasped, realizing that their activities were just minor skirmishes, and even these special zombies were rarely encountered. Moreover, there was a zombie tiger in the photos. Although the specific size was unclear in the picture, in reality, this zombie tiger was as large as a nearby small car. Su Chen fell silent and handed the tablet back to Long Zaiqian. Long Zaiqian put away the tablet and said, I think a major change will come soon. In fact, our previous contact with the higher-ups has already been cut off. My superior gave me a vague mission, asking me to prepare for a long-term confrontation with the Starry Night Laboratory. Chapter 31. Winter has arrived. Su Chen and Long Zaiqian talked for a long time. He came to a conclusion that the Starry Night Laboratory, which originally benefited the entire society, had suddenly turned into the public enemy of humanity, the big villain. The Starry Night Laboratory had made many contributions in the past, developing numerous drugs and even achieving significant breakthroughs in genetics. Now, all those achievements had turned to dust. All the intelligence I have shared with you. From now on, this base is in your hands. Until I receive orders, you are my superior, Long Zaiqian said before placing the tablet on the table and turning to leave. This was a military tablet that could receive satellite signals, but currently the signal was weak, making it nearly impossible to communicate with the outside world. However, there were many images captured by drones on this tablet. Su Chen sat down and reviewed the content on the tablet one by one. In the end, he reached a conclusion. If the zombies at the Starry Night Laboratory were to suddenly erupt, the first to be hit would be the exhibition hall, which was not far from the laboratory. He chose this place as the base, unsure if it was right or wrong. Slowly getting up, he realized that improving the combat capability of the Legion was the most important thing. Now, he was only 3 people short of the 50 recruits, but the people recruited later had not been upgraded. The individual strength within the Legion was gradually widening the gap. Master, at that moment, Li Jia and Li Miling walked in. The 300 people brought by Long Zaiqian have been settled, and I have also organized their skills. As for the remaining members of Long Zaiqian's team, I haven't regulated them too much, Li Meiling said, handing Su Chen a notebook. Su Chen took it and briefly glanced through it. In fact, there were records about Long Zaiqian's team in the tablet, which was also a show of sincerity from Long Zaiqian. There were quite a few awakened abilities in their team. Su Chen carefully flipped through the notebook and had some ideas in mind. Currently, gasoline and diesel were scarce resources for them, and they needed to stock up on remaining food and other supplies. Additionally, with the weather getting colder, they would need supplies for winter. He had a premonition that this winter would be very cold. Looking out the window, he noticed that the sky had turned gloomy in just a few days. It had rained yesterday, causing a sharp drop in temperature today. Supplies for warmth were urgent. Li Meiling, you are good at management. Arrange those 300 people into work positions. Find a few talents in construction and reinforce the walls around us. Also, let's build a steel factory. I see you have talents in that area in your records. Su Chen said, handing the tablet to Li Meiling, which contained information about Long Zaiqian's team. Not all of them were combat types. There were other talents as well. He believed Li Meiling could coordinate and manage them effectively. Then, he looked at Li Jia. Li Jia, even though Li Meiling is here, I won't forget your contributions to the team. Now, I will awaken your abilities. After saying that, he called out to the system in his mind. Points, 500. Awakening Li Jia's abilities. Awakening successful. Current ability level. 1. Ability type. Kinetic energy. Skill. Kinetic acceleration. Su Chen was taken aback. Kinetic energy? This ability seemed quite advanced, and he didn't quite understand how it worked. Kinetic energy. The energy produced by an object during motion. Fundamentally expressed as an increase in the object's acceleration or a decrease in the object's acceleration. Su Chen frowned. However, Li Jia should have more information than he did. Currently, those who had awakened abilities included Chen Jiai, Ling Xiao, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Li Jia, excluding Chen Jiai, whose ability was supportive. The abilities of the others enhanced their combat power. He immediately called the 4 of them over. Jiai, I want you to lead the team as the squad leader. Su Chen asked tentatively. Chen Jiai smiled generously. Of course, Su Chen, I am now your subordinate. Su Chen waved his hand. What subordinate? You 4 are different. I see you as family going through tough times together. In fact, I have been an orphan since I was young, and Jiai, you may not know this, but I really look forward to having family. Zhang Xiaoxiao said helplessly. They're all family. They all call you husband. What about me? Her tone had a somewhat sour feeling. Su Chen suddenly felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Li Jia quickly leaned over and whispered to Zhang Xiaoxiao. After a while, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a big apple. She looked at Li Jia and then at Chen Jiai and the others. Is this okay? Why not? Li Jia raturta. Su Chen immediately said helplessly. All right, why are you whispering secrets in front of me? Li Jia smiled and leaned closer to Su Chen, whispering in his ear. Then I'll say it directly. I'll let Zhang Xiaoxiao eat the master too. Then we'll all be a family. Su Chen was stunned. This Li Jia, how could she be like this, afraid that he doesn't have enough women around him? He looked at Ling Xiao, passionate and proactive. Li Jia was enchanting. Chen Jiai was a bit innocent and shy. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who spoke less but often took care of him like an older sister. For girls, for different styles. Su Chen quickly cleared his throat. Let us get back to business. You 4 are the squad leaders, each choosing team members. Each team should be equipped with 5 melee fighters, 5 ranged fighters, and 1 doctor, who can serve as logistical support. In the end, we will have 4 teams scattered to search for supplies. Li Jia, you and Li Meiling should coordinate the logistics together. Su Chen waved his hand, issuing the order. He had no intention of confronting the Starry Night Laboratory, but if he wanted to survive in the apocalypse, he needed to think long-term. Yes, the 4 girls responded and turned to leave. Long Zaiqian, knowing that Su Chen had sent everyone out to look for supplies, also actively cooperated in gathering personnel to guard the exhibition hall. As for the 300 people, they would be directly dealt with if they disobeyed. After all they needed to know was that Su Chen was the boss and they had to follow his orders. After a few days, those 300 people settled down. Those without skills started doing manual labor, trading their labor for resources to survive in the Starry Night Laboratory. Capable of building outer walls and transforming exhibition halls, also contributing. The entire exhibition hall is steadily developing towards the prototype of a base. As time passes, the weather gradually turns cold. Chen looks out the window. He doesn't know exactly what month it is, but it snowed today. His physical fitness isn't bad, yet he still feels cold in a down jacket. Shanghai City has never been this cold. At that moment, suddenly, meteors streak across the sky. Chapter 32 Meteor Shower in Daylight. Chen's eyes widen. It's not unusual to see meteors in the night sky, but now it's daytime. Moreover, these meteors are trailing bright tails, seemingly having entered the atmosphere. Long Zaiqian rushes in, holding a radio communication device. Listen. Long Zaiqian's expression darkens. A serious voice comes through the radio. This is the Dragon Country Military Department, Upper City Shelter. We have detected an unexpected electronic pulse attack on global satellites, with 90 of satellites showing damage. The deactivated satellites are affected by gravity and are about to fall. Survivors outside should be cautious of the hazards posed by falling satellites. Finally, this winter, extreme cold weather has set in, with temperatures in Upper City dropping to -10 degrees. In some already cold northern cities, temperatures may drop even lower, and continuous decreases in temperature are not ruled out. Everyone outside, take care of yourselves, keep warm. Dragon Country currently has 11 shelters, and specific locations will be reported later. In this apocalypse, the only hope is to survive. I wish everyone a prosperous new year when spring arrives. The radio communication from Upper City ends here. The person's tone is extremely serious, tinged with sadness. The suddenly dropping temperature and the omnipresent zombies are undoubtedly a huge test for survivors. So, you can still contact the military? Chen suddenly asks coldly. Long Zaiqian scratches his head, but since he has shaved his head, the scene looks somewhat comical. He thinks for a moment and laughs. Yes, but the connection is intermittent. The 11 shelters are also reported by me, including the Shanghai City shelter. Chen squints his eyes, staring at Long Zaiqian without saying a word. Long Zaiqian feels a bit awkward and takes out a new tablet, saying, information sharing, information sharing. In the video sits a man in a white lab coat. The gods are about to appear. Enhancements in abilities and physical qualities. Are they good or bad for all humanity? The scene suddenly shifts. It shows a once prosperous city overgrown with vines and large patches of weeds on the ground. Did you see that? Humanity polluted Blue Star, and the gods brought this evolutionary opportunity to remind humanity and lead Blue Star toward a more prosperous future. Those who awaken their abilities, you will become stronger, even to the point of disregarding firearms. You are the new humanity. Chen snorts coldly and directly turns off the video on the tablet. He doesn't understand what Long Zaiqian suddenly showing him this means. Did you see that? A bunch of lunatics. Do you know what actions the Starry Night Laboratory has taken? Promoting a plan, the New Humanity Evolution Plan, aimed at eliminating the weak old humanity. Frankly speaking, with these videos as evidence, the Starry Night Laboratory is undoubtedly the mastermind behind this apocalyptic disaster. Long Zaiqian's eyes flash with anger as he slams his fist on the table. Chen quietly watches Long Zaiqian without saying a word. After a long time, Long Zaiqian's anger completely disappears. He feels a bit embarrassed, scratching his head again, and says, "Can't these things stir up your emotions?" Chen smiles. The fate of all humanity, the mastermind behind the apocalypse, it has nothing to do with him. He admits to having been curious, but as the living conditions gradually worsen, how much can he think? He has to take care of his own army. Those 47 maids who risk their lives for him. As for others, he can't care too much. For him, the only main theme of the apocalypse is to survive. Long Zaiqian sits there silent. After a while, Chen gets up to leave. At that moment, Long Zaiqian murmurs, "This base will be handed over to you. If you do well, the higher-ups will grant you a military identity, and you'll be the master of the Shanghai City shelter." Chen pauses, quickens his pace, and leaves. Long Zaiqian sits for a long time, looking out the window, unable to suppress a sigh. Chen walks in the exhibition hall. Now, the outer part of the exhibition hall has an additional layer of steel-reinforced outer walls, so he no longer needs to stay inside, but can move around outside. He walks to the factory. Although it's called a factory, it is more like a small workshop. Lacking gunpowder, this small workshop mainly produces automatic crossbow bolts. The automatic crossbow has become the mainstream weapon of the base, and 80 of the base's people can use it. As for materials, most are from the scrap cars on the road. People used to spend hundreds of thousands to buy a car, but now these cars are just metal shells. Behind the exhibition hall, there are patches of vegetable fields yet to be sown. When spring arrives next year, seed can be planted to harvest food. Electric currents swirl in his hand and instantly shoot out. Zombies outside fall to the ground, charred all over. Meow. 3 zombie cats come rushing in, and Chen glances at them. The electric current splits into 3 and strikes the zombie cats, rendering them immobile after 2 hits. Immediately, someone jumps over the wall, and under the cover of others, brings the evolution core to Chen. Boss, it's been a long time since we saw you come out to kill zombies. This person is a squad leader under Long Zaiyan, and over time, everyone has become familiar. Chen nods and smiles, but does not take the evolution core. You and your teammates haven't awakened any abilities, right? Absorb it and see what abilities you can awaken. After saying this, Chen turns to leave. The squad leader, excited, takes the evolution core to show off to his teammates. Starry Night Laboratory, virus data is still a threat. Survive? Chen mutters. His gaze shifts to the distance, where the Starry Night Laboratory is located. If he wants to help, he must give himself a reason. After this round, he has found his reason. Just go take a look, just take a look. Chapter 33, Recruitment, Level 8, Heroic Unit the next day. Chen wakes up, and Chen Jiai lazily peeks her head out, wrapping her arms around Chen's neck. You stayed up so late last night and still didn't sleep well? Chen smiles and kisses Chen Jiai on the forehead, saying there's still things to do. Chen pauses for a moment. Besides survival, he also wants to hold on to this moment. Chen takes Chen Jiai out of the room and into the exhibition hall. He sees that Li Jia and her team are already organized and preparing to rest. The moment they see Chen, Li Jia and the others rush over, each giving Chen a big hug. The men nearby are dumbfounded, revealing envious looks. A man cautiously approaches a member of the maid army. Xiaoli, look at how happy the boss is. Xiaoli glances at the man and says, the boss is so handsome and so powerful. My heart belongs to the boss, but I know I don't deserve him, so don't meddle. After saying this, Xiaoli glances at Chen, her eyes sparkling, standing dazedly in place. Several men hear this and feel as if they've been dealt a 1,000-point critical hit. Chen, the boss, is indeed the boss. All the women in the base want to get close to him, and the men feel insignificant compared to him. They're quite troubled. However, Chen is unaware of all this. He led everyone into the room, and soon they gathered again in the conference room. Chen stood at the front. Li Mailing, you manage all the major and minor matters in the base. Starting tomorrow, the base will be fully locked down. No one is allowed to go out, and we must avoid attracting zombie attacks. When killing zombies, we must minimize noise. The workshops in the base will cease operations, and the generator will run at the lowest power. Li Mailing took notes, recording Chen's orders one by one. She looked up thoughtfully and asked, Master, is the reason for reducing the noise from the base because the armed forces are leaving? Chen nodded slightly and said, that's the second matter. I will take away 20 elite members from the Legion, but I will supplement a portion of the Legion members to guard the base. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Xiao and the others. They immediately understood and stood up to receive the orders. Go, pick the elite members from your team, not just based on strength, but also on their ability to respond. Additionally, make sure to rest well. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others replied and then left. After giving the orders, Chen sat alone in the conference room. System, upgrade recruitment level. Current points, 39,985, 2,500 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Do you want to upgrade? Confirm. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level, 6, 3,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Recruitment points, 60. Can specify an increase of 3 basic attributes. Current recruitment number, 5070. Continue. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level, 7. 3,500 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Recruitment points, 70. Random increase of 4 basic attributes. Current recruitment number, 5090. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level, 8. For 1,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Recruitment points, 80. Specify an increase of 4 basic attributes. Current recruitment number, 50110. Congratulations, host. Detection skill upgraded. Obtained hero-level unit Fian. Can be synthesized and recruited later. Chen stared at the series of system prompts, momentarily taken aback. A hero-level unit? Previously, you could only obtain fragments from the lottery in the mall, and this time it directly rewarded a hero-level unit? This reward is quite good. He immediately checked Fian's attribute panel. Fian, swordsman, martial artist defense, 47 stamina, 458 spirit, 66 ability, blade chi skills, draw slash, Fian slash. Chen exclaimed, wow. It's no wonder it's a hero-level unit. It's like a trump card. However, its attributes still can't compare right now. This Fian is entirely focused on extreme output, with such strong stamina and 2 attack skills evident from their names. Plus, it has a special ability. This hero-level unit is very strong. Chen couldn't wait to synthesize Fian and then recruit her. A white light flashed, and Fian, dressed in a sailor's suit, stepped out of the light. She looked around, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly, "Master, Fian reporting for duty." Chen hurriedly helped her up and looked her over. Quite a figure. What a shame. If only it were a bit bigger. Suddenly, a white light flashed past Chen's ear, slicing off a strand of his hair. "Master, Fian saves you fabric. Isn't that a good thing?" Fian said with a smile, her long knife slowly sheathing. Chen gave an awkward smile. He had merely joked. This Fian seems to have quite a temper, but she keeps calling him master, so her loyalty shouldn't be a problem. It seems that the previous white light was Fian's special ability, blade chi. Currently, he has at least 40 to 50 people around him who have awakened special abilities. But each person's ability is different. Some are strong, some are weak. There's even one person whose ability accelerates the production of fertilizer. Well, that person guards a sewage pit. It's an important position that most people really can't handle. Chen stroked his chin. With Fian around, it's also a good trump card, making this trip more secure. He immediately took Fian and left, both to increase recruitment numbers and to test Fian's strength. All dressed in made combat uniforms. They were a striking sight. As soon as they entered the base, howls and whistles erupted around them. However, as soon as they stepped into the base, Chen keenly noticed that there were fewer people around. Li Meiling stepped forward and said solemnly, "Master." Long Zaiyin took a team of about 40 people and left in a tank. Just as Li Meiling finished speaking, cannon fire erupted in the distance. Chen silently cursed the fool. Going out at night can conceal them, but zombies are more active. I'd already told that big fool that zombies are evolving. Why didn't he listen? Chen felt helpless. He immediately waved and called Ling Xiao and the others over. The team is organized. We are ready to set off. Chapter 34. Don't rush to find death. Chen didn't want Long Zaiyin to get himself killed. He is carefree but has a meticulous mind, capable of keeping secrets. Chen had long regarded Long Zaiyin as an important part of the base. He walked to the front of the combat vehicle and removed the tarp covering it. The team had already assembled behind him. The logistics team filled the fuel tanks and transported boxes of crossbow bolts and ammunition onto the vehicle, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, outside the Xingya laboratory, hordes of crazy zombies were attacking the tank brigade. Long Zaiyin led the charge, standing on the tank and continuously firing at the zombies with his submachine gun. The tank roared, forcibly blasting a path through the zombie horde. As he approached the Xingya laboratory, he noticed something strange. The zombie crowd, 1,000 meters away from the laboratory, showed no intention of getting closer. Instead, it was like a wall of zombies protecting the lab. The searchlights of the Xingya laboratory continuously scanned the surroundings, illuminating the entire building. From a side, solar panels and several wind turbines could be seen, clearly a small power station. This was entirely different from the exhibition center's conditions. The exhibition center's power could only be supplied intermittently, with generators as the power source. "Charge! Just rush in and we'll be fine," Long Zaiyin yelled. After losing 7 or 8 people, they successfully charged into the outskirts of the Xingya laboratory. Here, the zombies seemed to be wary of something, daring not to approach. With a roar, they quietly dispersed and began to wander aimlessly again. Long Zaiyin surveyed the surroundings and saw that there were unknown iron barrels everywhere. One of the team members approached an iron barrel, and suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from inside, startling him into kicking it. In the distance, several figures appeared abruptly, standing atop the tall iron barrels without making a sound. Long Zaiqian frowned and asked, "Are they from the Xingye laboratory? I am Major Long Zaiqian of the military." Suddenly, the two iron barrels beside them started shaking. 56 thawed. Program initiated. Will release soon. Please pay attention. In the next moment, the iron barrels suddenly split open, and two tall zombies emerged. 8 tentacles extended from behind them, waving menacingly in all directions. The tall zombies had large iron masks on their heads, completely encasing their skulls, making them appear quite fierce. Their left hands seemed to have undergone some surgery, merging with a long blade. Program initiated. Extermination of intruders plan. Commence. In the next moment, the tall zombie moved, its heavy steps causing the ground to tremble with each stride. As its tentacles waved, they instantly swept away 2 team members, blood splattering everywhere. Ding, ding, ding. The team members opened fire, bullets striking the iron mask, sending sparks flying. Long Zaiqian's arms suddenly grew thicker. Enhanced arms, double the strength. Long Zaiqian also had a superpower of the enhancement type, and he had currently only figured out how to enhance certain parts of his body. He rushed in front of tall zombie and raised his hand to tear off several tentacles. Then he flipped and jumped behind the zombie, trying to pry off the iron mask with all his might. But another tall zombie went mad, charging wildly, its tentacles shooting out like a machine gun, capable of piercing through the bodies of team members. Long Zaiqian felt anxious and failed to notice the blade raised by the zombie. Thud! Long Zaiqian was directly stabbed through, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing and staining the grass red. The surroundings were filled with the team members' shrill screams. 56 zombies, chopping them down like cutting vegetables. Only the awakened team members could resist for a moment, but it only delayed death a little bit. Damn it! I'm a major in the military. I command you to stop. Long Zaiqian kept roaring, but this threat was pale and powerless. The silhouettes, standing on the iron barrels, remained silent and indifferent. Just as the entire army was about to be wiped out, figures suddenly appeared on the tank and then dove into it. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of dense machine gun fire erupted, and large groups of zombies fell in response. Boom! A shell flew in, directly hitting the 55. The shockwave from the explosion sent Long Zaiqian flying out. The cold electronic voice sounded again. Alert! Alert! 45, 46, 47 unfreeze. Eliminate intruders. 3 more iron barrels opened, and similarly tall zombies charged out again, stepping heavily. In an instant, lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Are you dead? If not, take your people to control the tank. Hide inside and provide remote fire support. Long Zaiqian struggled to lift his head and saw Chen with a slightly teasing expression. He cried out in pain and slowly stood up, surveying the area. He saw around 10 people dressed in maid outfits rushing out to battle 5 tall zombies. Moreover, the ones attacking were just ordinary combat team members. Ling Xiao and the others ran toward those standing on the iron barrels. Long Zaiqian didn't expect that these girls under Chen were all incredibly fierce. The tall zombies dealt with his team members like cutting vegetables, but they struggled greatly against the girls in maid outfits. After being blasted away by the tall zombies' tentacles, they flipped and charged back in full vigor. In the distance, crossbow arrows flew accurately, providing remote support. This team's combat capability was even stronger than the elites in their military. Only the assault team members in the military could compare, right? You brat, hide your talents, huh? Long Zaiqian said, then spat out a mouthful of blood. A doctor hurried over to help Long Zaiqian treat his wounds. Meanwhile, more iron barrels opened. These zombies had a tag with 2 numbers, and their strength was extremely formidable. Damn it, this Starry Night laboratory is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. The intelligence we received before only indicated they had advanced weaponry and possessed superhumans. And now, they've even produced biological weapons. Long Zaiqian's eyes flickered. He didn't know what he was thinking. Chen immediately snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a white light flashed. A figure in a sailor suit, wielding a long knife, dashed out at incredible speed. The long knife in her hand seemed taller than she was, with a long section dragging on the ground. With a flash of white light, almost instantaneously, the head of a tall zombie fell to the ground. The one who struck was Fian. Fian scoffed coldly, raising her long knife to charge out again. But at that moment, the tentacles behind the tall zombie moved again. Chapter 35. Wait a moment. I'll hug the Buddha's leg temporarily. The tentacles moved at lightning speed. Be careful, Long Zaiqian shouted. Hud. One by one, the tentacles broke. But the tall zombie still raised its hand, which fused with the blade, and swung it at Fian. Fian was taken aback, her eyes flashing with impatience. Can't even chop off a head? In an instant, Fian struck, her long knife swirling, white light weaving into a net by the time she jumped past. The tall zombie had turned into a pile of minced meat. She picked up the evolution core, which was the size of a pigeon egg. She casually threw it towards Chen's direction. In front of her, the type of zombies had gathered, at least 10 zombies charging toward Fian. The ground trembled in response. Fian took a deep breath and sheathed her long knife. The next moment, she opened her eyes and said solemnly, "Draw and slash." An arc of blade energy immediately cut through the air. Fian slashed. Fian's draw was incredibly fast, the long knife continuously being sheathed and drawn. Streams of white blade energy gathering together, flying out with a cry like a bird's call. Chen looked at Fian, his eyes filled with admiration. Swordsman. One person increases draw speed by 50, increases blade energy sharpness by 50. If the number of swordsmen increases, the bond becomes ineffective. This bond existed for only one person. It was as if it was specifically prepared for Fian. No wonder it was a hero-level unit. The treatment was indeed different. The strength boost it provided was also astonishing. It should be noted that the current recruitment level is 8, and the maximum bond number for maids reaches 30, which does not provide a combat power boost of 50, only 45. Just as Long Zaiqian was in a daze. The ground was already piled high, with severed limbs and broken arms. Fian slowly sheathed her knife, pointed at the corpses on the ground, and turned to run. Chen spread his hands, saying helplessly, "Well, I guess I'm becoming the logistics department now." The other members of the Maid Corps were completely entangled with the type of zombies. Chen used points to boost their defense and stamina to 20 points. But the automatic crossbow in hand couldn't break through the defense. It wasn't that simple to end the battle. However, the Maid Corps wasn't foolish. Knowing the automatic crossbow was ineffective, they drew out their tang knives and charged forward. They also used knives, but their bonds were completely different. Blade users. 5 people increase blade sharpness by 15. 10 people increase slashing power by 15. 20 people increase basic attributes by 30. The bond of 30 people hadn't been gathered yet, but this Maid Corps was indeed elite among elites. Driving skills, shooting skills, fighting techniques, basic cold weaponry. Just these basic skills required a total of 200 points. Not to mention the boosts and attributes. A large number of points had to be spent to achieve the current combat power. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already engaged in battle with those standing on the iron barrels. The consciousness link was activated. Chun Jiayi quietly poked her head out of the tank and made a gesture of one to Chen. "How's it going, that group?" Chen asked in his consciousness. "Their superpowers are strong. Currently, my superpower level is 28, but I can't match the person in front of me. Luckily, I have combat skills." Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao had the highest superpower level among everyone. Chen felt he needed to supplement his stamina. So it was particularly important to raise Ling Xiao's superpower level. Roar. The sound of a tiger's roar echoed. Hearing the tiger's roar, Chen felt a moment of daze. This was also one of Ling Xiao's beast transformation skills, newly awakened, with a heart-stirring effect. In simple terms, it was a control-type skill. I went. This person's ability is probably regeneration. The speed at which their wounds heal is incredibly fast. I can't finish this quickly. Switch out. What kind of plastic ability does this person have? My knife just sinks into their body. In my mind, everyone is rapidly exchanging information. A single thought can convey a large amount of information without distracting from a fight. Switch opponents, suddenly coordinate. In an instant, that group of people has fallen into a disadvantage. Just then, a loud shout came. This group is tough, release 12. Huh. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression also became serious. That type of zombie is already very strong, and this sounds like it's on another level. He saw the ground shaking, and a huge container was making constant crashing sounds. Su Chen's eyes widened. A container? A metal barrel? This is not even on the same level. As Su Chen's words fell, he flipped and headed towards the container. This 12 is mine. Master, it might be a bit dangerous. Wait a moment, we'll go together. What's there to worry about? Isn't it hard to rely on last-minute efforts? Su Chen opened the system panel. Su Chen, Centurion Defense, 128 Stamina, 228 Mind, 35 Current Recruitment Level. 8 to upgrade to the next level requires 4,000 points, recruitment points. 80. Designated to increase 4 basic attributes. Current recruitment number, 100,110 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia current bonds. Sleight skills. Exploration, binding abilities. Level 30. Thunderstrike, Thunderchain, Thunderbolt points. 33365. With over 30,000 points, relying on last-minute efforts is not a big problem. Come, let us upgrade together. Su Chen's binding skill has 3 slots, and he binds the 3rd slot to Li Jia, whose abilities are quite comprehensive, increasing both mind and stamina. At this moment, points 800, Ling Zhao's ability upgraded to level 30. Next level requires 800 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 attribute feedback. Ability level 06. Points 2400. Chun Jiai's ability level upgraded to level 30. Next level requires 800 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 feedback. Ability level 12. Points 2400. Li Jia's ability level upgraded to level 30. Comprehension of kinetic energy deceleration. Next level requires 800 points. Receive feedback. Ability level 12. Su Chen directly upgraded his abilities by 3 levels, with an overall attribute increase of 35 points. Continue leveling up. Points 800, ability level 1. Points 800, ability level 1. Congratulations, host. Comprehension of new skill. Electric activation. Suddenly, a large amount of electricity radiated from Su Chen's body, and his basic attributes increased by another 20. The next moment, the container opened. A zombie tiger slowly walked out. Su Chen took a deep breath. He had seen it in photos before. This is what they call 12. A zombie tiger the size of a car. Come on, with so many points spent, I should be able to unleash a wave. Thunderbolt. Thunderchain. Su Chen raised his hand, and electricity streaked across the sky, illuminating it. At that moment, Su Chen seemed to understand what it meant for thunder to shatter the darkness. Damn, such dazzling lightning can't possibly be dark, right? Chapter 36. The Mother Tiger. Also a mother the next moment, the zombie tiger charged wildly. The electricity striking its body felt like a tickle. Seeing the zombie tiger so close. Su Chen bleeped Todak. Thunderstrike. A single target electric strike, even more powerful. But the zombie tiger did not dodge or evade. It only charred a patch of its body, not affecting its movements. What the hell? Su Chen exclaimed. He originally wanted to show off, but didn't he expect the zombie tiger to give him no face at all? After all, he is now a level 39 ability user. Can it at least respect his ability level? Su Chen could only keep dodging, his eyes flickering. Zombie cats and zombie dog have received huge boosts, their sizes inflating. And the tiger, originally the king of beasts, was clearly even stronger after mutation. This mutation only turned people into zombies, but it seems to be more friendly towards pets and wild animals. The zombie tiger roared, its speed increasing again. Oh no, I can't watch anymore. Host activate detection. The system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Su Chen was taken aback and immediately activated the detection skill as instructed. Suddenly, information appeared above the zombie tiger's head. Zombie tiger, female, non-human, tiger clan, non-human, 1, allows the host to cross racial barriers for in-depth communication, tiger clan, 1, has certain suppression abilities over mutated feline creatures. Su Chen was stunned. The female attribute seems to be more interesting. As for non-human, what kind of attribute is this? Crossing racial barriers, is this the serious kind of crossing? Su Chen got distracted and was sent flying by the zombie tiger. He felt as if his internal organs were turning over in midair. The strength of this zombie tiger cannot be underestimated. But since it is female, does that mean it can be recruited? Recruitment activated. Points 80. Possesses resistance awareness. Unable to recruit. Recruitment failed. Chen quickly retreated. Could it be that this zombie tiger still has a certain awareness, and he can only recruit it after defeating it? Suddenly, he saw a red light flashing on the zombie tiger. A thought flashed in Chen's mind. Program, unfreeze? Execute command? The so-called resistance awareness should be some program attached to it. It doesn't necessarily mean he has to kill the zombie tiger. As long as he resolves this program, there is a possibility of successful recruitment. He needs to ride on it. Chen's mouth twitched. Does he really have to straddle the zombie tiger? Electric activation. The increase in stamina means an overall boost in speed and strength. With electricity coursing through him, Chen's speed suddenly surged. He jumped and dodged, landing on the zombie tiger's back. He drew 2 daggers and stabbed them into the zombie tiger's back, gripping tightly to stabilize himself. The zombie tiger kept jumping and shaking its head, trying to throw Chen off. But Chen held onto the daggers, although he was swaying all over. He did not fall off the zombie tiger. He saw strange wires connecting to the top of the zombie tiger's head, where there was also a special device. Chen flicked his fingers, and a current flashed, striking that special device. Bang! The device sparked, and the flickering red light suddenly disappeared. Warning, warning, program damaged, rebooting. An electronic voice emanated from the zombie tiger's head. Chen was stunned. It seemed that destroying this device was not enough. There must be more sophisticated instruments inside the zombie tiger, or else it couldn't control the zombie tiger's behavior. Roar! The zombie tiger let out a roar, its body suddenly shaking more violently. Chen couldn't hold onto the daggers and was flung away. He flipped and landed steadily on the ground. However, the zombie tiger did not attack Chen, but began to charge wildly, with the zombie tiger causing chaos. Ling Xiao and the others could not continue fighting and gathered around Chen. The group from the Starry Night Laboratory did the same. The zombie tiger stood between the 2 groups, thought for a moment, and then charged towards Chen and his group. Damn, what bad luck. Chen nodded at the others, who immediately understood and spread out. The zombie tiger missed its target and turned to charge at the people from the Starry Night Laboratory. Seeing this, Chen roughly understood the situation. The program was chaotic, leading to uncontrollable behavior from the zombie tiger. But it did not completely eliminate the zombie tiger's resistance awareness. The current is not enough. He needs to continue. The zombie tiger now only wants to hunt and instinctively pounces in more directions toward its prey. Chen and the others scattered, and the zombie tiger naturally gave up on Chen and the others. Seizing this opportunity, Chen circled to the side of the zombie tiger, continuously releasing currents of electricity to impact the device on top of the zombie tiger's head. Sparks flashed continuously. The electronic sound, which was clear at first, now sounded like garbled text. Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion was heard, and a large hole suddenly blew open on the zombie tiger's head, which then collapsed to the ground. A person from the Starry Night Laboratory held a remote control, their expression cold. With the zombie tiger down, both sides fell into a stalemate. However, Chen's mouth curled slightly. This was a good opportunity. Recruit, activate. Points 80, recruiting, no resistance, recruitment successful, brainstem partially damaged, body unable to move. Please repair as soon as possible. A number flashed before Chen's eyes. Current recruitment 112110. The recruitment number actually exceeded before? Chen clearly remembered that his previous recruitment number was 102, meaning that this zombie tiger directly accounted for 10 recruitment numbers. Reminder, recruitment number exceeds limit. Please upgrade recruitment level or clear current recruitment numbers. Chen couldn't care about so much. The people from the Starry Night Laboratory had already approached, and the one leading them was the man who used fire earlier. He walked in front of Chen and sized him up. Chen never expected that the other party would actually recognize him. Could it be because Night Spirit leaked his information? Impossible. This thought immediately surfaced in Chen's mind. The one who occasionally called him a scumbag, clearly 21 years old, yet looked like a stunted little girl. The girl who talked in her sleep when she had a fever. It was impossible for her to leak his information. Su Chen had previously tricked Knight's spirit into getting bitten, but in the end, the recruitment had failed. He still felt a tinge of guilt towards Knight's spirit. With Knight's spirit's sudden departure, this guilt quietly dissipated and had become a trivial matter by now. The man spoke again. By the way, I am Night Madness. You guessed it right. I'm a family member of Night Spirit and Night Muga. Night Madness's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Su Chen squinted his eyes. Family? What does Night Madness suddenly mean by this? Chapter 37, Familiar Person, or Zombie. Su Chen pondered for a moment before slowly saying, What if I don't want to go to the Starry Night Laboratory with you? Night Madness took out a tablet and manipulated it on the screen. The electronic voice sounded again. 10:09, defrost, program activated. 2 iron barrels open again. And this time, 2 tall zombies emerged. These tentacles were surprisingly wrapped in metal. The tentacles waved, scraping against the iron barrels, sending sparks flying. After the tall zombies stepped out, they stood still, not moving. On their chest, there was a pentagram flashing with red light. Su Chen looked at one of the tall zombies, and his expression gradually turned cold. Sudagwa, previously. The first message Su Chen received on the walkie-talkie was an audio recording made by Sudagwa, where he had mentioned he had turned into a monster. Now it seems that everything is true. Sudagwa was injected with some kind of drug by the Starry Night Laboratory and turned into this tall zombie form. Since his face was not covered by a metal mask, Su Chen could immediately recognize Sudagwa. But this also meant that this tall zombie was even more dangerous. If the previous iron-faced zombie was to guard against weaknesses on the head, it had added a metal mask. Now that the zombie didn't have a metal face, did it mean that the head was no longer a weakness? Was the advantage of being able to act even after decapitation magnified? Su Chen didn't understand. But this was a type of zombie, and the zombie tiger was also a type. Night Madness spoke again, his gaze towards Su Chen filled with impatience. The 2 tall zombies slowly moved forward, seemingly putting pressure on Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand, pointing his sword to the sky, and currents of electricity spread out around him. He proved his decision through his actions. Night Madness stared intently at Su Chen, and after a moment, sneered dismissively. Suddenly, the 2 tall zombies accelerated. Su Chen reacted immediately. Repair, Big Flower Cat. Big Flower Cat, that is, the zombie tiger at that moment. Su Chen decided on the name for the zombie tiger. Naming successful. Repair, Big Flower Cat. Points 800, points 400, points 600 in an instant. 1,600 points disappeared. A flash of white light enveloped Big Flower Cat, and with a leap, it blocked the path of the 2 tall zombies. The tall zombies' tentacles whipped, leaving bloody marks on Big Flower Cat's body. It was still struggling. Clearly, Big Flower Cat could not continue to assist Su Chen. After a brief surprise, Night Madness controlled the tablet again. The program was damaged, meaning it could not control 12 anymore. But why would 12 help Su Chen? Night Lady was right. Su Chen has many secrets. Night Madness quickly clicked on the tablet. One by one, iron barrels opened, and the electronic voice rang out continuously. Thunderbolt. Su Chen's cold voice echoed. He didn't know when he appeared not far from Night Madness. The electricity split into 3, striking the tablet and Night Madness. The tablet exploded directly. Warning, warning, program disorder, program reboot, reboot failed. Roar. The zombies that emerged from the iron barrels went completely berserk, instantly smashing the iron barrels that had kept them. Damn it, do you know what you've done? It's over, we're doomed. Night Madness suddenly pulled out a submachine gun. But before he could disengage the safety, a hail of bullets suddenly descended. Flames shot up into the sky, and Night Madness and his team members quickly dodged. Bang! A tank fired, and the explosion occurred not far from Su Chen. Su Chen realized something was wrong. The zombies were coming toward your direction. We'll come to support you immediately. There are too many zombies. We must break through. In his mind, Chen Jiai's anxious voice sounded. Su Chen looked around. Previously, the zombies wouldn't T-cross that line, but now they were speeding up to charge. A massive horde of zombies surged, densely packed. The zombies at the front had already reached Su Chen and the others. Electricity flickered. Ling Xiao and the others quickly took action, killing zombies. Su Chen glanced around and thought it was bad. Looking at Night Madness and the others, they had long disappeared. Let's go retreat first. The tank rolled over, and everyone jumped onto the tank. The combat vehicle cleared a path ahead, unstoppable, with all three machine guns' barrels turning red, emitting white smoke. Zombie bodies got jammed in the tank tracks, and the tank couldn't move forward at all. Damn it! Long Zaiqian, abandon the tank, get on the combat vehicle. We can't let them benefit. Blow up the tank. Su Chen shouted angrily, jumping first from the tank to the combat vehicle. The maid army also brought Long Zaiqian's people to jump onto the combat vehicle. Entering the combat vehicle, which could carry 40, now felt a bit cramped. Long Zaiqian hung his head, looking dejected, not knowing what he was thinking, the atmosphere extremely heavy. Su Chen also held back his anger. For this operation, he spent nearly 30,000 points. Unexpectedly, those evolution cores were not taken away. Only a part was brought. And the only consolation was that he had recruited Big Flower Cat. Su Dagua. Why was Su Dagua among them? Among those zombies, 3 were my subordinates. Long Zaiqian suddenly said. The members of his team also lowered their heads, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The combat vehicle has dozens of wheels, and when it unleashes its power, no zombie can withstand it. Su Chen had the big tabby cat clear the way in front, and only then did they break through the encirclement of zombies. Time passed. Even the people he brought along appeared quite dejected. Su Chen had no choice but to decide to talk to Long Zaiqian. He walked to the door of Long Zaiqian's room, and suddenly heard voices coming from inside. Commander Liu, they are all my brothers. Even if they turn into zombies, they're still my brothers. But they are treated as tools and turned into such monsters. How can you expect me to stay calm? Chapter 38. The youngest colonel in Dragon Country, Su Chen, was silent for a moment, then pushed the door open without knocking. Commander Liu? That should be a high-ranking official from the Dragon Country military. He needed to have a serious talk with this high-ranking official. Long Zaiqian was a bit surprised to see Su Chen come in. He wanted to turn off the radio communication, but eventually he shook his head, sat down, and gestured to Su Chen to take a seat. All right, Commander Liu, the boss of Jing Haishi is here. If you have any tasks, just tell him. Long Zaiqian lay down beside him, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. Is that you, Su Chen? A voice with a hint of weariness sounded. Su Chen steadied himself. He felt that he had grown a lot since the outbreak of the apocalypse. After all, the person on the other side of the radio was a true big shot in Dragon Country. A commander-level figure he had only seen on television before. Now, he could actually talk to the commander without feeling the slightest bit nervous. It's me, Commander Liu, Su Chen greeted him. Good. From your voice, you sound quite young. Although this apocalypse is chaotic, it is in chaotic times that heroes emerge. I've heard that you established a shelter in Jing Haishi, currently housing around 1,000 people. Commander Liu did not hold back his praise. Su Chen glanced at Long Zaiqian, clearly indicating that Long Zaiqian had exaggerated. His base was far from accommodating 1,000 people. That's an overstatement, Commander Liu. What is the current situation in Dragon Country? Su Chen had no intention of beating around the bush. Commander Liu was silent for a moment, seemingly choosing his words. He cleared his throat and said, currently, satellites and base stations have been damaged to varying degrees. The Xingya laboratory seems to want to sever communication among humans, but hasn't completely succeeded. In the space station, it seems that only the satellites of the Xingya laboratory remain. Little Su, let me give you a heads up. Humanity has regressed at least 50 years in technology due to this apocalypse. The only entity unaffected is the Xingya laboratory. Among their remaining satellites is the Weilong No. 3, which carries the Tianyan system. After talking with Commander Liu, Su Chen finally understood what a behemoth the Xingya laboratory was. It was not just an experimental institution with significant achievements in biology. It also had multiple laboratory branches and possessed globally leading technology. The Tianyan system could monitor the entire Dragon Country. Under previous regulations, the Tianyan system could not be easily mobilized. However, now that the apocalypse had erupted and civilization was collapsing, there was no point in regulations. The Tianyan system could not only monitor Dragon Country, but even observe the entire Blue Star. This meant that as long as he was outdoors, Su Chen's every move would be monitored by the Tianyan system. Nightmat immediately called out Su Chen's name and mentioned that Su Chen had secrets, which made sense. The Tianyan system must have seen something. Su Chen had used the system's recruitment function multiple times while he was outside, quickly recovering injuries and reviving zombies into humans. All of this had been recorded by the Tianyin system. Su Chen felt a cold sweat running down his body. His secret had truly been discovered. He couldn't help but tremble. Just then, Long Zaiqian reached out and patted Su Chen's shoulder. Despite it being just a shoulder pat, Su Chen suddenly calmed down. It wasn't a secret exposure. "Little Su, are you listening?" Commander Lu asked again. Su Chen nodded, exhaled, and then said, "I'm listening. Little Su, the country is in peril, and you are a hero. People like you are incredibly rare in this apocalypse. I've discussed with the higher-ups, and you will hold the rank of colonel, making you the youngest colonel in the history of Dragon Country." Commander Lu suddenly became excited, his tone high-pitched, creating an inspiring atmosphere. Su Chen was stirred up by these words. The youngest colonel in Dragon Country. What an honor. For a man, serving in the military and earning achievements meant so much. Su Chen took deep breaths again and again. After all, Long Zaiqian, who was responsible for a city's rescue team, only held the rank of major. Su Chen smiled. "Commander Lu, your offer is very tempting, but I must decline." As soon as he said this, Long Zaiqian's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that in this information-rich society, Su Chen didn't understand what being a colonel meant. Young people just like to save face. A colonel's insignia on the shoulder means that when he stands up, countless soldiers will salute him. Those rich businessmen and second-generation wealthy kids would have to step aside. And even the fathers of those second-generation wealthy kids would have to treat Su Chen politely. Yet, Su Chen declined. "Commander Lu, what is my small base compared to your urban areas, the Kyoto shelter and the Longzhong city shelter? It's nothing. The only reason I can think of for you to give me this honor is that you want me to deal with the Xingya laboratory. But I'm sorry. I can't handle them. I just want to preserve myself." After saying this, Su Chen directly cut off the radio communication. Long Zaiqian was left speechless, pointing at Su Chen, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. Suddenly, Su Chen crouched down, holding his head. Oh no. I just hung up a call with the commander. Is he going to directly attack our base? Are intercontinental missiles on the way?" Long Zaiqian slapped Su Chen's forehead. Then, he could only give a thumbs up. He took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and then tossed one to Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and then lit the cigarette. In fact, he could smoke, but he didn't have a smoking habit. As the smoke swirled, the two men looked at each other. Long Zaiqian sighed. However, Su Chen didn't care about that. He could exchange points for supplies in the system mall. But accepting this honor meant accepting the responsibilities that came with it. Although he wasn't a scumbag, he enjoyed the thrill of being irresponsible. Enough of that. Let's go out and take a look. There are new developments in the base these days, Su Chen said, pulling Long Zaiqian out of the room without further ado. Arriving at the center of the exhibition hall, he saw hundreds of people gathered there, holding glow sticks. On the stage, a girl in a white wedding dress slowly walked out. She picked up the microphone and softly hummed a tune. In an instant, the atmosphere among the hundreds of people was ignited. Wow! The cigarette in Long Zaiqian's mouth fell to the ground. He looked at Su Chen and after a while finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "That's the big star from before the apocalypse, right?" Chapter 39, The Singer. Inspiring hearts, Su Chen spread his hands, revealing a non-committal smile. He actually didn't expect to recruit Kerr. Before the apocalypse, Kerr was a blazing star wherever she appeared. It would surely cause a wave of screams. The cheapest concert ticket would be scalped to sky-high prices, and her fan club could stretch from Jinghaishi to Kyoto. Su Chen unexpectedly discovered a new bond while using the detection skill. Alongside Kerr were a few of her close girlfriends, who, although not very famous, also had the traits of singers. Next to Kerr, two graceful young women stepped forward, softly humming to accompany her. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao came back on stage with 4 or 5 girls dressed in maid outfits. Don't forget, Zhang Xiaoxiao has the characteristics of a dancer, which can increase flexibility. With splits, backbends, and various high-difficulty moves, she pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Su Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, and some inappropriate images flashed through his mind. Such good flexibility, she can unlock high-difficulty moves. Su Chen directly pulled Long Zaiqian into the crowd. Laughter and cheers filled the air, along with barbecue and beer. This was a grand celebration. After arriving, Long Zaiqian seemed to have drunk too much, taking a beer bottle and rushing onto the stage. insisting on interviewing Kuer with the beer bottle. In the end, he even wanted to sing a duet with Kuer. How many lives does a song take? What would it have been like if we had been together back then? Would we still? Long Zaiqian's performance on stage sounded like a ghost crying and a wolf howling, and the crowd below all had long faces, with some even throwing shoes at Long Zaiqian. Kuer covered her mouth, sneaking a laugh from the side, quite charming. Su Chen was also laughing heartily. In the apocalypse, one can't always be under pressure. A grand celebration is enough to make him a leader that people look up to. In the end, Su Chen was lifted by a group of people and sent onto the stage. He held a microphone, feeling a bit awkward for a moment. From today on, the Jianghai City base has truly been established. Everything done before was just preparation. Labor for survival supplies. Order still exists in our hearts. We never fear the struggle against zombies. As Su Chen spoke, he became less awkward, and his heartfelt words moved everyone. The grand celebration ended. Everyone returned to their duties. But this time, smiles filled their faces full of vigor. Sister Miling, I had a new idea while I was in the restroom. We can reinforce the walls to better resist the zombies. Me. I also have a new idea. The exhibition hall is so big. We can replan the space utilization. I applied to go out to look for supplies. I used to work at a gas station, and I think there might be a place with fuel tankers. The crowd gathered around Li Miling, who recorded everyone's requests in her notebook and addressed them one by one. The entire base felt vibrant and flourishing. Su Chen, with a flushed face, seemed to have also drunk a bit. He leaned close to Kuer and whispered, "Your ability can inspire people. What if I were with Jai and the others, and you sang outside the door? That sounds really tempting. Musta. I'm ignoring you now. Look, the master is drunk." The maid army parted, standing in 2 rows. The maid combat uniforms can enhance attributes, and more than 100 people under Su Chen were almost all wearing maid combat uniforms. Everyone bent down with gentle smiles. "Master." Li Jiao walked up. The maid outfit seemed a bit small, with the buttons at the chest straining and the deep valleys almost engulfed Su Chen. Su Chen walked towards the room, surrounded by many maids. At night, people near Su Chen's room seemed to hear a series of ethereal singing, inexplicably feeling a sense of heat. That night was a night of reward for most of the men in the base. The next day, Su Chen woke up, already late in the morning, lying next to Li Jia and Zhang Xiaoxiao. His face flushed. It seemed he really got drunk last night. How could he black out? He had forgotten everything that happened last night. How could he forget? Su Chen knelt on the bed, unable to suppress a wail. This startled Li Jia and Zhang Xiaoxiao, who sprang up and assumed a combat stance. However, they weren't wearing maid outfits now. Su Chen took a glance and thought, fallen again. Time spent in indulgence always passes quickly. In the conference room, Su Chen, with dark circles under his eyes, sat in the first position. Chun Jiai connected everyone with her consciousness. The attendees not only included the maid army, but also Long Zaiqian and special talent representative Chen Duo. Chen Duo was a famous real estate tycoon in Jianghai City, but he wasn't the kind of rich boss who was foolish with money. He held 2 master's degrees in engineering. "Boss Su, I've got the blueprints for the base reconstruction, but the zombies have been crazy lately. You'll need to send out combat troops," Chen Duo said with a hint of helplessness. Li Miling took out her notebook and handed it to Su Chen. "Recently, we've found many survivors. Some have awakened abilities, but they still feel like small groups unable to integrate into the base." Su Chen flipped through the notebook and frowned after a long while. They had been doing well outside. If they really couldn't integrate, just drive them out. Li Miling nodded in agreement and put away the notebook. Following this, there were some miscellaneous matters regarding the base, which Su Chen patiently handled one by one. Then he turned to Long Zaiqian. "Last time, we clearly angered the Starry Night Laboratory. It's been over 10 days. What's the situation over there?" Long Zaiqian shook his head and sighed. He took out a tablet and checked it before saying, "The zombie horde near the Starry Night Laboratory has been dispersing, and we are often in battles, as we are the primary target of the zombie assaults. However, drones captured some footage showing that the Starry Night Laboratory has been capturing zombies. I don't know if they're planning to create some biochemical weapons again." Chapter 40. "I can also set off fireworks for you." As Long Zaiqian spoke, he directly threw the tablet to Su Chen. They had some military drones, but they didn't dare to get too close to the Starry Night Laboratory. If these precision devices broke, no one would be able to fix them. However, in some of the footage, it was indeed seen that people from the Starry Night Laboratory were capturing live zombies. In one photo, Yi Kwang even looked up towards the direction of the drone. A simple action, but it indicated that the drone had been spotted. Yet, Yi Kwang made no further movements. Was he so confident? Su Chen rechecked the photos and suddenly froze. The zombies captured by the Starry Night Laboratory were all female zombies. Although as time passed, the degree of decay in the zombies deepened, one could still distinguish between male and female zombies. Su Chen suddenly had a feeling. The Starry Night Laboratory was capturing this group of female zombies. They must be trying to compete with him for business, knowing he could only recruit women. So they were capturing female zombies to weaken his strength. This point must be noted, since they had a grudge with the Starry Night Laboratory. They wouldn't let it go easily. He feared they were accumulating strength, waiting for the right moment to annihilate them. Long Zaiqian said this with excitement, standing up. Su Chen raised his hand to signal Long Zaiqian to calm down. The Starry Night Laboratory must be guarded against. I think it's best to find an opportunity to negotiate. Su Chen was confident that the Starry Night Laboratory would definitely want to talk to him. Now that his base had grown to a scale of 1,000 after the inclusion of survivors, although the cohesion was lacking with so many survivors joining, at least the number of people with abilities had surpassed 200. As for the Big Flower Cat, it naturally relied on its Tiger Clan characteristics to suppress the zombie cats to harvest evolution cores. Otherwise, how could there be so many awakened abilities in the base? As long as you have ideas, that's good. The Chen family, the Yi family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family were all once powerful holders of famous consortiums in Longhua, and now it was revealed that they had been funding the Starry Night Laboratory all along. Many consortiums internationally have also invested heavily in the Starry Night Laboratory. Long Zaiqian flipped through the tablet, found the data, and directly handed it to Su Chen. He may also be gradually integrating into this base. If it were in the past, he would never have spoken such confidential information. Su Chen glanced at the tablet. The consortiums involved are massive powers with assets in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. There are as many as 18 consortiums supporting the Starry Night Laboratory, not just from the Dragon Country, but also from foreign consortiums. No wonder the Starry Night Laboratory can produce so much technological research. It turns out they have plenty of financial support. The information that Commander Liu sent me a few days ago indicates that Jianghai City is supported by the Yi family and the Chen family. And this branch of the Starry Night Laboratory is also extremely important. Long Zaiqian seemed a bit anxious and cautiously glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen did not mind Long Zaiqian mentioning Commander Liu. Some concepts are deeply rooted. Even though Long Zaiqian is trying to integrate into the base now, he is still a major in the military, having served for many years, and it is not surprising that he still has contact with Commander Liu. Su Chen carefully looked at the information. Just then, Chen Jai stood up and said with a smile, "I'm feeling a bit bored. The consciousness connection can cover the entire exhibition hall. You all can continue." After saying that, Chen Jai really turned around and left the meeting room. Once outside the meeting room, Chen Jai looked up at the sky and momentarily lost her thoughts. The meeting continued late into the night. Su Chen and Long Zaiqian jumped onto the city wall simultaneously, watching the howling zombies and lighting a cigarette. "What's wrong? It's the apocalypse. And you're still thinking about how smoking is harmful to health?" Long Zaiqian retorted. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. There was nothing wrong with that statement. The two fell silent. Just after midnight, Su Chen immediately activated his detection skill. The recruitment level is 8, but the maximum bond count remains at 30 unchanged. However, Su Chen's recruitment count is as high as 110, which means he needs to continue looking for more bonds to maximize the attributes of the Legion. Of course, skills that enhance flexibility and overtime skills are also quite necessary. Flexibility, well, those who understand know. Overtime skills can be activated after reaching 10 workers, allowing those with the worker trait to fully devote themselves to work, even working all day without rest. In the post-apocalyptic world, work mostly involves killing zombies. Coupled with score bonuses, it's also a good bond. Martial artists, singers, workers, maids, knife users, dancers, doctors are currently important bond bonuses for Su Chen. The moment the detection was activated, dozens of female zombies were marked. Su Chen observed for a while and shook his head in disappointment. The worker trait is the most prevalent, and he suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards the contemporary overworked youth. Have you thought about how to contact the Starry Night Laboratory? Long Zaiqian suddenly broke the silence and asked. Su Chen smiled and said, they won't be able to resist coming to find me. I'll deal with them as they come. Long Zaiqian was left speechless and couldn't help but light another cigarette. Don't look at me like that. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. They're capturing female zombies, so they will definitely come looking for me. What secret does the Starry Night Laboratory hold over Su Chen? Isn't it just being able to revive female zombies and have them fight by his side? Since the Starry Night Laboratory is also capturing female zombies, Su Chen does not believe there isn't some connection. Therefore, he is sure that the Starry Night Laboratory will come knocking. At this moment, Chen Jiai walked over. Su Chen, Long Zaiqian, seeing this, jumped off the city wall, turned his back to Su Chen, and waved his hand. Chen Jiai replaced him by Su Chen's side. Chen Jiai leaned in, wrapped her arms around Su Chen, and rested her head on his shoulder. Do you think what the Starry Night Laboratory said is right? Look at the sky. When can we see so many stars in Jianghai City? Indeed, after the apocalypse, the pollution in Jianghai City seems to have reduced significantly. But that doesn't mean the Starry Night Laboratory's plan to eliminate humanity is correct. He could never understand these so-called noble beliefs. It's New Year's Eve. It would be great if there were fireworks, Chen Jiai continued. Su Chen was taken aback. He had kept track of time and didn't realize today was New Year's Eve. Su Chen pulled Chen Jiai close and smiled. Although there are no fireworks in the sky, I could put on a fireworks show for you. He grinned mischievously and leaned in. However, Chen Jiai was not in the mood and pushed Su Chen away. You naughty boy, I see your stamina is getting better. After a moment of silence, Chen Jiai suddenly said, Su Chen, actually I have something to say. Before she could finish, Su Chen turned his gaze toward a direction. Chapter 41, Jianghai Restaurant. Apocalypse Banquet not far away, a silver-white drone flew over and stopped in front of Su Chen. Immediately, an ethereal voice came from the drone. Hello, Su Chen. I am Yimuge, Night Spirit's sister. The Jianghai branch of the Starry Night Laboratory cordially invites you to be a guest at Jianghai Restaurant, scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. The attendees include Night Spirit, Night Madness, Chen Musen, Yimuge, and the former mayor of Jianghai City, Wu Cheng. Just as Su Chen was about to say something, the silver-white drone took off again and quickly disappeared from his sight. Jianghai Restaurant? As a guest? Before the apocalypse, Jianghai Restaurant was one of the few star-rated restaurants in the area, hosting various banquets and a gathering place for celebrities. But using the term guest in the apocalypse feels quite out of place. Dian Musen, Wu Ting. Su Chen Mumblith. Chen Jiai paused, buried her head in Su Chen's arms, and whispered, Wu Cheng is the mayor. You should know this. Chen Musen is the chairman of the Chen Group. You've heard of the Chen Group before. It's one of the most famous conglomerates in the entire Hai Province. Jianghai City is just a city under Hai Province. Su Chen frowned slightly. The attendees at this meeting are all big shots. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Su Chen suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiai shook her head, smiled, and leaned on Su Chen's shoulder, counting the stars one by one. It was unclear how long it took, but eventually, Chen Jiai fell into a deep sleep. Su Chen kissed Chen Jiai's forehead and smiled. Silly girl. He picked up Chen Jiai and walked toward the room. That night, he did nothing but hold Chen Jiai and slept soundly. The next day, in the meeting room, Long Zaiqian looked at the map and couldn't help but frown. Jianghai Restaurant is located in the city center of Jianghai City. It's obvious that the area is filled with zombies, and this must be a trap. There is no need to go. Long Zaiqian snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. The exhibition hall and the Starry Night Laboratory are located near the outskirts of Jianghai City. However, even so, there are still numerous zombies nearby. Jianghai Restaurant. That place is in the city center. The number of zombies there is definitely in the thousands. At least 1 million zombies. Su Chen said with a smile. He looked relaxed, seemingly not taking the 1 million zombies to heart. Then we definitely shouldn't go. Even if hypothetically, the Starry Night Laboratory is really holding a banquet at Jianghai Restaurant and inviting all the big shots. What if they poison us? These worthless things. It was clear that Long Zaiyan was genuinely concerned about Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward and patted Long Zaiyan on the shoulder. Yes, they're all big shots. Has Su Chen unknowingly become a big shot in Jianghai City? Chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Muzin, chief scientist of the Jianghai branch of the Starry Night Laboratory. Yi Muge, representing the well-known consortium, the Yi family, the former mayor of Jianghai City. People who had nothing to do with Su Chen before the apocalypse are now going to the appointment together? Since they're all big shots, why should they fear such obstacles? Go, we must go. Su Chen's tone was light, yet it carried an undeniable sense of determination. Long Zaiyan pointed at Su Chen, unable to say a word for a long time. He looked at the map, his expression serious. Plan a route, definitely not from Jianghai Avenue. We can go through the community and use the buildings as cover. Long Zaiyan quickly planned a reasonable route for Su Chen. He is already integrated into the base, prioritizing Su Chen's safety in all his actions. In the afternoon, for some unknown reason, Chen Jiai said she was tired and didn't want to participate in this operation. Su Chen didn't force her. He took Li Jia, Ling Xiao, and Fian and set off towards Jianghai Restaurant. The banquet is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we must arrive a bit early. Otherwise, we will definitely be late. The combat vehicle started, and the machine guns cleared the way. Su Chen exchanged for 20,000 rounds of ammunition and tossed them carelessly in the vehicle. The sky grew dim. Su Chen and the others sat in the combat vehicle, with Jianghai Restaurant right ahead. We arrived 12 hours early, shut off the engine, and rest well, Su Chen ordered. Jianghai Restaurant is located on Jianghai Avenue, which was the most prosperous street in Jianghai City before the apocalypse. The street was densely populated with zombies. At a glance, it was filled with them. Fortunately, when parking, the maid army was equipped with automatic crossbows to kill the zombies. The piled-up zombie bodies actually became a natural defense for the combat vehicle. However, zombies are sensitive to sound, so everyone stayed quiet inside the combat vehicle. Suddenly, zombies in the distance began to gather in one direction. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and gestured to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao understood, took out binoculars, and handed them to Su Chen. It seems we're not the only ones who arrived early, Su Chen whispered. He saw that after crazily moving for over an hour, the zombies suddenly stopped. A group of about 40 to 50 people rushed in, entered a nearby building, and closed the door. From a distance, Su Chen could only get a rough idea. This group was well-equipped, armed with automatic crossbows and cold weapons, effectively killing zombies with minimal noise. This time, it was a group of people dressed in white combat uniforms, each with a pentagram on their chests. Su Chen squinted. These were people from the Starry Night Laboratory. He saw Yimugo, who was even more beautiful in person than in photos, walking in the middle of the group with her arms crossed, her long hair flowing, her gaze cold, exuding an Ice Queen vibe. Beside her was a dazed little girl. Yi Ling seeing Yi Ling again, Su Chen felt that she had changed. The once lively and cheerful Yi Ling sometimes acted a bit silly, but her eyes were the most captivating, clear and bright. Now, the light in Yi Ling's eyes had disappeared. The Starry Night Laboratory was quite strong. They forcefully broke through the crowd, not caring about the noise attracting the zombies. When they reached the front of Jianghai Restaurant, the people from the Starry Night Laboratory suddenly threw a smoke bomb, which emitted blood-red smoke. The zombies were instantly drawn to the smoke bomb and ignored the Starry Night Laboratory people. They swaggered right into Jianghai Restaurant. Su Chen took a deep breath. He had a new understanding of the strength of the Starry Night Laboratory. Besides their biochemical weapons, their combat ability was also not to be underestimated. The main characters had also arrived early. Time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we attend the banquet. Chapter 42. The Irritable Guy. Online table flipping the next day. The sky gradually brightened. Su Chen and the others had no timing tools, so they could only wait for everyone to act. Soon, the previous group of 40 to 50 people approached Jianghai Restaurant. Seeing this, Su Chen waved, "Leave 15 people to guard the combat vehicle, ready to respond at any time. The rest follow me." After saying this, Su Chen jumped down from the combat vehicle first. One by one, the figures jumped down in an orderly manner, moving very quickly. The sound from the automatic crossbows was minimal, and they deliberately kept quiet. Soon, they entered Jianghai Restaurant. Inside the restaurant, a red carpet was even laid out, and there were no traces of zombies, though bloodstains remained on the surrounding walls. The previous 40 to 50 people leaned against the side, their eyes warily watching Chen and his group. Before long, the crowd parted, and a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked towards Chen. Chen remembered this man. He was Wu Cheng, the former mayor of Shanghai City. Wu Cheng extended his hand and smiled. This young brother looks like a dragon among men. May I ask your name? Chen also extended his hand, Chen. As the two exchanged pleasantries, another group of people burst in from outside. Leading them was a middle-aged man around 50, exuding an imposing presence, his eyes scanning the entire restaurant, radiating authority. The people around him spread out, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Seeing this, Chen felt a bit helpless. He had somewhat indulged in self-satisfaction earlier. Those invited by the Starry Night Laboratory were able to pass through a million zombies to get here, showing their true strength. Each person's combat ability was not weak, and their vigilance was quite high. However, this group had one major flaw. Brother Chen is lucky. He is surrounded by top-notch beauties, and they all seem quite capable. Wu Cheng said with a smile. The 40 to 50 people he brought looked at Chen's maid army with wide eyes. Then, he immediately went over to greet the middle-aged man, still wearing a cheerful smile. This middle-aged man was Chen Musen, the chairman of the Chen group. Chen Musen glanced at Chen before retracting his gaze and began chatting with Wu Cheng. In this hall filled with over 100 people from 3 factions, Chen was the most eye-catching. Among a sea of men, there were over a dozen people in maid outfits. How could that not attract attention? Just then, the Ice Queen Yimugu emerged with the dazed Yiling. Chen stared at Yiling for a long time, but she seemed to not see him at all. To be precise, it seemed she didn't see anyone. Boss, that little girl Yiling. Ling Xiao whispered. Chen subtly nodded and followed Wu Cheng and the others. Welcome to Shanghai City Shelter, Chen. This is Wu Cheng, the former mayor of Shanghai City, and Chen Musen, chairman of the Chen group. Yimu Ji's voice was pleasant, ethereal yet cold, like a fairy untouched by the world. Though she welcomed them, her expression was extremely indifferent. Ling, Chen, give him a greeting. Yiling paused, as if waking from a dream, and nodded. Chen, hello. Chen is breathed. He didn't want to admit it, but Yiling had never properly addressed him. It was always scumbag or bastard. Yiling was acting strange. Miss Yiling, hello. Chen deliberately raised his voice. Yiling looked up at Chen, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. But she quickly lowered her head, showing no further reaction. In fact, Yiling and Chen are both specially endowed with dual abilities. We have been dedicated to researching the awakening conditions for dual abilities, but have not achieved results. This woman, when she smiled, was truly captivating. But Chen felt a chill. An Ice Queen suddenly smiling at you was a feeling hard to comprehend. Dual abilities? Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the system wasn't T-exposed, it would be fine. The system was Chen's biggest secret. As for dual abilities, let them think he possessed dual abilities. Chen wore a non-committal smile and did not object. Yimugu paused for a moment before gesturing for everyone to take a seat. When a mention of dual abilities came up, Chen Musen, who had originally not cared about Chen, cast an interested glance. Upon entering the banquet hall, members dressed in combat uniforms were bustling about, serving exquisite dishes on the tables. There were also 2 long tables nearby, laden with food. The subordinates you brought can eat at the sides, and the 3 of you, please follow me, Yimugu said, as the people around her began to disperse. In the center of the banquet hall, there was a small table with 4 chairs, clearly set aside for Chen and his companions. The exquisite dishes gave Chen an illusion as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Yimugu sat down and invited everyone to take a seat as well. Rest assured, all the dishes you see now are from my Starry Night Laboratory, grown and raised without any harmful substances, even nutritious and delicious. Yimugu was the first to pick up a piece of meat and put in her mouth. Seeing this, Chen Musen and the others immediately picked up their chopsticks. Only Chen remained still. Chen, is the food not to your taste? Yimugu asked. Chen shrugged helplessly, saying, what if you poisoned it? Upon hearing this, Chen laughed heartily. Just kidding, This isn't a banquet of doom. Miss Yi, let's get straight to the point. You didn't invite us just for a meal, did you? The atmosphere at the table relaxed significantly. Yimuga looked at Su Chen with interest, and after a while said, interesting. I would like to ask, what do you all think about this apocalypse? The atmosphere became tense again. The expressions of Chen Muzin and Wu Cheng visibly darkened. Chen Muzin threw down his chopsticks, leaned back, and stared at Yimuga. Now the whole Dragon Country is saying that these monsters were created by the Starry Night Laboratory. You ask us what we think. Yimuga, you don't think you're being humorous, do you? Yimuga nodded slightly and turned to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng paused before saying, naturally, we are extremely angry. The apocalypse has emerged, disrupting the peace of a nation and causing the people to suffer. His lengthy speech sounded very official. Chen Muzin directly slammed the table to interrupt Wu Cheng. And what do you think? Everyone turned their eyes to Su Chen, who was focused on eating. Su Chen was taken aback, wiped his greasy mouth, and smiled. I have to say this food is really delicious. As for what I think, I can only see it with my eyes. You all have too high of perspective. I'm just an ordinary person. Seeing with your eyes? That's fair enough. The group continued to eat in silence. After a while, once they were full, Yimuga had no intention of beating around the bush and directly took out a tablet, placing it in front of everyone. The content displayed was a series of isolated zombies, with people in white coats recording data. Most importantly, the date shown was from last year. To be precise, it was just after the new year, which should have been the year before last. The apocalypse broke out in October of last year, but the zombies appeared nearly a year earlier. As you can see, zombies appeared long ago, and at that time their lifespan was short, and their functions were not as complete as the zombies now. Our Starry Night Laboratory discovered the zombies and dedicated ourselves to unraveling the mystery of their emergence. Unexpectedly, the experimental videos leaked and were smeared by those with ulterior motives. Regardless of whether you trust us or not, our Starry Night Laboratory has never had the intention of being enemies with humanity. Everything you see in the videos is deliberately fabricated by those with agendas and has nothing to do with our laboratory. Yimu Ji's expression was sincere as she put away the tablet and couldn't help but sigh. Su Chen's face darkened. Is this a crisis management play? One moment, the virus is spread by the Starry Night Laboratory, and the next, it's positioned as the savior. These upper-class people are quite adept at playing games. Wu Cheng still wore a smile, but Chen Muzin had already slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Yimuga. Nonsense, Starry Night Laboratory. I, Chen's group, have invested half of my assets into it. How much profit have you brought to my Chen's group? He spoke loftily, but they were researching viruses. Their scientific endeavors were worth nothing. In the years since I took over Chen's group, I found out that the former chairman invested hundreds of billions into you. I cannot understand this behavior. It was evident that Chen Muzin was still filled with anger. The apocalypse had not been long, and their ingrained beliefs had not changed. The hundreds of billions wasted were incomprehensible and infuriating to Chen Muzin. Wu Cheng stood up to mediate, smiling, no need to dwell on it. The apocalypse has broken out. Wealth is just an external matter. Hundreds of billions is just a number. Suchenadi thoughtfully. I would indeed like to have such a string of numbers. I know that if it weren't for this blasted apocalypse, I would have flipped the table already. Yimuga had had enough and said, just tell us why you invited us. Chen Muzin sat down, but his eyes were still filled with rage. Yimuga showed no hint of emotion. I am telling you all this to inform you that the Starry Night Laboratory never expects your understanding. You do not need to know what significance our actions hold. After all, we see the world from a different perspective. As the head of the Jianghai branch of the Starry Night Laboratory, I am about to launch a massive cleansing and reconstruction operation in Jianghai. Inviting you here is merely for this operation. Chen Muzin squinted and retorted, so you mean our presence is hindering your cleansing operation? Yimuga showed no signs of being subtle and nodded immediately. Then, she turned her gaze to Su Chen. Because of someone's actions, the cleansing operation prepared by the Starry Night Laboratory has been postponed. To achieve the desired effect, it will take at least another 6 months. 6 months we cannot afford to waste, so I hope there is only one voice in Jianghai City. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Wow, might as well just report my ID number directly. Cleansing operation? Could it be that those types of zombies before were the products of the cleansing operation? Only magic can defeat magic. So you want to use zombies to defeat zombies? Indeed, those zombies were powerful in combat and under controlled circumstances. Eliminating zombies would be no problem, because they were also zombies. They could infiltrate zombie hordes without being attacked. Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Clever. Truly clever. But at that moment, Chen stood up directly. You say so much nonsense. And it turns out you want us to invest in the Starry Night Laboratory. Sorry, I refuse. I am not the former chairman of Chen's group, who was toyed with by you and wasted hundreds of billions. My current decisions will affect the lives of thousands of people under me. It's impossible. After saying this, Chen waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave. Although Wu Cheng did not express his stance, he still stood up with a smile, cupped his hands in farewell, and then followed Chen out. The banquet hall instantly fell silent. But at that moment, the entrance of the banquet hall closed. Each maid was flanked by 2 people from the Starry Night Laboratory, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chen was still eating heartily, seemingly unaware of it. Yi Kuang walked over, standing behind Yi Ge, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chen. Chen wiped his mouth and looked at Yi Ge. I have a question that I want you to answer. Yi Ge chocolate lightly. I've already told you that what I am doing is to clear out the zombies, which is why those artificially modified zombies appeared. As for what I just said, you understand that it was you who killed those zombies, which affected my plan. Chen quickly waved his hand. So now it's straightforward, calling me out directly? I know. So, I only have one question. What does God mean? As soon as he said this, Yi Ge's expression turned cold, and a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes. He had already placed his hand on the dagger at his waist. However, Chen put his hands on his head, casually resting his feet on the table, looking fearless. After a moment of silence, Yi Ge slowly said, It seems that the spirit cannot play with you. I felt it the first time I saw you. You are one of us. Chen helplessly replied, I'm not as good at playing as you guys. Don't say random things. Yi Ge did not oppose this, took a deep breath, and slowly said, The so-called God, to be precise, is the God virus. Leaning forward to stare at Yi Ge and asked, God virus? Yi Ge smiled, but did not continue. Actually, I can tell you. As long as you join the Starry Night Laboratory, I will tell you what the God virus is, Yi Ge suddenly said. Chen spread his hands and helplessly said, Joining the Starry Night Laboratory is not out of the question. What benefits do I get? What benefits do you want? Yi Ge licked her lips, showing an interested expression. Women? Yi Ge glanced at Ling Xiao and Fei Yin behind Chen. Chen non comitali nadif. Actually, if it's you, then I can also join the Starry Night Laboratory. It's a deal, Yi Ge said, and she really pulled out a contract from the tablet and handed it to Chen. Chen looked at the tablet, and his face darkened. Are you serious? Yi Ge looked at Chen with a puzzled expression. Of course, I'm serious. To me, feelings are a result of hormone secretion, and marriage is the result of forming a community of interests. From my rational analysis, your appearance, body, and abilities are all excellent. Combining from a genetic level would be more beneficial for the next generation. When you mentioned needing me, I had already listed a series of experiments to apply to our next generation. Hearing this, Chen slowly stood up. He looked at Yi Ge as if she were an idiot. Indeed, Yi Ge was right. Their perspectives on the world were different. He didn't speak and just turned to leave. Yi Ge watched Chen's back, her eyes flickering. She didn't understand that the next generation produced from their union would definitely be an excellent experimental subject. Chen, and Wu Cheng can leave. But I only have one choice for you. Join the Starry Night Laboratory in any way. Yi Ge suddenly stood up and waved her hand. The next moment, the people from the Starry Night Laboratory moved without hesitation, taking action. Chen's maid army resisted, and the entire banquet hall turned chaotic. Yi Kuang was the most direct, transforming into a fireman, quickly charging towards Chen. But midway, a white blade energy suddenly sliced through as Fei Yin made her move. Yi Kuang abruptly stopped, leaning back at an incredible angle to avoid the blade energy, then accelerated again. ZZ. The electric current struck rapidly at Yi Kuang's chest. The door of the banquet hall suddenly opened, and a large number of zombies surged in. Meanwhile, The combat vehicle had already appeared at the entrance of Jianghai restaurant. Li Jia was stationed outside. Upon seeing Chen Muzin and Wu Cheng leave, but Su Chen not coming out for a long time, she naturally rushed to provide support. Su Chen and the others quickly broke through, and with the zombies blocking their way, the people from the Starry Night Laboratory were also unable to fully exert themselves. Soon, Su Chen was standing on the combat vehicle. He made a kissing gesture toward Yimu Gu. Then the combat vehicle started, crashing through the zombies and speeding away. The big tabby cat appeared from the side at some point, crashing through a large number of zombies. Yimu Gu watched this scene, her eyes gradually darkening. Charge! Catch up! Yi Kuang roared, leading the charge. Stop! Yimu Gu called off Yi Kuang, standing quietly in place, watching Su Chen leave. Let's go. She took the lead and left in the opposite direction. The previous blood-red smoke bomb was thrown again to attract a large number of zombies. The people from the Starry Night Laboratory thus left Jianghai restaurant without incident. This banquet ended on an unhappy note. At night, in the Starry Night Laboratory, Yimu Gu sat in front of several screens, surrounded by sci-fi-styled silver metallic walls. Among dozens of screens, one was focused on the exhibition hall. This is the Heavenly Eye system, capable of observing everything happening on Blue Star from far in space. The combat vehicle had already stopped at the entrance of the exhibition hall. Perhaps because the combat vehicle made too much noise by this time, there were still large numbers of zombies outside the exhibition hall. Many people stood on the city wall, using automatic crossbows to kill zombies. Yimu Gu quietly watched, her gaze fixed on the exhibition hall, as if her eyes could penetrate the walls to see Su Chen inside. Su Chen, I didn't want to hold you accountable. As long as I can research the ability you have to resurrect female zombies, I can create a large number of Death Squad warriors to cleanse the zombies in Jianghai City. But why has my interest in you grown stronger? Su Chen, you really are a man full of secrets, but it doesn't matter. No secret has ever escaped my notice, Yimu Gu. Yimu Gu extended her hand, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Soon, all information about Su Chen appeared on the screen. Orphan, happy orphanage, trace back, gene comparison. Yimu Ge's fingers danced like lively spirits, never stopping for a moment. The Starry Night Laboratory was dedicated to genetic research, and without the knowledge of the high-ranking officials of Long Country, they used their medical institutions to establish a massive gene bank. Soon, photos of a middle-aged man and woman appeared on the screen. Genes don't lie. Su Chen, I found your parents. As an orphan, you must be very eager to see your parents, right? Authorize, activate the Heavenly Eye system, facial recognition program. Yimu Ge's lips slightly curled up under the dim light. Her eyes seemed to glint with a cold light. The images displayed on dozens of screens changed. Not just Su Chen, but also Chen Jiai, Li Jia, Fei Yin, Ling Xiao, and Long Zaiyan. As long as they were people around Su Chen, their information appeared on the screens. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yimu Gu seemed to go mad, leaning over the keyboard, sticking out her tongue to lick her lips. This was in stark contrast to her icy beauty during the day. Perhaps this was her true self, a scientist with a Yandere attribute. In the exhibition hall, the strangeness of Yi Ling and the video displayed by Yimu Gu. The god virus. Everything was like a spell, swirling in Su Chen's mind, keeping him awake all night. Just at this moment, Long Zaiyan walked in. He was holding a tablet, seemingly video, chatting with someone. When the tablet was placed in front of Su Chen, Yimu Ge's figure appeared in Su Chen's view. Tuptik Warantasing, Lidakian. Chief of Starry Night Laboratory Su Chen took a deep breath. No wonder the Starry Night Laboratory is so formidable. Even in a situation where signals are blocked, they can still video chat with them. No wonder the high-ranking officials of Long Country are so wary of the Starry Night Laboratory. A saying from Commander Lu still echoes in Su Chen's mind. Technology has regressed at least 50 years, and the only one unaffected is the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen adjusted his emotions, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, carrying a playful expression. Oh, great scientist. Su Chen, I have some information in my hands that you might be very interested in. Suddenly, the figure of Yi Muge disappeared from the screen. In its place was a weathered middle-aged man, covered in blood and smeared with large chunks of rotten flesh. He carefully navigated through a crowd of zombies, making not a sound. This man is your father, Li Daqiang. 24 years ago, Li Daqiang and Su Erniu went for a pregnancy checkup, and 10 months later, Su Erniu gave birth in the hospital, after which she disappeared without a trace. The hospital couldn't find her, so they had to send the child to the Happy Orphanage. Does that name sound familiar? Su Chen suddenly sat up, his fingers crackling with electricity, instantly piercing through the tablet. He trembled all over. His hands pressed against the table as he gasped for breath. The Starry Night Laboratory, how terrifying, whether it's fabricated or not. Su Chen clearly remembers that the orphanage he was in was called the Happy Orphanage. Why? Su Chen lost his previous calm. For a full 23 years, he had searched for his biological parents, but there was not a trace of them. After his adoptive parents took him in, they abandoned him in a strange city after just a few years. He had struggled to survive for so many years. And now, the Starry Night Laboratory had placed his father right in front of him? How could he remain calm? Long Zaiqian also heard the voice from the tablet and hurried over. Su Chen, don't get excited. This might all be fake, right? No, it must be fake. The Starry Night Laboratory deliberately released this to disturb your mind. But just then, a person from the base walked in, holding a silver-white drone. Boss Su, this drone suddenly landed on the city wall, and it also brought a phone. What does this mean? As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Yimuge. Su Chen finally understood what it meant to have a lingering spirit. He picked up the phone, thought for a moment, and ultimately answered Yimuge's video call. Don't get excited. I think the next message will be even harder for you to accept. Li Daqiang, originally the chief of the Starry Night Laboratory branch in Longzhong City, disappeared 10 months ago and left the Starry Night Laboratory. Yimuge's voice was like a demon's whisper, filled with mockery and teasing, echoing in Su Chen's ears over and over. He didn't know how long it had been. Su Chen clenched the phone and shouted with all his might. What does it have to do with me? On the other end of the phone, Yimuge gasped, her eyes filled with disbelief. This is your biological father, and he has this identity. I said, what does it have to do with me? I'm just an orphan. Are you playing fantasy with me? Su Chen xiaoti dangridi. Are you trying to say that my biological father, blood is thicker than water, but he never raised me? What kind of moral kidnapping is this? Let me tell you, I, Su Chen, have no morals. Su Chen's barrage of words left Yimuge stunned. After saying that, Su Chen didn't give her a chance to respond, crushing the phone in his hand while simultaneously using electricity to destroy the drone. Next time, if you see this thing, just shoot it down for me. What the hell? Su Chen said, turning to leave. Vosu. Long Zaiqian directly held the speaker down, shaking his head. He couldn't understand Su Chen's thoughts. The amount of information covered in just a few sentences was beyond imagination. An orphan suddenly seeing his father before him? That was one thing. But that father was also the chief scientist of the Starry Night Laboratory branch, disappearing without a trace after stealing zombie virus samples, and then the zombie virus outbreak? Even Long Zaiqian was left stunned, directly suspecting that this was a story he fabricated by the Starry Night Laboratory. Long Zaiqian took a deep breath several times. He felt the need to contact Commander Liu again and have an open discussion. Meanwhile, Su Chen jumped onto the city wall. You, lead the way with me out. Out for what? To kill zombies? There are so many zombies. If we don't kill them, will we wait for the exhibition hall to be surrounded? Su Chen cursed, taking the lead to rush out. Electricity crackled around him, and his powerful ability level prevented the zombies from getting close. Ling Xiao, Chen Jiai, and Li Jia exchanged glances and followed him out. Su Chen's mind was in chaos. Hearing all this suddenly, he first thought that Yimuge was just talking nonsense. After all, it was something that happened more than 20 years ago. How would the Starry Night Laboratory know about it? The Heavenly Eye system? Or was it the famous human gene bank system of the Starry Night Laboratory? Su Chen scratched his head. Damn it. He initially wanted to refute Yimuge, but no matter how he thought about it, he felt that what Yimuge said was true. He just had that instinct. He couldn't control his chaotic thoughts. The thoughts in his mind hadn't stopped for a second. Could it be that he really had the genes of a scientist, curious about everything, instinctively speculating, wanting to verify those speculations? Go. Su Chen was extremely frustrated. System, activate detection function. In an instant, the female zombies around him were marked. Doctors, temporarily not needed. Dancers, increase flexibility, then unlock more new poses. It's worth considering. Suddenly, a new bond appeared in Chen's view. Esports. 3 people increase host finger flexibility. 5 people increase host speed. 10 people with speed like flying. Experiencing a feeling like soaring to the sky. Talented girls. 3 people good at boasting. 5 people good at singing and playing instruments. 10 people with skills that only old hands understand. Damn. Chen cursed under his breath. The system was getting more and more ridiculous. Is boasting really a serious skill? What kind of thing is singing and playing instruments? Has the threshold for esports girls become that high? But in front of him, more than a dozen female zombies each had a big headset around their necks, giving off a clear esports girl vibe. Some even had keyboards on their backs and were dragging mice in their hands. The 10-person bond was directly fulfilled. Chapter 46. Esports Girls. Talent Show. Chen opened the system panel and looked at the recruitment numbers. Previously, the recruitment numbers had exceeded the limit, but because a few maid members had died while breaking through the zombie crowd, he and T continued to upgrade the recruitment level. Upgrade recruitment level. Current recruitment level 9. To upgrade to the next level requires 4,500 points. Recruitment points 90. Randomly increase 5 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment number 110120. Chen frowned slightly. Why did this upgrade only increase the recruitment number by 10? After thinking for a moment, he decided to directly recruit the 10 esports girls in front of him. After a while, 10 girls with distinct styles appeared behind Chen, armed with automatic crossbows, killing zombies. The recruitment also raised their physical fitness base to 20 points, in addition to enhancing their fighting, cold weapon, and shooting skills. Now, it could be confirmed that zombies were evolving. If their physical fitness remained that of ordinary people, they wouldn't even be able to kill a single ordinary zombie. Speed like flying? Chen held the automatic crossbow, seemingly inspired, and began to fire rapidly. His fingers were nimble, and the speed of pulling the trigger increased significantly. He switched the automatic crossbow's arrows with one hand, pulling the trigger without any pause. He managed to make the automatic crossbow feel like a machine gun, spinning like a top, sweeping 360 degrees without any blind spots. The scene with the esports girls began to shift dramatically. A few esports girls leaned against an abandoned car, holding the automatic crossbow at a 45-degree angle, posing as if for selfies. Yet, those crossbow arrows could trace a parabolic arc, accurately hitting the zombies' heads. A few other girls wrapped their legs around a lamppost, moving up and down gracefully, but their speed in killing zombies was not slow at all. Chen covered his forehead, wondering what kind of group he had recruited. The threshold for esport girls is really high now. Is this what they call talent? If so, then we need more of it. Seeing that the recruitment numbers were not enough again, Chen had no choice but to increase the recruitment numbers. Now that the team is large, it brings him over 10,000 points every day. As long as he doesn't upgrade his abilities, he won lack points. Current recruitment, level 10, requires 5,000 points to upgrade to the next level. Recruitment points 100 specify to upgrade 5 points of basic attributes. Current recruitment number 120130 only increased the recruitment number by 10. Chen was a bit puzzled. Is the system planning to make him take the elite route? But before he could voice his question, the system prompt flickered again. Recruitment level 10, binding skill upgrade. Maximum binding quantity 4, can obtain 40 attribute feedback. Detection skill upgrade. Range expanded to 10. New bond attributes appeared. Please explore on your own. Blade Master. 50 people have a chance to add Blade Aura Piercing Effect. Chance 10. Note that the added Blade Aura is not as good as Blade Aura ability. Made. 50 people made Combat Suit Effect Enhanced. Style changed. Martial Artist. 50 people basic attributes increased by 100. Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The Maid Blade Master and Martial Artist are all basic bonds that only require wearing maid combat suits and having basic cold weapon skills and fighting techniques to form a bond. But the previous bond effects were not this outrageous. Chen waved his hand to summon the maid members, and everyone retreated while fighting. He was no longer in the mood to kill zombies. He just wanted to see how significant this upgrade was. Once the bond attributes for 50 people came out, the overall strength was like a sudden level up. Chen opened the system all and the member panel. He saw that the maid combat suits that originally required 3 points had changed to 300 points each. Made combat suit, elite stamina 10, defense 10, boulder style. Also not easy to get dirty or damaged. The previous made combat suits were indeed cheap, but after every battle with zombies, at least a large batch had to be replaced. But now with the attributes that are not easy to get dirty or damaged, the made combat suits are more durable. As for the boulder style, Chen had already seen the icon, changing from white stockings to fishnet black stockings, and a short skirt had turned into little leather pants, while the upper body remained a white shirt. As for shoes, they changed from small high heels to black combat boots. The overall look had taken on a somewhat aesthetic vibe. Chen couldn't help but picture in his mind the maid army wielding whips. He quickly shook his head. That image was too inappropriate for children. This change was simply more convenient for combat. Chen confirmed his thoughts, unable to stop nodding. Moreover, on the member panel, those basic skills had new changes. The original basic skills were still there, but now there were proficient skills that required 500 points to learn once. Driving basic, can drive most vehicles. Driving proficient, proficient in driving most vehicles, including but not limited to land combat vehicles, tanks, airplanes, fighter jets, cruisers, etc. Chen was taken aback. They could even drive cruisers. But he didn't have a cruiser. However, since even a simple driving proficiency had such a significant change, skills like fighting proficiency and shooting proficiency would likely see even greater changes. He confirmed his thoughts. The system intended for him to cultivate a batch of elite troops. However, the required investment of points had increased 100-fold. This upgrade dispelled the agitation in his heart. Although he could only recruit a little over 100 people, this number was insignificant compared to the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of zombies worldwide. However, a group of elite-made troops capable of fighting 1 against 1,000, or even more, could warm the bed, sing, and possess formidable combat power. Which man could resist in this apocalypse? It was exhilarating, simply too exhilarating. It seemed that as the recruitment level rose, the system's strengths would gradually reveal themselves. Chen felt there was no need to invest points in himself anymore. With 4 binding skills available, each with 40 attribute feedback, it was comprehensive attribute feedback. Upgrading the abilities of these 4 people would also enhance his own abilities. Together, that 160 attribute feedback. Investing points in himself would be a complete waste. As for the other binding slot, Chen tentatively decided on Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao's ability is Wind Blade, and upgrading her ability could increase his spirit. After all, he had lightning abilities, and a high spirit attribute and ability level could unleash more powerful effects. Binding another slot that could enhance spirit was also reasonable. Not long after, at that moment, Chen noticed 2 unfamiliar teams appearing in front of the exhibition hall. Long Ziyan was confronting these 2 teams, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. Chapter 47. Spring begins. Welcoming new hope, Chen jumped off the combat vehicle and walked forward. With a light exclamation, these 2 teams were not entirely unfamiliar. They belonged to Wu Cheng and Chen Muzin, respectively. Chen pondered for a moment and nodded at Long Ziyan. Everyone, let us discuss inside. The rest. Please clear out the zombies. Thank you for your hard work. The group marched towards the exhibition hall. However, only 2 representatives from those 2 teams stepped forward, while the others helped Chen and his team clear the zombies. After all, their arrival had attracted the zombies, so they had some responsibility too. In the conference room, the representative of Chen Muzin was a young man from the Chen family named Chen Dongdong. The representative from Wu Cheng was named Su Jisheng. As soon as they arrived, both expressed their intentions simultaneously. Chen, you are the leader of the Jianghai City Shelter. Our leader has no intention of opposing you, and we sincerely wish to cooperate with you. I represent the mayor of Wu City and hold the same intention. Immediately, the 2 clapped their hands, and people beside them presented 2 iron boxes. When the boxes opened, one was filled with precious cigarettes and alcohol, while the other contained shell casings, crop seeds, and evolution cores. These were all precious resources in the apocalypse. Don't be fooled by the seemingly vulgar precious cigarettes and alcohol. The factories that produce these items are now gone. Once people truly lose cigarettes and alcohol, they will long for them. As for the shell casings, they can be used to manufacture ammunition once they acquire gunpowder, which is also extremely valuable. Su Chen frowned slightly and said softly, "Why do you want to cooperate?" Chen Dongdong was clearly more eloquent. He exchanged glances with Su Jisheng and smiled as he spoke. "What our two families mean is that the Starry Night Laboratory is always a threat. They are very strong. If we can coexist peacefully, that would be fine. But the recent incident at Jianghai Restaurant has indeed shown that they intend to cleanse not only zombies, but also eliminate dissent." Yi Muge had previously said that she hoped Jianghai City would only have one voice to facilitate their plans. This woman is very goal-oriented. The fact that she dug up Su Chun's background shows that. If we don't take action now, it's likely they're brewing something. Once the Starry Night Laboratory takes action, it will likely be a swift strike, wiping out our three forces one by one. What Director Chen means is simple. We each send 100 people to cooperate in breaking through the Starry Night Laboratory, and the resources will be divided into 3 parts. As for those scientists like Yi Muge, keeping them under control is the best choice. Chen Dongdong coughed lightly, picked up water, and observed Su Chen's attitude out of the corner of his eye. Su Chen had also gathered information. Currently, there are about a dozen survivor gathering places in Jianghai City, but only their 3 families have reached a scale of 1,000 people. As for the Starry Night Laboratory, it is too mysterious. It is still unknown how many people they have in that building. It is likely that 80 of the survivors in Jianghai City are under their control. So much so that Su Chen and his team found it difficult to search for supplies. However, the 3 parties seemed to have an unspoken agreement. They would not approach each other's territory to scavenge for resources. This was their first collaboration. Su Chen felt somewhat vigilant. In the apocalypse, one cannot trust people's hearts. The mutual understanding among the 3 parties was merely to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Now that they had to cooperate, they had to consider the possibility of being schemed against. Moreover, it was aimed at the Starry Night Laboratory, which would undoubtedly incur significant losses. They had a type of smoke bomb that could attract zombie hordes. Their combat skills were high, and they also had various types of weapons against zombies. Su Chen laid out the intelligence he had obtained, which was also his sincerity. Even if they ultimately could not agree on cooperation, he could still keep the supplies brought by these 2 people based on this information. Chen Dongdong's eyes darted around, smiling. This information is indeed extremely important, but we have also considered the difficulty of dealing with the Starry Night Laboratory. But, Boss Su, are you willing to take a gamble? Su Chen squinted at Chen Dongdong. Gamble on what? Wasn't it just betting on the likelihood that the Starry Night Laboratory would take action against them? Seeing Su Chen's expression, Chen Dongdong immediately added fuel to the fire. Being passive meant falling into a disadvantage. Should they just sit and wait? Just as you said, if they have smoke bombs that can attract zombies, as long as they throw a few towards our 3 bases, large numbers of zombies will surround us. Chen Dongdong paused and then leaned back in his chair with a smile, leaving enough room for Su Chen's imagination. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he was tempted. Moreover, he wanted to ask about the matters mentioned by Yi Mugu earlier. He was an orphan, but it was only a few days ago that he discovered his biological father was still alive. Regardless, he wanted to confirm whether Li Daqiang was his biological father. If not, then there was naturally no follow-up. But if he was, he really wanted to find Li Daqiang and ask him how heartless and unfeeling one could be to abandon their own child and not care for over 20 years. He outwardly claimed it had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't convince himself in his heart. Like a moth to a flame, he knew he shouldn't pursue it, that it wasn't worth it, yet he still wanted to try. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly said, "Time?" Chen Dongdong smiled and reached out his hand to Su Chen, saying, "Pleasure working together. As for the time, Mr. Chen means that before spring, on the last day of January, we will clear the Starry Night Laboratory and welcome new hope in spring." Su Chen was taken aback. Those words indeed struck a chord with him. Winter was very cold, colder than countless previous years, often filled with heavy snow, and everything was withering. Spring brings hope. Perhaps this was the moment everyone had been waiting for since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Su Chen was no exception. Spring, sowing, and the revival of all things. Spring is good, Su Chen murmured. Then he scratched his head, awkwardly saying a few days until the last day of January. He currently had no calendar, and he was too busy to keep track of time, living day by day. Chen Dongdong stumbled, his smile stiffening on his face. He pulled out an electronic calendar and handed it to Su Chen. It displayed 128. Boss Su is indeed unconventional. On the 31st day, at 7 o'clock a.m., we will gather outside the Starry Night Laboratory. Chen Dong smiled again. Su Chen also extended his hand and shook hands with Su Jisheng and Chen Dong simultaneously. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together, and spring brings new hope. Chapter 48. The legendary figure, Li Daqiang, Chen Dong, and Su Jisheng left. Long Zaiqian walked in, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. After a while, he broke the silence. I spoke with Commander Liu. Oh, what did he say? Su Chen feigned indifference, but he had already guessed what Long Zaiqian had discussed. His slightly clenched fist betrayed him. Commander Liu intends to communicate with you again, and only you. Su Chen was taken aback, then nodded gently. Instruct everyone to clear a path directly to the Starry Night Laboratory. Also, we must remain vigilant. We are closest to the Starry Night Laboratory, and this is our home ground. They need to send 100 people to attack the Starry Night Laboratory. But we can set up arrangements along the way. I'll leave that to you. After saying this, Su Chen stood up, patted Long Zaiqian on the shoulder, and turned to leave. He could see the evasive expression in Long Zaiqian's eyes. It seemed that Long Zaiqian had already had an in-depth conversation with Commander Liu and had learned some information. However, there were still some things Su Chen wanted to figure out for himself. Starry Night Laboratory. Yi Kuang stood beside Yi Mu-ge, and on the screen in front of them were several red exclamation marks. Soon, the screen changed into a star shining with colorful lights. Yi Mu-ge, take the data and abandon the Jianghai branch. Come to the Kyoto branch. A processed voice came through. Your experiment is over. It has been proven that your direction is wrong. Yi Mu-ge directly cut off the communication. The screen once again displayed a series of red exclamation marks. Yi Kuang said nervously, Miss, the laboratory's exclusion zone has completely fallen. I can lead people to open an evacuation route to the top floor, where there is a helicopter to evacuate the two ladies. Yi Mu-ge looked coldly at Yi Kuang, remaining silent. Yi Kuang broke out in a cold sweat, bowed his head, and dared not speak further. Yi Mu-ge turned her head, her fingers quickly typing out a series of codes on the keyboard. On the screen, strange-looking zombies appeared. The place they were in was clearly the laboratory, surrounded by silver metallic walls, with a large number of experimental instruments on the table. Level out of control was still a minor issue. But why couldn't Yi Ling control the level anymore? Had her bioelectric current undergone a new mutation? Or was it that the zombies, during their evolutionary process, abandoned the bioelectric current and were completely dominated by the virus? Yi Mu-ge muttered to herself, continuously pulling up one piece of information after another, burying herself in research. Seeing this, Yi Kuang quietly exited the laboratory, leaving Yi Mu-ge alone. As soon as he left the room, a piercing alarm rang out. Captain, there are levels trying to break through the zone. Seal off the area. No. Aside from the area we are currently in, seal off all other zones. Yi Kuang frowned and said, if it weren't for our own troubles, Su Chen and the others would have been wiped out long ago. Ridiculous. What shelters and bases are just a group of weaklings gathered together. Saying this, Yi Kuang drew out a dagger. An orange-red flame surged from his dagger, with extremely high temperature causing the surrounding air to begin to distort. His ability had grown considerably stronger. Exhibition Hall. In front of Su Chen was a radio communicator. Unlike the Starry Night Laboratory, which still had satellites, they could only use radio communication. As I said, Li Daqiang's personal information is accurate. And I can even tell you that Li Daqiang once joined the highest research institute of Long Country. He gave up his research project under the pretext of marrying Su Ernio and signed a confidentiality agreement, but secretly joined the Starry Night Laboratory. Someone above suppressed this matter. The voice of Commander Liu came through the radio. He paused and continued. The Starry Night Laboratory's research on the zombie virus is known to the global high-level officials. However, the infectivity of the zombie virus isn't that strong. We didn't expect today's outcome. Moreover, the Global Alliance has restrictions on the Starry Night Laboratory and is very strict in controlling the zombie virus. Su Chen, you don't need to worry. The Longzhong City Shelter is looking for Li Daqiang. The truth will eventually come to light. Su Chen was not anxious. He just felt very irritated. Li Daqiang was not a fabricated person. Even this common name belonged to someone with a legendary life. At 17, he was in a youth class, and by 19, he was studying at a prestigious academy in Kyoto, graduating with double degrees with excellent results. At 21, he published a famous paper and obtained a master's degree in bioengineering. At 22, he published a renowned paper in genetics and earned a master's degree in genetics. At 24, he focused on genetic engineering and was recruited by the top research institute in Kyoto. After a year of work, he married Su Erniu and signed a confidentiality agreement to leave the top research institute. At 25, his wife, Su Erniu, went missing, and Li Daqiang secretly joined the Starry Night Laboratory due to global alliance constraints. The report on Li Daqiang taking the zombie virus sample the following year exposed the truth about his secret involvement with the Starry Night Laboratory. At the same time, the Starry Night Laboratory was held accountable, and the higher-ups in Longzhong City's Starry Night Laboratory faced repercussions. After that, Li Daqiang reappeared, looking 10 years younger, as if he had regained his youth, and published a theory of human evolution that shocked the scientific community. However, due to the shocking nature of his theory, it was suppressed. Commander Lu sighed and said, "I have only 2 questions." He interrupted Su Chen, saying, "I know what you want to ask. Currently, this matter has been brought up again, and the higher-ups indeed have 2 speculations. The only ones who have a zombie virus are the Starry Night Laboratory and Li Daqiang. The outbreak of the apocalypse is related to them. Additionally, the Dragon Kingdom's police system does have a gene bank, but we cannot help you compare it right now, so we cannot determine your relationship with Li Daqiang. However, if we find Li Daqiang, I will inquire immediately." Su Chen covered his head with both hands and slowly lowered his head. After talking with Commander Lu, his confusion remained completely unresolved. The only thing he knew was the information about Li Daqiang. But once a problem arises, how can it be ignored? Su Chen admitted that Yi Mu Ji's skill was indeed impressive. If he couldn't deal with the Starry Night Laboratory and wanted to know the truth, he could only choose to join the Starry Night Laboratory. Very well. Su Chen indeed did not like to sit and wait. "Commander Lu, tell me about your mission." "Here in Jinghaishi, we will join forces with Chen Muzin and Wu Cheng to take action against the Starry Night Laboratory." Su Chen chose to bump against the south wall. Good. Commander Lu laughed. Chapter 49. Is this how you talk to a colonel? The next day, Su Chen walked out of the conference room, and Long Zaiqian had dark circles under his eyes, with cigarette butts piled up like a mountain at his feet. "How is it? Is this how you talk to a colonel?" Su Chen teased. Long Zaiqian laughed heartily and reached out to hook Su Chen's neck. "You brat, finally not so stubborn? What's there to be stubborn about? Dealing with the Starry Night Laboratory. As for Commander Lu's mission, it's just a matter of convenience. Taking on this colonel rank is only temporary." Hearing this, Long Zaiqian immediately stood at attention and saluted. Long Zaiqian, Major of the Dragon Kingdom, salutes the colonel. Su Chen and Long Zaiqian both laughed, and then returned to their usual unserious demeanor, linking arms and leaving the conference room while smoking. Time passed. January 31st. At 6 in the morning, in winter, the sun had not yet risen. However, Su Chen and the others were already prepared. Chen Jia sighed and said, "Aiken, I hope you can forgive me." Su Chen was taken aback and asked, "Forgive you for what?" "It's nothing." Chen Jia suddenly laughed. For this operation, Chen Jia initially planned to stay at the exhibition hall, but her mental network was crucial, and she also had a skill, mental shock. Therefore, Su Chen refused Chen Jia's proposal. Currently, Chen Jia's ability level was 31, capable of pulling together a consciousness communication group of 15 people, and her mental network could cover 1,500 meters. Chen Jia was indispensable. Su Chen checked his points and found he had 4,352 left. Behind him, a 50-member maid army exuded a sense of restraint, all dressed in black fishnet stockings, extremely eye-catching. Points were invested in the members of the army, significantly boosting their combat effectiveness. Although not everyone possessed abilities, their physical strength was uniformly above 35, making them quite formidable. Su Chen knew this mission was very important. Retaining points was merely for exchanging crossbows and ammunition. The combat vehicle was activated, followed by 2 tanks. This was indeed a benefit of the colonel rank. Commander Lu sent 2 tanks to assist with this operation. As the combat vehicle forged ahead, Whenever zombie cats and zombie dogs appeared, they were directly bombarded by the tanks. A swift figure flashed by the side. It was Su Chen's big cat. With such a luxurious lineup, Su Chen did not believe anything could go wrong in this mission. Since they were going to take action, they would naturally go all out. The zombies on the road could no longer pose an obstacle. A path had already been cleared, leading straight to the Starry Night laboratory. Before long, the sky gradually lightened. Cars arrived one after another. It was Chun Yuzhen and Wu Cheng's people. Chun Jiai stationed herself in the combat vehicle, directly using the mental network to connect the high-level leaders of the three factions. Xiao Su, this ability is really impressive. I have someone under my command who awakened a mental-type ability, but it hasn't been of much use yet. Your subordinate's ability level is quite strong, right? Wu Cheng still wore a smiling facade. Even through conscious dialogue, it seemed one could feel his smile. The mental-type ability indeed had little effect at the beginning. It could only connect a few people and had a limited range. However, as the ability level increased, its utility became evident. In future battles, mental-type abilities would definitely be indispensable. Chen Yuzhen suddenly said, "The Starry Night Laboratory has districts, a total of 5 areas. The surface buildings are just one area. The Starry Night Laboratory has a vast underground structure. I'm not clear about the specific map, but this was built with funding from my Chen group. There are 2 main entrances, one at the back of the laboratory and the other in the internal elevator shaft." Wu Cheng pondered for a moment and said, "Let's enter from the back of the laboratory. The elevator shaft is probably very dangerous." Su Chen, however, smiled and said, "You go from the back, and I'll go through the elevator shaft. We'll attack from both sides. The mental network's connection range is sufficient, and we can provide support at any time if there are problems." After all, the main forces had arrived at the Starry Night Laboratory's entrance, and everyone did not want to delay. Su Chen immediately led his people towards the upper building of the Starry Night Laboratory, while Wu Cheng and Chun Yuzhen's people moved around the building towards the back. The maid army took the lead, and there were also Long Zaiqian's people on the side to assist in the breakthrough. Long Zaiqian's people were from the military, so they had more experience in breakthroughs, providing safety for the operation. The main gate was blasted open. However, what greeted them was not the personnel of the Starry Night Laboratory, but a group of high-level zombies. These zombies were bizarre in shape, with some having 3 heads and 6 arms. Damn, why are there zombies inside the Starry Night Laboratory? Xiao Su, be careful over there. Messages also came from Chun Yuzhen's side. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, and the group of zombies went berserk, charging towards the maid army. The classification of zombies in the Starry Night Laboratory was very clear. These high-level zombies were stronger than ordinary zombies, and killing them would yield more points. However, they were not as difficult to deal with as the highest-level zombies. Soon, Su Chen entered the building. It looked like a laboratory building in a school, divided into various labs, all clearly labeled. Yet the only thing lacking was people. There were only large numbers of bizarre zombies here. Su Chen and the others were only on the first floor, but many zombies were rushing down from above. Many zombies were wearing white lab coats, seemingly former staff of the Starry Night Laboratory. Ling Xiao and her team led the way, and they experienced only minor dangers. Su Chen arrived at the elevator, reached out, and pried open the elevator doors. Inside, the elevator shaft was dark and deep. It seemed Chen Yuzhen was right. There were indeed underground structures. The elevator shaft was dimly lit, and it seemed very quiet. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, simultaneously grabbing the cable and jumping into the elevator shaft. A dozen maids followed closely behind. "It's safe down below, but the elevator is blocking our way. We're trying to cut through it." Ling Xiao's voice echoed in their minds. "The elevator is safe. We're on the 2nd floor, and the elevator is hovering, ready to open the door." Su Chen looked around. Most of the zombies here had been killed. He nodded to Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan was in charge of Long Zaiqian's team for this operation. He immediately had his people attach a new nylon rope and made several hand signals, leading the team down first. Ling Xiao, prepare to open the door. Be careful. "Boss, there are zombies." "Zhao Quan, sup, bot?" The voices of communication quickly rang out in their minds. Su Chen also pulled Chun Jiai and jumped down the elevator shaft, while electricity flickered to illuminate the shaft for everyone. The previous dim lighting had obscured Su Chen's view. Now, he could see that there was some unknown sticky substance in the elevator shaft. Upon reaching the bottom, a large hole was cut into the hovering elevator, allowing 3 people to pass through. Meanwhile, sounds of battle could be heard from below. Just as Su Chan was about to descend, a series of gasps came from above. Chapter 50, Convergence. The girl under the light, Su Chan raised his hand, and a bolt of electricity shot upwards. Soon, he discovered that there were actually 4 or 5 lick eaters in the elevator shaft. Like the lick eaters in Resident Evil, they were on all 4s, resembling monsters, and had long tails with barbs. Unlike before, these lick eaters had sharp blades protruding from their bodies like those of a stegosaurus. Get down quickly. Don't fight the lick eaters in the elevator shaft, Su Chan ordered urgently, using electricity to constantly distract the lick eaters. The lick eaters could cling to the walls of the elevator shaft and moved with extreme agility. Despite Su Chen's quick orders, 2 people were still swept by the barbed tails of the lick eaters, and their fates were unknown. Chen Jiai hurriedly spread the mental network, but she could no longer contact those 2 maids. Their deaths infuriated Su Chan. This Starry Night laboratory was simply insane, raising zombies in their own base. Losing people right after entering made Su Chen's expression turn cold. Su Chen, we've lost 12 people over here. How about you? Chen Muzin's voice rang out. 2. Su Chen replied flatly. It seemed that the path on Chen Muzin's side was also not peaceful. We're currently on the 2nd floor. So are we. Let's converge quickly. All right. This place is divided into Zone 1, Zone 2, and so on. It looks like we need to go down to the very bottom. The group rapidly exchanged information in the middle network. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and the elevator behind them rapidly descended, with lick eaters slowly crawling out from within. There were a total of 6 lick eaters, each larger than the zombie cats. Su Chen frowned. Because the large cat was massive, he had left it outside for support. Now encountering such large creatures was indeed a headache. However, the maid army's combat capabilities had vastly improved. They directly swapped their automatic crossbows for submachine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets. Whenever a lick eater came close, the melee team would charge forward to block it, working in perfect coordination. Zhao Quan led the way, fighting as they advanced. The lick eaters seemed to recognize that this group was not to be trifled with, scattering and disappearing into the complex passages. The underground structure was lined with silver metal walls, but now they were all stained with blood and rotting flesh, extremely disgusting. Various laboratories divided this place, creating a complex maze of intersections. After 2 full hours, the group finally gathered in front of a safe passage. Chen Muzin's team was extremely exhausted. They were a large team of 200, and even so, they had suffered considerable losses. Damn it, what is this Starry Night laboratory doing? Why are there so many zombies? Everyone, calm down. Yimuga definitely won't give up on the Starry Night laboratory, and there's still a lot of data and satellite control permissions here. We must go into the zone. Wu Cheng interjected, trying to mediate. Su Chen glanced at Wu Cheng with interest. Their tasks were quite similar. He was also looking for virus data and trying to seize satellite control to restore basic communications. Therefore, Su Chen had brought a few esports girls along with computer experts. Let's rest in place. Mr. Chen, Mayor Wu, we need to be prepared. There are likely more zombies below the Starry Night laboratory. Su Chen's expression grew serious. The passage leading to the 3rd floor was blocked. That was the zone, and they had no idea what awaited them. Having already lost a dozen people, Su Chen and the others felt quite pained. This time, everyone had come with their elite teams. Su Chen's maids had invested a lot of points. Losing even one made him extremely uncomfortable. In contrast, Zhao Quan and his team, although lacking in strength, were very experienced in handling emergencies. Su Chen's maids were not afraid of zombies, but they still lacked the ability to respond effectively. For instance, in the previous elevator shaft, after discovering the lick eaters, Zhao Quan's people quickly let go and dropped down, not caring even if their palms were cut by the nylon rope. The maid army was still climbing down, which led to some falling behind and being killed by lick eaters. Yes, it's more complicated down there with large testing grounds. This mission is not easy, but as you all know, the Starry Night laboratory hides many secrets. We are contributing to the people, Chen Musin said with a serious expression, while Wu Chang continued to play the peacemaker. After resting for half an hour, everyone opened the locked door. A piercing alarm sounded. However, aside from the alarm, nothing else was present. The third floor was much more spacious. Indeed, as Chen Musin had said, there were large testing grounds filled with massive instruments, none of which Su Chun could recognize. Chen Jai walked closely beside Su Chun, gripping his shirt. She looked at Su Chun with a complex expression. They found many signs of battle around, with scorched and dismembered zombie bodies. Su Chun and the others continued to advance. Suddenly, the lights turned on. They saw a little girl appear ahead. Su Chun focused his gaze. This was no little girl, but clearly Yi Ling was entangled with wires. Connected to a complex machine, her eyes hollow. Upon closer inspection, Yi Ling was biting her lip, the veins on her forehead bulging, clearly in great pain. Yet she emitted no sound. Ah Chun, Yi Ling seems to have a psychic ability too. As fellow psychics, they were able to sense each other. As soon as Chen Jai mentioned this, she suddenly clutched her head in pain and crouched down. When she lifted her head, blood suddenly poured from her nostrils. Ah! Another scream rang out. A bespectacled man beside Wu Chang collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Su Chun and the others thought they were being attacked. However, after being on guard for a while, no attack occurred. The lights only illuminated the area they were in, while large areas of darkness surrounded them. Su Chun faintly heard footsteps coming from the darkness. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards Yi Ling. I'm Su Chun. Don't you remember me? As Su Chun approached Yi Ling, he suddenly felt his whole body stiffen. He possessed electric powers and could distinctly feel a strange current coursing through his body. This bizarre current seemed to have the ability to control his body. He raised his hand, and bolts of electricity suddenly exploded. Hurry, leave, Yi Ling whispered. Su Chun couldn't hear clearly and hurriedly asked, What are you saying? I'm Su Chun, a scumbag, a bastard, Yi Ling. Out of control. Yi Ling suddenly bled from her 7 orifices, looking extremely tragic. Chapter 51. Su Chun. I'm sorry, Yi Ling slowly collapsed to the ground. Su Chun felt the strange current inside him disappear and rushed over to pick Yi Ling up. Su Chen, sorry, Yi Ling murmured, her breath gradually weakening. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to do something, he felt Yi Ling's hand drop. He waved his hand urgently and shouted, Doctor, Doctor. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and many zombies rushed out from all around, continuously pouncing towards Su Chun and the others. The sounds of gasps, gunfire, and piercing screams mixed together, creating extreme chaos. Holding Yi Ling, Su Chun felt electricity gradually appear in his hand. This was his first attempt at electric shock, and he wasn't sure if it would work. Just as his hand rested on Yi Ling's chest, she suddenly opened her eyes. Ah! A scream erupted. Su Chun felt his body stiffen, and his grip on Yi Ling involuntarily loosened, while Yi Ling jumped out in a flash. Just as she was about to enter the darkness, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Su Chun. Her eyes were blood red, with the pupils gone, leaving only the whites. Yi Ling had obviously mutated. This proved that, previously, Yi Ling had indeed died. Su Chun hurried after her, although Yi Ling was dead. She hadn't been recruited yet, and he could resurrect her through recruitment. But at that moment, everything around suddenly fell into darkness. In the darkness, screams echoed. Su Chun had just felt a gust of wind when he was blasted away by an unknown force. He stood up, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. It should be known that he had 4 binding slots, with 3 attributes all above 50, but he usually didn't bother to fight. Now, being injured by a single attack was enough to prove the strength of the monster hidden in the dark. Su Chun raised his hand, and currents of electricity suddenly spread outwards. At the same time, voices of alarm sounded in his consciousness. Soon, everyone turned on their flashlights. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. In just those dark seconds, the team had lost many members. Retreat, retreat, find a suitable place to fight. Xiao Su, have your people issue commands with their abilities, please. Wu Cheng's voice rang out in his mind. Retreat. Su Chen immediately replied. At the same time, Chen Jai was also trying to build a psychic network to issue commands to the squad leaders in the team. The main force was instantly scattered by the numerous zombies. This group of zombies wasn't particularly numerous, but they were all labeled as experimental-grade zombies, extremely powerful. Although they weren't many in number, there were still over 100. With such an impact, their team truly couldn't withstand it. Su-Chen could only try to get the Maid Corps and Zhao Quan's people to gather together. But in the end, only half of them managed to escape together. As Chen Muzin had said, there were many large experimental fields on the 3rd floor. The area here was vast. As everyone ran, they became scattered, but they also shook off the zombies. Su-Chen and the others ran into an experimental field, closed the door, and blocked the zombies outside. They leaned against the door, breathing heavily, while flashlights continuously swept across the experimental field, but still, many areas remained in darkness. They could only say it was temporarily safe. Su-Chen looked around and realized Ling Xiao and Zhao Quan were missing. Only Chen Jiai and Fian were by his side. Facing so many zombies, Fian's strength was hard to exert. Furthermore, in such chaotic scenes with gunfire, rushing in would be suicidal. Let us regroup. Su-Chen glanced at the team of over 50 people, some from Chen Muzin's group, others from Wu Cheng's. When they gathered together to break through, they didn't care about faction issues. Jiai psychic network. Chen Jiai nodded slightly at his words. But after trying for a while, she covered her head and said, I was just attacked by Yi Ling's psychic ability, and then I used the psychic network multiple times. I need to rest for a while. Su-Chen pressed down on Chen Jiai and directly activated the system's recovery function. Recovering from psychic-related injuries required a lot of points for someone like Chen Jiai. The psychic damage directly deducted 1,000 points. Fortunately, Chen Jiai recovered. Su-Chen spent another 3,200 points to upgrade Chen Jiai's ability by 2 levels, expanding the coverage of the psychic network. The main reason was that this place was too vast, and Chen Jiai's psychic network might not be able to reach everyone. Feeling her improvement, Chen Jiai nodded to Su-Chen. She had a level 33 psychic ability, sufficient to cover a range of 1,600 meters, expanding the range by 100 meters compared to before. Soon, Chen Jiai pulled everyone into consciousness communication. Is this Xiao Su's people? Where are you now? I'm in an experimental field. I don't know what it's for. Under the coverage of the psychic network, we shouldn't be too far apart. Su-Chen immediately decided to look for Wu Cheng to regroup. But at that moment, a low, rumbling roar echoed. Everyone immediately aimed their flashlights at the direction of the roar, and a pitch-black monster appeared in their sight. This monster resembled a humanoid zombie, but had tiny tentacles on its head. If it had to be described, it was like Medusa's snake hair. Those tentacles suddenly stretched out, piercing into the darkness. Sounds came from all around. Spread the flashlight's light. As Su-Chen shouted, he also shot his electricity into the sky to illuminate the surroundings. On the ground, those tentacles slithered like snakes, seemingly weaving into a large net. And within the net were Su-Chen and their prey. Thunder. The electric current split into 3 and then split again. Everyone also began to act, clearing these tentacles. But at that moment, a scream rang out, and the zombie charged in at a high speed. Don't shoot recklessly. Su-Chen yelled. Although everyone hesitated, they still put away their firearms. The next moment, Fian dashed out, drawing her long knife at lightning speed. If it were a one-on-one fight, Fian's strength was undoubtedly formidable. With each slash, the blade energy surged, and every strike could tear away large chunks of flesh from a zombie. Before long, the zombie lay on the ground, chopped into pieces. Su-Chen stepped forward but did not find the evolution core. He was puzzled. Usually, such a powerful zombie should have an evolution core. The points reward was only 500, which wasn't much. He looked around and suddenly noticed someone hiding in the corner. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the person crawled on all fours and quickly climbed up the wall, disappearing from sight. Chapter 52. The team disperses. Su-Chen was somewhat puzzled. He felt that this person resembled Yi Ling. Because of her petite stature, Yi Ling was similar. However, without seeing her face clearly, Su-Chen couldn't be sure if it was Yi Ling thinking of Yi Ling. He felt a bit melancholy. This cute girl had abruptly died in his arms. They had just met, and now they were separated by life and death. Fortunately, he could still recruit her using the system. He felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't successfully recruited Yiling before. Perhaps fate was waiting for this opportunity to recruit and resurrect Yiling. Su Chen took a deep breath and contacted Wu Cheng again. It is estimated that we have left the coverage area of the spiritual network, Chen Jiai said slowly. Su Chen nodded. For now, we can only fight our way out. The zombies have been separated and are chasing different teams, which is also an opportunity. Once we go out, be careful. Jiai will still be responsible for the coverage of the spiritual network. Let's try to move in a straight line to cover a wider area. After giving his instructions, Su Chen slightly nodded to the maids. As for the others, they could only follow Su Chen and the maids, going with the flow. As soon as the door opened, a licker suddenly lunged in. However, the first to strike was Fian, who drew her blade again and executed the flying swallow slash, severing the licker's 2 hind legs. Then, the maid corps rushed in, drawing their long swords to slash at the licker. The blade energy crisscrossed, leaving streaks of blood on the licker's body, and soon it lost all movement. The bond of 50 sword users could trigger blade energy penetration, and the probability wasn't too low. With a dozen people slashing down, they could trigger the blade energy at least once. Fian glanced at Su Chen, her eyes containing an inexplicable expression, leaving Su Chen momentarily stunned. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. Su Chen led the team forward, killing zombies whenever they encountered them. They fought their way through, gathering the scattered teams. Su Chen checked the system score prompt and found over 100 notifications, yet there were still zombies continuously attacking. Clearly, there were only 100 zombies before. The number of zombies had obviously increased significantly. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded, and, in the dim environment, the red light was blindingly bright. Damn, there weren't that many zombies before, Su Chen cursed. Meanwhile, they still had to continue killing zombies, and during the process, it was inevitable that some would be lost. On the 4th floor, in the Starry Night laboratory area, this place was far less complicated than the other areas. It was the living area for the higher-ups and stored many important documents. Yi Kuang stood in front of a room, his eyes flashing with unusual light. Behind him, a squad of 30 people gathered. These were the last 30 people from the Starry Night laboratory, including him and Yimu Ge. There were only 32 survivors in the Jiang Hai branch of the Starry Night laboratory. Captain, the chief is not in a condition to be disturbed right now. Yi Kuang turned around and glared at the team members behind him. I know the limits. Go monitor the entire laboratory, open all areas, and use sound to attract the zombies to Area 3. Once we confirm that all the zombies have entered Area 3, completely seal off the entire area. After saying this, Yi Kuang pressed the button to open the door and walked into the room. Inside the room was a supercomputer, dozens of screens, and a massive mainframe with a web-like complex of circuits. Yimu Ge was sprawled in front of the supercomputer, drooling, looking completely absorbed. Just as I thought. The divine virus, how wonderful. They are all a bunch of mediocre talents. The direction I am researching is the correct one. I am right. No, Li Daqiang. This is the human evolution theory he researched. Yimu Ge suddenly adjusted her state, her fingers continuously tapping on the keyboard. Osi, Sununtai Tien Musen. And Chen Jiai must be brought here. Clarify your tasks. You cannot let your personal emotions interfere. Before she finished speaking, a crisp slap echoed. Yi Kuang, with a dark face, slowly lowered his hand. That slap was directed at Yimu Ge. The second young lady is dead. I know. Yimu Ge adjusted her glasses, but her gaze did not leave the computer screen. Normally, when someone gets slapped, they would express anger or at least inquire about the reason. However, Yimu Ge showed no reaction at all. I said, Yiling is dead. She has turned into a zombie. Look, I don't believe you can't see the surveillance of the laboratory. Yi Kuang shouted madly. Yimu Ge finally stopped her movements and glanced at the time. I have 5 minutes. Yimu Ge, I know I am just a child adopted by the Yi family. A bodyguard to protect you and the second young lady as you grow up, but I grew up with you. Yi Kuang slowly knelt on the ground, his eyes red and bloodshot. You can use the second young lady. You can strip her of her will, but why did you let her die? Why? Yi Kuang suddenly stood up, grabbing Yimu Ge by the collar. Since childhood, he was closest to Yiling, while Yimu Ge always maintained a master-servant relationship with him, a superior-subordinate relationship that never changed. Yiling's death dealt a massive blow to Yi Kuang. Yimulge gente burushit, Yi Kuang's han deve. This is an experimental project. Indeed, those with abilities after dying become zombies with a higher starting point. They may lack consciousness, yet they can clearly use their abilities. Yiling's ability is mental and biological electricity, relying on her mind to establish neural connections and controlling biological behavior through biological electricity. However, it previously lost its effect. I thought zombies abandoned neural actions and were dominated by the virus, but the facts prove that after Yi Ling's mutation, controlling zombies became instinctual, even with reduced load. Do you understand what this means? Yimu Ji's lips curled slightly. Only when facing experimental subjects did she show an interested expression. Yi Kuang suddenly felt that after watching Yimu Ge for more than 20 years, she appeared as terrifying as a demon. Besides the experimental project, do you have no feelings at all? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yimu Ji's smile froze, her face obscured in darkness, making her expression unreadable. Feelings are the result of hormonal secretion. As for Yi Ling, she has a connection with Su Chen. Su Chen can resurrect those zombies unrelated to him. Why can't he resurrect Yi Ling? This mutation of hers provides us with accurate data without any loss to her, so why not? After saying this, Yimu Ge turned her head, and her fingers began moving again. Rows of complex chemical formulas and precise data appeared on the screen. Then, they combined to form a viral cell. Yimu Ge stared at everything before her, lost in thought. Chapter 53. I know Su Chen is here. Yi Kuang couldn't understand. He didn't intend to comprehend everything Yimu Ge was thinking. After all, Yimu Ji's motto was, "Our perspectives on the world are different." Unable to resonate on the same frequency, his anger towards Yimu Ge felt like playing music to a cow, utterly meaningless. However, Yimu Ji's words reminded him. Su Chen, this person with the ability to resurrect female zombies, was his last lifeline. Currently, they had two pieces of information. Su Chen could only resurrect female zombies. Secondly, the female zombies resurrected by Su Chen would truly be dead after death, and they would mutate back into zombies, possessing formidable power. It was unclear if there were limitations to Su Chen's ability, but this was the last chance to resurrect Yi Ling. The Starry Night Laboratory had researched the virus for over a year, yet still couldn't reverse the effects caused by the virus. Thus, Yimu Ge had developed such a strong interest in Su Chen. Yi Kuang exited the room, his eyes flickering. He gathered the team members. He revised the orders, opening all sealed areas to guide the zombies that hadn't reached below to the outside using alarm sounds. At the same time, the drones were activated to release lure smoke, attracting nearby zombies away from Area 5. The team members looked at Yi Kuang, somewhat confused. However, Yi Kuang was the captain, wielding supreme power within the security team. Captain, those two things have already reached Area 3. Yi Kuang's Gazisharpinet. It seemed that after Miss Yi Ling mutated into a zombie, she actively attracted those two things, bringing them to Area 3. Mentioning Yi Ling caused Yi Kuang's expression to change again. Do exactly as I said, set the program, seal off the area, and in addition, assemble at the passage in 10 minutes. After saying this, Yi Kuang took the lead and walked toward the passage. He drew out a dagger, flames flickering on it, burning fiercely. Inside the passage, the lights flickered, gradually illuminating one by one. Su Chen looked around in confusion. This sudden light alleviated the crisis. It is known that fighting in the dark, even with a flashlight, still makes one vulnerable to zombie ambushes. Now that there was light, it felt much safer. Spread out. Su Chen sighed in relief, finally able to let the team operate independently. At that moment, voices echoed in his mind. The lights are on, and there are signs to guide us. Boss, we followed the signs and really made contact with you. I'm here too. Just as the voices in his mind faded, Chen Muzin came running over with his team. They looked quite disheveled, with only about 30 people left, indicating they had suffered significant losses. Su Chen decided to stop and wait for everyone to gather. Before long, the teams completely merged. The team that had originally consisted of 300 people was now reduced to about half. Su Chen noted that his elite team of 50 maids had lost 10. Fortunately, the maid bond itself had a large number, which could compensate for the losses. At that moment, a flame rose up. Su Chen immediately became alert. It's Night Fury from the Starry Night Laboratory. I know his abilities. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately took a defensive stance. But the flames extinguished directly, and Night Fury raised both hands, walking towards Su Chen and the others with his teammates. He stopped about 10 meters away from the group. Su Chen, Chen Musen. Wu Cheng, let us talk. Night Fury slowly placed his dagger on the ground to show he meant no harm. The three exchanged glances and walked towards him. As the leaders of the base, they had a bit of courage. The four met in the middle. Night Fury looked at the three and suddenly lowered his head, speaking in a deep voice. I know the issues regarding our positions, but this time I sincerely want to seek your cooperation, especially from you. Night Fury lifted his head, looking at Su Chen with an almost pleading gaze. Su Chen pondered for a moment and retorted, "Is it because of Night Spirit?" Night Fury nodded heavily. "The second miss is actually a very kind person. Please, you must use your abilities to save her." Su Chen remained non-committal and replied solemnly, "Even without you saying, based on my relationship with Night Spirit, I would still want to save her. But right now, I can't find her anywhere." Chen Musen and Wu Cheng exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. They knew it wasn't the time for many questions. "Since we are to cooperate, shouldn't you provide us with all the information?" Wu Cheng said with a smile. Night Fury sighed, "I know what you want from the Starry Night Laboratory, but unfortunately, I can't do that. The entire base is controlled by a supercomputer, and the only authorized person is Yi Mu Ge." Su Chen keenly caught a detail. Night Fury's address had changed from Miss Yi to Yi Mu Ge. Combined with Night Fury's current plea for help, everything became clear. What was happening in the Starry Night Laboratory was beyond Night Fury's control, and he was in conflict with Yi Mu Ge. Perhaps it was because of Night Spirit? Su Chen confirmed this and looked at Night Fury with less caution. "You mentioned cooperation. Does that mean breaking into the zone and seizing control of the supercomputer?" Chen Musen asked. But Night Fury shook his head. "What I mean by cooperation is survival." A teammate behind him pulled out a tablet and whispered something in Night Fury's ear. Night Fury gasped, then said solemnly, "Okay, go to Site 1. He then looked at the three and said, "I'll explain the specifics on the way. You'll soon understand what it means to survive." He immediately called for everyone to follow him. Su Chen and the others exchanged glances, but decided to trust Night Fury and signal for their team to follow. On the way, Night Fury explained the situation at a rapid pace. Su Chen exclaimed in shock, "Can your Starry Night Laboratory do anything normal?" Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed behind them. The entire laboratory floor began to shake violently, cracks appearing, and large chunks of the ceiling started to fall. "Go to Site 1. It's a shaft connecting to the ground." Night Fury shouted again, speeding up a bit, but without needing Night Fury to say it. When they saw the massive creature behind them, everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace. That was a zombie dinosaur. Chapter 54. Zombie. Screaming, which the massive zombie dinosaur moved like a small mountain, with metal spikes protruding from its body. A giant letter was carved into its body, followed by the number 0. Wherever the zombie dinosaur passed, the passage crumbled and the ground trembled continuously. Just its size was enough to shock anyone. This third floor was already the location of a large testing area, with a ceiling height of over 10 meters from the ground. The dinosaur, lowering its head, was over 10 meters tall. Such a colossal creature could crush everyone with a single step. Soon, a large iron door marked with the number 1 appeared in front of everyone. Night Fury's team used a tablet to open the door and rushed inside. After some controls, the ceiling of the testing area gradually opened. As everyone could see, this third floor was 42 meters above the ground, and the shaft was the passage connecting to the surface. Activating the elevator can take us up, but it can only carry 25 people at a time. With our numbers, it will take at least 7 trips, Night Fury said solemnly. He had effectively blocked everyone's escape route. The zombie dinosaur was right behind them, less than 100 meters away. Was there enough time for them to go up 7 times? If Chen Musen and the others abandoned the people here and went up themselves, that would truly chill everyone's hearts. Given their identities and status, they absolutely couldn't do that. Here's the situation. Everyone, those without powers or lower physical fitness, should leave quickly, while the rest buy time. Su Chen, I need to talk to you. Night Fury wasted no time, pulling Su Chen aside. Did you see the 2 figures on the zombie dinosaur? They're the zombie one and the screaming witch. Her original form was a member of my team who awakened sound wave abilities and ultimately mutated into a zombie. Her mutation is peculiar. Her head has transformed into a large speaker. Chen looked at the surveillance video on the tablet, wanting to curse. It was no wonder he had exclaimed earlier. The Starry Night Laboratory was indeed capable. They didn't do anything even slightly related to the normal world. Not to mention those bizarre zombies earlier. Just looking at this zombie dinosaur, what kind of insane person would cultivate something like this? Oh, it's Emu Go. That's no problem then. As for the screaming witch, her figure was slender, with long legs extending at least 2 meters. Where there should have been a chest, there were now 2 speakers. The head was devoid of facial features, just a huge speaker with a series of folds inside that seemed to move, looking extremely eerie. But most importantly, Night Spirit was atop the zombie dinosaur. Moreover, her lower body had already fused with the zombie dinosaur. Chen didn't know if Night Spirit would still be intact after being pulled out, and if cutting off the upper body meant only half of Night Spirit would be recruitable. He took a deep breath. Compared to Chen Yuzhen and Wu Cheng, he had even fewer options. Killing the zombie dinosaur was the only way to save Night Spirit. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a faint scream echoed around them. Don't listen, it burst your eardrums. Night Fury suddenly shouted. The team led by Night Fury all pulled out sharp objects and directly pierced their ears. Blood flowed from their ears, and the scene was quite shocking. Night stabbed himself and immediately turned to attack Chen. Chen hadn't reacted yet when the scream suddenly intensified. In an instant, he felt his mind go blank, and large areas of white light appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a wave of pain struck. However, the group that hadn't attacked stayed in place. Some of them actually raised their hands and choked their own necks. Others directly stabbed themselves. Ah, Chen, I'm using the mental network to connect with you. You probably can't hear me now, right? Chen Jiai's voice suddenly rang out. What the hell is that? The screaming witch, her voice can directly attack the nerves. Fortunately, it can only attack through sound. If you can't hear it, it's useless, Night quickly explained. Buzz. A strange ripple suddenly spread out. Chen opened his mouth and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Right. Not hearing it just means the nerves go abnormal, but the sound waves can still attack the internal organs. If your physical quality is strong, you'll gradually adapt, Night added. Bang, bang, bang. 3 people exploded into pieces. Chen's mouth twitched. Is this what you call gradually adapting? People are literally being shattered. Quick, those with weak physical quality, take the elevator to leave. Some of you distract the zombie dinosaur, and the powerful ability users follow me to take down this screaming witch first. Flying Swallow charged ahead, already rushing toward the zombie dinosaur. Chen helplessly ordered the others to follow. The sound waves attacked. Most of the people without abilities had already collapsed on the ground, suffering immensely. In fact, if it weren't for Night and the others' decisive actions, Chen and the others would have already become food for the zombie dinosaur. The fast ones were in front, using firearms and automatic crossbows to attract the zombie dinosaur's attention. The others moved from the side, waiting for an opportunity to act. Chen climbed with a dagger. The zombie dinosaur seemed to have no sense of pain as the dagger pierced into it without any reaction. However, for a creature of such size, the wounds caused by the dagger were lighter than a tickle. Soon, Night, Chen Yuzhen, Flying Swallow, and Chen appeared on the back of the zombie dinosaur. Chen was the first to stab the dagger into the zombie dinosaur's body, and a surge of electricity suddenly spread out, attacking the screaming witch. Upon a closer look, the screaming witch's body was covered in wrinkles and was slightly vibrating. It seemed to be using this method to spread sound waves. It was unclear where its vital points were. Chen tried to recruit it. After all, it was a screaming witch. Recruitment failed. This mutant is male. Night, fuck your grandpa. Chen was helpless. Why the hell is a male zombie called a screaming witch? 100 points wasted just like that. Night was engulfed in flames, charging at the screaming witch, and he was also extremely puzzled upon hearing this. However, in the midst of battle, he couldn't be distracted. As he got closer to the screaming witch, the flames all over Night trembled, and as the frequency of the sound waves deepened, it even extinguished the flames on him. Night's 7 orifices bled as he suddenly flew back. Su Chen rushed forward to grab Knight, his expression serious. The zombie dinosaur below was still running, and the combat environment was already bad. Chen Dong, if you're not a long-range attack ability user, you might as well get down. Leave the rest to us. Su Chen reminded, and then unleashed a surge of electricity. Enhanced by Thunderbolt, he struck the screaming witch at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 55. Chen Muzin's ability, Gravity. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that Su Chen's ability level could be so high. The electricity struck the screaming witch as if it were free, charring it black all over. However, the screaming witch's vitality was also extremely tenacious, and even after being turned into a charred piece, it still emitted sound waves. Transparent ripples spread out in circles, surprisingly blocking Su Chen's abilities. Protect our output. What are you doing just standing there? Su Chen matev. Tien musen richteth. Pressing down with both hands, and an invisible force suddenly acted on the screaming witch's head. The screaming, which emitted creaking sounds all over, and its slender legs directly broke, collapsing to the ground. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. What on earth is Chen Muzin's ability? Such powerful might. Previously, he had only seen Chen Muzin using a gun, rarely making a move. Now, seeing this, Chen Muzin's ability was somewhat like telekinesis, but seemed to be different. Suddenly, Chen Muzin jumped up from the spot, instantly leaping a distance of over 10 meters. He roared again and pressed down with his hand. Crack! A crisp sound came from the zombie dinosaur. Gravity ability, very strong. Knight suddenly said, Indeed, compared to fire, is indeed very strong, Su Chen replied calmly. However, he was also surprised that Chen Muzin's ability was to control gravity. No wonder it was so powerful. Fortunately, Chen Muzin didn't have a system, so he couldn't awaken skills. In fact, everyone's abilities were like this. They could only be used superficially and couldn't comprehend skills like Su Chen and the others to better control the characteristics of their abilities. Like Chen Muzin now, he was just changing the gravity in the area. He reduced his own gravity, allowing him to suddenly leap far and increase the gravity on the screaming witch, causing its legs to break. At this moment, getting closer to the screaming which further crushed it into a mass. Even the zombie dinosaur beneath was affected. After Su Chen spoke, he directly unleashed a lightning strike. Lightning strike 10. The screaming, which exploded. Not dead yet. Continue. Lightning strike 20. Su Chen gasped heavily, and finally, after a total of 35 lightning strikes, he heard the system prompt. Killed special zombie. Gained 3,000 points, reward points 2,000. The screaming, which directly yielded 5,000 points. 10 times that of the previous zombie cats and zombie dogs. However, even after the screaming, which turned to a pile of dust, he still didn't see the evolution core appear. Su Chen roughly understood that the zombies in the Starry Night laboratory didn't have evolution cores at all. After dealing with the screaming witch, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearing had not yet recovered, and they could only communicate through consciousness. Clearly they were talking, their mouths moving, but they couldn't hear any sound. Everyone had just gotten used to it. Chen Dong, use your ability to envelop the zombie dinosaur and cut off its mobility, Su Chen suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a hint of embarrassment on Chen Muzin's dignified face. How could he possibly do that? Oh, so Chen Dong can't do it, Su Chen elongated his tone. Immediately, the people on the zombie dinosaur began to laugh. I can only envelop part of its body, Chen Muzin said darkly, interrupting everyone's laughter. Su Chen is dead. Stroking his chin in thought. With the threat of the screaming which gone, the situation below was temporarily manageable. The zombie dinosaur's speed wasn't fast, and they could still maneuver a bit. The key was that they couldn't threaten this zombie dinosaur. Su Chen raised his hand and struck down with a lightning strike, only managing to strip off a layer of skin from the zombie dinosaur. Su Chen's gaze fixed on Nightling. It seemed that the only way to deal with Nightling was to bring her out. As for the zombie dinosaur, they could bury it. Chen Muzin's eyes turned, and he nodded slightly. Your target is that little girl, right? But since it can't be done, I choose to withdraw. Chen Muzin was a man of interests. The zombies here had no evolution cores, and their goal was to destroy the Starry Night laboratory, which they could now achieve. As for the zombie dinosaur, it wasn't in his consideration. Under limited conditions, we will attract the zombie dinosaur's attention while retreating. After saying this, Chen Yuzhen adjusted his gravity and slowly descended. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this would happen. Previously, dealing with the screaming, which was entirely because she posed a direct threat to everyone. Now that the situation has been resolved, their choice to withdraw is understandable. Su Chen and Yi Kuang exchanged a glance. The second miss must be taken away. I know, but haven't you noticed something? Since just now, there has been an inexplicable current within us, Su Chen said helplessly. It wasn't that he wanted to stand here talking. He was powerless as his body had gradually become numb, and his feet no longer obeyed him. Yi Kuang wanted to move, but found himself unable to. He focused his gaze and said solemnly, the second miss's ability is bioelectricity. According to Yi Mu Gu, she is a perfect mutation, inheriting her powers through a zombie body, making her abilities even stronger. Su Chen snorted coldly, unable to suppress his frown. Perfect mutation? That term makes me very uncomfortable. Damn it. If only Yiling could separate from this zombie dinosaur, Su Chen muttered. He had tried to recruit her, but Yiling was now in a state fused with the zombie dinosaur, and the recruitment failed. Tell me about this zombie dinosaur. Yi Kuang opened up upon hearing this. The zombie dinosaur is a mutant clone from the combination of the zombie virus and ancient dinosaur genes. The project itself was a failure. This zombie dinosaur is only the size of a dog and extremely weak, supposedly due to genetic defects. However, after the apocalypse broke out, the zombie dinosaur grew rapidly. After being fed a large number of zombies, it has grown to its current form, but it remains uncontrollable and has been in a frozen sleep. Yi Mu Gu has always had Yi Ling try to control this zombie dinosaur, and this can be considered a successful experiment, albeit in this way of merging Yi Ling and the zombie dinosaur. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. If we can use Yi Ling's powers to control it, then I have a way. Even if it's a zombie, it can't have infinite stamina, right? Yi Kuang was taken aback. He rarely played games and didn't understand what Su Chen meant. Controlling every action of a zombie dinosaur should require stamina. Once Yi Ling can't hold on anymore, and we can move, we will immediately act against her. Even if it means killing Yi Ling, Su Chen looked towards the figure ahead. Indeed, they could let others come up, like Ling Xiao, who also had this ability. However, if Ling Xiao came up and was also controlled by the bioelectricity, it would be truly dangerous down below. Especially now, Chen Yuzhen was taking people away, and Wu Cheng was also a smiling tiger, untrustworthy. Su Chen could only take a gamble. Chapter 56. The mental network disconnects. Losing contact, Su Chen quickly made arrangements in his mind. Although everyone couldn't hear the sounds now, with Chen Jiai's powers present, communication was completely unaffected. The people below attracted attention. We couldn't just sit idly by up here. We could try to struggle. The sooner we regained our mobility, the less danger those below would face. As Su Chen spoke, he unleashed his lightning activation. As a fellow electric-type ability user, Su Chen felt like he could move. He tried to move his feet, but after a long time, he only managed to take 2 steps. Looking at Yi Kuang, his face was flushed, and he remained frozen in place. Su Chen didn't expect Yi Ling's abilities to be so formidable. Now, with their nervous systems under control, they were completely unable to control their bodies. Moreover, if Yi Ling had consciousness, she could control them to perform a series of actions. And this dual ability was indeed like a field. As soon as Su Chen and the others got close to Yi Ling, they lost their mobility. He didn't know if Chen Yuzhen had left or why no information was coming through. It was very frustrating. They couldn't move, not even to help. Yi Kuang, you hold on here. I'll see if I can get away. Su Chen saw Yi Kuang's mouth moving, seemingly speaking. Mental communication, the mental network. Su Chen couldn't help but shout in his mind. Yet, Yi Kuang suddenly slowed his movements, forming a somewhat exaggerated shape with his mouth to piece together a sentence. The mental connection is broken. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly shouted in his mind. Could it be that something happened to Chen Jiai? Su Chen instantly became agitated and began to retreat with all his might. His steps were initially awkward, but gradually became more agile. He pulled out a rope and threw it out. After several attempts, the rope finally looped around Yi Kuang, and then Su Chen pulled hard, bringing him out. Yi Kuang also regained his movement, his lips moving as if he was saying something. However, Su Chen couldn't understand it all. He made a downward gesture. intending to go down and see what happened to Chen Jai. Yi Kuang helplessly spread his hands, following behind him. Su Chen directly plunged a dagger deep into the zombie dinosaur's body, tied the rope, and jumped down. When the rope tightened, he let go, rolling upon landing to dissipate the force, landing steadily. But as soon as he landed, Su Chen's expression became extremely grave. There were many people lying around in disarray, some of whom were from the Maid Corps. Su Chen rushed forward. Those who were not dead were immediately treated by the system's healing function. This way, some of the maid's eardrums were also restored. However, now that the threat of the screaming which was gone, the restoration of their eardrums made communication easier. The speed of the zombie dinosaur seemed to be gradually increasing. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's speed, combined with the significantly enhanced physical abilities after going berserk, having he been knocked away by the zombie dinosaur, Su Chen dodged forward, unleashing lightning strikes like they were free, bombarding the zombie dinosaur's head. The zombie dinosaur paused for a moment. In that brief moment, Su Chen dragged Ling Xiao out and activated the healing function. Boss, the speed of this zombie dinosaur is increasing, and it has self-healing abilities, Ling Xiao said urgently. Su Chen shook his head. He completely couldn't hear Ling Xiao's words. He couldn't hear, but he could still speak. It was just that he also couldn't hear what he was saying. Su Chen took Ling Xiao's position, directly attracting the zombie dinosaur's attention. Soon, Su Chen understood the reason for the zombie dinosaur's increasing speed. Previously, the zombie dinosaur's movements were limited, because the space was so high and narrow, and with the size of the zombie dinosaur, it couldn't move freely. But now, all the obstacles have been forcibly cleared away by the zombie dinosaur, allowing it to stretch its limbs, hence its speed increased. Su Chen ran in circles, and everyone around also helped attract the zombie dinosaur's attention. Fortunately, this clumsy creature didn't seem very intelligent, which allowed everyone to maneuver. If the zombie dinosaur had started charging recklessly, they would have probably been dead by now. But continuing like this was not a solution. Before long, Fian and the others had all run to Su Chen's side. Everyone attacked the zombie dinosaur together, but the effect was minimal. What should we do? Su Chen looked around, but found no trace of Chen Jai. Boss, Ling Xiao patted Su Chen. She made several hand gestures, pointing ahead. Ahead was a passage that was much narrower. Su Chen understood. They couldn't fight it and could only choose to run into there to hide for a while. He immediately waved his hand, pointing to the passage ahead. However, Yi Kuang immediately shook his head, pointing at the zombie dinosaur, or more accurately, at Yi Ling on the zombie dinosaur's head. Su Chen grabbed Yi Kuang, staring intently at him. Now both of them were deaf and had no way to communicate. But from his gaze, Yi Kuang seemed to understand Su Chen's meaning. They were not the zombie dinosaur's opponents. Their numbers were gradually decreasing, while the zombie dinosaur's speed was still increasing. If they continued to stalemate, there was only one possibility: total annihilation. Just at that moment, a large screen suddenly lit up. The voice of Yi Muge sounded. Ling, the divine virus, is perfect. I know your consciousness is still there. Break free. The data collection is sufficient. I will destroy number 0. You have only 5 minutes, Ling. You are from a Yi family. Think of our outstanding parents. You are equally outstanding. Su Chen understood as well. Indeed, he directly understood. Yi Muge had thoughtfully provided a string of subtitles. But at this moment, he panicked. If he remembered correctly, the big flower cat was also destroyed by the program, its head blown apart. But now, Yi Ling was right on top of the zombie dinosaur's head. If it was destroyed, would it affect Yi Ling? He still had time. He could make Yi Ling tired and then take her down. Yi Muge, damn you! Su Chen shouted. Though he couldn't hear his own voice, he felt he had sufficiently expressed his anger. However, Yi Muge could not hear him. A blood-red countdown appeared on the screen. Chapter 57. Yi Ling, you really are not excellent enough. Su Chen's breath caught. He suddenly felt powerless. What was he getting angry at a screen for? However, he was no match for the zombie dinosaur and couldn't save Yi Ling. The crowd squeezed in the narrow corridor. From the previous 100 people, now only 40 or 50 remained. Most of them were members of the maid army, and among the people Zhao Quan brought, only 4 remained, including Zhao Quan. Every maid's face was stained with blood, their eyes filled with exhaustion. This battle was extremely brutal. At this moment, Su Chen and the others could only watch the countdown continue to tick down, powerless to do anything. Yi Kuang's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had fallen into madness. His whole body engulfed in blood-red flames. But Su Chen and the others blocked his way. He couldn't break through. 5 minutes, not long, not short. Countdown, 0000. Su Chen's breath caught again as he saw Yi Mu Ji's figure gradually appear on the screen. This time, Wu Cheng's figure appeared on the screen as well, holding a stack of documents, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. Ling, the Yi family only needs me. Su Chen, join my Starry Night laboratory. I can tell you, this is the wisest choice. I ask you one last time, are you willing to join the Starry Night laboratory? On the big screen, Yi Mu Ge had no expression. Yet Su Chen felt that Yi Mu Ge was looking at him. He turned his head, glanced around, and found some surveillance cameras. He sighed. Indeed, all his actions were under someone else's surveillance, and it felt really unpleasant. On the screen, Yi Mu Ji's mouth twitched noticeably. Su Chen, Ling belongs to you. She actually never suited the Starry Night laboratory. Yi Ling die, Yi Mu Ge declared as if pronouncing a sentence, extending his hand to press a red button in front of her. In the next moment, a violent explosion sounded. The area around the zombie dinosaur's neck exploded, and there were continuous explosions ringing out from afar. At this moment, Yi Kuang seemed to go insane. Ignoring everything, engulfed in blood-red flames, he rushed out of the corridor. Boom! The explosion came, directly engulfing the corridor entrance. Su Chen looked around. He couldn't hear the explosion, but he could clearly feel the surroundings shaking. Obviously, this was not just about destroying the zombie dinosaur, but also blowing up the entire Starry Night laboratory. Su Chen glanced again at the entrance blocked by rubble, showing a hint of anger in his eyes. He had always been lying low, not competing for anything. But this time, seeing Yi Mu Ji's actions, he truly felt anger. Yet, he didn't hate Yi Mu Ge, even though Yi Mu Ge ruthlessly used Yi Ling. Even though Yi Mu Ge exploited Su Chen's weakness, he just didn't hate him. He merely felt that Yi Mu Ge was very contradictory. He couldn't explain why. It was just intuition. Yi Mu Ge appeared to be absolutely rational. Even emotions were reduced to hormonal secretion. A person who could list 100 rules for dating. Yet, such a person, after being confronted by Su Chen, showed a strange expression. Su Chen raised his middle finger. Her mouth twitched, but quickly returned to calm. Not understanding, Su Chen didn't want to delve deeper. Let's go. Su Chen waved his hand, leading everyone to evacuate. The corridor shook continuously, and the walls collapsed. The most severe instance was when an explosion occurred less than 2 meters in front of Su Chen. The violent shockwave hit, making Su Chen feel like his internal organs were turning over. His head felt heavy, and for a moment, he lay on the ground, unable to move. It was Ling Xiao and the others who quickly carried Su Chen on their backs and moved forward. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes, feeling like his head was about to explode. He looked around. The flashlight's light was dim, and they were in a corridor, both sides blocked by collapsed walls. Concrete, steel structures, and a large amount of earth and stone surrounded them. Dust filled the air, and he couldn't help but cough after just one breath. Damn! Su Chen's ears hurt a bit, but he still heard some faint sounds. His hearing was gradually recovering. After all, with a high physical stat, his overall physical quality improved, and his self-healing speed was also getting faster. Boss, Ling Xiao called out. Su Chen nodded slightly. What's the situation now? Although Jia Yi has left, we still have the walkie-talkie and have contacted Long Zaiqian, but the signal is intermittent, and we don't know if Long Zaiqian can find us, Ling Xiao quickly reported. Su Chen covered his ears, his eyes filled with confusion. Wait, Jia Yi is gone? Yes. She was taken away by Chen Muzin. It was very chaotic at the time, and I couldn't tell if Jia Yi went willingly or was taken forcefully. Ling Xiao said. Su Chen instantly felt more headache. Chen Jia Yi had been acting very strangely lately. With absolute loyalty, Chen Jia Yi couldn't possibly betray him. Moreover, even without the system's constraints, Su Chen didn't believe Chen Jia Yi would betray him. As soon as we get out, we must head to Chen Muzin's base. Su Chen's expression turned cold. After acquiring the exhibition hall, he had only been searching for supplies and killing nearby zombies, living a laid-back life. Yet, some people just had to provoke him. Yi Mu Ge was one, and now Li Daqiang was thrown in front of Su Chen. Now, Chen Muzin was coming. He was retreating, yet he even kidnapped Chen Jia. Su Chen believed that it was only possible that Chen Jia was kidnapped. Since they didn't want him to lie low, he would stir things up. With the system in hand, he could turn this apocalypse upside down. Su Chen slowly stood up. What did Long Zaiqian say? Ling Xiao took out the walkie-talkie, but all that was heard was static. They had contacted him once before. He had come to the Starry Night laboratory, but it had completely collapsed, and he was trying to find a way to dig out a path. Su Chen felt helpless. If only Yi Kuang were here. But Yi Kuang's people seemed to have all been wiped out. Yi Kuang himself had rushed into the explosion, probably also in a life-or-death situation. Seeing you faint, the way ahead blocked, we dared not take action for now. But now that you're awake, we could try to move these things and find a way out, Ling Xiao said solemnly. Su Chen felt conflicted. They didn't understand construction. And what if moving things caused a secondary collapse? But staying here meant they could do nothing. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the side wall. Su Chen was stunned and quickly stepped back. Chapter 58. Buried deep underground, a critical moment soon, the wall collapsed. A person was seen struggling to crawl out, dragging half a body behind him. The body is barely recognizable, with only one leg visible and covered in charred marks. A soft murmur from Su Chen is heard. The person lies on the ground, their breathing gradually weakening. Su Chen approaches to check. Realizing this is Yi Kuang, who is on the brink of death. Fortunately, there is a doctor in the team who immediately steps forward to perform emergency rescue. As for the remaining body, Su Chen guesses it must be Yi Ling. He hurriedly steps forward and places his hand on the charred figure. Recruitment. Recruiting, restoring consciousness, reversing zombie virus, recruitment successful. Points, 100. A crisp and pleasant system notification sounds. The charred person coughs lightly and moves their body. Su Chen's eyes brighten. The system has marked Yi Ling's information, confirming it is indeed her. Activate healing function. Limb regeneration. Points, 2,000. Restoring entire body from burns. Points, 3,000. Insufficient points. Remaining injuries will be treated later. A white light spreads. Yi Ling's body reappears before Su Chen. He quickly steps forward to help her up. I said, we've had bad luck for a long time. Good fortune is bound to come. As Su Chen's voice rings out, Yi Ling slowly opens her eyes. Yi Ling recovers, and Su Chen pats her shoulder, looking over at Yi Kuang. As for Yi Kuang, it's uncertain if he can hold on until they get out. As long as they can get out, under the right conditions, Yi Kuang should be able to survive. After a long while, Su Chen gently pushes Yi Ling away, wipes away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his gaze full of tenderness. Yi Ling stares blankly at Su Chen, her big eyes misty, combined with her little lowly face, looking pitiful. After a while, slap! A crisp sound rings out as Yi Ling lets go of her hand, her face flushed. Pervert, scumbag, you hugged me and took advantage of me. The surrounding maid members burst into laughter. Su Chen looks innocent. It was clearly you who jumped into my arms. So you can just hold me when I jump at you? You really are a pervert. Yi Ling turns her head, her expression very unnatural. Pervert, thank you, she says awkwardly. Su Chen, helpless, stands up and shrugs. Now, the most important thing is how to get out. You are familiar with the Starry Night laboratory. Do you have a way? Upon hearing this, Yi Ling wipes her face and slowly stands up. She looks around and suddenly runs to a wall to inspect it. The underground structure of the Starry Night laboratory utilizes a honeycomb design, supported by a lot of steel frames. Haven't any of you studied architecture? Su Chen spreads his hands, fully embracing the situation. Looking at the eager eyes around him, Yi Ling completely breaks down. So even if there is an explosion, the honeycomb structure can still leave intact sections. Behind test site number 1 and the supercomputer room in the area is the main honeycomb structure, which generally does not get destroyed. The supercomputer room is the most important. It is highly likely to remain intact, and we are not far from the area now. Everyone looks confused. Yi Ling simply does not explain and directly instructs everyone to start digging a tunnel from the ground. Fortunately, everyone has good physical fitness, and soon, a long tunnel is dug out. Yi Ling then directs everyone to dismantle support beams from the sides to ensure the tunnel does not encounter any problems. Soon, Su Chen and the others emerge from the tunnel. This is the area which stores very important data and is underground. The self-destruct program is designed to bury the area as a whole. Yiling walks with her hands behind her back, leading the way. The preservation here is indeed good, but the ground and entrance are somewhat deformed. Shortly, the supercomputer appears before Su-Chen. Looking at this complex and precise machine buried in dirt, Su-Chen momentarily does not know what to say. Commander Lu's mission has completely failed. But at this moment, Yiling sits down in front of the supercomputer and clears the dirt covering the control panel. After a flurry of operations, the supercomputer surprisingly starts up. Don't just stand there. This is a supercomputer with an independent power system, and its main components are protected by aerospace-grade materials. Each one is costly, and the Starry Night laboratory wouldn't want to damage it. As Yiling speaks, she jumps behind the control panel, pulls out many wires, and starts rummaging through, connecting hard drives one by one. This will do. My sister's login password is the same for all. I should be able to find some data. Yiling busies herself. Su-Chen watches as Yiling inputs a long password of 56 characters with upper and lowercase letters, including punctuation, showing no pattern at all. He admires her. A genius's mind is definitely different from theirs. After Yiling is revived, she seems to be more talkative, manipulating the supercomputer while chattering away. Su-Chen's hearing has not fully recovered. When Yiling's voice is soft, he cannot hear her clearly. However, this is understandable. Having been revived, Yiling is surely anxious. Using this method to alleviate her anxiety, Su-Chen watches from the side. After a while, the words Gene Bank appear before Su-Chen's eyes. Stop, Su-Chen hurriedly says. Yiling looks at the Gene Bank and nods thoughtfully. She splits a screen to display the Gene Bank, while the other screen continues to do something else. What's wrong? Yiling's expression gradually darkens. Then help me find my data. By the way, does the Starry Night Laboratory really have a gene bank? Su-Chen asks. Yiling looks at Su-Chen with an idiot's gaze. After a while, she suddenly thinks of something and says seriously, indeed, the Starry Night Laboratory has substantial funding support, with countless health check institutions under its wing, even conducting welfare health checks. During the health checks, blood is drawn. Part of it is used for blood tests, and part is entered into the gene bank. Over half of the global population is recorded in the gene bank. As a university student, Su-Chen naturally knows what genes represent. So, can you help me do a paternity test? Chapter 59, Gene Matching. Father-son relationship. Yiling seems puzzled upon hearing this, then laughs. You actually suspect that you're not your parents' biological child? Su-Chen, however, nods expressionlessly. In his memory, his parents are his adoptive parents. His adoptive parents, for some reason, thought they were infertile for years. However, after adopting Su-Chen for a few years, his adoptive mother became pregnant. His adoptive parents had a talk with Su-Chen, hoping he could leave the family when he was capable of being self-sufficient. They said it very tactfully, but the gist was that they were about to have a biological child and could no longer afford to raise Su-Chen, especially since he was just an adopted child. After that, Su-Chen has always been cautious, afraid of offending his adoptive parents. He didn't realize that perhaps the inferiority complex he developed towards Chen Jiayi in college stemmed from this time. However, when his younger brother was born and gradually grew up, Su-Chen overheard his adoptive parents' conversations. They didn't want Su-Chen to stay in the family any longer and even plotted to take him to a strange city, pretending to lose him, abandoning him. Su-Chen also has pride. During those days, when his adoptive parents took him on a trip, he naturally got lost and never sought them out again. Now, he truly wants to know who his biological parents are. He wants to question them. Why did they abandon him? Who do you want to compare against? Yiling seems to realize she misspoke and cautiously asks. Lidakian. Su-Chen directly interrupts Yiling. He already has someone in mind. He just wants to confirm if Mu Ji's words are correct. Yiling is taken aback, then inputs Li Daqiang's name. In the gene bank, there are many people named Li Daqiang, but the one in charge is marked with a top-secret label. Su-Chen directly pointed at that person and said in a deep voice, "It's him, compare." Yiling paused for a moment, her fingers lightly tapping, and a new page appeared. This person has already been compared with you once. A line of large characters appeared in Su-Chen's eyes. Gene match, father-son relationship. One more time, Su-Chen said slowly, unable to help but clench his fists. Yiling quickly controlled the console. even forgetting what she was supposed to do. Lines of letters jumped rapidly, and 2 gene chains appeared on the screen, gradually overlapping. Gene match, father-son relationship. Su Chen's breath caught, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What Yimu Gu said turned out to be true. It made sense, with such a large gene bank. Yimu Gu could indeed find his real biological parents, and there was no need to lie. For Su Chen, this was also the heaviest blow. Su Chen looked at the text on the screen and asked Yiling to open Li Daqiang's information. Most of the information was marked as top secret. However, the few revealed fragments highly overlapped with the information disclosed by Commander Liu. An ordinary name, a legendary life. Su Chen slowly stepped back, collapsing to the ground, his thoughts in disarray. The maids gathered around him. Su Chen waved his hand and said, Yiling, do whatever you need to do quickly. I want to get out of here. It feels very stuffy. Yiling nodded slightly, but quietly downloaded the recent gene comparison records. She had another reason for coming here, to download data. She also had doubts about whether the Xingya laboratory was the culprit behind this apocalypse. Soon, a red exclamation mark lit up on the screen. Yiling's gaze sharpened, and her typing speed increased. Has my sister already gone to other Xingya laboratories? She suddenly jumped up and pulled out the hard drive. Quickly, the screen flickered, and a line of warning text kept popping up. Yiling frantically clicked on the control panel and then pressed a red button. The large door slowly opened, revealing an elevator inside. Su Chen, go! Yiling called out and rushed through the door, starting to operate. Su Chen also realized the urgency of the situation and immediately called everyone to rush through the door. This passage was very similar to the skylight of the previous experiment site number 1, but it was much narrower and they were all squeezed inside. Damn it. The power supply system is damaged, and the elevator is useless, Yiling said helplessly. No problem, as long as it leads to the ground, Su Chen said, taking out the walkie-talkie, and Dragon Zaiqian's voice came through. Boss, I see the ground is cracked open. Are you down there? Su Chen smiled and said, yes. Lower the rope and pull us up. 3 days later, at the exhibition hall. Thanks to Dragon Zaiqian's rescue, the remaining people also came out of the Xingya laboratory. But the damage was severe. Dragon Zaiqian was even red-eyed and wanted to settle accounts with Yimu Gu, but was suppressed by Su Chen. Yi Kuang was considered a miracle. Although he had not woken up, his life was saved. In a conference room, Yiling brought out 4 computers and simultaneously turned on the projector. Yiling scratched her hair, which looked like a chicken coop, and her dark circles were heavy. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said slowly, I am quite interested in the gene bank. Yimu Gu once said that she compared the genetic information of many people around me. Yiling fell silent, not expecting Su Chen to want to see such sensitive information right off the bat. Well, first of all, it's her ex-boyfriends. She called up 2 files, one for Li Daqiang and the other for Su Erniel. Su Chen had already seen Li Daqiang, and as for Su Erniel, she looked like an ordinary peasant woman, with no unique qualities and a very simple smile. This was the second time Su Chen saw Su Erniel's photo. He let out a breath and waved his hand. I understand. Su Erniel should be dead, right? Yiling shook her head. According to the facial comparison from the Tianyin system, Su Erniel was not found. Perhaps she is still alive. Su Chen responded with a HM, appearing very calm. Let's focus on the important points. Yiling opened another file, which had a photo of Chen Jiai. Did you not say before that Chen Muzhen took Chen Jiai away? Yes, Chen Muzhen is Chen Jiai's uncle. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Jiai is actually a rich second generation, and she's the daughter of the famous Haixin group, the Chen family. This information was quite overwhelming. Su Chen remembered that during college, Chen Jiai often worked part-time at a milk tea shop during the winter and summer vacations. At that time, he had a good relationship with her. While she worked at the milk tea shop, he worked at a nearby fried chicken shop. He often brought her fried chicken, and she would bring out milk tea. Those holidays were the happiest times for Su Chen. They often sat on the plaza bench, eating leftover fried chicken and what seemed like watered-down milk tea. But Chen Jiai was actually a rich second generation. Chen Jiai's father was the previous chairman of the Chen group, Chen Mulian, and Chen Muzhen was his older brother. Later, Chen Muzhen took over as chairman, cut off funding to the Xingya laboratory, and marginalized his older brother, making him come to Zhanghai City. Yiling poset not continent. Su Chen suddenly understood that Chen Jiai's strangeness was all to avoid Chen Muzin. Chen Muzin's ungrateful withdrawal back then was likely to take this opportunity to take Chen Jiai away. He even pretended not to know Chen Jiai. The schemes of these people were truly terrifying. Subsequently, Yiling also displayed many gene comparisons. Ling Xiao, originally named Lin Xiao, had a father who was the security team leader at the Xingye Laboratories Jianhai City branch and died in an accident. Ling Xiao changed his name to step out of the shadow of losing his father and did not delve into the cause of the accident. Bai Lin's parents worked at a physical examination institution under the Xingye Laboratory. In their team, many people had connections with the Xingye Laboratory, just varying in depth. Rather than a coincidence, it was more accurate to say that the Xingye Laboratory was all-pervasive. Physical examination institutions, research institutions, supported by 18 large conglomerates. These conglomerates were involved in various industries, many of which had laboratory technical support. Su Chen felt a headache. Previously, Commander Liu said that Li Daqiang signed a confidentiality agreement. In fact, the confidentiality agreement stipulated that Li Daqiang could not re-enter private research institutions to seek benefits on the same subject. If Li Daqiang joined the Xingye Laboratory, it would be acceptable, but it must be under supervision and could not involve research topics studied in the Longhua Research Institute. However, Li Daqiang joined secretly, and there were still people in the upper echelons of Longhua suppressing this matter. This shows just how enormous the background of the Xingye Laboratory is. How much do you know about the divine virus? Su Chen changed the subject. Exploring the size of the Xingye Laboratory would only undermine his confidence in finding Yimu Ge. Yiling organized her thoughts and succinctly told Su Chen what she knew. Viruses generally only have either or characteristics, but the divine virus possesses both. Calling it a virus is misleading. It is more like a fully functional cell with autonomous evolution capabilities. Being infected by the divine virus will result in possessing genetic traits of animals, plants, and humans simultaneously. The zombies are tireless and unkillable because of cellular mutations, allowing them to perform abilities similar to photosynthesis. Their madness and bloodlust stem from possessing carnivorous genetic traits. At the same time, they were once human. However, referring to the divine virus as a zombie virus is not comprehensive. Additionally, the divine virus exhibits characteristics of a zombie virus, which is the most common manifestation. Are you saying that we are all infected by the divine virus? Su Chen asked in surprise. Yiling's throat rolled, and then she nodded with difficulty. The reason it is codenamed divine is that we have never thoroughly studied this type of cell or virus. According to my sister's research direction, there can be some kind of transformation between humans and zombies, which is why she is particularly interested in you, as your abilities confirm the correctness of her research topic. The reason we haven't turned into zombies, according to my sister's research, is also because of our mutations and the awakening of our abilities. Su Chen took a deep breath. He suddenly had a bold hypothesis. If Yimu Ji's research direction is correct, could there be a person who, after being infected by the virus, can freely switch between human and zombie? Or could it be that they haven't turned into zombies yet? But all of them have hidden potential to suddenly erupt and then become zombies one day? The more Su Chen thought about it, the colder he felt all over. Scumbag. Su Chen? Yiling waved her hand in front of Su Chen. The directions are different, and each research topic seems to have some progress, but I don't know much. The only thing I can tell you is this. Yiling took a deep breath and continued. The reason this virus is called divine is because of its uniqueness and mystery, which exceeds our understanding. I see. Su Chen regained his composure. He smiled self-deprecatingly. What was he even worried about? Things that scientists cannot thoroughly understand are meaningless for him to guess. Now, with the apocalypse breaking out, he just needed to live each day well. Su Chen looked at the calendar, which showed the 24th. It was exactly the beginning of spring. Yiling, it's the beginning of spring, Su Chen suddenly said. Yiling paused for a moment and smiled. Indeed, it is the beginning of spring. Su Chen looked out the window, as if he could see the warm sun gradually rising. In the Starry Night Laboratory, with Yimu Ge, Li Daqiang, and Commander Liu, it seems that only by reaching the same level as you can I have an equal dialogue with you, right? Su Chen murmured softly. Then, he slowly stood up. Bring Li Jia, Bai Lin, Zhang Xiao, Fian, and Ling Xiao here. Yiling was a bit confused and asked, "Are you planning to do something?" Su Chen turned around and spread his hands, saying, "Actually, I've always just wanted to lay flat, but they just won't let me. This is my biological father. I have to ask him why he left me behind." The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled slightly. Since they didn't want him to lay flat, he would let everyone know just how much power Su Chen, truly had. First, let's start with the only shelter in Jianhai City. Chapter 61. 1 month, improvement on the streets, zombies were rampant. Dense crossbow arrows shot out, accurately embedding themselves in the zombies' heads. After a wave of attacks, a group of maids armed with long knives and dressed in fishnet stockings surged forward, quickly eliminating the remaining zombies. Su Chen stood at a high point, electric currents continuously shooting out around him. The zombies were becoming increasingly powerful. According to the grading system of the Starry Night Laboratory, they were at least level zombies. Su Chen's expression was serious. Over the past few days, he had been clearing zombies near the exhibition hall. Within a 5-mile radius, the number of zombies was visibly decreasing, and now this was the last street. However, there was a commercial area on this street, and the surrounding residential areas were extremely dense, leading to a large number of zombies on the street. The mutation rate for zombie cats and zombie dogs was indeed high, but it was also because many people had kept cats and dogs in recent years. Li Jiao walked up to Su Chen. "Master, have you noticed that the kill efficiency of the automatic crossbow is gradually decreasing?" After speaking, Li Jiao raised her hand and shot an arrow, which flew into a zombie's head. The zombie paused but continued moving forward. Su Chen also noticed this, his eyes flickering. He quickly dashed in front of the zombie and killed it directly with electricity, then pulled out the crossbow bolt. He found that the arrowhead was severely deformed and had only penetrated shallowly, which is why it hadn't completely killed the zombie. The evolution level of these zombies was getting higher and higher, but fortunately, our team was also gradually becoming stronger. After saying this, Su Chen turned to look at the maid corps behind him. A total of 150 people, all possessing strong combat abilities, with only a small portion being logistics personnel. If we can't clean the battlefield, then from now on, everyone should use firearms. Let's see if we can get Yiling to research how to manufacture bullets. He opened the system panel. Su Chen, Centurion Defense, 62 Stamina, 64 Mental, 75 Current Recruitment Level, 14. To reach the next level requires 6,000 points, recruitment points, 140. Designated to increase 7 points of basic attributes, current recruitment number, 170,170 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia current bonds, slight skills. Exploration. Binding superpower, level 44, Thunder Strike, Thunder Chain, Thunderbolt, electric activation points, 22220. His personal attributes were already quite impressive. He felt he could crush zombies with his bare hands. Unfortunately, compared to the Big Flower Cat, he was still somewhat lacking. Of course, the Big Flower Cat was his subordinate, so it was impossible for it to attack him. The superpower level is raised through feedback from leveling up Zhang Xiao and the other superpowers. Leveling up above level 10 requires 400 points at a time. 800 points for level 20, 1,600 points for level 30. And now, for level 40 and above, it requires 3,200 points to level up once. Even for Ling Xiao and the others, their superpower levels were just stuck around level 40. The recruitment level had reached level 14. Su Chen guessed that reaching level 15 should bring some improvements, but he had already used up those 20,000 points. So he had no choice but to temporarily put on hold. The logistics team was still a bit lacking, with only 10 people, while the other 150 were participating in combat. Su Chen muttered to himself, stroking his chin in thought. The next direction should be to supplement some logistics personnel into the team. The division of labor must be clearer in a team. Zombies were evolving, and the virus's infectivity was gradually increasing, so the bonds with doctors were essential. As Su Chen thought about this, a sudden image appeared in his mind. A group of girls dressed in nurse uniforms lined up, holding syringes and stethoscopes, and sweetly said, "Master, can we check your body? Master, what are you thinking?" "You're smiling." Li Jia's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen hurriedly coughed and said seriously, "I was thinking that the virus infection rate is increasing. and sometimes I can't help my team members recover in time, and they have already turned into zombies. Li Jia nodded thoughtfully, according to Xiaoling. Although this zombie virus is not entirely the divine virus, it can also evolve on its own. So it's understandable that the zombies are getting stronger and the infection rate is increasing. Su Chen sighed. He suddenly remembered a few members of the Maid Corps who had mutated into zombies because he couldn't rush to rescue them in time after being injured by zombies. After mutating, their strength had at least increased tenfold, and even members with abilities had directly turned into special zombies after mutation. Su Chen defined zombies with abilities similar to humans as special zombies. "Let's go," Su Chen immediately said. He waved his hand and led everyone toward the exhibition hall. While they were still on the road, he spent all 20,000 points. 4 team members to awaken their abilities requires 500 points. And changing the maid combat uniforms costs 300 points. This amount of points really wasn't enough. Not to mention that mastering skills also required a large amount of points. Among the 4 bonded members, raising attributes and superpowers also required a lot of points. Su Chen felt a headache. These points were simply not enough. It is necessary to clean up the zombies more. Not long after, in the exhibition hall's conference room, Long Zaiyan, Yi Kuang, Yi Ling, Li Jia, and Li Meiling took their seats. "How is Wu Cheng's base?" Su Chen asked. Previously, Wu Cheng had colluded with Yi Muge and then disappeared with him. Chen Muzhen quickly took over this base. Now, aside from the smaller gathering places, there are only 2 major powers left in Zhanghai City, Chen Muzhen and Su Chen. Su Chen's exhibition hall has also attracted many survivors, and its scale is gradually expanding. However, in terms of sheer numbers, it cannot compete with Chen Muzhen's base. Commander Lu's attitude has been somewhat ambiguous lately, Su Chen suddenly said. Long Zaiqian paused and nodded helplessly. Commander Lu has also hinted that I should visit Chen Muzhen's base, and he even mistakenly said that Chen Muzhen's place is the shelter for Zhanghai City. After saying this, Long Zaiqian looked at Su Chen with some anxiety. Su Chen shrugged, appearing indifferent. Most of the upper echelons prioritize interests. Chen Muzhen's base has more people, which naturally brings more benefits. Moreover, Commander Lu previously supported him with 2 tanks, and he didn't send much information over. Chapter 62. Commander Lu's change in attitude to the outside world. Yi Ling is like a dead person now. She rarely goes out. Su Chen didn't know how it felt, but he had a gut feeling that he couldn't disclose the matter of the divine virus. This could lead to Commander Lu's dissatisfaction. It seems that Commander Lu still wants to support Chen Muzhen. Su Chen squinted and chuckled softly. The youngest colonel in Long Country is likely to be removed. Also, Chen Muzhen hasn't been stable lately, frequently coming to our territory to collect supplies, even though we have brought most of the surrounding supplies to the exhibition hall. Li Meiling took out her notebook and handed it to Su Chen. It outlined an area roughly centered around the exhibition hall with a radius of 10. This place belongs to Su Chen and his group. Previously, there were 3 factions, and the Xingya laboratory didn't care about territory, so everyone was quite tacit. Now, with only Su Chen and Chen Muzhen left in Zhanghai City, Chen Muzhen naturally has more thoughts in this situation. This behavior is a kind of test. Yi Kuang, how is the development work at Xingya laboratory going? Su Chen turned to Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang was familiar with Xingya laboratory. Although it had been destroyed, supplies could still be found. We have cleared parts of areas 1 to 2 and excavated 100 firearms, including 20 submachine guns, 15 pistols, 40 tranquilizer guns, and 25 stun guns. Yi Kuang stood up, paused, and continued. There is little significance in continuing to dig. Indeed, Long Country has strict control, and it's understandable that the number of tranquilizer guns and stun guns is relatively high. Su Chen nodded slightly. He glanced at the calendar, which showed 31, nearly a month since the start of spring. With the tranquilizer guns and stun guns ready, that street will be cleared in a few days. Let's work hard. In 4 days, we'll contact Chen Muzhen to have a discussion. Su Chen waved his hand, intending to end the meeting. Su Chen, I think we need to pay attention to an issue. Yi Ling suddenly stood up. Her voice made those who were about to leave pause. Cats and dogs can also mutate into zombies, and as the weather gradually warms up, mosquitoes will soon appear. We need to be careful and preferably search for some insecticides. Su Chen frowned at this. But since Yiling was still reviewing the research data from Xingya Laboratory, her understanding of the virus must be deeper than theirs. All right, I'll have someone keep an eye on it. And about the other point, maybe I'm overthinking. Yiling smiled, slightly bowing to everyone, signaling that they could leave. Su Chen sat alone in the conference room. After a month, he really missed Chen Jia a bit. However, feedback from her side kept coming, even though Su Chen hadn't used points to help Chen Jia enhance her abilities. With the system in place, he believed Chen Jia wouldn't betray him. I know your temperament. You must have your own difficulties that you want to handle yourself. But with me here, I won't let you suffer. Su Chen slowly clenched his fists. He hadn't forgotten what he told Yiling a month ago. Jianhai City should have only one voice. In the eastern district of Jianhai City, this area belongs to the high-tech zone, with towering buildings. However, it is a sparsely populated place in Jianhai City, and Chen Muzin's base is established in the high-tech industrial park in the eastern district. The industrial park is surrounded by iron fences, which, after simple processing, have become towering walls. Abandoned vehicles are piled up together, forming a solid defensive line. In Chen Muzin's base, people come and go, giving it a thriving feel. Many of them are even dressed in suits, sitting on the street, sipping coffee, and enjoying afternoon tea. If viewed solely from the base, it seems as if the apocalypse had never occurred. But just a wall away outside, there are countless snarling zombies. Chen Muzin and Chen Dongdong stood on the wall, looking at the nearby zombies with furrowed brows. The zombies are getting stronger, and our combat forces are dwindling. Yesterday, we lost 18 people. Chen Dongdong couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He glanced back at the base, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Chen Muzin seemed to know what Chen Dongdong was thinking and laughed as he patted Chen Dongdong's shoulder. My son, your perspective is still insufficient. In the short term, killing zombies and surviving is most important. But now, with gathering places and shelters forming, we need a long-term vision. Do you know why Commander Lu wants to support us? Is it just because of the capabilities of our Chen group? No, it's because we can win people's hearts, and we're gradually restoring order to society. Chen Muzin grasped Chen Dongdong's shoulder and slowly rose into the air, floating deeper into the base. His control over gravity had reached a level where he could levitate, demonstrating his immense strength. As they passed by, everyone nodded and greeted Chen Muzin with smiles. See, this is where people's hearts lie. Su Chen's base is too focused on survival, and according to some informants we've sent in, there are no fixed regulations at his base. Su Chen's base lacks order. Everything revolves around him and those in the upper echelons to judge right and wrong. Tian Musin spoke slowly. Chen Dongdong beside him nodded thoughtfully. After dealing with the zombies, Long Country's biggest goal is still to restore normal social order. In their current base, roles are clearly defined. Those with abilities can enjoy better treatment, while workers remain workers, and those without skills can only join the combat forces. It's like they are working for the entire base. This reflects the social order before the apocalypse, aligning with Long Country's long-term development goals, which is why Commander Lu wants to support them. No wonder. I previously saw Su Chen with tanks and thought Commander Lu was supporting them from behind. Now it seems Commander Lu is more inclined towards us, Chen Dongdong mused. Chen Muzin nodded slightly, turned his head, and smiled at the people below. The reason these people can enjoy such treatment may be due to their management capabilities or technical support. More accurately, they have a knowledge system supporting them, and Long Country does not want these things to disappear with the apocalypse. Therefore, their base is more valuable than Su Chen's. By the way, is everything stable with Chen Jia? Chen Muzin suddenly asked. Her special ability is indeed impressive, but if it weren't for her mother and sister. Chapter 63 would remind us that everyone has a weakness. For Chen Jia, she rarely received attention from her father because she was just a girl and could not inherit the Chen Corporation. Furthermore, Chen Jia's mother, having given birth to 2 daughters in a row, held even less status than Chen Jia. Given their family background, they had maids at home, yet Chen Jia's mother lived as if she were a maid herself. Thus, Chen Jia distanced herself from the Chen Corporation and relied entirely on herself. Unexpectedly, Chen Muzin took control of Chen Jia's mother and sister to threaten her, which is why Chen Jia left Su Chen and came to Chen Muzin's base. At this moment, Chen was killing zombies, her consciousness spreading out to give orders. A small team of 30 was retreating in an orderly manner into a high-rise building to temporarily avoid the zombies. Chen glanced back discreetly, noticing someone in the team suddenly put away their belongings and turn to look into the distance. She knew this person was sent by Chen Dongdong to monitor her. "Captain Chen, we got 4 evolution cores today. Not a bad haul," a girl said cheerfully as she sat down beside Chen Jia. The others around also praised Chen Jia. In the past month, Chen Jia had done nothing but lead these 30 people through life and death situations, doing her utmost to protect them. She even secretly hid some evolution cores to help them awaken their abilities, all to win their hearts. "Captain Chen, what about that person monitoring you?" The girl beside her whispered. Those gathered around Chen Jia were chatting among themselves, but their eyes involuntarily turned to her. Chen Jia replied casually, "No need to mind. It's normal for the Chen family to be wary of me. Monitoring is monitoring." While the group openly discussed the gains from this outing, they were secretly whispering among themselves. "We've naturally isolated him. This person, Captain Chen, treats him well, but he harbors ill intentions. Captain Chen is too kind. If you ask me, just deal with him. What are you thinking? If we get rid of this person, the Chen family will send someone else, and once this person is exposed, it will be easier for us to control. Captain Chen, regarding your mother, my sister has some news." Chen Jia's gaze sharpened at this remark, forgetting to hide her excitement as she hurried to the speaker. In the apocalypse, shared experiences of life and death easily forge deep friendships. In the team, aside from the person monitoring Chen Jia, the rest were captivated by her charisma. Additionally, since Chen Jia's situation was not a big secret at the base, everyone was aware of it. When she first arrived here, Chen Jia wanted to find her mother and sister, but could only watch the videos sent by them. She was dissatisfied and caused a commotion, but unfortunately, her strength was too weak and she was suppressed. After that, Chen Jia was assigned to a combat team, going out to search for supplies, drawing zombies away, and alleviating pressure on the base. However, Chen Muzin and Chen Dongdong did not fully trust Chen Jia and sent someone to monitor her. Meanwhile, news of Chen Jia's search for her family spread within the base. Chen Jia gained the friendship of this group and received their sincere help. "You all know my sister is a psychology expert. Who would have thought that we who fight zombies every day have no psychological pressure, while those big shots in the base are all under pressure?" The person laughed. However, it was because of this that this person's sister learned about the whereabouts of Chen Jia's relatives. There are only 2 places in the base that require a pass. One is where Chen Muzin and the high-ranking officials reside. The other is the base's prison. The prison is too conspicuous and clearly not a hiding place. The high-ranking official's residence has a total of 7 floors, with a basement specifically guarded. Previously, my sister tried to find an excuse to go down, but was directly turned away. The most likely place is that basement. However, what the high-ranking officials did not expect is that this basement has another entrance, but it requires going through a pipe. I am currently trying to find a way to gather information. Captain Chen, we need to wait for Chen Muzin and the others to leave. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia nodded. However, executing this plan was quite challenging. The base situation was gradually stabilizing, and the combat teams were primarily outside, so Chen Muzin would not leave the base easily. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. Chen Jia stood up, discreetly pocketing an evolution core. She relied on the evolution core she obtained from each battle to continuously enhance her strength. "I understand," Chen Jia replied, her consciousness extending to signal everyone to get up and leave. "There's a strict rule in the base: no carrying firearms." Chen Jia shook her head, saying, "I know the rules. I have none. If someone mutated into a zombie within the base, it would cause chaos." Soon, Chen Jia was taken to the high-ranking official's residence, the 7-story building. They went all the way to the rooftop, where there was a huge office. This was also where Chen Muzin lived. Upon entering, a plainly dressed woman immediately came into Chen Jia's view. "Mom." Chen Jia instantly rushed over. Chen Muzin smiled and said, "Jia, I know you've been doing very well recently, so I brought your mother over to let you two reunite." Chen Jia hurriedly inquired about her mother's condition. Her mother had been smiling, saying she was doing well. "Nonsense. Mom, look at you. Your complexion is terrible, Chen Jiai said, immediately standing up and looking at Chen Yuzhen. Chen Yuzhen spread his hands and said helplessly, Jiai, you can't blame me. It's your mother who has been worrying about you, not eating or drinking. Yes, your second uncle is right, Tianqing chimed in beside them. She took Chen Jiai's hand, covering it with both of hers, gently rubbing it, her eyes filled with endless worry. Child, the outside world is chaotic. You have to take care of yourself, understand? Tianqing's voice choked as she spoke. Soon, Chen Yuzhen called for someone to take Tianqing away. Second uncle, I know you wouldn't say anything without reason. What do you need me to do? Chen Yuzhen paused, sitting back in his chair, and slowly said, Actually, I received a message earlier. Su Chen wants to talk to me. Chapter 64, we are all family. Upon hearing Su Chen's name, Chen Jiai's breath caught, and a strange expression flashed in her eyes before quickly disappearing. I no longer have contact with Su Chen, Chen Jiai said calmly. Chen Yuzhen quickly moved to Chen Jiai's side, patting her shoulder to signal her to sit down. Look at you. Your relationship with Su Chen is quite good, so it's normal to contact him. After all, Su Chen and I are not enemies. We have cooperated before, right? Chen Yuzhen's words were met with disbelief from Chen Jiai. She didn't believe for a second that Chen Yuzhen had no thoughts about Su Chen, considering Su Chen had a formidable maid army under his command, something Chen Yuzhen could never cultivate. Chen Yuzhen sat on the sofa, his already imposing face filled with a smile, which felt incredibly out of place, giving off a sense of a cunning old fox. Jiai, after all, Su Chen is still an outsider. We are all your family, Chen Yuzhen said, his smile fading as he earnestly advised her. Yes, we are family. However, despite saying this, Chen Jiai appeared somewhat distracted. What kind of family can imprison Tianqing and prevent them from seeing each other? Chen Yuzhen did not mind. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Chen Jiai was being perfunctory, yet he showed a look of relief, letting out a sigh. That's right, family. Of course. Since you have a good relationship with him, I hope you can lead the team to welcome our guest. I also welcome his maid army to our base. After all, the base is too overly saturated with yang energy. Chen Yuzhen finally revealed his intentions. He actually wanted to bring Su Chen to his base and even tried to recruit Su Chen's maid group. As for Chen Jiai, she was just bait. However, sending Chen Jiai now could greatly increase the chances of bringing Su Chen to the base. His base has thousands of people with nearly 1,000 combat troops. Once Su Chen enters, it would be a den of dragons and tigers. He would be at Chen Yuzhen's mercy. What would Su Chen say? Chen Jiai's expression finally changed. She kept her face neutral but secretly clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. All right, I understand. She stood up and turned to leave the office. Before she left, a faint blue glow flashed in her eyes, quickly disappearing. Scan, Chen Jiai said softly. She couldn't stay in this building for long, being escorted out of the office building. As she passed by the basement entrance, she deliberately glanced inside. Meanwhile, in the top floor office, Chen Dongdong walked in. No. Chairman Chen Jiai deliberately looked at the basement. She must have noticed that place. Hearing this, Chen Yuzhen's authoritative face turned gloomy. Sure enough, daughters always turn their elbows outward, just like your sister. Chairman Chen, will Chen Jiai do as we say? Chen Dongdong changed the subject. She will. She met Tianqing today, so she naturally understands my meaning. I'm now watching how she thinks, whether to give up on Tianqing or to join Su Chen. Dien Musen sneedeth. He then waved his hand, signaling Chen Dongdong to leave. The next day, at the exhibition hall, Su Chen led the team out, a smile on his face. Happy today? Yi Kuang asked as he approached. Of course, I'm going to see my wife, Su Chen replied with a smile. May I ask which wife? Yi Kuang said and quickly ran away. Ling Xiao actually understood that she couldn't monopolize Su Chen alone, just like how Chen Jiai offered herself for a first blood the moment she saw Su Chen. In their hearts, knowing the changes in the world, they understood that someone as outstanding as Su Chen would surely not have just one woman by his side. There were even hundreds of women in the base who had feelings for Su Chen. Superstar Kerr, the genius girl Yi Ling, and even that beautiful woman Li Meiling. Who wouldn't T like Su Chen? She liked Su Chen, but didn't T want Su Chen to have to choose among them, making things difficult for him? What are you looking at? I actually hope my master has more wives. I can hardly bear it lately. Ling Xiao rubbed her waist, her face filled with helplessness. Master is too strong. Ha, ha. Su Chen chuckled twice. Having you all is enough. Ling Xiao rolled her eyes at Su Chen. Kotor was pacing by your room door last night. I don't believe he didn't notice. Su Chen was stunned. He really hadn't noticed. He and Zhang Xiao were in the room studying the specific uses of flexibility, which were indeed profound and complex issues. Ling Xiao ignored Su Chen, secretly making up her mind. Let us take a good rest for a few days and find a time to spar with the master for a night. Let us punish that foolish master properly. Su Chen nodded and said seriously, Chen Muzin wants us to go over. His intentions are not simple. The fewer people there are, the more he fears us. He then slapped Yi Kuang on the forehead. Besides, I recently got you over 100 evolution cores. Is that investment going to waste? Yi Kuang chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. It's certain that abilities have strengths and weaknesses. Yi Kuang's fire ability is destructive, and the key is that he is indeed ruthless. In the ruins, he dug a path with his hands to bring Yi Ling out. That is not just being ruthless, that is being a werewolf. Naturally worth cultivating. However, my ability is improving slower and slower. I feel the energy purity contained in the evolution cores varies. I need better evolution cores, Yi Kuang mumbled. Su Chen nodded slightly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. And who knows, we might be able to move to a different place. Su Chen looked into the distance. As the number of people at the exhibition hall increased, it began to get crowded. If Chen Muzin doesn't take action, that's fine, but once he does, things will get exciting. Chapter 65. You cut your long hair after Su Chen and the others left in their vehicle. The combat vehicles and tanks drove out. They had previously been clearing nearby zombies, and the density of zombies had greatly decreased. Now, the vehicles could move freely. The speed of the combat vehicles increased as well. They quickly entered the eastern district of Jianghai City. Suddenly, a voice came into Su Chen's consciousness. His eyes flickered, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Jiai, Chen, you shouldn't have come. Chen Muzin has already set a trap to deal with you. Chen Jiai's voice was urgent. Don't worry. I know you have your reasons. This time I've made arrangements. Trust me. I can walk in standing up. And Chen Muzin will have to carry me out on a sedan chair. Su Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. Soon, a team of over 100 people appeared ahead. And Su Chen's team directly retreated, with only Su Chen's vehicle moving forward. Chen Hiediso Su Chen. They had already communicated in their minds. But seeing Su Chen standing in front of her, she could only clench her fists, suppressing the urge to rush forward and hug him. This past month had been hard for her. Su Chen. 1,000 words, only a simple call. Su Chen stepped forward, slightly nodding to Chen Jiai, while also acknowledging the 100 or so people behind her. From the crowd, a bearded man stepped out. Hello, Su Chen, I'm Wang Dadong. Chairman Chen sent us to pick you up for the base. As he spoke, another person came out and nodded at Su Chen. The newcomer was Su Jisheng. Su Chen was not surprised. During the previous operation, Wu Cheng had not brought Su Jisheng along, so Su Jisheng was probably not one of Wu Cheng's trusted aides. Chen Muzin had taken over Wu Cheng's base, so naturally, he brought Su Jisheng along. Long time no see, Su Laoda. Yes, long time no see. Su Chen also greeted with a smile. Su Laoda, aren't you bringing your people along? Wang Dadong asked. Su Chen shook his head. Aren't you here? Besides, if I rush in with over 100 people, others might think I'm attacking your base. Wang Dadong quickly smiled awkwardly. Su Laoda, you're joking. This isn't the time for human infighting. Su Chen smiled non-committally and then turned to walk into the team. Wang Dadong also signaled the people in the team to move forward. Along the way, Su Chen saw large groups of zombies moving in one direction, his eyes flickering. Perhaps due to the large number of people gathering, Chen Muzin's base often suffered zombie-tide attacks, but most would be attracted away by the combat troops using sound. However, it wouldn't be long before the zombie tide would strike again. Chen Jiai's voice suddenly echoed in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen didn't look at Chen Jiai, only slightly curling his lips. Previously, Yi Ling had dug up some information from the files. Zombies are not just sensitive to sound. Their sense of smell and other senses are exceptionally acute. They can even distinguish places where crowds gather and instinctively converge towards those locations. So, is not just about hiding and being silent to avoid zombie attacks. I could have done that too. You just don't believe me. Chen Jai seemed to be acting coy. Jai, your hair is short. For the sake of combat, I can't keep long hair. With you not around, I have to take care of myself. What if I get attacked by zombies? The two continued to communicate in their minds, expressing their longing for each other. Chen Jai unreservedly told Su Chen about her mother Tianqing's situation, and only then did Su Chen realize the difficulty Chen Jai was in. However, I have embezzled many evolution cores from them, and they also have the intention to cultivate my abilities. Look, I didn't rely on you. What level is my ability now? Upon hearing this, Su Chen opened Chen Jiai's panel. The words level 41 ability suddenly appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen himself was only level 44, and Chen Jai had already caught up, and it wasn't relying on his points. Jai, I've known since we were kids that you're a clever little thing. Su Chen suddenly left. Wang Dadong and Su Jisheng, sitting beside Su Chen, looked confused. I just saw a zombie. It's so ugly, look. Su Chen pointed outside. Zombie? Are you polite? With a wave of his hand, Su Chen summoned a flash of electricity, directly eliminating the zombie. Do you think that's funny? Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jisheng and Wang Dadong could only smile awkwardly. In fact, they felt that it was just an ordinary zombie. They really couldn't keep up with the thinking of these base leaders. As they approached the base, the team scattered, honking their horns to attract the zombies away. The area around the base had also been cleared, and the cars could speed away from the zombies. Moreover, it seemed that there was a fixed road. Along the way, Su Chen and the others really didn't need to take action and simply enter the base. The sun was shining, there was afternoon tea, bread, and people coming and going. At that moment, Chen Dongdong came forward with people and smiled. Basu, welcome. Our rule here is that you cannot carry hot weapons. Please forgive us. But we will definitely protect your safety. Su Chen spread his hands and said, feel free to check. I trust you. Look, I didn't bring any weapons. Su Chen really didn't bring any weapons. But as long as he wanted, he could exchange them from the system store in a minute. What is there to worry about? I'll take you to meet Chairman Chen, Chen Dongdong said, making a gesture of invitation. No rush, Su Chen replied with a meaningful smile. Time passed, and for 3 consecutive days, Su Chen restrained himself from meeting Chen Muzin. Every day, he just sat on the street drinking coffee, napping on a bench in the sun, looking very leisurely. The night madman and Ling Xiao he brought had met Chen Muzin once, but they didn't say much. He was caught off guard by Su Chen's antics. Finally, he couldn't hold back. Go bring Su Chen over. What does he mean by this? When Su Chen was found, he was gnawing on bread and smoking, looking lazy. Boss Su, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Chairman Chen? Chen Dongdong smiled. Su Chen slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just realized something. Oh, I came to find Chairman Chen. It's not my fault. This place is just too comfortable. Hearing this, Chen Dongdong immediately teased. How about joining us? Really? I agree. Su Chen replied enthusiastically. Chapter 66. Su Chen, indispensable. In the top floor office, Chen Muzin, Chen Dongdong, and Su Chen sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. Chen Muzin completely couldn't understand what Su Chen meant. He indeed had the intention to bring Su Chen's base under his wing, but he didn't expect Su Chen to agree right away. Chen Dongdong had only been testing the waters, thinking Su Chen was just joking. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's first words upon meeting Chen Muzin were to propose joining his base. Mr. Su, I really can't understand you. Your base is developing well. Why would you want to join our base? Chen Muzin broke the silence, his stern face showing no expression and looking quite serious. Su Chen picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, saying, Isn't it because your base is good? Unlike my base, which is a hassle, I really don't want to manage it anymore. To be honest, Su Chen stood up directly, grabbed Chen Muzin's hand, and showed a sincere expression. These 3 days in Chairman Chen's base have been the easiest days for me. Without worrying about the scheming of those below, and I don't have to care about the raging zombie tide outside. Su Chen sighed repeatedly, his eyes full of difficulty. He seemed to think of something, pinched his nose, looking very troubled. Chen Muzin and Chen Dongdong exchanged glances, both falling silent. In the apocalypse, the dark side of human nature is magnified without restraint. After losing order, People enjoyed the taste of freedom, but rebuilding order is not simple. They had re-established order in their base, but managing it was still very troublesome. Why did the base need to set up cells and prohibit carrying hot weapons? It was all to avoid unnecessary conflicts. This matter should not be taken lightly, but if Mr. Su wants to join us, we welcome him. We just hope Mr. Su will think about it for a few more days and confirm that this is the result of deep consideration before we talk again. Chen Muzin stood up and extended his hand to Su Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen immediately turned and left without pausing. Chen Muzin stood by the window, watching Su Chen leave the building with a flickering gaze. Investigate Su Chen's base, Chen Muzin ordered. Chen Dongdong, puzzled, asked. The relationship between Su Chen and Chen Jiai is extraordinary. Will he let us use Chen Jiai like this? Chen Muzin sighed and turned to look at Chen Dongdong, his eyes showing disappointment. Dongdong, what resource is most important in the apocalypse? But have you ever thought about where these things come from? As soon as these words came out, Chen Dongdong immediately showed an enlightened expression. Before the apocalypse, the supermarkets were filled with various goods, with some items not sold even after expiring. But now, any supermarket or small shop would be cleared out in an instant. Once, countless experts and scholars said that eating instant noodles is unhealthy, eating fast food is unhealthy, and eating more meat is unhealthy. Now a full meal is enough. Who could still care about that much? Simply put, it all comes from people. When the apocalypse broke out, 8 or 9 out of 10 people mutated into zombies, making the importance of these resources magnified without limit. Using a little less is crucial for important supplies. However, compared to that, talent is the most important resource. It takes at least over a decade for a person to grow from a child to someone with labor capabilities. How many resources are consumed in those years? Every day, members of the combat unit sacrifice, but how long does it take to train someone to be able to fight zombies? Once Chen Dongdong understood this, he immediately realized Su Chen's importance. That's right. Do you remember his ability? He can resurrect female zombies. This is crucial. What will happen when only men are left in the apocalypse? Chen Muzin took a deep breath and patted Chen Dongdong's shoulder. To control Su Chen is to control the best in hand, no matter what means, whether lowly or despicable. Chen Dongdong nodded immediately and said, understood. Then, he turned and left. In the following days, Su Chen truly lived the most comfortable life. In the afternoon, he drank coffee and ate bread. Ling Xiao accompanied him the whole time, feeding him hand in hand. Su Chen just needed to lie back and enjoy. The night madman couldn't sit still at all, going out with the combat unit every day to kill zombies. Along the way, he even had a quarrel with Su Chen, and then they never met again. Chen Jai watched from a distance the affectionate behavior of Su Chen and Ling Xiao, shedding tears, and turned to leave. All of this was witnessed by Chen Dongdong and Chen Muzin. At this moment, Chen Muzin sat in the boss's chair, his eyes constantly moving, lost in thought. Su Chen was still just a freshly graduated college student. He was fortunate to awaken an indispensable superpower. Perhaps he had once thought about dominating this apocalyptic world, but only when standing in a high position did he realize how cold it was up there. Chen Dongdong flipped through the information in his hands and added, Su Chen has relationships with many women in the base, and his handsome appearance has attracted numerous women, which has led to dissatisfaction among many male members under him. Now that Su Chen has been gone for several days, his base is in complete chaos. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Muzin immediately squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Deep down, he had always harbored a grudge about the relationship between Su Chen and Chen Jiai. Now that Chen Jiai saw Su Chen involved with other women, she must be heartbroken. Chen Jiai could be used, and Su Chen was someone who could also be understood. It was time to reel him in, find a few women in the base, and make sure they are outstanding in every aspect. But they must be from the higher-ups in the base. Tien Musen Diaklet. Lustful men are the easiest to manipulate. Chen Dongdong nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Half a day later, Su Chen appeared in the office again. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 alluring women with an ethereal aura sitting on the sofa, dressed in professional outfits, black stockings and red high heels, exuding temptation. As the saying goes, black stockings paired with red shoes increase attack speed and critical hit. The moment Su Chen walked in, the three women surrounded him, their bodies intentionally brushing against his, intoxicating him. After a long wait, Chen Muzin finally walked in. Seeing Su Chen's dazed expression, he sneered inwardly. Just as I thought. Mr. Su, you mentioned before that you would consider joining our base. Are you serious? Of course I am. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the three women, not even glancing at Chen Muzin. That's great. Chapter 67. You have no retreat. Now, Chen Muzin clapped his hands, and the three women turned to leave, instantly revealing a disappointed look on Su Chen's face. Seeing this, Chen Muzin smiled and said, Mr. Su, don't worry. As long as you join the base, that will be your reward. I have inquired, and they all admire you very much. Chairman Chen, what do you take me for? Su Chen suddenly stood up, his expression turning cold. Chen Muzin, however, remained unhurried and said, just a man. Which man isn't lustful? I understand you, Su. Su Chen immediately grinned, sat back down, leaned forward, and wore a lewd expression. Chairman Chen, you have a keen eye. But, you know between me and Ling Xiao, right? You understand. Chen Muzin immediately understood, leaned closer, and whispered, if you can keep Ling Xiao away for one night, I will let those three women go quietly. Su Chen's eyes lit up, licking his lips, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Chen Muzin appeared to be smiling, but inwardly he was extremely disdainful. Just a bunch of trash. Who knows how many times they sold their bodies to survive in this apocalypse. Their ability to seduce men is remarkable in just a few minutes. They've captivated Su Chen completely. If they weren't somewhat capable, I wouldn't give them such good treatment. Let's talk about business. Chen Muzin changed the subject. Su Chen nodded, saying, I know what Chairman Chen wants to say, but the battle forces I can gather right now are not many. I know. Tien Muzin sneered involuntarily. His expression suddenly turned gloomy as he stood up, looking down at Su Chen from a high position. Your maids have been harassed by those people you gathered, resulting in a fight, and they took supplies and left to hunt zombies. The remaining people are running wild in the base. Haha. Chen Muzin let out a cold laugh. First courtesy, then weapons. I need to make Su Chen see the truth. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Su Chen's face was filled with anger and disbelief. Trash. They're all a bunch of trash. Chen Muzin interrupted Su Chen with a cold snort, his eyes wide open, exuding an imposing aura. Su Chen, understand this. You lack leadership skills, and the remaining base has already turned into ruins. You are homeless. From this moment on, clarify your position. It's not you joining my base, but rather I am sheltering you. Su Chen clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed, his face showing signs of struggle. After a long while, he weakly nodded, slumping back onto the sofa. Chen Muzin withdrew his imposing demeanor, satisfaction filling his eyes as he slowly sat down beside Su Chen, patting him on the shoulder. Your maid group still has great development potential. Women, even if not fighting, can have a significant role. Starting today, you need to go out every day and use your superpower to resurrect female zombies. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at Chen Muzin, opening his mouth as if wanting to say something but hesitating. After a while, he seemed resigned, lowering his head in despair. Su Chen helplessly said, does it take one evolution core to resurrect one person? Chen Muzin furrowed his brow. Su Chen, however, anxiously responded, although it seems unprofitable, in reality. Zombies are very strong now. Resurrecting them will weaken them a bit, but they will still possess certain combat abilities. Chen Muzin seemed to be persuaded, his eyes rolling as he weighed the pros and cons. All right, I will give you 10 evolution cores first. You resurrect 10 zombies, and I'll see if it's worth it. After saying this, Chen Muzin clapped his hands. Soon, Chen Jia walked in with 10 evolution cores, handed them to Su Chen without any expression, placed the items down, and turned to leave. Seeing Chen Jia come in, Su Chen was taken aback, then embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. Chen Muzin's lips curled slightly, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Naturally, he had placed Chen Jia outside to listen to his conversation with Su Chen, also to better utilize Chen Jia. I will arrange for the combat team to take you out shortly. You should try to select some powerful female zombies. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then dumbly nodded, taking the evolution cores and turning to leave. After a while, Chen Jia walked in. Chen Muzin sat in the boss's chair, facing away from her. Did you see Su Chun? Yes. Chen Jiai replied. Jiai, you need to understand, you and I are family. Work well for me and don't think about Su Chen anymore. Chen Muzin turned his head and then threw a large bag of evolution cores. The sizes and qualities of the evolution cores varied. The most basic zombie cat and zombie dog had evolution cores the size of marbles. However, the batch of evolution cores Chen Muzin gave Chen Jiai was at least twice the size of marbles, with the largest one nearly the size of an egg. As your abilities increase, those smaller evolution cores become useless. These evolution cores are for you. Use them to enhance your abilities. Chen Jiai struggled for a moment before accepting the evolution cores. Thank you, uncle. She slightly bowed and then exited the office. That night, in Su Chen's room, the curtains were drawn tightly shut. A knock sounded at the door. 3 women slowly walked in. Su Chen was only wearing a thin nightgown, lying on the bed, and immediately widened his eyes upon seeing the 3 women. As the women entered, they slowly peeled off their trench coats, revealing sexy, hot bikinis. Bang! The door closed. Sisters, why didn't you close the door? It would be bad if someone saw. Ling Xiao laughed. In the next moment, she dashed out and directly took down the 3 women. Su Chen reached out to stop them, but it was too late. Don't. They're almost undressed. Let them perform a bit. Ling Xiao approached the bed with a teasing smile, directly removing her outer garment. Master, am I not beautiful? Su Chen's eyes widened, filled with desire. He rushed forward, tackling Ling Xiao, and the two rolled together, their shouts echoing far and wide. Outside the door, the guards heard the commotion and muttered curses under their breath. Damn it. It's so intense. We still have to stay on guard for them, and I also need to go to the red light district to find a few women to relieve my stress. All right, it's already started. No need to watch anymore. Let's go. Not long after, in the room, Su Chen and Ling Xiao stood behind the window, watching the backs of a few people leaving, their eyes flickering. Behind them, the 3 women were tightly bound, and Yi Kuang stood next to them with a whip. Chapter 68. Yi Kuang, you're quite good at tying up. Ling Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The 3 women were tied up in different ways. One had her hands behind her back, the rope coming from underneath and hanging around her neck. Cough, cough. There is indeed some skill involved. Yi Kuang scratched his head, coughed a couple of times, and an unnatural expression flashed across his face. He then thought of something, pointing at Su Chen, and said, You dare say? If it weren't for Ling Xiao being here tonight, you would have probably let these 3 vixens ride on you long ago. Su Chen nodded. It's worth a try. Slap. Ling Xiao slapped the back of Su Chen's head, glaring at him, and Su Chen could only raise his hands and surrender. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao, Su Chen isn't just yours. Having 3 more isn't a problem, right? Yi Kuang's words had a hint of wanting to provoke. Ling Xiao paused for a moment and then said seriously, Think carefully about who are the people around Su Chen. Yi Kuang was taken aback, just about to say something when he suddenly seemed to realize something. That's right, they're all those who have fought with him through thick and thin from the beginning. If Su Chen really wanted to casually find 2, I definitely wouldn't agree. As Ling Xiao spoke, he shot a warning look at Su Chen. Yi Kuang nodded. He understood. Li Jia, Chen Jiai, Zhang Xiao Xiao, and Ling Xiao all had fought alongside Su Chen and established deep feelings. He had been too superficial in his thinking. What about the 3 of them? Kill, Su Chen said, then turned his head away. Yi Kuang was silent for a moment, and then said with a smile, Su Chen, you've changed, but it's a good thing. Killing them can also bring them back to life. What are you thinking? Su Chen said helplessly. Soon, the 3 women stood before Su Chen again. Master, briefly tell me about the situation at your base. After a full half-hour, the 3 women finally got up and were arranged to leave by Su Chen. Su Chen, Yi Kuang, and Ling Xiao sat in the room, each with different expressions. Chen Muzin is indeed the chairman of the Chen group. He has considered many things thoroughly. They already have their own food cultivation base, built greenhouses and artificial light sources, sowing seeds shortly after the apocalypse began. Some died due to the cold weather, but they have already started a harvest. There are factory areas, food processing plants, and hardware factories, mainly producing weapons to deal with zombies. There are red light districts, commercial areas, and research areas. The entire base is a microcosm of society. almost reaching the same level as before the apocalypse. Once we take this base, we won't have to worry in the apocalypse. Yi Kuang laughed. Su Chen shook his head. No, Chen Muzin said something very true. I don't have leadership abilities, and I admit this. The base still belongs to Chen Muzin. What I want is to control Chen Muzin. Yi Kuang pondered for a moment, but felt that this method would be difficult to achieve. Su Chen noticed what Yi Kuang was thinking and said lightly, "Do you want to destroy this base?" Yi Kuang immediately shook his head, looking at Su Chen as if he were an idiot. "Do you know how rare this base is?" Su Chen smiled. "Yes, it is indeed rare. In the apocalypse, such a place is like a paradise." Chen Muzin definitely doesn't want to see the base of problems, but he should also be facing a choice now. Yi Kuang scratched his head, looking confused. Su Chen, however, did not continue. Class contradictions have existed from ancient times to the present, and even after the outbreak of the apocalypse, it remains the same. A person like Chen Muzin, who is in a high position, cannot be unaware. But he is not a saint and cannot resolve class contradictions. Assign tasks. Jiai, are you there? In his consciousness, Chen Jiai's voice rang out. Oh, are you done? With a hint of sarcasm and a touch of sourness. Ling Xiao quickly smiled. Jiai, I was watching from the side. No problem. Su Chen also coughed and quickly changed the subject. Jiai, you take charge of the combat team. Stir up some conflicts. Ling Xiao, go to the red light district and tell those women that they can change the way they survive. If they are willing, I will recruit them. If not, then forget it. Yi Kuang, you still maintain contact with Long Zaiyan and Li Jia. Everyone nodded and left Su Chen's residence in batches. A sleepless night. Su Chen appeared in front of the combat team with 2 dark circles under his eyes. This time the combat team was led by Wang Dadong. When he saw Su Chen, he grinned, his unkempt beard making him look quite lewd. Boss Su, this time we're going out to let you resurrect female zombies and let us see it. Su Chen waved his hand. Let us go, set off. The base gate opened, and the sounds of zombies roaring entered their ears. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Inside that base, there was always a feeling that the outbreak of the apocalypse was just a dream. He could also imagine that the group of people raised by Chen Muzin had probably long forgotten the devastation outside, right? Wang Dadong led a team of 30 people. Their combat skills quite good. Brother Wang, what did you do before? Su Chen waved his hand, electricity immediately spreading outwards. Wang Dadong gave Su Chen a thumbs up and smiled. We used to do manual labor. Several people on my team are veterans who had nowhere to go after retiring, doing security work, etc. Su Chen immediately moved closer to Wang Dadong, his beard and crew cut indeed, giving off a military vibe. So Brother Wang has a high status in the base? Look at your small team. Half of them have abilities, and they 1T panic when killing zombies. Their cooperation is very tacit. Wang Dadong forced a smile, waving his hand, signaling Su Chen not to continue. He picked up the automatic crossbow, killing the zombies rushing in from all directions. Soon, they arrived at a safe place. Near the base, there were many temporary bases stocked with supplies, allowing the combat team to rest temporarily. In the temporary base, 10 zombie corpses were lined up side by side. Boss Su, these are the zombies we picked out. Feeling that their physical quality is good, it took a lot of effort to clean them up. After Wang Dadong said this, he gestured for Su Chen to go ahead. Su Chen didn't refuse, walked to the zombies, raised his hand, and took out the evolution core, using the system to absorb it. 5,000. Previously, there were casualties in the maid team, so there are vacant spots, but now I need to recruit 10, and the vacancies aren't enough. He closed his eyes, seemingly brewing his abilities. In reality, he was secretly saying in his heart, System, upgrade the recruitment level. 6,000, congratulations to the host, current recruitment level 15. To upgrade to the next level requires 6,500 points, recruitment points 150, designated to increase 8 points in basic attributes. Chapter 69, recruitment level 15. Unlock skill. Heroine Su Chen rubbed his hands, feeling a bit excited. Each time he reached a certain recruitment level, the system would give additional rewards. Congratulations to the host. Recruitment level reached 15. Unlock skill. Heroine. Designate a certain member. Upgrade them to a hero level unit. After the upgrade, they will gain a special skill matching their abilities. And all attributes will receive a certain boost current designated number 04. New bond, heroine. When 3 people lead the team in battle, morale is boosted. 5 people gain the skill, valor, increasing team combat power by 20, lasting for 10 minutes. Note, hero-level units automatically replenish features. Heroine. Chen opened his eyes. His eyes brightened. This upgrade was indeed quite good. In the system store, there are similar lottery draws, like card draws, where collecting fragments can exchange for a hero-level unit. However, in that prize pool, there are hundreds of hero-level units, with a plethora of black and white silk beauties. Ahem. The point is, each lottery draw only yields 1 fragment, and some hero-level units require hundreds of fragments to synthesize. Just how long will it take to gather one? Chen decided to focus on enhancing the made units he already possessed. Now that this skill was unleashed, it compensated for the lack of hero-level units. Note, hero-level units no longer occupy recruitment slots. Another prompt popped up. Boss Su, what's wrong? Veng Darong suddenly interrupted Chen thoughts. There was another system prompt, but Chen didn't have time to check it for now. He immediately activated the system's recruitment function. Points: 1,500, recruitment successful, current recruitment count, 178180. He saw the lying zombie visibly recovering to normal at a rapid pace. Its complexion was rosy again, and its hair was much smoother. However, perhaps due to hair loss after turning into a zombie, this batch of members all had ear-length short hair, which gave off a very refreshing vibe. At the same time, the mental network instantly covered the area. From this moment on, do not call me master. Coordinate with my actions and serve under Chen Yuzhen. However, if he asks you to do anything against your will, you can refuse. Yes, master. The conscious communication was completed in an instant. The women had just been revived and were still quite confused, but due to the system's limitations, they could immediately identify Chen's identity and obey his commands. Wang Dadong was left dumbfounded. The sight of these zombies instantly reviving and turning into humans was beyond his comprehension. A few team members approached, wanting to touch these female zombies, but they quickly received a merciless blow. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed, and several team members had red handprints on their faces. There was no mercy at all. Tell your people to be more mindful after their revival. They are no different from ordinary people. Do not treat them as tools, Chen said sternly. Wang Dadong immediately stepped forward and angrily reprimanded. What are you all doing? A female team member stepped out, took them away, calmed them down, and informed them of the situation. Everyone busily got to work in an orderly manner. Wang Dadong made an excuse to go out and kill zombies, but he left with a walkie-talkie. And Chen could guess that Wang Dadong was going to report the situation. If they wanted to move Chen Yuzhen's heart and invest more, they needed this batch of members to show sufficient combat power. The members were of varying levels. Chen opened the panel and checked one by one. Most had physical attributes around 20, and some excelled in mental attributes, but had yet to awaken their powers. Chen immediately allocated the reward attribute points according to their strengths. It took 10 points to increase 1 attribute point from 110, 40 points from 1120, and 80 points from 2130. Just like the increase in ability levels, the higher the attribute, the more points required. However, the principle of taking from Chen Yuzhen and using it for Chen was great. Chen spent points to average out everyone's attributes, boosting them to 30 points according to their strengths. Only 2 excelled in mental attributes, but this type generally awakened good powers, as long as they performed well enough. It would move Chen Yuzhen's heart. I went to report to Director Chen, and he said to immediately take you all to hunt zombies while assessing your combat power. Boss Su, their combat power is okay, right? Upon hearing this, Chen glanced at the group of maids and subtly nodded. Of course, they used to be zombies, so they won't fear zombies and can get the hang of it quickly. Just give them weapons. Wang Dadong nodded and immediately distributed the weapons. Chen roughly understood that the female team members were not only calming these individuals, but also brainwashing them to make them aware of the benefits of the base. However, unfortunately, the system limited their loyalty to 100, and they would not betray Chen due to these factors. Killing zombies also granted points. Why not? For 2 whole days, Chen and the others roamed outside, killing zombies. Due to a lack of bonds and made combat attire, their performance as a group of 10 was not outstanding. But it was sufficient for Chen. Their cooperation was enough to hunt zombie cats or zombie dogs. It's worth noting that zombie cats and dogs, like zombies, were also gradually becoming stronger. After gaining points, Chen immediately invested in these 10 individuals to make them perform even better. Every time Wang Dadong contacted Chen, he had a smile on his face, as if he had been praised. Nighttime. Temporary base. Boss Su, no wonder your girls are all strong in combat. This group is simply amazing, Wang Dadong couldn't help but praise. You guys are not bad either. Director Chen treats you well, right? Chen tentatively said again. Perhaps due to the 2 days of interaction, Wang Dadong opened up. Boss Su, to be honest, our status isn't high. It's not much different from working before the apocalypse. We eat flatbreads daily until we're stuffed, but what's harder to come by is that we're now fighting with our lives. Wang Dadong paused, seemingly hesitant to continue, and then sighed, unable to say more. Seizing the opportunity, Chen leaned in closer and whispered, Brother Wang, to be honest, I couldn't even find a job before the apocalypse. I'm still doing pretty well now. If we talk about combat power, that's the most important. Wang Dadong smiled self-deprecatingly, took a sip of beer, and clicked his tongue repeatedly. You know, since people can awaken abilities, that's when the real variety emerges. The types of abilities are more than you can imagine, understand? Chapter 70. Wang Dadong's helplessness. Chen naturally knew this. Many around him had awakened abilities, and the types of abilities were indeed varied. Wang Dadong took another sip of beer and smiled bitterly. Luck is like this for people. If you're unlucky, there's nothing you can do. We're a combat team because we're consumables. To be honest, the most common awakening is beastification. Some have awakened dogs, some have awakened cats. Do you know what my beastification is? A pig. Chen complained, Brother Wang, why use such language? Wang Dadong blushed and said helplessly, I'm not cursing you. It's just that my awakened beastification ability is a pig, which doesn't significantly enhance physical quality and has minimal assistance to combatability. Many of the abilities in our team are like this. So when you ask about our status, we don't have much. Wang Dadong murmured, sighed, and stood up, leaving step by step, clearly not intending to continue. Before he left, he looked at Chen with a strange expression. In his eyes, there was a mix of emotions: envy, anger, jealousy, and more importantly, helplessness. Chen sat in place, looking at the fire pit on the ground, lost in thought. Indeed, some people could be said to be unlucky, with their awakened abilities having no effect at all. Beastification was the most common, but the types of beastification varied. Cats and dogs were okay, having some combat power. But for those like rabbits, sheep, or even Wang Dadong, who awakened as a pig, it probably had little effect. No wonder Wang Dadong had never used his ability. Chen had also seen people whose abilities could stretch their hands. What use was that? There were others whose abilities could catalyze fertilizers to accelerate plant growth. Those were actually more useful. Chen increasingly felt he lacked leadership skills. Whether an ability was useful or not, Chen did his best to let them play a role. Chen was different. Useless abilities were simply consumables, ruthless and cold. In other words, useful abilities are gathered together and cultivated with emphasis, right? Chen's eyes flickered as he already had an idea in mind. He immediately chased after Wang Dadong and soon saw him sighing outside. He walked up and smiled. Brother Wang, we haven't finished our conversation. Wang Dadong waved his hand and said, Su, my little brother, don't think of me as a fool just because I call you brother. I know you want to sow discord, but what can we do once we leave this base? More often than not, we have no choice. This place is good. Even if there are some downsides, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Chen immediately leaned in and said seriously, Brother Wang, since you like to weigh pros and cons, let's weigh them. The reason your status is low and not respected, even seen as expendable, is because you've never shown your value. Wang Dadong suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide with anger, and grabbed Chen by the collar, spitting angrily, you take that back. Am I not important? Without our fighting teams risking their lives outside, how could the people inside live so well? Several of my brothers have died. Does anyone inside care? Chen waved his hand lightly, signaling Wang Dadong to calm down. He chuckled, his lips curling in a teasing manner. Brother Wang, Aren't you quite clear-headed? Wang Dadong paused, then let go, shook his head with his back to Su Chun, and turned to leave. Brother Wang, I'll give you a choice. When that choice comes, it will be your time to show your importance. You can also tell Chen Yuzhen what I just said. I believe he will surely value you highly. Su Chun deliberately emphasized the words value highly. Wang Dadong stumbled slightly, sighed again, and then left. Su Chun knew that Wang Dadong was indispensable. According to Chen Jiai's intelligence, there are nearly 1,000 combat troops, with each team consisting of 30 members, totaling 30 teams. However, recently, the situation of missing personnel and heavy losses has intensified, resulting in only about 20 combat teams being able to be assembled, with a total of around 500 to 600 members. Based on Wang Dadong's words, Su Chun speculated that Chen Yuzhen must be nurturing a group of trusted subordinates, who surely had awakened abilities and were being cultivated with emphasis, with ability levels that were not lacking. However, since Wang Dadong mentioned luck, this group must not be large. After all, in people's subjective consciousness, those who are lucky do not make up the majority. Su Chun looked at the night sky and listened to the sounds of zombies howling, feeling increasingly clear in his heart. Jia Yekwang, are you there? Su Chun called out in his mind. Soon, Chen Jiai's voice replied, yes, about 2,400 meters from you. With Chen Yuzhen's training, Chen Jiai's ability level was rising rapidly. Currently, Chen Jiai's ability level is 50, with a coverage range of 4,500 meters, allowing for consciousness communication with 45 people. As her ability level increased, both the range and number were rapidly growing. According to the previous improvements, one level would only increase the range by 50 meters and the number by 0.5 people. However, after Chen Jiai reached level 40, these values became uncertain, especially when she reached level 50, suddenly increasing the range by 200 meters and the number by 2. Su Chun could roughly guess that level 50 was a watershed. His ability is currently level 46, not far from level 50. However, since Chen Yuzhen could elevate Chen Jiai to this level, his own ability would surely also have a great chance of exceeding the watershed of level 50. Su Chen squinted his eyes. Yekwang, contact Long Zaiyan and Li Jia. We can choose to enter the base tomorrow. He had been continuously killing zombies, clearly unable to stay idle, and now that he was running outside, Chen Yuzhen had already gotten used to it. However, Chen Yuzhen did not expect that Chen Jiai's ability level could cover such a wide range. On the surface, Su Chun had never seen the group of subordinates who used to be by his side, but in reality, their communication had never been interrupted. Wait for my signal, Jiai. Remember to keep your scanning skill on frequently. Su Chun immediately instructive. Mental abilities can be considered rare, even 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in a million. Chen Jiai's new skill is scanning. Scanning. Mental power covers a radius of 500 meters. Everything within the 500-meter range is as if seen clearly. Su Chun looked at the gradually brightening light on the horizon, his lips curling slightly. He was waiting for a decision from Chen Yuzhen. Chapter 71. Mr. Chen, please make a decision for us. At the same time, Chen Yuzhen put down the walkie-talkie and looked out the window, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Chen Dongdong nodded heavily, clearly in strong agreement with the proposal. By the way, how's the contact with Long Zaiyan and Li Meiling? Chen Yuzhen turned his head and asked again. Chen Yuzhen was familiar with Li Meiling, so he naturally contacted her instead of Li Jia. Li Meiling prioritized benefits. She believed that as long as enough benefits were offered, it would be fine. As for Long Zaiyan, he was a bit stubborn and held a lot of resentment towards Su Chun. Chen Dongdong felt helpless. These two were not easy to recruit at all. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuzhen slightly nodded. Li Meiling's side is easy to handle, since she prioritizes benefits. We just need to provide her with enough benefits to bring in more people. We need to supplement our combat teams. The zombies outside are becoming increasingly frenzied. Also, tell Long Zaiyan that I will help him deal with Su Chun. I will personally take action to control Su Chun. Once this was said, Chen Dongdong immediately showed delight. Only he knew how powerful Chen Yuzhen's ability was. Controlling Su Chun would certainly not be a big problem. Since Long Zaiyan harbored resentment towards Su Chun, this would give him an opportunity to vent that resentment. He was still too naive, lacking his father's broad perspective. Chen Dongdong turned and left the office. Everyone has a soft spot. What is Su Chen's soft spot? He is an orphan. Chen Muzin frowned. He seemed to suddenly think of something. He immediately took out a radio communicator, and after a while, Commander Lu's voice came through the radio. Old Chen, is there any new progress? Chen Muzin did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, Commander Lu, I remember you were pursuing someone named Li Daqiang in Longzhong City, right? Commander Lu was silent for a moment before replying, Indeed, we have discovered Li Daqiang's whereabouts, but this person is quite tricky. Tian Musen Singdet. According to Yi Mu Ji's information, Li Daqiang was Su Chen's biological father. He thought that to control Su Chen, he would probably need Li Daqiang. After a moment, Commander Lu's sigh came through. Actually, Xiao Su is a good comrade. He shifted the topic abruptly, his tone becoming resolute. Xiao Su has some ideological issues. He has concealed something from me. In 3 days, we will definitely capture Li Daqiang. Upon hearing this, Chen Muzin immediately smiled. Li Daqiang might be Su Chen's soft spot, and by seizing this point, he could better manipulate Su Chen. Although it was just a possibility, no matter what method he used, he had to ensure that Su Chen was completely under his control. After a while, Chen Muzin closed the radio communicator. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Su Chen was still too naive, and Yimu Ji's move was simply brilliant. Previously, Yimu Gu had left, but had conveyed a message to various military departments. Su Chen possessed the ability to resurrect zombies, and at the same time, Su Chen was Li Daqiang's biological son. Just this piece of information was enough to embroil Su Chen in controversy. Commander Lu had no idea about Su Chen's ability to resurrect zombies. Once this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar among the high-ranking officials of Long Country. But the high-ups were wrong. This was the apocalypse. Only by obtaining Su Chen can I propose more conditions. Chen Muzin's lips curled slightly. Time slowly passed. A few days later, Su Chen held the evolution core in his hand and fully absorbed it using the system. Point 7500, congratulations host. Current recruitment level 18. To upgrade to the next level requires 8,000 points. Recruitment points 180, designated to increase 11 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment number 208210, a team of 40 people, is ready. In these days, Su Chen fully implemented the concept of taking from Chen Muzin and using it for himself. He had Chen Muzin's people help fight zombies to obtain evolution cores. After recruiting, he further used Chen Muzin's resources and weapons to hunt zombies for points, which were used to enhance the combat power of the maid army. This was simply too enjoyable. Su Chen was also desperately protecting this small team, and with his unique ability to resurrect female zombies, the team members now looked at him with awe. Su Chen spread his hands and helplessly said, Isn't it just to complete Chairman Chen's task? Wang Dadong's expression changed. He nodded, then turned to leave. He called the team to gather and headed towards the base. However, just as Su Chen entered the base, a roar erupted. Long Zhaitian stomped on the ground, his entire figure suddenly expanding, and a powerful punch came straight at Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback and raised his hand, but a surge of electricity suddenly struck. However, several people leaped out from the side to block the electricity. Behind him, a blade was pointed directly at Su Chen. Bang! A punch landed, and Su Chen felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood and sliding far across the ground before stopping. Before he could get up, several blades were already pressed against him. Su Chen looked up at Wang Dadong, his eyes filled with disbelief. This expression was extremely complex. He simply couldn't understand why Wang Dadong would act against him without hesitation. Wang Dadong turned his head, not looking at Su Chen. At that moment, the crowd parted. Ling Xiao slowly floated over, followed by Chen Muzin. Chen Muzin walked over and pointed at Su Chen. Gravity descended, pressing Su Chen directly to the ground. Su Chen felt the gravity ability, which was indeed very troublesome. If his stamina and defense weren't strong enough, he might be crushed into a pile of mud by this suddenly increased gravity. Mr. Su, I've treated you so well. Why do you still engage in such despicable acts as assaulting women? Chen Muzin had a heartbroken expression. The 3 women that Chen Muzin had brought earlier stepped forward. Pointing at Su Chen, their eyes filled with anger. It's him, worse than a beast. Chairman Chen, you must stand up for us. Chapter 72. Su Chen is not suitable to be a leader. In the prison cell, Su Chen was locked up. It seemed that Chen Yuzin's ability lasted much longer, as he could still feel the gravity pressing down on him. Even without any torture instruments, he could only sit on the ground, unable to move. There were still rules in the base. Those 3 women accused Su Chen of forcing them, which was considered a serious crime. Thus he was locked up. Ling Xiao was also sentenced for assisting Su Chen. In the cell, there were quite a few people, looking fierce, mostly men, when Su Chen entered. He had seen 2 women who looked very gloomy, like perverts. He stared at the small window of the cell, lost in thought. After all, this wasn't a real prison. The window was just sealed with iron plates, leaving a small opening. At that moment, voices of Chen Jia and others rang out in his consciousness. "Boss, are you okay?" Long Zaiqian asked anxiously. "Of course I'm fine. That punch must have been personal, right?" Su Chen feigned ferocity in his tone. Long Zaiqian immediately burst into laughter. "Chen Yuzin is definitely strict with you too. Be careful," Su Chen advised. Li Jiao also laughed and said, "Master, how does it feel to be slandered?" Su Chen looked helpless, but he had known this plan would come. The 3 women had already been recruited by Su Chen. Once the plan was revealed, the 3 immediately told Chen Jia, who then informed Su Chen. Chen Yuzin had misunderstood from the start. The relationship between Su Chen and Chen Jia was not something he could provoke. "Jia, keep in touch, but don't have any visible contact. Give Chen Yuzin some time to react," Su Chen said slowly. They discussed in their consciousness for a while, then gradually dispersed. From the beginning, Su Chen knew that Chen Jia's ability had many uses. Communicating solely in consciousness was incredibly secretive. Chen Yuzin probably never suspected that Su Chen and the others were maintaining contact. In the following days, Chen Yuzin was very busy. He continuously brainwashed the 40 people recruited by Su Chen while promoting the benefits of the base to Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling. On the surface, he was very polite to Long Zaiqian and the others, but secretly, he was breaking up their team and integrating them into the combat units. In the office, Long Zaiqian and the others sat on the sofa, enjoying rich coffee. "I know you all were originally under Su Chen, but now that you've joined my base, I'm really happy. To be honest, Commander Liu is also very pleased with your joining, with the military commander backing the base. Could Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling not be swayed? Especially Long Zaiqian, who was originally a subordinate of Commander Liu. As for Li Meiling, she was once a businessman like Chen Yuzin, and how could she not understand the importance of benefits? Such a person, during his time in the business world, must have manipulated many situations." Chen Yuzin immediately took out a radio, and Commander Liu's voice followed. "Today is indeed a good day. The Jianghai City Shelter has officially been established. Tian, you didn't disappoint me. From now on, assist Chen Yuzin well, understood?" Long Zaiqian immediately stood up, excitedly saying yes. "I knew the commander wouldn't give up on me." However, all along, Long Zaiqian had a deep-rooted military mindset, and this time, he did not salute Commander Liu. Li Meiling also immediately expressed, Chairman Chen had sufficient prestige and social status before the apocalypse. We can naturally trust him to run this base. Su Chen is not suitable to be a leader. Chen Yuzin was very satisfied upon hearing this. Li Meiling's words were sincere and clearly not a lie. "Since Commander Liu is here, I'll express my stance. There are still many zombies in Jianghai City. However, I will work hard to clear them out, and of course, I hope Commander Liu can provide some support." Chen Yuzin was indeed Chen Yuzin, starting to make demands. Commander Liu laughed and said, "I will apply to the higher-ups for support in personnel and resources. At the same time, I hope you, Old Chen, can quickly expand the base. Our ultimate goal is to reclaim a city." After another round of extremely formal pleasantries, Chen Yuzin finally hung up the radio. He was very satisfied with Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling's reactions. After all, it had not been long since the apocalypse, and a big shot like Commander Liu was enough to intimidate the two. At the same time, the benefits of the base were evident. Only a fool would betray it. After some pleasantries, Chen Yuzin then sent Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling away. Chen Dongdong walked out from the partition and immediately said with a smile, "Congratulations, Chairman Chen, on acquiring 2 great generals." Chen Muzin raised his glass of red wine and toasted Chen Dongdong. Today, I am your father. Li Miling brought nearly 100 people, including logistics troops, and Long Zaiqian's team had more than 300 people, all skilled fighters. It was time to start clearing out the zombies and expanding the base. The talents I have nurtured are ready to shine. Chen Dongdong also raised his glass, and the two of them downed their glasses of red wine. Suddenly, Chen Muzin left the office with Chen Dongdong and quietly arrived at the cell. Su Chen was lying flat as usual. Chen Muzin was quite surprised by Su Chen's calmness. Logically speaking, a freshly graduated college student who had suffered such treatment would surely feel resentful. But Su Chen was quiet, eating and sleeping every day. How leisurely. Su Chen. Chen Muzin called softly. He waved his hand, signaling Chen Dongdong to leave. Su Chen responded with a sound and even smiled at Chen Muzin. You must hate me, right? Chen Muzin pulled over a chair and sat in front of Su Chen's cell. Su Chen spread his hands and said indifferently, Hate you? Chen Muzin immediately showed an interested expression. Su Chen then raised his hand and started clapping. Just as Chen Muzin was about to say something, his expression changed. His ability should have suppressed Su Chen to the point of being unable to move. So how could he clap so easily? Chen Muzin immediately stood up, raised his hands, and activated his powers. But at that moment, Su Chen stood up and walked heavily towards Chen Muzin. Chapter 73, Role Reversal, means above all Chen Muzin was completely stunned. Unable to imagine that even with his powers fully activated, Su Chen could still move? Was his ability ineffective? Impossible. Su Chen's every step was heavy. His powers were indeed effective. Crack. The ground cracked. Su Chen quickly waved his hands. Stop, stop, stop. If you keep this up, the ground will collapse. Chen Muzin's expression darkened immediately, and he said solemnly, Su Chen, your strength has reached such a level. Why were you captured by us? Su Chen grinned. Did you notice? If I didn't want to come in, your people wouldn't be able to get close to me at all. Chen Muzin's expression turned even darker. But before he could say anything, Chen Dongdong quickly ran over. Dad, call me Chairman Chen. Chen Dongdong said anxiously. Chen Muzin couldn't remain calm either, pacing back and forth in a hurry. His first thought was to let Long Zaiqian and the others rush over. But he didn't completely trust Long Zaiqian and Li Miling yet. Where's our combat team? Where are Wang Dadong and Su Jisheng? Chen Dongdong stuttered for a long time, but couldn't get a word out. Su Chen smiled and said, I'll tell you. Wang Dadong's combat team is controlled by the maids recruited by Su Chen, and Su Jisheng's team has no intention of engaging at all. Hearing this, Chen Muzin immediately looked at Chen Dongdong. Chen Dongdong was also stunned for a moment before finally nodding. Chairman Chen Jiai led the team and took Tianqing away. Also, a large number of zombies are approaching, and there is a possibility of collapse on the eastern wall. Another person rushed in, panic written all over his face. Chen Muzin completely lost his composure and kicked Chen Dongdong. Get lost. Go manage the situation. Chen Dongdong was taken aback and after a while said, Chairman Chen, you still need to be here to watch me. I can't handle it alone. Chairman Chen still has to stay here to keep an eye on me. Su Chen suddenly said. Chen Muzin kicked Chen Dongdong again, and this time Chen Dongdong reacted, quickly running out with the person who had just arrived. Chen Muzin's eyes darkened as he looked at Su Chen, seemingly filled with killing intent. Su Chen appeared indifferent, as all the arrangements were for today. It didn't matter whether he went out or not. He patted the ground and smiled, come, sit down and chat. Chen Muzin stared at Su Chen for a while, took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and sat down on the ground. Chairman Chen, do you still remember what I told you before? Su Chen's expression also became calm, neither happy nor sad. Chen Muzin recalled Su Chen's earlier words about role reversal. Now, his base was controlled by Su Chen, and it was a critical moment of a zombie onslaught. He himself had fallen into a desperate situation. Chen Muzin forced himself to calm down, looked at Su Chen, and chuckled lightly. You know that Li Daqiang is your biological father, right? Now, Li Daqiang is in the Longzhong city shelter, under the control of Commander Liu. Su Chen simply responded with an "oh" and didn't continue speaking. Both sides were very taciturn and fell silent. Finally, Chen Muzin couldn't hold it in any longer and broke the silence. Su Chen, your biological father is in Commander Liu's hands. Didn't you hear that? Suchin instead looked at Chen Muzin with a puzzled expression. He smiled and said, "After the apocalypse, I digitize people like in a game." Chairman Chen, have you ever played games? People are divided into 3 attributes: defense, physical ability, and spirit. Physical ability includes speed, strength, and endurance. In summary, it's physical fitness. Spirit is like a mage's mana bar. But defense, I have never really understood. Tieng Musen listen nidkoit with Torstai sununtai tienes theory. Suchin didn't mind and continued. I suddenly realized that the defense attribute is not only about resisting physical damage, but also about resisting the effects of abilities. Now, do you understand? Suchin stood up and even bounced a couple of times on the spot. Now Su Chun directly jumped twice. And Chen Muzin wanted to ask Su Chun if he could respect his gravity ability. Chen Muzin suddenly stood up, and before he could say anything, an urgent voice came from the intercom in his chest. "Chairman, zombies, too many zombies. Let the covert team move. They've already moved out, but there simply aren't enough people. There are thousands of people in the base. Call them too." This group of people was crying and panicking, not to mention fighting. They couldn't even face the zombies. And some even wanted to escape. "Chairman, there's a breach in the western wall. Zombies are coming in." Chen Muzin finally couldn't hold it any longer, grabbed the intercom, and smashed it to the ground. With a loud bang, the intercom shattered into pieces. "What do you want to do?" Chen Muzin grabbed Su Chun by the collar through the bars. At the same time, in the base, the cries were deafening. This also attracted countless zombies. From above, countless zombies were heading towards the base, overwhelming like a tide of flesh and blood. The tide of flesh and blood was about to sweep over this small base. A breach appeared in the western wall, and one by one, zombies rushed in, chasing after the group of people enjoying afternoon tea. Suddenly, a zombie pounced on someone. From the shadows, a crossbow bolt shot out, killing the zombie, allowing the person to survive, lying on the ground, seemingly resigned, crying in despair. This group of people had been enjoying life in the base, nearly forgetting the despair felt when the apocalypse broke out. Now, as the zombies attacked again, despair filled the entire base. They had no experience fighting zombies. Seeing the decayed faces of the zombies had already scared them to the point of weakness. If it weren't for the crossbow bolts appearing from the shadows and the sound of gunfire, this base would have already been a slaughterhouse. A group of girls dressed in maid outfits suddenly appeared, blocking the breach in the wall. At the same time, they stood on the city wall killing zombies. In the shadows, Long Zaiqian and Wang Dadong stood together. Wang Dadong's eyes were full of conflict. He hadn't been controlled at all. He was now facing a choice. Should he rush out to save these people, continuing to see them enjoy life while he risks everything? Or should he let them feel the despair of the apocalypse again, making them understand how hard-won their current mundane life truly is? Wang Dadong chose the latter. Chapter 74. Let's go. I'll show you where you went wrong. Another reason that forced Wang Dadong to choose the latter was the urge to act against Su Chun. The complex look in Su Chen's eyes pierced Wang Dadong. Their team had fought alongside Su Chun for days, and whenever there was danger, Su Chun was always at the forefront. At least half of the people in the team had received Su Chen's life-saving grace. Yet now, they had to turn against their benefactor. After the apocalypse broke out, human nature is indeed disgusting, but as humans, we still have a bottom line. Those who have no bottom line are no different from zombies. Long Zaiqian placed his hand on Wang Dadong's shoulder, looking serious. Wang Dadong's eyes struggled continuously, and in the end, he simply chose to close his eyes. Su Chun indeed has this kind of charisma. He is not suited to be a leader. We all know that, but we are willing to follow him, because he is always at the forefront, never enjoying the fruits of others' labor. It's not a matter of hierarchy, more like comrades in arms. We will try our best to minimize casualties and control losses. But this group of people should learn to respect every soldier, learn to respect everyone who contributes. Long Zaiqian's words were firm and resonated with the group behind Wang Dadong. At this moment in the cell, Su Chun, tell me, what is wrong with the base I built? How can you bear to destroy it? Chen Muzin shouted angrily. After smashing the intercom, he had completely severed contact with the outside world, and every minute felt torturous and anxious. But Su Chun remained silent, as if he was competing with him in patience. After a while, Chen Muzin let go, collapsing to the ground like a deflated ball. Just as Su Chen said, even they couldn't bear to destroy this base. The base had absorbed Chen Yuzin's endless effort. How could he bear to see it perish? But Su Chen had him by the throat. The combat team was restricted, but he still had a secret unit. A group of ability users he had invested heavily in cultivating, all awakened with powerful abilities. Yet even this group of ability users couldn't turn the tide of battle. He couldn't even imagine how terrible the outside world was. Yet Su Chen was completely unyielding, remaining silent and making him feel utterly powerless. As for Long Zaiyin and Li Meiling, seeing Su Chen's attitude, he understood that these two were the wolves he had invited into his home. At the same time, you need any compensation within my capabilities? I agree. Chen Yuzin was softening. Only then did Su Chen adjust his clothes and slowly say, I said before, I am not suited to be a leader. I admit that. But I also understand where your base's flaws lie. Flaws? Chen Yuzin raised his voice in response. Yes, flaws. Su Chen nodded heavily. You know there are strengths and weaknesses among abilities, and you also know that those with knowledge are talents. But the mistake is that you made them too comfortable. Is that wrong? Chen Yuzin's eyes flickered. He seemed to have an answer already, but he wanted to hear Su Chen say it. Looking at the current state of the base, do you understand? Su Chen threw another question back at him. Chen Yuzin murmured to himself, his eyes downcast, looking lost. Had he made a mistake? In some areas, he had indeed done a lot, focusing on cultivating talents, even giving special treatment. But he was also wrong. He treated the lower levels as expendables, leading to serious class conflicts in the base. He made those talents so comfortable that they even forgot this was the apocalypse. That was his biggest mistake. The people at the bottom are also indispensable. Everyone who can fight zombies has the potential to be cultivated. Logically, his secret team had invested more resources than the entire combat unit. So why couldn't they suppress the zombie unrest? 30 people used resources for 600, yet their effect was minimal. Electricity surged. Su Chen walked out of the cell. He twisted his neck and moved his body. Actually, I still have a bit of a backup plan, but I didn't expect this base to be so vulnerable. This statement completely shattered Chen Yuzin's confidence. He raised his head and murmured, Su Chen, what do you want? I want revenge. My woman cut her hair short. And I'm very sad, Su Chen said seriously. Chen Yuzin was taken aback. Before he could react, his whole body went numb, his hair turned completely charred black, and then slowly fell out. In just a few seconds, Chen Yuzin became completely bald. Chen Yuzin touched his smooth forehead. Is this it? All this fuss just to make me bald? All right, revenge is achieved. Now, let me show you how important the combat personnel at the bottom truly are. Su Chen extended his hand towards Chen Yuzin. Chen Yuzin stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Chen as they walked out of the cell. At the cell door, Ling Xiao was stretching, as if he had been waiting for Su Chen and the others for a long time. The people in the cell had all been knocked out and wouldn't cause any chaos. Ling Xiao spoke, his eyes filled with battle intent. Actually, I could have caused chaos by starting from the cell, letting your prisoners create disorder, but I didn't. On this point, I think you did well. Su Chen nodded at Chen Yuzin beside him. Before Chen Yuzin could say anything, Su Chen had already walked away, his voice carrying back. Long Zaiyin, guard the west. Send a message to Fian. Let her lead the team to guide the zombies away. Yi Kuang, guard the east. That group of zombies was not drawn by us. Kill them as quickly as possible. Li Jia, Bai Lin, please guard the south well. There are a lot of greenhouses there. We cannot let the zombies rush in. Xiao Xiao, wait a moment. Ling Xiao will come to help soon. By the way, distribute the combat suits. 50 people per small team. Su Chen directly opened the system panel, simultaneously designating Ling Xiao, Li Jia, Zhang Xiao Xiao, and Xinjia Yi as hero-level units. This was his hidden backup plan. After designating them as hero-level units, their attributes would be enhanced by the system, and these attributes would feed back to Su Chen. At the same time, a system prompt popped up. Hero-level units can lead teams in battle. Team bond attributes can be separated. It should be noted that previously, 50 people were the limit for bond attributes. Su Chen recruited 208 people, and 158 of them could not receive bond attribute bonuses, only gaining enhancements from the combat suits. Now that bond attributes can be separated, it meant each team could form a bond of 50 people. At this moment, Su Chen's ability level rose to 52. Chapter 75. Thunder Pillar descends. Su Chen felt his body uncontrollably releasing electricity, and his physical attributes received a significant boost. He immediately opened the system panel. Su Chen, Centurion Defense, 128 Stamina, 144 Spirit, 175 current recruitment level, 18, requires 8,000 points to level up, recruitment points, 180, designated to increase 11 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment count, 204,210 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia current bond. Sleight skills. Exploration, binding, heroic female abilities. Level 52, Thunder Strike. Thunder Chain, Thunderbolt, Thunder Activation, Thunder Pillar descends points. 18888. The attribute improvement was significant, and the recruitment count decreased by 4 because Li Jia and the others no longer occupied recruitment numbers. After waiting for a long time, Su Chen finally welcomed his 5th skill. He couldn't wait to try it out. In his consciousness, Chen Jiayi's voice sounded. Boss, the pressure in the east is very high. Special zombies have appeared. I even suspect that the zombies on this side were summoned by special zombies taking advantage of the chaos. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. This voice also appeared in Chen Muzin's consciousness. Chen Muzin hadn't reacted yet. He was still contemplating the question Su Chen had thrown out. Just then, Chen Dongdong rushed over with a team of 30 people. Chen Dong. The base walls were breached by Su Chen's people. Chen Muzin looked at the 30 people and then at Chen Dongdong, suddenly breaking into a self-mocking smile. This was the 30 people he had invested resources to cultivate. Really amazing. The battle had not yet ended, and Chen Dongdong had already brought the people over. Yet this group of powerful secret unit members looked panicked, not half as calm as the combat unit. He was wrong, indeed very wrong. Su Chen. Chen Muzin nodded at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at Chen Dongdong and said lightly, "Keep up. Let me show you what battle is." Chen Dongdong and his father Chen Muzin followed behind Su Chen. Previously, Chen Muzin was walking side by side with Su Chen, but now he deliberately fell one step behind, highlighting the difference in their statuses. Su Chen arrived at the eastern city wall. He saw abandoned cars scattered everywhere, some even pushed up against the city wall. With the naked eye, it was clear that there were densely packed, rotting human heads. Su Chen immediately spotted a special zombie hiding among the horde. He referred to zombies with special abilities or powerful zombies as special zombies. This group of zombies even had a certain level of awareness, capable of rallying ordinary zombies to fight together. The most obvious sign was the sense of hierarchy. There would always be a certain space around a special zombie, preventing ordinary zombies from getting too close. It was more like the moon surrounded by stars, with the special zombie as the moon. Get to work, especially you ability users. What is the purpose of your abilities? To run away when you see zombies? Su Chen don't did mercilessly. Immediately, someone protested. Our abilities are very useful. We can't just use them recklessly. What a joke. If you don't use your abilities for battle, are you using them to hatch eggs? Su Chen sneered. He raised his hand, and countless currents of electricity gathered in the air. Boom! A pillar of dazzling blue lightning formed and struck the ground. The lightning pillar continuously emitted currents, killing nearby zombies. This was Su Chen's new skill, Lightning Pillar. The pillar stood 5 or 6 meters tall, spreading electrical currents, turning zombies to ashes wherever it passed. Su Chen raised his hand again, and 3 lightning pillars fell one after another. With the strength of one person, he cleared a large area of zombies, and the lightning pillars remained, still killing any approaching zombies. In the next moment, everyone dared not hold back. They didn't know what it felt like to be struck by that lightning pillar, but it was certain that it wouldn't be much better than those zombies. The 4 lightning pillars lasted for nearly a minute before exploding. The current spread out, affecting a radius of over 100 meters. The loud bang once again stunned everyone. Su Chen felt much better now. His ability was called Lightning Domain, which sounded impressive, but its attack power had always been lacking. It turned out he was just holding back his big move. A maximum of 4 lightning pillars could exist at once, but once all 4 were out, they formed a connected area, truly creating a sense of a thunderous domain. Judging by the explosion range, it was a 100-meter by 100-meter lightning domain. After resting for a while, Chen waved his hand again. This time, each lightning pillar was spaced 100 meters apart, arranged in a row, creating a 300-meter-long electric net. The zombies passing through were instantly turned to ash, collapsing in large numbers. When they exploded, they created a thunderous zone stretching up to 500 meters long. When everything calmed down, all that was left was charred ground. After 2 consecutive uses, Chen felt a bit tired. This skill could only be released 12 times at once, meaning 4 lightning pillars at a time could be unleashed 3 times. Everyone looked at the vast areas of charred remains, completely in awe of Chen. Even Chen Musen sighed again. He lost, thoroughly lost. A battle that lasted an entire day, mainly because the cries from the base were deafening, attracting zombies from all around. Even with Fian and Yiling leading outside to lure zombies away, it was ineffective. However, this time, it allowed Chen Musen to fully witness the cruelty of the apocalypse. Zombie bodies piled up everywhere, layer upon layer. Gaps appeared in the base's walls, but ultimately the base did not fall. That was because the frontline combat personnel were steadfast in their positions. It was their 1,000-strong team that defended the base. However, the 30 individuals he focused on training played a minimal role. Those frontline combat personnel had been holding the line, while the 30 he trained could barely last a few hours before wanting to rest. In the end, even the grassroots workers in the factories and fields picked up weapons to fight and defend the base. Meanwhile, the talented individuals he raised only knew how to sit on the ground, lost and staring at the zombie corpses, emitting sharp and noisy screams. After one battle, he saw far too many shortcomings. "Mr. Chen, did you notice anything?" Chen patted Chen Musen's shoulder. Chen Musen's eyes were filled with exhaustion, as if he had aged several years. He stared blankly at Chen and after a while said, "I was wrong. You were right." Hearing this, Chen Musen gasped, then bitterly smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Chen's expression turned serious, and he said faintly, "So, from now on, there needs to be someone standing at a higher position than you, to let you see what's beneath your feet. For example, me." Chapter 76. A kiss in front of thousands. Hearing this, Chen Musen was taken aback. He understood what Chen meant. But before Chen Musen could say anything, a group of people rushed over. Leading the group was Chen Jiai, and beside her were Wang Dadong, Su Jisheng, Long Zaiyan, and others. When Chen Musen saw Wang Dadong and Long Zaiyan with their arms around each other, the words he wanted to say were directly swallowed. It was not appropriate to say. Their combat team had already fallen. Now the entire base understood the importance of the combat team, and Wang Dadong and Su Jisheng's status had risen dramatically. Simply put, Chen Musen's trusted subordinates were this group of 30 ability users. But the facts proved that the combat power of this group was far inferior to the entire combat team. Chen Jiai rushed over. She no longer needed to hold back and was cold towards Chen, longing like a dam breaking. Chen opened his arms and hugged Chen Jiai, who clung to him like a koala. Chen Jiai looked at Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness. She could no longer contain herself and kissed him. Applause and cheers erupted around them. After a long time, their lips parted. Chen Jiai glanced around and immediately buried her head in Chen's embrace. She was too shy. How could she be affectionate with Chen in front of so many people? Wang Dadong walked over, grinning, and said, "Brother Su, look at you. You're quite the lucky one. So many people in our base are still single. Those maids of yours." But before Chen could respond, the maids began to cheer. One of them stepped forward and loudly declared, "Our hearts only belong to Boss Su. If you don't mind, or think you can squeeze in, we have no objections to accepting your pursuits." This statement echoed the sentiments of many maids, who immediately began to cheer and shout. The base was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Although the zombies hadn't breached the walls, there were gaps in every wall. And without the combat team's steadfastness, the entire base might have fallen. At this moment, everyone in the base understood the importance of the combat team. They were the ones guarding the base, allowing them to survive. After a day of rest, the base gradually returned to normal. Chen Musen had been standing on the city wall all day, his bald head very conspicuous. He hadn't moved an inch, His thoughts were very complicated. But in the end, he came to understand one thing. Chen possessed a unique charisma, and after spending time with him, he unconsciously regarded him as a friend. This was something he could not compare to Chen. Chen had formidable strength, even capable of becoming a belief and a benchmark. This was another thing he could not match. Chen's layout this time is also very simple, but it requires strong strength to support it. Chairman Chen, Chen said, "You need to go to the square. Everyone in the base is waiting for your speech." Chen Dongdong stepped forward, feeling nervous. "Yes." Chen Dongdong paused, nodded, and said, "You want me to tell you that the leader of the base is still you." As soon as these words came out, Chen Muzin immediately revealed a bitter smile. He was completely defeated. In terms of heart, he was less than 1/10,000th of Chen. Chen had every opportunity to take over this base. Yet he still returned the leader position to him unchanged. He suddenly understood what Chen's words represented. He walked over to Chen Dongdong, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "There is no need for the title chairman. I am Chen Muzin, just call me Dad." "Yes, Dad," Chen Dongdong said excitedly. Chen Muzin walked step by step, and after several dozen meters, his posture straightened and he adjusted his clothes. By the time he reached the square, he had transformed back into the once imposing Chairman Chen. Chen Muzin slightly nodded to Chen and stepped onto the platform. This battle made me truly shift my mindset from a peaceful era to an apocalyptic one. He cleared his throat, his eyes filled with determination. We all want to restore order, but we have forgotten that the premise of social order is survival. A single shock reveals all the flaws. I have focused on cultivating those people who enjoy life. What is your reaction when facing zombies? Wailing in despair. It's simply disgraceful. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were dissatisfied and began to make a fuss. Among them, the most representative was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He raised his arms and shouted, "We lack combat capability because we are different. Our value lies in our brains, in the knowledge we carry." Chen Muzin glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Oh, really? How many people think like him? Do you believe that because you have knowledge in your heads, you can sit back and enjoy the fruits without needing the most basic ability to deal with zombies?" Many people have been making a fuss, but Chen Muzin's words calmed many down. Chen Muzin did not want them to fight, but to have the ability to deal with zombies. This was also a good thing for them. Facing zombies, that feeling of helplessness is despairing. Many people do not want to experience such a scene again. Chen Muzin looked around, and only 7 or 8 people were still making a fuss. Among them, 2 were doctors, very important to the base. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not make this decision, but now he knew the importance of reform. We want to restore order, but the premise is that we must let ourselves survive. When survival is no longer a threat, we can restore order. I believe this will take a long time. Perhaps it may never be restored, but I am willing to yearn for it, to wait for it. Chen Muzin waved his hand and had those who were still making a fuss captured. "Please, take the knowledge in your heads and do your utmost to survive, and then talk about passing it on to the next generation." The faces of those people suddenly turned pale, and some even began to beg for mercy on the spot. However, Chen Muzin did not even look at them and waved his hand again. These 7 or 8 people were thrown out of the walls in front of thousands of people in the base, falling into the midst of the zombie corpses. They should be grateful. Chen Muzin spoke again, drawing everyone's attention. Grateful for what? Chen Muzin pointed to the group of combat troops and said in a deep voice, "It is they who have killed tens of thousands of zombies outside the base. Otherwise, this group of people will be dead by now." Chapter 77, let me see your ability to resurrect zombies. Thousands of people in the base looked at Chen Muzin and then slowly lowered their heads. However, at this moment, their eyes looking at Wang Dadong and others were filled with admiration. Chen Muzin continued to make many speeches, the most important of which was reform. Talents were categorized and established into brand new production and construction departments. Meanwhile, everyone in the base would only have one system, the contribution value system. Actions like constructing the base, planting crops, killing zombies, finding supplies, etc. would reward contribution points. Only contribution points could be exchanged for food and housing within the base. I will give you 5 days to adapt. After 5 days, the contribution value system will be posted, and new departments will be categorized. You can choose departments based on your strengths. Don't feel that there is anything unfair. Before the apocalypse, didn't you also need to work? Is there a problem with distributing according to labor? Who else has a problem? This is the most suitable system for the base at present. Next, Chen and I will merge the two bases into the Jianghai City Shelter, the only shelter. Chen has the highest authority, even. Before Chen Yuzhen could finish his sentence, the sound of a helicopter rotor interrupted him. Everyone looked up. A camouflage helicopter with the Dragon Country flag flew in and began to slowly land as it approached the base. Although there were many people in the square, it was also the most open space. It was understandable for the helicopter to choose to land here. However, Chen Yuzhen's expression darkened. He knew who was coming. The only person who could use a helicopter to fly here at this time was Liu Jiangwo, Commander Liu. He even suddenly had a thought in his mind to let Commander Liu take Chen away. That way, the base would still be his, and everything before would seem as if it never happened. But as soon as this thought appeared, he immediately extinguished it. Why did Liu Jiangwo come to Jianghai City in person? There was only one possibility. For Chen. His little tricks could not escape Liu Jiangwo's eyes. He had long been seen through by the military. The helicopter door opened, and agile soldiers jumped out, forming a team and being vigilant of their surroundings. Following them was Liu Jiangwo, and beside him was a man. Chen also saw this man. His breathing quickened, and he couldn't help but step forward. The person was Li Daqiang. At this moment, Chen Yuzhen blocked Chen's path. Commander Liu has come for you, and Li Daqiang is specifically brought by him. He previously said he would support my actions, but he actually wanted to reap the benefits. Now, you absolutely cannot admit that you have the ability to resurrect zombies. Chen Yuzhen spoke rapidly, patted Chen's shoulder, and smiled. Chen, this is Commander Liu from the military. Let me introduce you. Chen Yuzhen suddenly realized that the military was not supporting him. They were just focused on Chen's ability. Once Chen was secured, Commander Liu would no longer care about this base. If Chen left the base now, many people would scatter like Long Zaiyin, Chen Jiai, and so on. Liu Jiangwo walked over, looking somewhat suspiciously at Chen and Chen Yuzhen. However, he was also a cunning fox. He immediately extended his hand to Chen and smiled. Chen, we've been in contact before. I am Liu Jiangwo, commander of the Dragon War Zone. Chen forced himself to calm down and also extended his hand, saying, Chen, this is our first meeting. Soon, the gathering was forced to stop because of Liu Jiangwo's arrival. In a conference room, everyone gathered together. Long Zaiqin's expression was also quite strange. On one hand, he now recognized Chen as the boss, while on the other hand, Liu Jiangwo was still his direct superior. Everyone knew Li Daqiang's identity. But Liu Jiangwo deliberately kept Li Daqiang by his side, without mentioning him at all. Chen, I heard that your dual abilities are very unique. I want to see. Why not give me a demonstration? Liu Jiangwo smiled. Chen Yuzhen was somewhat worried about how Chen would respond. Liu Jiangwo was simply an old fox. When Yimu Gu initially passed on this information, he presented the video captured by the Tianyin system. Everyone had seen the footage of Chen resurrecting the female zombie. Yet Liu Jiangwo pretended to be confused. Good. Chen really agreed. Liu Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and Li Daqiang, who was behind him, also showed a hint of emotion for the first time. Soon, a female zombie was brought up. There were plenty of zombie corpses outside, so finding one was not difficult. Chen stepped forward, placing one hand on the female zombie while holding an evolution core in the other. Blue electric sparks suddenly appeared, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When the blue light dissipated, a girl in a maid outfit lay beneath Chen's hand. Liu Jiangwo was moved and immediately leaned in closer. But soon, a square-faced man beside him whispered a few words, and Liu Jiangwo's interested expression instantly vanished. Xiao Su, this is your trick? Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, as the leader of the base, I can only create some extraordinary things to intimidate everyone. What you saw with me resurrecting the female zombie was actually me using my lightning abilities to burn the zombie to ashes in an instant. Meanwhile, one of my subordinates is extremely fast and lay down in the spot where the zombie should have been just as the blue light appeared. Chen Musin couldn't help but want to applaud Su Chen immediately. This way of handling things was simply brilliant, not directly admitting he could resurrect female zombies while also not denying it. It seemed that Chen Jiai's abilities were indeed crucial. Without them, it would have been impossible to pull off this trick. After all, Liu Jiangwo's arrival was too sudden, and they had not discussed any countermeasures. Liu Jiangwo remained silent for a long time, his eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. After a while, he suddenly turned to Li Daqiang and asked, "Do you think resurrecting zombies is possible? Or rather, do dual abilities exist?" Li Daqiang discreetly glanced at Su Chen and replied in a deep voice, "I don't deny the existence of dual abilities, but you must have noticed that among the many awakened ability users, there's never been a second case of dual abilities." Liu Jiangwo sneered, suddenly slapping the table. "Is that so?" Liu Jiangwo truly turned hostile faster than flipping a page. Su Chen immediately leaned in, slowly saying, "Yi Ling is dead. If Commander Liu believes I have dual abilities, I can maintain that identity as long as you want. But to be honest, I really can't resurrect female zombies." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 78. Yu and Li Daqiang should do a paternity test. The atmosphere was heavy, with even the sound of breathing clearly audible. After a while, Liu Jiangwo broke the silence, saying, "In my Longzhong city shelter, among tens of thousands of ability users, there indeed hasn't been a case of dual abilities. I don't deny their existence," Li Daqiang added. Liu Jiangwo's expression softened considerably, and he suddenly smiled again. "All right, indeed, the objective fact is as such. Xiao Su, you should maintain your identity as a dual ability user. I think this is crucial. The people from the Xingye laboratory must have their reasons for passing on this information." Liu Jiangwo stood up, patted Li Daqiang on the shoulder, then pushed him forward for comparison with Su Chen. Li Daqiang bore a striking resemblance to Su Chen, with about 70 to 80% similarity. He looked to be in his 30s, not much older than Su Chen, but his eyes were filled with weariness, and his entire demeanor seemed quite despondent. They do look alike. I just happen to have brought two people along. When I arrived, I noticed that all the zombies in your vicinity were wiped out. After going through so many circles, Liu Jiangwo finally stated his purpose. Upon arriving at the base, he seemed to take over the place. After saying this, he didn't give anyone a chance to retort, pulling out a map and beginning to make arrangements. "This is the high-tech zone of Jianghai City, and just 5 kilometers from here, there is a paternity testing center. Xiao Su, I've heard that your abilities are quite impressive. You'll lead the team this time, along with Daqiang. Once you arrive, start the paternity test immediately." Liu Jiangwo waved his hand and left the conference room, leaving only Li Daqiang behind. Su Chen's breathing became increasingly rapid. At this moment, Li Daqiang only gave Su Chen a faint glance before stepping out of the conference room. Su Chen felt a tightness in his chest the moment he saw Li Daqiang. He had a feeling that this person was his biological father. For some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of blood being thicker than water. He didn't believe that Li Daqiang didn't feel this way, yet he was extremely indifferent, and this attitude pierced Su Chen's heart. It seemed that the so-called biological father had no feelings for him at all. Su Chen knew that he had to go for the paternity test. He didn't want to know what kind of relationship he had with Li Daqiang. Liu Jiangwo was decisive, and early the next morning, he selected the team. The team consisted of 50 people, including 8 soldiers brought by Liu Jiangwo, while the remaining 2 clearly lacked combat capability and were likely the experts for the paternity test. The 50-person team was divided into 3 vehicles, 1 truck and 2 cars. The truck was loaded with a generator for powering the paternity testing equipment. 30 people comprised Wang Daidong's 30-man team. The remaining 10 were Su Chen's people, with Long Zaiqian also joining the team this time. With Long Zaiqian present, combat strength was not an issue. Su Chen only brought Ling Xiao and Chen Jia, while the rest were elite members of Ling Xiao's team. The 50-person team set off in a grand manner. Outside the base, many small teams were clearing zombie corpses. They moved the corpses and stacked them together for burning. As thick smoke billowed, Su Chen and the others moved further away from the base. Just halfway through their journey, everyone stopped again. The square-faced man beside Liu Jiangwo was named Zhao Taizhu, a simple and down-to-earth name, and he was as solid and steady as his name suggested. Zhao Taizhu took out a map and discussed the action plan with his team. Ahead, they could clearly see a large number of zombies gathering. The road was congested, with abandoned cars piled up and many zombies howling inside. Long Zaiyin and Su Chen exchanged glances and joined the team for discussion. On the map, there were no small paths here. The paternity testing facility was right at the end of this road. No matter which direction they approached from, they had to take the main road, and all three directions were crowded with zombies. The sound of the cars had already attracted some zombies. We cannot drive forward. We can only choose to run. Zhao Taizhu stated, the cars are obstacles, so we need to make good use of these abandoned vehicles, stay safe, and move. After Zhao Taizhu finished speaking, he began to organize the equipment. They were well equipped, wearing bulletproof vests and having steel plates on their arms to effectively block zombie bites. As for the weight of the steel plates, given the current physical condition of humanity, this weight would not affect their movements at all. Su Chen and the others could only cooperate with Zhao Taizhu, as they seemed like two separate teams. The 8-person team worked together very well. However, there were still a lot of zombies. Su Chen nodded, signaling everyone to go help. Meanwhile, Li Daqiang seemed to be sightseeing, looking around without any intention of taking action. Su Chen wanted to say something to Li Daqiang, but any conversation would be meaningless until the paternity test results came out. As they gradually approached, a large number of zombies rushed towards them. Zombies surged out from the buildings on all sides. Everyone had to jump onto the cars and move forward on the abandoned vehicles. The area as far as the eye could see was occupied by zombies, and the horde moved along with their advance. Suddenly, 3 or 4 tall zombies appeared. These zombies were at least 3 meters tall, with muscle tissue exposed all over their bodies. Automatic crossbows fired, but the bolts couldn't penetrate at all. Zhao Taizhu had no choice but to shoot, but the bullets only embedded themselves in the zombies' bodies. The 3 or 4 giant-like zombies blocked the way forward. To deal with the zombies, he activated his supernatural ability. Zhao Taizhu roared. His hands swelled up and grew black fur, resembling bear paws. With a leap, he swiped his hand, and the abandoned cars blocking the road were thrown aside. This kind of power was truly terrifying. The 2 people following Zhao Taizhu also instantly beastified. One grew a tail, suddenly moving much faster and becoming more agile. The other one was peculiar, with enlarged, sharp ears, but it was unclear what type of beastification it was. Buzz! An invisible ripple suddenly spread out, and the zombies that encountered this ripple retreated as if pushed back by an invisible force. The other members also had beastification abilities, but they were not as impressive. Su Chen roughly gauged their strengths, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Wang Dadong led a team to break through from the side to support Zhao Taizhu and the others. Ling Xiao, 2 zombies appeared to be special zombies. Go. Chapter 79. Start the paternity test. The battle layout was complete. Su Chen rushed out at the first opportunity, electricity crackling around him. Thunder strike, lightning flash, and electric activation were activated instantly. Li Daqiang stood on a car, watching Su Chen's back, and for the first time, there was a different look in his eyes. However, he chose to observe from behind and follow the team. Wang Dadong and his team attracted the attention of scattered zombies, killing ordinary ones. Ling Xiao's speed surged as he darted into the horde of zombies. Su Chen had previously noticed 2 areas within the dense crowd of zombies that were relatively vacant but devoid of zombies. It seemed there were special zombies among them. Sure enough, a firelight suddenly appeared. A zombie engulfed in flames stepped forward, opened its mouth, and directly spewed fire at Ling Xiao, strangely mixed with green mist. Su Chen squinted his eyes. Thunder pillar descends. A pillar of dazzling lightning struck down directly onto the special zombie, exploding with a loud bang. Countless bolts of lightning spread out around. While Ling Xiao dodged the flames, he simultaneously evaded the area affected by the thunder. The fire-spewing special zombie was instantly killed by Su Chen's thunder pillar. Bang! 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 Sounds of muffled explosions came from the front. Su Chen looked over and found Zhao Taizhu and the others engaged in hand-to-hand combat with those tall zombies. He covered his head. Are soldiers really that direct? These zombies were like little giants, over 3 meters tall, covered in muscle. Is this even possible for hand-to-hand combat? Without needing Su Chen to shout, That little giant zombie threw a punch, and Zhao Taiju actually raised his bare paw and countered with a similarly powerful punch. The result, Su Chen saw that the little giant zombie had no one beside it and summoned another thunder pillar directly down. The thunder exploded. The little giant zombie was charred black, but still did not die. Su Chen fired several more thunder strikes, finally smashing the little giant zombie's head. A core the size of half a fist fell out and rolled on the ground. Su Chen jumped a few times onto a car and casually collected the evolution core, absorbing it with the system. This little giant zombie contributed an impressive 3,000 points, which shocked him. He suddenly thought of his big calico cat, which he had been raising. He wondered where it had gone. There were still 3 little giant zombies left, and Su Chen directly ordered everyone back. "I'm going all out." He raised his hand, and 4 thunder pillars fell, surrounding the little giant zombies. The thunder shone brightly, turning that area into a sea of lightning. Then, the thunder pillars exploded. Dust and smoke rose, and countless zombies died under the spread of the thunder. Seeing that the little giant zombie was still moving, Su Chen raised his hand to unleash several lightning strikes while fully activating his electric power. He surprisingly lifted a wrecked car with one hand and hurled it at the zombies. His physical strength exceeded 100, equivalent to the combined strength of 100 ordinary adults. Even though his physical ability was not as strong as that of beastified superhumans, he rarely engaged in close combat. Soon, he collected 3 evolution cores. She was in a frenzy and looked a bit out of breath. Zhao Taiju glanced deeply at Su Chen, seemingly impressed by his strength. He remained silent and led the team onward. 2 hours later, they finally broke into the identification agency. This was a judicial identification institution with many offices, but the number of zombies inside was not high. Su Chen and the others closed the door behind them, allowing them to catch their breath for a moment. Su Chen looked at the relaxed Li Daqiang and snorted coldly. "You seem to be at ease. I want to take action too." Li Daqiang extended his hand, revealing a strange tattoo that flickered with subtle light. This was the first time Su Chen communicated with Li Daqiang. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Zhao Taiju stepped forward and said, "Some of us have awakened abilities that can seal the use of powers. Li Daqiang's identity is special, and his abilities have been sealed." Li Daqiang silently pulled down his sleeve and turned away, saying nothing more. Su Chen mentally noted this ability. It was truly remarkable to have the ability to seal other powers. The glow of that tattoo seemed a bit dim. Su Chen chose not to say anything further. Despite not having powers, Li Daqiang's skills were not lacking. No wonder Lu Jiangwo felt at ease letting him come out. A soldier walked over and set down the generator he was carrying. They dispersed to search for paternity test equipment. Zhao Taiju ordered, stepping out first. This building had 4 floors, and they found the paternity test center on the 2nd floor. After dealing with the zombies inside, everyone stood guard outside. "We need 2 hours to get results. Now we need to collect your genetic samples." Professional stepped forward and directly chose to draw blood. Su Chen watched as his and Li Daqiang's blood was sent in, and as the professionals busied themselves, his heart gradually tightened. "Do you think you can accept the results of the paternity test?" Li Daqiang suddenly spoke. Su Chen turned his head, looking at Li Daqiang in disbelief. "Why should I accept it?" He sneered. "You think I want to acknowledge my parentage? You're mistaken. That question should be for you to answer. If the result is one I can't accept, what do you think will happen to you?" Li Daqiang looked at Su Chen expressionlessly. "Then what if I am your father? What do you want to do?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "I was thinking maybe I would kill you, because your abandonment made those years very difficult for me. But I can't do that. After I came here, I suddenly calmed down. If you were my father, I would beat you up, and then we would part ways. You weren't part of my life before, and I don't need you in my life going forward." Su Chen spoke sincerely, especially after saying it to Li Daqiang. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. To be honest, he felt that even if Li Daqiang was his father and suddenly knelt down begging for his forgiveness, he would turn and leave without a second thought. Why bother? Li Daqiang looked deeply at Su Chen and suddenly stood up. The purple lightning instantly spread out. Zhao Taiju and the others reacted, but it was already too late. The lightning spread, and Zhao Tieju's people fell to the ground, unconscious. Su Chen was taken aback. What did Li Daqiang mean by this? Chapter 80. Divine Cells, Zombie Virus. Before Su Chen could react, everyone around him had collapsed. Blue electricity appeared on his body. But upon contact with Li Daqiang's purple electricity, it instantly melted away. He was surprised to find that he also felt a tingling sensation as if he had been electrocuted. Li Daqiang slowly walked over, stared at Su Chen for a long time, and then said, "Don't worry, the people upstairs and downstairs are fine. The others just fainted." "What exactly do you want to do?" Su Chen's expression was quite grim. "Are you planning to beat me up first, because I just said I would hit you?" Li Daqiang snapped his fingers, and purple lightning instantly flickered. He himself disappeared from his spot in an instant. On the rooftop, Su Chen had no choice but to chase him up, and only upon reaching the rooftop did he see Li Daqiang sitting at the edge of the building. He fell silent. In some ways, they really resembled father and son. The same supernatural abilities, similar appearances, and the habit of sitting on the rooftop's edge. Su Chen had a hard childhood and had thought about dying many times, but in the end, he never gave up on this world. Thus, he liked to sit high up, with his feet dangling, feeling the temperature of the wind. "You are my son." Li Daqiang showed no signs of beating around the bush, and his tone was very certain. He took out a plate and placed it beside him. Su Chen walked over, also sitting at the edge of the rooftop, and took the plate. He didn't know how to respond to Li Daqiang's words. He had imagined this scene countless times, and in those imaginations, he had always scolded Li Daqiang and beaten him black and blue. But sitting next to Li Daqiang for real, he felt that this person was very profound. It was like looking at something where the depth was unclear at a glance, and his calmness seemed to influence others. The answer is in the plate. Now, I have a little time. You can ask me any questions you want to know, and I will answer you within my capabilities. Li Daqiang looked into the distance. His eyes filled with nostalgia. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Since you didn't want me, why didn't you just get rid of me?" Li Daqiang frowned slightly, and their gazes met, leaving the remaining words unspoken. The conditions didn't allow it. Only Ernyo, maternal love is great. She overcame countless difficulties to bring you into this world. You should be grateful to her and I. He paused again. After a while, Su Chen broke the silence and asked again, "What is the divine virus? Is the zombie virus sample you took the one you spread worldwide?" Upon hearing this, Li Daqiang suddenly loga. "Do you think I could do this alone? But you have the Starry Night laboratory behind you." Su Chen immediately retorted. Li Daqiang pausa, fronat, and said, "It's not me, nor is it the Starry Night laboratory. I'm not sure who it is, but the zombie virus spread suddenly across the globe. As for the divine virus, you should separate it into divine cells and the zombie virus. Divine cells have the capability to repair genetic defects and are something that major countries are committed to developing and want to firmly control. As for the zombie virus, it's a byproduct." Li Daqiang opened up, speaking in an extremely calm tone, recounting the events. 3 years ago, during a space project, they came across a strange device that contained a piece of tissue. Inside that tissue was the divine cell. After testing, the divine cell was found to have the ability to repair genetic defects and complete missing genes. Simply put, if a drop of dinosaur blood traveled through billions of years and was obtained by modern humans, the genetic sequence contained in that drop of blood would not be enough to clone a dinosaur. However, when combined with the divine cell, it could be copied and completed without limits, ultimately forming all dinosaur species. That drop of blood, we don't understand which dinosaur belonged to, but ultimately, through the divine cell, we obtain products like the Tyrannosaurus rex, Stegosaurus, pterosaurs, etc. Do you understand? Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. This was not hard to understand, as it was a question that contemporary science could not explain. Thus, scientists, defying their materialist views, called it divine. He silently asked in his heart, "The zombie virus can be explained, but the origin of the divine cell is still unclear. So, system, what are you?" The system is the system. If the host attributes everything unexplainable to the divine, then the system is the divine. But it seemed to say nothing. Many times, system prompts exhibited a strong subjective attitude, proving that the system indeed had consciousness, and that consciousness resided within his body. I can tell you that the Starry Night Laboratory is an enemy, but also not an enemy. Who exactly caused the apocalypse remains unclear, and the global high-ranking officials are well aware of this. They simply made a wrong decision and want to pin the blame on the Starry Night Laboratory. After Li Daqiang finished speaking, he patted his clothes, stood up, turned, and walked downstairs. Still want to hit me? My son. Li Daqiang stopped, turned his head, and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen helplessly spread his hands and said, I can't beat you. A wise choice. Actually, you and I are quite similar in character. We won't let the past interfere with the future. Grasping the present without dwelling on the past is the way to move toward the future. Now it seems the apocalypse is the future of this world. No one should easily trust anyone. Li Daqiang spoke with a sigh, and after that, he sighed again before leaving the rooftop. After quite a while, Su Chen followed him down. Li Daqiang was tied up by Zhao Taizhu and the others, yet he seemed to be unaffected, sitting in a chair with his eyes half closed. On the contrary, Zhao Taizhu and his group looked like they were facing a great enemy. In this regard, Su Chen was grateful to Li Daqiang. Even in the apocalypse, Su Chen couldn't contend with the remaining power of a country. Professionals began to collect blood samples again to start their work. They were worried that while unconscious, Li Daqiang had swapped a genetic sample. After a long 2 hours, 2 professionals came out, looking at Su Chen and Li Daqiang with complex expressions. What was the result? Zhao Taizhu asked. One professional stepped forward and said slowly, We conducted 5 simultaneous tests, and the results did not match our expectations. The genetic similarity between the two is only 20. They are not direct relatives. In other words, Su Chen and Li Daqiang were not father and son. Chapter 81. The Humiliating Check. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stood there in a daze. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was done playing, lying flat, and giving up. He couldn't compete with these people. Just a few minutes earlier, Li Daqiang had spoken sincerely to him on the rooftop. He had already accepted that he was Li Daqiang's biological son. But now he was being told that the paternity test did not match, and they were not father and son. After saying this, Su Chen activated his lightning ability, jumped out of the second-floor window, and plunged into the horde of zombies, disappearing in an instant. Zhao Tieju's eyes flickered as he nodded to the 2 people beside him. The 2 immediately jumped out of the window, chasing after Su Chen. Chen Jiayi and Ling Xiao exchanged glances and subtly nodded, but they did not pursue. At the base, Lu Jiangwo frowned and said, Is it possible that Li Daqiang swapped his genetic sample? With 10 tests yielding similar results, and according to this genetic similarity, even if Li Daqiang was not Su Chen's father, he still had a familial relationship with Su Chen. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. He furrowed his brow, looking at the young officer beside him, and asked, What do you think is the reason? The young officer, Lin Xiaotian, may not have a high rank, but he is an important scientist in the military. His awakened ability is to suppress the abilities of others, preventing them from using their powers. That tattoo is also part of this young officer's ability and lasts for 40 hours. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. The suppressive tattoo was added just before Li Daqiang left. However, he was also curious why Li Daqiang didn't run away when he had the chance. Knowing that Lu Jiangwo would pursue accountability, he simply redirected the conversation to another topic. Lu Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He wasn't sure why Li Daqiang acted this way. He thought that suppressing Li Daqiang's powers would allow him to control him. Now it seemed that Li Daqiang could leave at any time. He was just curious about why Li Daqiang had come this time. Soon, Li Daqiang was brought into the conference room by Zhao Taizhu. Li Daqiang still appeared calm, greeting Lu Jiangwo lightly before falling silent. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. In the conference room, only Lu Jiangwo and Li Daqiang remained. Speak up, why? Lu Jiangwo asked in a flat tone, his gaze fixed on Li Daqiang. What to say? Li Daqiang raturta. Bang! Lu Jiangwo slammed the table. What do you want to do? If you don't want to be caught by us, you could easily escape. Lin Xiaotian's ability can't suppress yours. You can leave any time, but why? Clearly, it was to have time alone with Su Chen, but Li Daqiang could have come to Jiang Haishi on his own to find Su Chen. Why do it right under his nose? No reason. It's convenient, Li Daqiang replied nonchalantly, appearing unaffected. Outside, people watched Lu Jiangwo getting angry, while Li Daqiang didn't even flinch, staring straight ahead and occasionally acknowledging Lu Jiangwo. After a long while, Lu Jiangwo left the room. He took one last look at Li Daqiang in the conference room, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Li Daqiang still did not leave and was locked up in a cell. These two were sent by Zhao Taizhu to find Su Chen. And Su Chen indeed spent a whole day with them. Su Chen was covered in blood. As soon as he entered the base, he was immediately stopped. Routine inspection. This group was also brought by Liu Jiangwo. They took Su Chen to a small room and ordered him to strip. Su Chen frowned at the two men, and after a while, he complied and removed all his clothes. Someone immediately picked up his clothes to inspect them, and in the end, they burned Su Chen's clothes in a fire. Then, they washed Su Chen with a high-pressure water gun. Only after confirming that Su Chen had nothing hidden on him did they hand him a set of camouflage clothing. Su Chen didn't even look at the clothes. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Then, Chen Jia walked in with a set of clothes and personally helped Su Chen get dressed. She looked at the two soldiers with a strange glimmer in her eyes. Su Chen simply patted Chen Jia on the shoulder and then left with her. Just as he left, Liu Jiangwo walked in. "Did you check? Did Su Chen have anything on him?" The two soldiers immediately shook their heads. He was completely washed clean, and his clothes were burned to ashes. There was nothing hidden. "We chased Su Chen. He slaughtered zombies without stopping for a day and a night. We encountered a zombie tiger, which was extremely strong. Su Chen couldn't fight it and led us to escape." Liu Jiangwo let out a sigh, his eyes glinting with something unusual. Back at his residence, Su Chen sighed in relief, lying on the bed, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Liu Jiangwo was going too far, directly controlling the entire base. His uncle was also a fence-sitter, always following Liu Jiangwo, nodding and flattering him excessively. In his memory, his uncle had never acted this way. Chen Jia's voice trailed off as she spoke. She was indignant about Su Chen's treatment. Why should Su Chen undergo such an inspection? Ling Xiao and the others stood by the bed, especially Ling Xiao, who was rolling up her sleeves, her eyes filled with indignation. The girls chattered for a long time. Su Chen smiled at them, reached out, and pulled Ling Xiao, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Li Jia, and Chen Jia onto the bed. Ling Xiao turned over and straddled Su Chen. "Master, are we going to have a one-on-one with the four of us this time?" Su Chen looked around, laughed heartily, and then took control, pinning Ling Xiao underneath him. Li Jia laughed and stood up to pull the curtains, simultaneously locking the door. A day later, as Su Chen stepped out, his legs were shaking. Kuer was standing outside the door, seemingly having waited for a long time. When she saw Su Chen come out, a strange light flashed in her eyes. "Master, that's too intense." Chapter 82, What are we doing? Of course, Kuer rushed up to support Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, finally took care of all of them. "By the way, Kuer, what do you need from me?" Kuer swallowed hard. "I feel like my skin is a bit dry. Recently, the sisters have been worried about you. Well, I've been taking the opportunity to gather some news before the apocalypse. Liu Jiangwo has been meeting with the senior officials in the base every day, and each person has had at least 3 discussions. Although Kuer and the others were recruited by Su Chen, they had not strengthened their physical stats. Even their ability levels had not improved much. However, Kuer and her group, as the shining stars before the apocalypse, had the special ability to inspire. So they didn't need to participate in combat. Their singing seemed to bring strength and hope to people. This group was considered part of the logistics team, including Yu Ling and the doctors, and Su Chen had no plans to let them participate in battles. It seemed that Kuer and the others were indeed proving their worth. Kuer also helped handle matters that Li Jia had not dealt with. "You're quite popular in the base now, right?" Kuer covered her mouth and smiled. Her smile truly captivating. Does the master not believe in Kuer's charm? The tasks assigned by the master, Kuer can accomplish them. Su Chen flipped over, pinning Kuer against the wall, and that smile was indeed heart-stirring. "Then next time, remember to sing for me outside the door." Kuer stared blankly at the Su Chen, and suddenly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Kuer can do more than just sing. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. This girl had been the level of a dream lover before the apocalypse. Just one glance or smile was enough to drive many men crazy. With such suggestive words, how could Su Chen not be moved? He coughed lightly. "Then help me keep an eye on Li Daqiang. I have a feeling his intentions are not pure." He hadn't looked at the disc since realizing that he and Li Daqiang were not father and son. He was eager to find out what was inside. Just as he stepped out, Zhao Tieju's men followed him. This was almost like tearing off the mask. But Su Chen had no choice. What was Liu Jiangwo's first sentence upon arriving at the base? In our Longzhong city base, among the tens of thousands of awakened abilities, there has been no case of dual abilities. This Longzhong city base had tens of thousands of awakened individuals. Their base barely had a few thousand people, with around 1,000 having awakened abilities, not even 1/10 of theirs. Not to mention, with bombers, tanks, and various firearms, how could this small base oppose the military's power? Let alone if the military got angry and directly sent bombers to drop a couple of missiles. What would he do? Ultimately, it was still a matter of insufficient strength. Now, it was the apocalypse. How could he reason with the military? Sorry, the reasoning is in the hands of the military, and once they flip the table, what do you have to constrain them? Su Chen was very cooperative. Even Chen Muzin, the former chairman of the Chen Group, a person in a high position, was flattering and fawning, because Chen Muzin could also see the situation clearly. Master, Kuer stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Su Chen. Not a hassle, then I'll go. Kuer smiled sweetly and turned to leave. Su Chen looked at Kuer's back, thinking about how things could get out of hand. If it weren't for the fact that they had already fought for a day, he would definitely want to have something happen with Kuer today. Next time, for sure. Su Chen muttered and turned to leave. In the following days, nothing happened. Liu Jiangwo's helicopter had many things, even drones. He seemed to be staying at the base, busy every day, ignoring Su Chen. However, Su Chen could clearly feel that someone was monitoring him. As a result, he found it difficult to use the system and could only develop the existing 200 maids. Su Chen sat on the street of the base, holding a book. It was a book about genetics, and if it were before, he would have thought it was like reading a celestial book. But now, he simply tossed the book aside, not understanding it at all. He could only sit on the chair and sink his consciousness into the system. Current points: 112580, 111,000 points. And this was the result of him investing a large number of points to properly allocate his team. Fian led 50 people, all wielding long knives. The knife skills were all mastered, with a total investment of 25,000 points. Li Jia and Chen Jiai led the ranged attack team. Besides their abilities being ranged, they were also equipped with shooting proficiency skills. Ling Xiao led the beast transformation and defense-oriented team. The remaining team, led by Zhang, Xiao, mostly consisted of dancers, with high flexibility, speed, and expertise in exploration and intelligence gathering. The rest were logistical troops, led by Yiling. Those with abilities had awakened their powers, while those without had their physical abilities enhanced to around 50. Proficiency skills were also allocated. Su Chen murmured in his heart, "These points are actually useless?" The host is advised to check the system mall. Su Chen was taken aback. He had always regarded the system mall as a logistic supply and had never looked closely. Now that he had sufficient points, he immediately opened the system mall. The regular firearms and cold weapons occupied most of the system mall. The other parts showed blueprints. The remaining 2 parts were for lottery draws, hero-level unit lottery, and item lottery. Last time, he used a gifted lottery chance and drew a level 3 combat vehicle from the item lottery. This time, he clicked on the blueprints page that he had never paid attention to before. Inside, there were levels ranging from 1 to 9. He thought he had enough points, but in reality, he could only purchase blueprints of levels 3 and 4. Higher-level blueprints required tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points. The previous combat vehicle belonged to the level 3 blueprint, requiring 35,000 points. Su Chen checked carefully. These blueprints were very useful. Just like in a game, these blueprints could be synthesized with basic materials to become finished products. That combat vehicle was extremely useful, and Su Chen directly chose to exchange for a level 3 combat vehicle blueprint. Soon, a series of system prompts flooded his mind. Chapter 83. The base is empty. Chaos begins after a while. Su Chen finally digested the system prompts. The blueprints were divided into hundreds of modules, and the required materials were quite complex. From steel to car engines, everything was included. However, in reality, these things were not lacking. Scrap cars were everywhere on the road. The required materials were all car parts, and he could easily send people out to gather them. Moreover, making a combat vehicle this way would not raise suspicion. After all, if he directly conjured a combat vehicle, everyone would find it strange, right? Previously, it was only Su Chen and the Maid Army, so it didn't matter. But now there are thousands of people at the base, so he had to be careful. The system could not be exposed. Su Chen knew very well that once exposed, he would become a target. Then he found many types of blueprints in the mall. The food processing plant required 5,000 points, but the required materials were numerous. The four-season greenhouse, equipped with a fertilizer pool, could allow crops to be harvested 3 times a year and required 15,000 points. Although they had these things now, in reality, the food processing plant was like a large kitchen with a bunch of chefs processing food inside. However, with a processing plant, they could produce portable food, which would also facilitate the combat team in hunting zombies. After the apocalypse, the weather had become somewhat strange. Although it was spring, the crops they planted still sometimes froze to death, leading to very low yields. The greenhouse was not simple. It even required people with special abilities to work inside to maximize its effectiveness. These were all necessities for the base. Moreover, the blueprints exchanged even had bonding attributes. Buildings. 3 buildings reduced the chance of attracting zombies. 5 buildings effectively enhance building defense capabilities. 10 buildings can effectively avoid zombie attacks within the buildings. Yiling had previously mentioned that zombies, apart from their vision, had extremely sharp senses. They would even unconsciously gather toward places where crowds were. After a fierce battle, the nearby zombies had been completely wiped out, but now, new zombies were gathering. This clearly proved that Yiling's theory was correct. Su Chen's current thought was very simple. Although he hadn't seen what was on the plate, the base must develop, even reaching the level of the military base. Only then could they live freely in the apocalypse. Liu Jiangwo had a lot of pent-up anger since he arrived. He immediately summoned the high-ranking members of the Maid Army, assigning tasks according to the materials needed in the blueprints, instructing them to leave the base to gather. These blueprints were also very important, and he only felt at ease with the Maid Army helping. Such a large-scale operation caused Liu Jiangwo to seek out Su Chen again. "Xiaosu, what are you planning to do?" Liu Jiangwo said, with his hand behind his back, signaling Su Chen to follow him. He strolled around the base, occasionally chatting with Su Chen about his views on the base. Liu Jiangwo clicked his tongue and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. "There's no way, Commander Liu. The most important thing in the apocalypse is survival. We can't care about health." Su Chen was somewhat curious about what Liu Jiangwo meant by saying this today. Liu Jiangwo walked with his hands behind his back, inspecting the processing plant and giving comments, making the chefs somewhat nervous. Throughout the day, Su Chen accompanied Liu Jiangwo to inspect the entire base. Liu Jiangwo proposed hundreds of suggestions, and by the end, Su Chen didn't want to deal with it anymore. Just nodding in agreement. Liu Jiangwo smiled slightly and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "Xiaosu, don't be so distant. This is a global disaster, and we humans should stand together. Look at all the problems in your base. There aren't enough talents. Do you think someone can help you design a factory?" And there's the weapon factory. Before the apocalypse, it was strictly controlled. Now, with weapons, you can live better, right? Su Chen fell silent. Liu Jiangwo was indeed an old fox. As soon as he made a move, Liu Jiangwo could guess his intentions clearly. Of course, he wanted to establish a weapon factory, but without gunpowder, making some blank cartridges? For the zombies now, it would probably not even break their skin, and Liu Jiangwo's help would certainly not be for free. Gathering people over, naturally including some from the troops, that a way to completely take over this base. The truth is revealed. After being silent for so long, Liu Jiangwo, this old fox, finally exposed his intentions. No wonder he kept looking for people to talk to. He wants to incite the people in the base to serve him, right? If it weren't for Kerr, he really wouldn't have paid attention to Liu Jiangwo's actions. "Commander Liu, what you said is indeed good." Su Chen paused, then changed the subject. "But we only have a few thousand people left in Zhanghai City, and the small groups wandering outside barely add up to that number. Our small base with less than 10,000 people isn't worth your effort." Upon hearing this, Liu Jiangwo's face changed, and he raised his voice. "Little Su, your thinking is incorrect. Once you build up the base, those wandering small groups want to join you, right? Growing to a scale of 10,000, then to 100,000, transforming from a base into a town, then a city, is just a matter of time. Su Chen didn't speak this time, but he still shook his head. Liu Jiangwo was evidently very angry. He raised his hand and slapped Su Chen hard. Little Su, this base isn't just yours. It still needs to be voted on, and I think old Chen would be very suitable as the leader of the base. Su Chen nodded. Chairman Chen Muzin has always been the leader of the base. At this point, both sides fell silent. Su Chen was exceptionally calm, but his eyes were deep and firm. Liu Jiangwo stared at Su Chen for a long time. Little Su, the trend of the times is that you develop from zero, and we help you speed up the process. What's wrong with that? Commander Liu, the same thing again, it's not worth it. Just then, alarm bells started ringing. Purple lightning shot up into the sky. Li Daqiang has escaped. Come quickly. Su Chen frowned slightly. What does Li Daqiang mean by this now? He had been staying well for so many days, and suddenly he wants to run? At that moment, a chorus of zombie roars suddenly erupted from all around. Bang! The lightning exploded on the base's city wall. Tuptib 84, Li Daqiang's escapa, Liu Jiangwu's Anje. Su Chen was taken aback. That was the eastern city wall. Where the base's gate was located, going out was straightforward. Aiken, Li Daqiang has destroyed the eastern city wall, and zombies are rushing in. In his consciousness, Chen Jiai's voice rang out. Su Chen hurriedly asked in his mind, what is going on? Li Daqiang wants to escape? The base was immediately thrown into chaos. However, it was much better than the last time. Those without combat capability quickly found buildings to hide in, clearing the way for the combat team. Previously, entering the base required surrendering weapons, but now those with high contribution values to the base could keep their weapons. Soon, gunfire erupted, all converging at the eastern city wall. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Liu Jiangwo. It was Lin Xiaotian. Li Daqiang's ability is very strong. I actually can't suppress him at all. Perhaps there is some, but it's only a weak suppression. His ability is extremely fast, able to escape the range of my ability in an instant. Lin Xiaotian spoke quickly, and at the same time, faint streams of light appeared on his body. Su Chen attempted to use his ability, and indeed, his ability seemed to disappear. To be precise, it didn't completely vanish, but there was a force obstructing the emergence of his ability. It seems that if the ability level and strength are sufficient, it can indeed break through such suppression. Su Chen didn't attempt to break through, as both Liu Jiangwo and Lin Xiaotian were present. After saying this, Liu Jiangwo nodded to Lin Xiaotian. The ability circulated within his body again, clearly indicating that Lin Xiaotian had lifted the ability suppression. Su Chen keenly noticed that there were still streams of light on Lin Xiaotian, indicating that his ability was still in effect. This ability can actually control the suppression target. Su Chen quietly noted this point. Little Su, go chase Li Daqiang. Liu Jiangwo raised his tone, speaking in a commanding manner. Su Chen felt helpless. Chase Li Daqiang? He really wanted to ask Liu Jiangwo if he was serious. Li Daqiang's purple lightning is completely different from his own. The purple lightning flashes like teleportation. How could he chase that? But since Liu Jiangwo said so, he would naturally comply. The lightning activation initiated. Surrounded by lightning, Su Chen shot out. Soon, he arrived at the eastern city wall. A large number of zombies surged in through the gap, and the base's combat team was blocking the zombies. The bodies of the zombies piled up into small mountains, blocking the gap. However, this also blocked long-range weapons. Before long, the gap was breached again, and zombies climbed over the bodies, rushing into the base. Spread out and form a fan-shaped formation. There are too many zombies. Let them in a bit to fight. Su Chen shouted loudly. On the city wall, several figures were entangled together. There were special zombies and some humans. That purple lightning was particularly eye-catching, and Su Chen immediately locked onto Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang was fighting with Chen Jiai. No wonder Chen Jiai had only said a brief sentence before interrupting the mental communication. Chen Jiai's ability not only has supportive functions, but also an attack skill, and her physical capabilities are not bad either. Su Chen flashed over, and a blue lightning pillar directly smashed down towards Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, disappearing from the spot. Su Chen turned his head and Li Daqiang was already behind him. The purple lightning condensed into rods, shooting towards Su Chen, then exploding with a bang. Su Chen rolled out from the lightning, holding Chen Jia. The ground shook. Chen Jia shouted. Li Daqiang was stunned, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. He staggered and knelt on one knee. Su Chen rushed forward. Before he got close, the purple lightning again condensed into rods, this time with spikes on the ends. They hovered in the air around Su Chen, and the purple lightning wrapped around him like ropes. In terms of controlling abilities, Su Chen admitted he was indeed inferior to Li Daqiang. However, Li Daqiang seemed not to strike too hard. This purple lightning only had a paralyzing effect. He knew Li Daqiang was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be that strong. Su Chen, we meet again. A familiar voice came. He saw Yimu Ge, dressed in a tight black leather outfit, appearing beside Li Daqiang. With black long hair and a tight leather outfit, looking like a seamless part of her high heels, Yimu Ge looked completely different from before, appearing quite alluring. Oh, Yimu Ge, I really have to thank you. I remember the favor you did me. Su Chen's body trembled, and he activated the lightning, breaking through the surrounding purple lightning. He landed on the ground, watching Li Daqiang and Yimu Ge from a distance. Where is Yiling? Dead, you know that. Su Chen spread his hands, showing an indifferent attitude. Yimu Ge was taken aback, an expression of disbelief appearing in her eyes. She suddenly stepped forward. Why? You have the ability to save Yiling, so I'll let her become a zombie. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he sneered. Regardless of whether I have that ability, even if I do, why would I save her? Yimu Ge, you pushed Yiling into the abyss with your own hands. What? Do you want to blame me? Yimu Ge seemed to lose her sanity, her eyes flashing with a mad light. Li Daqiang, however, tapped Yimu Ge lightly. Let us go. This place is not suitable to stay long. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian and Lu Jiangwo also rushed over, standing beside Su Chen. Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, and a transparent wave directly spread out. Yimu Ge, Li Dongjiang. You can't leave. His ability turned out to be telekinesis. Surrounding stones, even some steel plates, floated up, twisting into spikes and shooting towards Yimu Ge and the others. Lin Xiaotian let out a furious roar, directly tearing his clothes. In just a moment, Su Chen felt his abilities disappearing again. Li Daqiang and Yimu Ge felt the same, struggling to dodge the sharp spikes. After a few leaps, Li Daqiang embraced Yimu Ge, transforming into a purple lightning bolt and vanishing. At that moment, red smoke began to rise from the city wall. The people who had come with Yimu Ge were also retreating. In the distance, a helicopter gradually took off, its outline blurred in the night. The helicopter flew over the base. Yimu Ge and Li Daqiang stood by the cabin door, both looking in Su Chen's direction, unsure if they were looking at him or Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo frowned. Damn the Starry Night Laboratory. Chapter 85. Tear off the facade. Chen Muzin kneels. The roars of zombies erupted. Su Chen couldn't help but remind him, Commander Lu, we can't continue to suppress our abilities. We still need to fight the zombies. Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly, glaring at Su Chen. Lin Xiaotian. Yes. The glow on Lin Xiaotian disappeared, and he appeared quite weak. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand and turned to leave, not even glancing at the zombie invasion. The red smoke made the zombies even more frenzied, but compared to humans, the zombies seemed more focused on the red smoke. This also provided the combat troops with better operational space. The number of zombies nearby was not as many as before, and by the latter half of the night, this crisis was completely resolved. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. He hadn't gained many points from this zombie invasion. Most of the maid army was outside, collecting materials and using blueprints to synthesize components. Inside the base, only Chen Jia and a few maids remained. Fortunately, it was a close call. The base's combat team only lost a few unfortunate souls to the zombies, and not many were injured. The next morning, Lu Jiangwo called everyone for a meeting again. I need to leave. Li Daqiang has escaped, and I must report the support from the Starry Night Laboratory as soon as possible. Lu Jiangwo's expression was grim. Iglerdat Su Chen. There's a regulation here. Sign it. Su Chen looked at the white paper, which simply listed some regulations. Essentially, the military would send personnel and teams to enter the Zhanghai City shelter to assist in building the base. After the base was completed, The Shanghai City shelter would have to clear out zombies according to military orders, and this assistance would be compensated, with the base required to regularly submit a portion of evolution cores. The rest were trivial matters. Su Chen glanced at the white paper and shook his head. All right. Then Chen Muzin, it's your turn. Lu Jiangwo looked at Chen Muzin angrily. Chen Muzin looked at the white paper, then slowly extended his hand and tore the regulations to shreds. Commander Lu, our base is too small. A single zombie attack has cost us dozens of lives. We truly cannot bear the responsibilities assigned by the military. After saying that, Chen Muzin surprisingly knelt down slowly. He tore the white paper, but abandoned his dignity by kneeling in front of Lu Jiangwo. Even Su Chen didn't expect Chen Muzin to go this far. Kill Lu Jiangwo. The military in Longzhong City would go completely insane. What kind of power did the 10 major command zones and shelters hold? Lu Jiangwo quietly watched Chen Muzin, surveying the entire conference room. Good, very good. I will report this. The Shanghai City shelter is no longer recognized by Longhua, and don't expect any help from the military. After saying that, he stormed out with his men. Shortly after, the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades echoed. Su Chen and the others stood in the conference room, looking out the window as Lu Jiangwo left the base. Chen Jia hurriedly stepped forward to help Chen Muzin up. If she had held resentment toward Chen Muzin before, his kneeling made her see him as family again. Su Chen also turned around and bowed to Chen Muzin. Uncle Chen, I said before that you are the leader of the base. I will say it again. You are still the leader of the base. When Lu Jiangwo took out that set of regulations, it was the moment the facade was completely torn apart. Why? Because Su Chen had transferred people away from the base. And that night, Li Daqiang escaped. Lu Jiangwo would certainly suspect that Su Chen and Li Daqiang were colluding, deliberately leaving the base weak, and providing Li Daqiang an opportunity. This was a test of Su Chen's attitude. With military personnel entering the base, the control of the base would be in Lu Jiangwo's hands. Su Chen refused, and Chen Muzin refused. Lu Jiangwo was naturally furious. Chen Muzin could bow and lower his stance, but that wasn't enough. He used the most direct method, kneeling, to quell Lu Jiangwo's anger. The situation was pressing. Lu Jiangwo. Su Chen looked out the window as the helicopter grew more distant until it completely disappeared. Meanwhile, at the Starry Night Laboratory in Longzhong City, high walls and electric fences blocked the frenzied assault of zombies. The helicopter landed, provoking another round of zombie roars, growing even more frenzied. On the high walls, people in protective suits patrolled, ignoring the zombies below. They would only strike when a zombie poked its head out. Compared to this place, the Starry Night Laboratory in Shanghai City was like a little brother. The helicopter door opened, and Yimugu walked out with a cold face. Why are you stopping me? Yimugu snorted. You are no match for Su Chen, Li Daqiang replied calmly. Oh, Yimugu narrowed his eyes. You think that without powers, I can't compare to you lucky ones? Li Daqiang shook his head. Although you don't have abilities, your strength is considerable. I won't deny that. Yimugu actually has no abilities? If Su Chen knew this, he would probably be very surprised. A person who stirred the winds and clouds in Shanghai City actually had no abilities. Did you find out the truth? Is Su Chen that person? Li Daqiang paused, took out a document, and handed it to Yimugu. The paternity test results are out. I am not Su Chen's father. It was a mistake in the gene bank. That's not what I asked. I want to know if Su Chen is a product of that plan from back then. Yimugu stepped forward aggressively, staring intently at Li Daqiang, determined to give an answer. Li Daqiang took a deep breath, turned around, and grabbed Yimugu by the neck, purple lightning flashing in his hand. That plan has nothing to do with you. If you dare mention the God-making plan again, I will kill you. My child died because of that plan. After saying this, Li Daqiang released Yimugu. Yimugu began to cough violently, disbelief filling his eyes. Impossible. Su Ernyo, as the mother, has already given birth to a child. Your child didn't die? Then how do you explain this document? Li Daqiang waved his hand and threw the document in Yimugu's face. Also, I don't like the term mother. She is my wife. After saying that, Li Daqiang stepped away. At the same time, far away in Shanghai City, Su Chen connected a disk to his computer. 2 folders appeared on the screen. One of the folders was named God-Making Plan. Chapter 86. Happy birthday to you. 12 videos. Su Chen frowned, looking at the next folder, which had no name. He clicked on it, only to find that it required password. Happy birthday to you? Chen looked at the password prompt and couldn't help but frown. A series of numbers flashed through his mind, eventually settling on a string of numbers that stood out. His birthday. Chen tried to input it. Incorrect password. Chen was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Indeed, what was he expecting? Just then, Yiling walked over and reported a series of numbers. 000125. What is this? Chen asked curiously. Night Spirit was silent for a moment before saying, if you are the child of Su Erniu and Li Daqiang, then this number is your real birthday. Chen suddenly thought of how he had no birthday in the orphanage. Everyone celebrated their birthdays on a specific day, 3 times a year. The first time was in March, the second in August, and the last in December. He had always remembered his birthday as being in March, and the number was also written on his ID card, but that was not the day he was born. The file disappeared after Su Erniu gave birth in the hospital. If you're that child, then your birthday should be this day. Night Spirit said again, her tone somewhat deep. Chen raised his hand and entered the string of numbers on the keyboard. 000125. The password was correct. A total of 12 videos appeared before Chen's eyes. He took a deep breath and clicked on the first video. The image was somewhat blurry, seemingly showing someone being chased in the mountains. And this was a mission record video. In the footage, towering trees surrounded the area. In Chen's memory, there seemed to be no such place near Jianghai City, but the neighboring Qingshan province was indeed filled with endless mountains. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Damn it, who is this woman? She's 6 months pregnant. Yet can still run in these mountains without fear of losing the child. You better shut up and pray that the child is still alive. The video abruptly stopped here. The following videos were similar. This was a mission record, with few sounds or characters appearing. The surrounding environment changed gradually from the mountains until some familiar sights appeared. Chen remembered that this should be the border between Hai Province and Qingshan Province, a flat area with a beach, which made Chen even more certain. In the 8th video, Chen finally saw a figure. A woman, extremely disheveled and dirty, was captured. She was visibly pregnant, curled up on the ground, and appeared to be in great pain. She can really run. 2 months have passed. Inject the medication to ensure the fetus is safe, if it comes to it. A premature birth is fine. Get the doctor over. This fetus is the product of that plan, and even if there are defects, they can be compensated for. Perform a cesarean and take the child. Finally, a second person appeared in the footage. That person was dressed in black, with big leather boots. But just as the camera was about to capture their face, the video abruptly stopped. Chen impatiently opened the 9th video. Damn it, Su Erniu is truly formidable. She still has the strength to resist. Bury her on the spot. The rest follow me. The video began with 2 people lying in a pool of blood, both wearing black jumpsuits, their big leather boots visible, with gun holsters faintly showing at their waists. Chen paused the video. On their chest was a symbol. It looked like a big-headed alien, with 2 eyes taking up most of its face, no nose, and no mouth. The video stopped again as the group moved. Su Erniu? The mother body? Chen's breath caught. What kind of power supported a pregnant woman to escape from Qingshan Province all the way to Hai Province, and finally give birth in Jianghai City? The 10th video was already in the city, bustling with people, showing that this group no longer dared to be too conspicuous. Chen saw a building, Jianghai City Cultural Palace. That cultural palace was demolished due to its old age during Chen's 2nd year of college. The 11th video showed a hospital, Jianghai City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Night Spirit interjected. The data shows that Su Erniu gave birth here. The footage suddenly shook violently, as if the person carrying the camera was running. Chen saw a staggering figure running, visibly pregnant, leaving bloody footprints, yet she continued to run. Chen recognized that this person was Su Erniu. She had an unremarkable appearance, but the years had left marks on her face, with 2 deep lines particularly noticeable. Her lips were cracked and devoid of color, yet her eyes held a fierce look that sent chills down one's spine. The video stopped again. Chen clicked on the last video. A face suddenly came into view. It was a young person, with a mask covering half of his face. Mission failed. Su Erniu has already given birth, and the child is now missing. Captain, Su Erniu has only been to the maternal and child health hospital once. But we checked that hospital and found no records of Su Erniu giving birth. No one has even seen her. The higher-ups will definitely blame us. Captain, you must survive. We will pretend to have died in an accident to put a perfect end to this mission. The video switched to a young man, and then the footage stopped again. Su Chen didn't know what to feel. He was also very confused. Was he really the son of Su Erniu and Li Daqiang? If so, why did the paternity tests show they were not related? What ultimately happened to Su Erniu? What power supported her to cross mountains and seas to protect this child? Maternal love? A single phrase floated in Su Chen's mind. Li Daqiang had said that maternal love is great, and Su Erniu is great, making Su Chen feel that no matter what, even if he didn't want to have any relationship with Li Daqiang, he must be grateful to Su Erniu. If he was Su Erniu's child, Su Chen believed he should be grateful. It was Su Erniu who overcame numerous difficulties to bring him into this world. Su Chen felt the turmoil in his heart, and at the same time, the word plan kept appearing in his mind. The child was a product of the plan, and another folder just happened to mention the God-making plan. With a complex mood, Su Chen opened another folder. An encrypted document appeared before Su Chen's eyes. The first sentence read, "The God-making plan aims to implant cells coded as God into fertilized eggs to produce children with perfect genes." Chapter 87. An inhumane plan. Su Chen and Night Spirit both trembled, exchanging incredulous glances. Why? My sister said that 3 years ago, they discovered that tissue in space. But the date on this document is 30 years ago. Night Spirit exclaimed. As she spoke, her voice lowered, and she looked around. Su Chen made a shushing gesture. This document was too shocking, and it was marked as a red confidential file, even having seals from the military and the highest research institute. This was a top-secret document belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Even though this document appeared before them, many parts were still redacted, belonging to encrypted sections. Unless they saw the original file, they wouldn't know what it recorded. Su Chen suddenly thought of what Li Daqiang had said about a wrong decision. Did that decision stem from this document? Su Chen and Night Spirit quickly flipped through the file. Most of it was encrypted, but from some fragments. They could infer its content. The God cells could compensate for genetic defects and even initiate human evolutionary pathways. In ancient times, conditions were extremely harsh. Fierce carnivorous animals and plants were not as harmless as they are now. Man-eating flowers, man-eating trees, etc. Temperature, bacteria, natural conditions, and geographical changes all affected human survival in ancient times. But those people could hunt mammoths and saber-toothed tigers using only stone tools. According to the remaining fossil studies of the Dragon Kingdom, mammoths and saber-toothed tigers had extremely high bone density, and even metal could not harm them. Did those ancient people inherently possess great strength? Yiling's expression changed. As a genius biologist, she was most familiar with this type of evolutionary theory and had the means to study various biological fossils. As soon as this speculation arose, the color drained from her face. Su Chen pointed to a line of text below. It wasn't in the language of Longhua. It was in the language of Xiongwa. This plan involved not just Longhua, Yiling said hurriedly. She stared thoughtfully at that line of text and slowly said, in the process of evolution, abandoning advantageous adaptability. As the environment improves, it gradually weakens. Most of it is encrypted, and we have no idea what it really is. The subsequent content was reduced to 2 points. The scientists who participated in the plan experimented on themselves, resulting in becoming monsters. During the process of the divine cell completing the gene collapsed, producing a byproduct virus that was infectious. Su Chen's eyes darkened. Was there a zombie virus 30 years ago? Not necessarily. It just means monsters, perhaps monsters beyond your imagination. Gene collapse is an extremely terrifying result. Yiling said this with a pale face. The last piece of content was the method proposed by the scientists. They implanted divine cells into fertilized eggs, but still failed to produce newborns. After several failed experiments, one scientist proposed to implant half of the divine cells into each parent, then, through natural conception, pass it on to the next generation. Yiling's eyes darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table, clearly angry. How could they conduct such an experiment? One person can't bear the divine cells, so they split into two to bear it. They actually used an unborn baby for experiments, which is simply inhumane. The following content was covered in large blocks of black, with no complete information at all. Chen directly waved his hand, pulled out the disc, and then shattered it with lightning. Yiling frowned. How did you break it? Chen took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead before saying, We're just a group of civilians. This thing is an international secret. Do you think we're qualified to know? Li Daqiang, whether you're my father or not. What does it mean to throw this thing to me? Chen was filled with confusion. Also, the person in the video looked a lot like Lu Jiangwo, the one called the captain. That person looked very young, probably in his early 20s, while Lu Jiangwo was already over 50 and still the commander of the Longo military. But Chen couldn't help but think that person was Lu Jiangwo. If so, what role did Lu Jiangwo play in all of this? If Chen wanted to clarify everything, he had to get Lu Jiangwo to speak, but right now, he didn't have that strength. The last point was Li Daqiang. If he wasn't Li Daqiang's child, then why did the gene bank of Xingye Laboratory match incorrectly? Can someone tamper with the gene bank of Xingye Laboratory? Chen suddenly asked. Yiling was taken aback and nodded. Xingye Laboratory has a total of 32 branches established worldwide, and there are only 32 chief positions that can access and modify gene bank data. Chen suddenly propped himself up. Li Daqiang used to serve as chief. If I am a child of Su Erniu, no, let's throw that assumption aside. Su Erniu gave birth to the child in that hospital, but initially, there was no record, and those people didn't find the child in the hospital. Yet suddenly, Su Erniu's delivery record appeared, and that child was sent to the Happy Orphanage. Yiling interjected. Someone is covering for that child. Chen and Yiling said in unison. Chen couldn't help but applaud. Another question. This really is a huge vortex. So, was this God-making plan successful? If so, where are the children who possess divine cells now? Is the so-called byproduct virus the zombie virus, and how did it spread globally? Xingye Laboratory, scientists from various countries involved in the plan, Longwar Research Institute, the military, and that organization with the big-headed alien logo. Xingye Laboratory was utilized in divine cells. Even a zombie virus had appeared long ago. Yiling spoke again. Chen nodded slightly. The two fell into silence. After a long while, Chen broke the silence. This content is only known to the two of us. Do not disclose it to anyone, including Yimuge. Yiling was taken aback and nodded. But there was a look of entanglement in her eyes. Sister will worry about me. Can I tell her I'm still alive? Chen decisively shook his head. A trace of disappointment appeared in Yiling's eyes, but she obediently nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, Chen called out to Yiling again. Yimuge is our only line to access Xingye Laboratory. Only if she hates me will she come to find me, understand? So you must be dead. Chapter 88, Bastard. Rogue, taking advantage of me, Chen knew that Yimuge was worried about Yiling. This woman, who appeared cold as ice, was actually very contradictory. She had calculated that Chen would definitely save Yiling. But when Chen said he hadn't saved Yiling, Yimuge was clearly flustered. This proved that this person who constantly spoke of feelings as mere hormonal reactions was still influenced by emotions. She immediately ran over and hugged Chen's neck. You scumbag. I knew you wouldn't be that heartless. I didn't misjudge you. Your design is great. I need to go get busy. Yiling hugged Chen's neck like a little girl, resembling a koala hanging on Chen. Seeing Yiling so happy was just like seeing a child. Chen couldn't help but pick Yiling up in a princess carry, and then gave her a pat on the backside. Yiling's face turned bright red immediately. Bastard, rogue. You're taking advantage of me. Put me down. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Yiling's embarrassed expression. After putting Yiling down, she made a face at Chen and turned to run away. Just then, Chen Muzin walked in with paper and pen. Finally found you. You need to take a look at this. It's my design for the expansion plan, which can double the area of the greenhouse. But the walls must extend outwards and be made higher. I thought, can we create a moat like ancient cities? This way, we can effectively prevent zombies from approaching the walls, and we can mix oil and water inside to ignite directly. Chen Muzin rambled on. Since Lu Jiangwo left, he had been busy establishing various new departments, holding meetings, and discussing construction plans for the base with this group of people. Every time, Chen Muzin had to seek Su Chen's opinion, and each time it would last for several hours. Su Chen also closed his laptop and carefully looked at each plan proposed by Chen Muzin. Some things he could synthesize using blueprints from his system mall, which wasn't a big problem. What we need now is a small power plant, Su Chen said solemnly. Chen Muzin was taken aback. The base did have power generation facilities, but that was the result of more than a dozen generators working alternately. Indeed, but this kind of construction is a bit difficult. After Su Chen said this, he immediately left in a rush. Chen Muzin raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness, and could only wave his hand, letting Su Chen leave. Su Chen quickly left the base to reorganize the team. The base was now in a relatively stable development phase, but sufficient points were needed to allow the base to develop. Of course, not everyone in the base could use points for upgrades. The evolution core was indispensable. The combat team was changed to 50 people per team, reasonably matched according to abilities, just like the maid army. As Su Chen came out, he happened to see the beast transformation team, led by Ling Xiao, preparing to leave. He immediately chased after them. Let's go to the power plant. Ling Xiao frowned, saying that we were originally supposed to go east today, where there's a small team, to see if it is worth recruiting. Su Chen waved his hand, saying, just take a detour. First go east, then circle around to the northern power plant. Ling Xiao took out a map to compare. This detour is indeed a big circle. The power plant is not even within the jurisdiction of Jianghai City, and we still have to travel more than 20 kilometers to leave Jianghai City. Who told you to be the master? Let us go. Ling Xiao waved her hand, and everyone immediately got on the combat vehicle and left. The combat vehicle can be synthesized from blueprints and then assembled in the base. Over the past few days, the regular means of transportation at the base has changed to a level 3 combat vehicle. Moreover, there are a group of mechanics who added seats inside the combat vehicle and added a circle of iron spikes outside, so zombies cannot get close. There's also a large iron shovel in front of the combat vehicle, similar to that of an excavator. It can push away obstacles in front, and if there's a small car blocking the way, it can even lift it directly. This is not something that can be achieved with blueprints. It is all the creative ideas of those mechanics. At the base, there's a feeling of thriving. The combat vehicle moved smoothly along the way. They stopped to loot a few small supermarkets, but the supplies inside had been completely cleared out. Nowadays, zombies seem to be in hibernation. If they cannot hear any noise, they will not move collectively. Ling Xiao explained while pointing outside the window. As the engine started, many zombies rushed out from the streets, but they could only follow behind, unable to catch up with the speed of the combat vehicle. In this way, it is much safer to be out, Su Chen said thoughtfully. Ling Xiao nodded. So many people are unwilling to join our base. They feel freer outside. Previously in the west, a group of cannibals appeared, and Ling Xiao gritted her teeth, clearly furious. Su Chen was also surprised. He thought this would only happen in films, but it turned out to be real. In the future, when encountering such people, kill them, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. After a while, she changed the subject, but the female population in the base has increased. Su Chen was aware of this. He occasionally used his detection skills at the base to identify talents and assign them to different positions. However, he did not recruit them. He was still focused on cultivating the 4 teams he had at present. Moreover, he wanted to recruit some special talents for the logistics team, such as doctors, whose bond attributes could increase resistance to viruses, and they also had relevant pathological knowledge, which was very useful. That little girl, Night Spirit, has been asking me to find like-minded partners. She said that with our IQ, she feels very lonely. Su Chen spread his hands, smiling helplessly. Ling Xiao couldn't help it. They were just good at fighting, and sometimes it was indeed hard to connect with Night Spirit. However, they also took care of this little genius who was like a little sister. I just remembered that Xiao Ling likes to eat lollipops. I should find some for her this time. There's a supermarket ahead. Let us stop and take a look. After saying this, Ling Xiao directly opened the car door, jumped out, and looked into the distance. Su Chen stood in place, suddenly having an idea in his mind. Night Spirit likes to eat lollipops? That's a bit wicked. He shook his head, quickly casting aside that wicked thought. The combat vehicle stopped, and Su Chen opened the door, but at that moment, a sense of crisis suddenly arose. Chapter 89. Apocalypse. Cannibal Chen quickly turned his head, only to see a bullet shooting over, hitting the car door. Chen frowned and looked into the distance. He saw a group of more than 10 people, ragged like beggars. They were hiding in a corner and immediately opened fire on Chen and the others. Soon, the sound of gunfire erupted. Ling Xiao's team immediately activated their abilities. In an instant, various beast transformation abilities appeared in front of Chen, overwhelming him. Moreover, even the same type of beast transformation abilities had different expressions. For example, some who transformed into cats had their ears turn into cat ears, while others grew long tails. Some transformed their hands into cat paws with cute pink pads. Can these few men withstand this? Ling Xiao's beast transformation ability was the deepest, once activated. Her hands and feet grew yellow-black fur, turning into tiger claws, and her ears stood up high like a little kitten. However, Ling Xiao was also filled with wildness. In some aspects, she was indeed fiery and somewhat crazy. Chen looked at Ling Xiao's figure and nodded thoughtfully. Tonight, he wanted to hurt his kidneys. Soon, the battle came to an end. It wasn't surprising that Chen was lost in thought during the fight. With the current strength of the maid army, more than 10 people could not cause any waves. Master, come and see this group of people. Ling Xiao's expression was serious. Chen frowned at this. He saw a person being brought in front of him, and under his ragged clothes were patches of rotten wounds. Is this the zombie virus? Roar. The person let out a roar, his eyes turning blood red, clearly unable to communicate. Look at their clothes. Ling Xiao said again. Chen then noticed that these people were wearing camouflage uniforms, but they were tattered. If one didn't look closely, it was hard to tell. The firearms they carried were quite similar to those of Long Zaitin's team. Judging by their skills, they didn't seem to be from a military rescue team. Without much thought, it was obvious that many rescue teams had perished before, and they might have just picked up the equipment. Chen looked at the person in front of him and slowly approached. Roar. Another roar, and then the blood red in the person's eyes gradually faded. He looked around in confusion. Who are you? The person surprisingly asked Chen. Chen was also curious and asked again, and who are you? Let me go. We are from the apocalypse. Anyone who provokes us will surely die. As soon as this was said, Ling Xiao couldn't sit still and slashed down with a tiger claw, instantly separating the person's head from his body. Blood splattered out, and it was the kind of dark red rotten blood. Chen dodged away, his eyes flickering. Apocalypse, that is the cannibal group I told you about. These people are extremely unscrupulous, even eating zombies. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Leave one alive. Kill the rest. Chen waved his hand. Although they had previously shaken off the zombies, this delay allowed the zombie horde to relentlessly pursue them again. Soon, everyone began to take action, leaving only one person who seemed somewhat conscious. The combat vehicle started again, kicking up dust and leaving. Large groups of zombies chased after them. But the combat vehicle had already distanced itself. They began to wander aimlessly and then entered a building, no longer making any sound. In the vehicle, Chen looked at the person before him. He also had rotten wounds on his body, but compared to the previous person, the extent was not as severe. Apocalypse? Chen asked in confusion. Yes, that is the code name of that organization. They believe they're the new humanity, leading humanity toward a new future. Hence the term apocalypse. Chen looked at the person in the corner. He was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Chen. Why eat people? Chen frowned, his gaze unfriendly. He felt an innate disgust towards such unscrupulous behavior. No, it's not that I want to, but this way I can gain power. The person confessed without being asked, clearly explaining everything he knew. The apocalypse roams in every corner of Jianghai City. But only the leading group truly belongs to the apocalypse. Others can join the apocalypse if they go through their unique ceremony. Some just want to find a shelter and see the apocalypse has great power, so they choose to join. Before the ritual began, they knew nothing. Even though it looked like a cult-like place, many were willing to join as long as they could be safe. The so-called ritual was just a meal, and only after eating did they realize it was human flesh or perhaps the flesh of zombies. Once it started, they fell into a frenzy, with a voice constantly tempting them to continue the ritual. unable to eat human flesh. Most of the people from the apocalypse chose to consume zombie meat, human flesh, or the meat of those special zombies, or even zombie cats and zombie dogs. You're obviously infected because of the meat. Why don't you stop? Su-Chun asked in confusion. We can't stop, the person cursed, their eyes growing wild again. After a while, they regained their composure and said, They say this is a heart demon. As long as we overcome it, we can truly enter the realm of the new humanity. We will no longer fear zombie toxins, and we can gain great power by hunting zombies. There are 12 Zodiac warriors in the apocalypse, each possessing extraordinary strength. Su-Chun sneered, What strength? That's just awakening supernatural abilities, possibly from consuming the evolution cores when eating zombie dogs or cats. No, that's not it. The person became agitated. That is the true power bestowed by heaven. They can roam freely among the zombie hordes, transforming between zombies and humans. Hearing this, Su-Chun suddenly stood up. What the hell? The transformation between zombies and humans? This only exists in my system. Why can this so-called apocalypse group do it too? Moreover, Su-Chen's recruitment couldn't freely transform. It only revives zombies as humans. Are you sure you've seen it? I have, the person asserted, their eyes gradually turning blood red with fervor. The next moment, the person suddenly went mad, transforming their hands into claws. Supernatural ability? Su-Chen froneth. He snapped his fingers, activating a lightning strike, and the person was instantly blasted to a corner. Ling Xiao also directly intervened, killing the person and then tossing their body off the battle vehicle. Su-Chen's expression darkened. Just right, the east where we're going is a market-like place. Perhaps we can meet more people from the apocalypse there. Chapter 90, Trading Market. Chen and Su-Chun then learned that the east they were heading to was not a fixed gathering place. It opened once every 7 or 8 days. And scattered teams from Zhanghai City or small teams not far from it would come here. It was called a market because it was a place for trading. Collected supplies could be exchanged for desired items, and behind the market was a small base with hundreds of people. Soon, the battle vehicle came to a stop. Su-Chun got out, and the area was already filled with the bodies of zombies. Someone had just killed a zombie cat and dug out its evolution core. As soon as they got off the vehicle, they attracted a lot of attention. There was no helping it. Su-Chun and his group were too clean, and the maids in their maid outfits naturally drew eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached. She had short hair, half of her head shaved, with a tattoo on it, giving off a tough vibe. People from Zhanghai base? You look unfamiliar, young man, but that group of girls beside you seems familiar. You were here last time and caused quite a ruckus, right? After speaking, the woman directly extended her hand to Su-Chun. Chun-Won, just call me Wenjie. Su-Chun also extended his hand generously. Wenjie, I'm Su-Chun. Chun-Won smiled slightly and looked at Ling Xiao. This woman of yours is to my taste. But don't cause any trouble this time. I only have 3 hours, and there are 2 hours and 15 minutes left. Remember that. After speaking, Chun-Won turned and left, taking a group of tough men into the market. Su-Chun then remembered that this was a building materials market in the east, with 2 entrances and quite a large area. Some people were following in battle vehicles, and they also entered the market. As soon as they entered, the sounds of hawkers filled the air, making it feel like a real vegetable market. There were only about 10 of them who got off, while the rest stayed on the battle vehicle. Even so, they attracted a lot of attention, but no one dared to approach them. In this apocalypse, being clean, neatly dressed, and unarmed was a symbol of strength. Su-Chun was surrounded by the maids like a star surrounded by the moon, naturally showcasing his excellent status. Even Ling Xiao only followed closely beside Su-Chun. That's why Chun would immediately refer to Ling Xiao as Su-Chen's woman. In this market, there were people selling all sorts of items, even bullet casings or a dirty piece of metal. At that moment, Su-Chun suddenly spotted a vehicle to the side. There were 7 or 8 people near the car, and in front of them lay a piece of black stone with a hint of yellowish brown. However, Su-Chun remembered that this kind of thing seemed to be sulfur. He nodded at Ling Xiao and walked up to the group. A tall, strong man stepped forward. Sulfur needs to be exchanged for a gun. Su-Chun crouched down to examine it closely. Indeed, there was a familiar pungent smell of sulfur. He didn't need sulfur, but it wasn't a necessity. It could be used to make gunpowder and then produce other items. The zombies were too strong now. Bullets might not pose a threat. Without hesitation, Su-chan directly threw a submachine gun to the man. The man looked at Su-chan with a puzzled expression. About 40 to 50 kilometers from Jianghai City, there's a sulfur factory, but it has been heavily polluted and abandoned for a long time. However, everyone there knows that there seems to be a mine at that sulfur factory. Even if it's abandoned, it occasionally operates, and large trucks transport goods away. After speaking, the man pulled out a map and marked the location for Su-chan. He explained that they had picked up this sulfur near that road because they thought it might be useful. Su-chan didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. If there really was a mine, then gunpowder could be produced in bulk. A little gunpowder will be enough to make a bullet. Most importantly, the system store did indeed have blueprints for a gunpowder factory. Su-chan picked up the sulfur, had it sent to the vehicle, bid farewell to the man, and turned to leave. Just a few steps out, the man called out to Su-chan, "Are you from Jianghai base?" Su-chan nodded slightly, yes. "Actually, we can take you to find that sulfur factory, but we want to stay at your base for a few days. No more than 10 days. The man approached and introduced himself. "My name is Erden. There's a village near the sulfur factory where I live. After the apocalypse broke out, I ended up here in Jianghai City." Su-chan looked at the sturdy man, who appeared simple and honest, deep in thought. Their group consisted of 9 people in total, most of whom had simple appearances like Erden. However, there was one man and one woman who fell out of place compared to the rest. Su-chan closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them, looked at the woman, and nodded. "Okay, but we have other matters to attend to. Wait for us in the back after the market closes." Su-chan glanced at the woman again, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, nodding as a greeting before turning to leave. This time, they weren't here for trading. Su-chan had just activated his detection skill, and indeed locked onto a few promising individuals. He signaled Ling Xiao, and those people were pointed out. Then, Ling Xiao led the group away from the team, and the battle vehicle headed towards the back door. Su-chan had instead become a loner, wandering around the market. After a while, he arrived at the center of the market and unexpectedly found Chen when confronting a group of people, both sides tense and appearing ready to strike at any moment. He immediately approached and discovered that the people opposite Chen looked like a group of zombies. They were covered in blood, their exposed skin starting to rot, and their eyes had pronounced whites with greatly constricted pupils. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su-chan's mind. This group must be the people from the apocalypse. Sure enough, such trading places could still attract most survivors. "Mouse, if you want to sell zombie meat, go somewhere else and don't come here to cause trouble. Just looking at you makes me sick," Chen scolded without holding back. This remark indeed resonated with the crowd, who angrily denounced the zombie-like individuals. Su-chan then noticed that beneath the feet of this group were chunks of what looked like cured meat. Following the pieces of meat, he was horrified to see a pair of human feet, and he couldn't help but gag. These people were truly disgusting. "Chen, I'll call you sister when to give you some face, but if I don't, you're nothing. Is this market not set up for exchanging supplies? Isn't my cured meat a supply?" A man stepped forward, looking extremely gaunt and tall, with deeply sunken cheeks that resembled a long-dead, dried corpse. Su-chan even noticed that the man had 2 long mustaches on his lips. "Mouse." Sure enough, in the next moment, Chen lunged forward and grabbed the skinny man's collar. "Mouse, I'll say it again. If you apocalypse people keep trying to disgust me, then," before she could finish, her expression suddenly changed, and she released the mouse and quickly stepped back. The mouse's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a foul odor emanated from his body. In a short time, the mouse transformed into a real zombie. This turn of events caused the onlookers to scatter, and some even rushed to the back door in a panic. "Don't be nervous, I'm just scaring you," the mouse suddenly spoke, but his voice was extremely hoarse and uncomfortable to hear. "You people just don't understand. If you eat this meat, zombies want to attack you. Why do you want to live so hard?" The mouse looked around, acting like a madman. Su-chan stepped forward and calmly said, "Eating this is no different from being a zombie." The mouse chuckled lightly, his eyes gradually returning to normal as he looked Su-chan up and down before saying, "No, we're a level above zombies. Zombies are just a normal state of evolution, and you are attacked by zombies because you are about to be eliminated. We want to be attacked by zombies. We even have consciousness. We are superior to zombies. That is the best proof." Chen cursed. "These apocalypse people are a bunch of madmen. Chen agreed, thinking it was ridiculous to say this was some kind of evolution. However, in despair, such rhetoric, once spread, would possess a strong seductive power. After all, under the siege of zombies, human survival was very difficult. If there was a way to avoid being attacked by zombies, who would T want to try? This was a fanatical organization, a gathering of madmen. But in the apocalypse, was there a lack of madmen? Chen walked to Chen Wen's side and asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" A flicker of hesitation flashed in Chen Wen's eyes. After a while, she laughed heartily, raised her gun, and aimed at the mouse to shoot. The mouse's tall and skinny figure was extremely agile, and he dodged the bullets with a few quick movements. The people following the mouse suddenly screamed, transforming entirely into zombies. "Sister One, the zombie horde is very close to us. We need to end this market early." Someone rushed over to report. In an instant, the entire market was in chaos. This group of people belonged to various factions and didn't understand how to work as a team. In the confusion, they even accidentally harmed those around them. Meanwhile, the mouse and his group simply stood still, with a strange smile on the mouse's face. The mouse glanced at Chen and Chen Wen before turning to leave with his people. Those who had turned into zombies seemed to genuinely understand the mouse's words. Picking up the cured meat from the ground and following closely behind, Chen intended to say something, but Ling Xiao had already rushed over with her people. She had brought along 20 or 30 individuals, some of whom Chen had locked onto with his detection skill, indicating that this recruitment had indeed been effective. The team that had sold sulfur to Chen also followed. With everyone gathered, they had nearly 100 people. However, the surroundings were in complete disarray, with cars colliding and people blaming and arguing with each other. Chen glanced in the direction where the mouse had left, waved his hand, and signaled for everyone to follow. Along the way, they could already see scattered zombies rushing towards them. In the melee, some were accidentally injured, leading to further conflicts that caused more deaths. Chen was not a saint. Getting involved in such a situation would only lead to greater chaos. Clearly, there weren't many zombies, and it wouldn't even require unity. They could easily be dealt with. Yet, there was a sense of helplessness in Ling Xiao's tone. "You gathered so many people at the base from the start, so you surely don't worry about survival, but others are different," a woman suddenly said. She pushed up her already tattered glasses, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but Chen waved his hand, signaling her to stop. "Who are you?" "Mu Yun." Chen looked at this Mu Yun, and a line of information appeared. Mu Yun, doctor, PhD in pathology, head of surgery. As the recruitment level increased, Chen could see more comprehensive information. "A surgeon? Our base is just lacking talents like you. Not bad, not bad." Chen smiled. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly as she looked at Chen in surprise. She had never introduced herself, so how did he know all this? Just then, the number of zombies around increased. Ling Xiao and her group quickly took action, efficiently eliminating the zombies. This scene left the newcomers in awe, their mouths agape in admiration. Chen stood in the crowd, hands behind his back, stepping forward while his target was a group of zombies ahead. Among those zombies, there were actually 10 special zombies. The hallmark of special zombies is that ordinary zombies instinctively avoid them. In a dense crowd of zombies, special zombies stand out. As Chen and the others approached, the group of zombies let out a roar and charged toward them. "It seems you had a special status before the apocalypse," Mu Yun said with a hint of sarcasm. Chen understood what Mu Yun meant. He didn't take action because the people around him were protecting his safety, which led to her speculation. "I don't take action because it's unnecessary," Chen murmured softly as he looked ahead. Blue light flashed in his eyes, and thunder pillars gathered and heavily struck the ground. In an instant, electric light surged, blasting a path through the zombie horde. There are hundreds of people gathered here, and the mouse and his group are among them. Chen Wen, who had left earlier, is also here, covered in blood. The blood looks normal, so it should not be from a zombie attack. "Oh, another group of people participating in the ritual? How many members can we recruit this time?" the mouse said, chuckling ominously. Chen looked around. The zombies had indeed only surrounded the crowd without attacking. They had fought their way in, but once they entered the encirclement, the zombies retreated. "You got it wrong. I just wanted to see what kind of monsters you all are," Chen said calmly. The people around the mouse were crying out in despair, looking hopeless. Chen was protected by 4 or 5 subordinates, but she also appeared panicked. I heard you don't believe me. How do you explain this now? Seeing that I can really control zombies, are you not surprised? The mouse walked towards Su Chen, completely unconcerned about the maids around him. His face was filled with fanaticism, even more insane than before. What's there to be surprised about? You're all the same kind. Su Chen smirked, showing a mocking smile. This smile seemed to stab at the mouse. He suddenly advanced, his eyes bloodshot. In the next moment, the surrounding zombies became agitated, gradually tightening their encirclement. Thousands of zombies approached, the stench of decay drawing near, creating an oppressive atmosphere that sent chills down spines. Eat! Eat up! You are my people of the apocalypse. You will not be attacked by zombies. The mouse looked at Su Chen. This statement was more like a demonstration. The group of people trapped in the middle begged for mercy incessantly. Save us, please. We will join your base. I don't want to eat. I'd rather die than eat this flesh. Death, how easy, after dying. I would still become a zombie wandering around, still needing to eat human flesh. What's the difference? As the words fell, a few people indeed picked up the dried meat on the ground and started gnawing at it frantically. The surrounding crowd scattered, their eyes filled with terror. Just then, a group of zombies charged in, the sounds of tearing flesh accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. The mouse moved his withered hands in the air, like a conductor of a symphony, his face full of enjoyment. Those who don't eat will be killed by zombies. After becoming zombies, they will join the horde and attack others. This scene stimulated those still alive. Instantly, many of them, as if going mad, rushed towards the dried meat, opening their mouths wide, tearing and biting, some even showing expressions of pleasure. Su Chen thought of hell, and this scene was a purgatory on earth. Get moving, bring Chen people over here. Su Chen said calmly. The mouse chuckled lightly. He heard it, but seemed unwilling to stop it. Suddenly, Ling Xiao transformed into a beast, and a deafening tiger roar echoed around. The movements of the zombies slowed for a moment. Ling Xiao's eyes turned blood red, and he directly went into a frenzy, charging into the horde of zombies, killing all around him. In an instant, Chen and 2 subordinates were brought over, while the others either became zombies or stood behind the mouse with remnants of flesh at the corners of their mouths. Strangely, the zombies did not continue to attack this group of people. Now, only Su Chen and his group were surrounded by zombies. Boss Su, you've made a big mess. We're only a handful of people, and this horde of zombies must be over 10,000, right? Plus those strange zombies among them, along with the Mouse-S group. No more playing. I want to leave. We have no grievances with you. Let us go. The 30 or so people brought by Ling Xiao immediately began to discuss. The Mouse-S face showed an even more intense mockery. He loved seeing this scene. Human hearts can never be looked at directly. When despair gradually appears, it spreads recklessly among the crowd, and then gradually accumulates. There will come a moment when despair will cause a breakdown. Watching people break down is really interesting, the mouse said, then burst into wild laughter. Su Chen looked back at them. If you want to leave, you can wait for me to take you out, but you will lose the opportunity to join my base. Of course, if you want to eat meat, I won't stop you. However, when he said the last sentence, Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and those who met his eyes could not help but lower their heads. Eating people is not feasible. If I die, I die, and perhaps I can still carve out a path. Crazy people, how to kill with so many zombies. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed you. But now there's no choice. Let us fight together. Among the 30, only 6 or 7 stepped out and went toward the Mouse-S group. The rest clearly still had their bottom line. They may have been reluctant, but they were still willing to stand with Su Chen. Su Chen slightly bowed and said, "Everyone, a wise choice." The Mouse-S face immediately showed impatience. He counted to 3, and if they didn't join, the zombies would attack. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding zombies became violent. 3. Su Chen directly counted along with the mouse. With a wave of his hand, everyone quickly formed a circle back to back and began shooting. The Mouse-S face darkened, "Kill." His voice was hoarse, and he transformed back into that zombie-like appearance. Strangely, the people following the mouse were not attacked. Instead, they gathered with the zombies and charged madly towards Su Chen and the others. Everyone was extremely tense. There were tens of thousands of zombies around. But at that moment, Su Chen took a step forward. Lightning pillars descended. He whispered softly, and then violent currents suddenly spread outwards. The currents converged into 4 lightning pillars, surrounding the zombies within. Boom! The lightning pillars exploded, and terrifying currents instantly spread out. Su Chen deliberately controlled the distance. The electricity lost its power and gradually dissipated about 7 or 8 meters away from them. But beyond that distance, a charred black area appeared, with large numbers of zombies falling to the ground, emitting white smoke. Su Chen looked at the mouse, raising an eyebrow. Hungry? I prepared a barbecue party for you. I think you should be thrilled and excited, right? Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already led the others into a red-eyed frenzy. Chapter 93. Just a group of zombies kin. The mouse stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with madness, but a flash of horror crossed them. Su Chen, however, did not care. He activated the lightning energy, transforming into electricity and flashing out. At that moment, those standing next to Su Chen felt incredibly correct. With a single move, Su Chen managed to eliminate 6 or 7 out of 10 zombies, and the women around him were extraordinarily powerful. Hot. Gunfire rang out. Combat vehicles rushed in at high speed, 2 heavy machine guns alternating fire, and the outer zombies fell one after another. This was combat capability. Everyone immediately joined the battle, but there were only about 20 of them, more like a supporting role. The mouse led many to besiege Su Chen. Su Chen pulled his hands, and the electricity transformed into a rod that he held in his hand. He suddenly thrust the rod into the ground and flashed out. In the blink of an eye, electric rods appeared around the mouse and his group, with electric nets stretched between them, leaving them no escape. Watching Li Daqiang fight, Su Chen understood that skills were for better controlling abilities, but that didn't mean he had nothing without skills. Controlling the output of his abilities allowed him to condense into these miniature lightning pillars, and at least 20 of these pillars could exist at the same time. Su Chen stood outside the electric net, looking at the mouse. The apocalypse, right? Eating people, right? You are on the right evolutionary path. But you have turned yourselves into zombie-like beings, and yet you dare to boast about advancing on the path of human evolution? Ridiculous. Su Chen looked at this group of people, and images flashed through his mind, all of them showing this group eating human flesh. He felt a wave of physiological discomfort. With a wave of his hand, the electric net suddenly shrank and then exploded with a bang. Su Chen stood outside the range of the electric current, his eyes filled with indifference. In the apocalypse, some people have to be killed. He heard that there were 12 Zodiac warriors in the apocalypse, and it was obvious that this rat was one of them, but ranked last. Its strength was also not impressive. Su Chen muttered to himself. The people following Su Chen were rendered speechless. Mu Yun helplessly said, "It's not that the rat is too weak, it's that you are too strong." She had always been a proud person, as could be seen from her previous sarcastic remarks. She was even a bit overly proud, giving off an air of arrogance. But now, she actually said something like this, clearly convinced by Su Chen's strength. "I am strong, so would you be willing to follow me?" Su Chen said with a light smile. Su Chen then looked at Chunwen, who was injured and appeared somewhat weak. "Mu Yun, help him." As soon as he finished speaking, a maid came over with a first aid kit. Without saying a word, Mu Yun took out tools from the kit and walked to Chunwen's side. Disinfecting, stopping the bleeding, and stitching up the wounds, she completed the task in one go. In about 10 minutes, Chunwen's injuries were treated. When the time comes, I'll take out the stitches. In the apocalypse, there's no need to worry about scars and such. Mu Yun reminded, putting away the first aid kit and standing behind Su Chen. Chunwen waved his hand at Su Chen. "As expected, Boss Su, I admire you. So, you don't want to join our Jianghai base?" Su Chen asked. Chunwen thought for a moment and shook his head. "Your base is too large, with too many rules, and frankly, how could you people at the top of the base consider those below?" Su Chen was taken aback, but Chunwen went on to point out many negative aspects of the base. After a while, Chunwen sighed. "Although our base is tough, everyone is quite happy. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Su." After saying this, Chunwen was about to leave. But at that moment, more than a dozen maids rushed up to block Chunwen's path. Chen Wen's eyes were filled with sarcasm. They were all the same. If they didn't join, they would use force. One maid said. Soon, 2 cars arrived, ready to depart. Chen also walked up with his people. The base has always welcomed temporary residents. And even if one can't adapt to the base, they can leave on their own. Think about it. Who spread those rumors you heard? Chen Wen was taken aback. But Chen had already led his people far away. She smiled bitterly. Rumors stop with the wise. How could she look like a fool? Perhaps. She needed to go check out the Jianghai base. Once that thought appeared, it became uncontrollable. Chen and the others set off again, and along the way, many people split off. The crowd divided into 3 groups, with a few people leaving together. The number of people with Chen decreased significantly, and the combat vehicle was no longer crowded. Some of Erdan's people also left first to go to the base, leaving only Erdan and a man and a woman to follow Chen to the sulfur factory. And surprisingly, Muyan also detached from a group to follow Chen. The man and woman remained vigilant. Erdan, surrounded by maids, appeared very uneasy, sitting in a chair as if sitting on pins and needles. Muyan leaned close to Chen. Are you planning to reuse me? Chen nodded, yes. Your ability matches your profession. This is a rare situation. A look of surprise reappeared in Muyan's eyes. I haven't used my ability. How did you know? Curious? Then become my subordinate, and there can be no resistance, Chen said. Muyan lowered her eyes, and after a moment, looked at Chen and said, If I don't become your subordinate, can I still be reused? You can still be. Chen didn't deceive Muyan, whether recruited or not. Muyan's ability was still very important. According to the system prompt, Muyan had no secrets. Her ability was called Activation. Activation, a healing type ability that can enhance cell activity and promote wound healing. Chen had supplemented many biological knowledge in the apocalypse. The enhancement of cell activity had a lot of operational space. Resisting viral invasion relies on white blood cells to kill viruses. If the activity of white blood cells is enhanced, does it mean they can kill the zombie virus? However, Chen guessed that even if it is possible, the ability must be quite strong. To enhance Muyan's ability in a short time, he would have to recruit her under his command and directly use points to improve it, at least before reaching level 50 in ability. Chen had enough points to invest in it. Above level 50, each enhancement would cost 6,400 points, and currently, only hero-level units had abilities above level 50. Chapter 94. Uniform Temptation, White Coat. Muyan seemed to be struggling a bit. Although Chen said they were all the same, there would obviously be differences. Are there any restrictions on becoming your subordinate? Chen pointed to the other maids, and then looked at Ling Xiao. The implication was clear. Muyan squinted her eyes and nodded slightly. Okay, I am willing. As soon as these words came out, the man and woman's faces showed even more vigilance. They had remained silent, seeming to go with the flow, clearly distrusting Chen and his people. Chen's lips curled up slightly, secretly thinking, recruitment. Recruitment successful, points 180. Can specify to enhance 11 basic attributes. Doctor, 10 people unlock white coat. White coat, uniform temptation. Chen was drinking water, and as soon as he saw the system prompt, he spat out. Erdan, sitting opposite Chen, looked helpless. It must be said that the system understands men, and it seems to be determined to cultivate Chen's various preferences. For example, dancers unlock new tricks. For example, big cats can even cross racial gaps. Chen was directly convinced, but soon he saw new changes in the system. Medical basics. White coat, exclusive more suited for wounds arising from the post-apocalypse. Many white coat exclusive skills appeared, which could only be learned by those wearing a white coat and possessing doctor characteristics. It seemed that besides the uniform temptation, this white coat had great uses. It didn't increase attributes, but added many peculiar things. Those who, like Yi Ling and Muyan, already had excellent medical skills might not need these basic skills. But for other doctors, it would be different. Chen secretly made up his mind that he must delve deeper into this doctor bond. He was definitely not doing it for the uniform temptation. At this moment, Muyan seemed to sense something unique. She was somewhat curious, but the system's absolute loyalty restriction made her automatically ignore these strange aspects. Is there a difference? Not much difference, but being your subordinate is not bad. Should I call you master or boss? Mu Yun licked her lips, as if it was a blatant temptation. Su Chen turned his head. No. This temptation must be done while wearing a white coat. Just casually, Mu Yun chuckled lightly, looking provocatively at Ling Xiao, who was completely unconcerned. Ling Xiao had one thought in mind. Temptation at will, even if I eat Su Chen, it's fine. With Su Chen's physical ability, if Mu Yun dared to try, she would definitely regret it. She was rather looking forward to seeing Mu Yun become severely dehydrated. Ling Xiao's lips curled up slightly, even proactively giving up her seat for Mu Yun to sit closer. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had no time to think about that. A surge of power emerged within her. Mu Yun, Dr. Defense, 24 Stamina, 18 Spirit, 69 Ability, Activation Current Ability Level, 50, Comprehended Skills, Healing Activation, Hematopoietic Activation, Super Speed Healing, Organ Activation. Su Chen looked at the panel with satisfaction. This Mu Yun was truly a treasure. None of these 4 skills were useless, and their names indicated strong practicality. Generally speaking, an ability at level 10 can comprehend 1 skill, and if it breaks through to level 50, it may comprehend a highly effective ability. For example, Su Chen's Thunder Pillar Descend was a powerful area attack that had been building up for a long time. However, Su Chen didn't continue on, as a sudden increase would be too much for Mu Yun to adapt to. Progressing step by step was crucial. One couldn't just go for the critical hit right away. Su Chen was very experienced in this regard. They traveled slowly, but Su Chen didn't linger too long at the power station, as the abandoned factory was still further away. He only observed for a while. Inside the power station, there were many special zombies, including a small giant zombie, fully wrapped in electric currents, right under a grid of electricity. This side of the power station was quite tricky, Ling Xiao couldn't help but say. At that moment, Erdan spoke up. These 2 companions seemed to understand power generation. As soon as he said this, the man and woman immediately became alert. Soon, the man stepped forward. I used to be a technical backbone of the power station, and this is my colleague. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Colleague? He looked at the woman, and a line of information popped up. Lin Mimi, chemist, Ph.D. in chemical materials science, Ph.D. in chemical engineering. Technical backbone of military factory. Lin Mimi's identity was exceptional. The man next to her was also not simple, claiming to be a technical backbone of the power station. Yet he didn't look the part at all. The man was very muscular, with bulging biceps, obviously not lacking in exercise. A technical backbone rarely has such a physique, right? Su Chen brought them along precisely because of Lin Mimi's uniqueness. However, the man protected Lin Mimi very well, and it was uncertain if there would be a chance to recruit her, but Su Chen wanted to give it a try. He opened the system store, and the option for military factory blueprints appeared before him. It would be possible to synthesize this factory, but after synthesis, without technical support, could the factory operate? Su Chen didn't want to give up on the military factory. It was indispensable to confront those organizations. He looked out the window. For some reason, although he had only watched those 12 videos once, the stubborn and strong silhouette of Su Ernyo was something he couldn't shake off no matter what. Su Ernyo was covered in mud, curled up on the ground, but her hands tightly protected her belly. Su Chen didn't know if that child was his, but he could feel Su Ernyo's affection for the child. We finally arrived. Erdan raised his voice and leaned towards the window. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the abandoned factory. The journey had been filled with block cars and had to deal with nearby zombie hordes. It took them 3 full days to cover the 50 miles. Su Chen got out of the car and looked at the abandoned factory, immediately sensing something was off. This place had very high walls, and there were electric grids on top. If it were really just a place for producing sulfur, would there be such stringent defenses? The large gate had no markings, not even the factory's name. Su Chen approached. The large iron door showed no signs of rust and was solidly 3 to 4 centimeters thick. He raised his gun and fired a burst at it. Clang, clang. Sparks flew. At that moment, Lin Mimi's eyes flickered as she looked at Su Chen, hesitating to speak. Su Chen naturally noticed this. Entering the factory to find sulfur might also lead to finding nitrate. The group pushed open the large door, and they were immediately met by a group of zombies dressed in camouflage. This further confirmed Su Chen's belief that this factory was not simple. Lin Mimi was also not simple. Chapter 95. The strange abandoned factory, however, perhaps because this place was deserted, there weren't many zombies, and they easily entered the factory. The smell of machine oil filled the air, mixed with a peculiar odor. Su Chen squinted. Why did it smell so much like urea? The man next to Lin Mimi stepped forward and chuckled. It's probably an abandoned factory. Many homeless people must have urinated inside. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, but didn't delve deeper. Inside the factory, 3 or 4 zombies occasionally jumped out. Su Chen sneered inwardly. If it really were an abandoned factory, then why would someone be wearing such a unified work uniform within a factory? After the apocalypse, did people still wear uniforms when escaping into a factory? This piece of sulfur indeed led to a big treasure. No wonder when Su Chen showed interest in sulfur, Lin Mimi and that man looked at him strangely. They continued deeper into the factory, which turned out to be unexpectedly large. It was divided into several workshops, but none of them were specifically labeled, which was quite odd. Normally, in a factory, each workshop would be clearly defined and labeled with its purpose, but there was not a single sign here. Soon, they cleared all the zombies in the factory and reached deeper inside. Here, they were close to a small mountain. Jianghai City didn't have towering mountains. The only 2 hills in the city could be climbed to the top in half an hour. This mountain was similar, standing at its foot. One could see that the peak was not high. However, there was a mine here with a sharp, pungent smell wafting out and even a bit of steam rising. Just as Su Chen was about to approach, Lin Mimi stopped him. Don't go in. The air is toxic, Lin Mimi said solemnly. Su Chen looked at Lin Mimi with interest. This place must be a powder factory, right? I've heard people say that there are 2 volcanoes in Jianghai City, but they are both dormant and have never erupted. There should be plenty of sulfur near volcanoes. And to produce gunpowder, you need carbon, nitrate, and sulfur, all of which are present here. After saying this, the man beside Lin Mimi's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily and was the first to attack Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm, activated his lightning ability, and dodged, directly sending the man flying. Does it really matter that I know this is a powder factory? Su Chen said in surprise. Lin Mimi hurried forward to block the man De Zhang enough. Su Chen also stepped forward, helping the man named De Zhang brush off the dust from his clothes. From Erdan's few words, I already knew this place was unusual. And I also know that Lin Mimi, you are not simple, Su Chen said, looking at Lin Mimi with deep eyes. Lin Mimi was not too surprised. Throughout the journey, she had been watching Su Chen's conversations with Mu Yun, and many times the things Su Chen said had greatly surprised Mu Yun. She hadn't introduced herself, but Su Chen directly called her name, which wasn't strange. My identity information should be encrypted. How did you know about me? After blocking De Zhang, Lin Mimi clearly gained the upper hand. Su Chen shrugged, I just know. You don't have to worry. These things were secrets and regulated before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, Lin Mimi nodded, her eyes filled with sorrow. What Su Chen said was correct. Without De Zhang's protection, what good would her identity do? Like everyone else, she would just be food for zombies. De Zhang pulled Lin Mimi close. As long as I get you to Qingshan province, there's a Qingshan shelter there, and you'll live well. Su Chen immediately laughed. One person crossing a province, you can't seriously believe you can do that, right? De Zhang still looked unconvinced, his resolute face showing no signs of emotion. Su Chen guessed that De Zhang was likely a soldier. They are determined and obey orders. But to put it bluntly, some people are just stubborn. Even without you, I could set up a gunpowder factory. But I think it would be more convenient with you around. How about joining Jianghai base? Su Chen still extended an olive branch towards Lin Mimi. De Zhang immediately sneered. The radio transmission reported that Jianghai base has taken action against the commander of Longzhong City, resisting military control, and has already been disqualified. Su Chen shrugged, appearing indifferent. This wasn't a secret. Su Chen knew that Lin Mimi was tempted. Crossing Hai Province to the Qingshan Province shelter before the apocalypse. It would take 3 hours by plane and 7 hours by high-speed train. But after the apocalypse, that would mean a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Ling Xiao, you gather sulfur here, and Mu Yun, you know a bit, right? Help out. Su Chen looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun had a helpless expression. What does knowing a bit mean? Su Chen chuckled and then patted De Zhang's shoulder. Dan, he also said he would take you to the shelter in Qingshan province. Right? I remember this is a national road. We can get out of High Province from here. Let us go. I'll take you out of High Province. As soon as Su Chen said this, the people nearby showed expressions of surprise. Ling Xiao and Mu Yun leaned in, seemingly asking Su Chen what he was talking about. Su Chen appeared to have everything under control, waved his hand, and began to prepare to leave. De Zhang immediately asked suspiciously, "You're taking us out?" Lin Mimi frowned. "We're not going to our deaths." Su Chen immediately laughed. That was enough of a statement. There are some vehicles and fuel in the factory. Su Chen brought 7 maids, and with De Zhang and Lin Mimi, a total of 10 people piled into 2 cars and headed towards the exit of High Province. However, just half a day later, Su Chen and the others had to stop. In the distance, smoke was rising, forming a long line. Su Chen and the others found a high spot, and he took out binoculars and handed them to De Zhang. De Zhang took the binoculars and soon showed a look of astonishment. In the distance, there were indeed large numbers of zombies. The sheer quantity was chilling. The line was long, sweeping towards them, which was why it kicked up so much dust. Su Chen took out the binoculars again and handed them to Lin Mimi. Lin Mimi seemed to understand what it was and did not take the binoculars. "You already knew we couldn't leave High Province, right?" Su Chen nodded non-committally. "Our base has drones, and external teams will send out drones to observe zombie movements. This batch of zombies came from somewhere, but this direction will sweep through the entire Jianghai City, not to mention High Province. Even leaving Jianghai City is impossible for you." Chapter 96, Dispute. Lin Mimi joins De Zhang was still somewhat skeptical. "If we're blocked here, then we'll take a detour, or we can go by water." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. He looked at Lin Mimi and said lightly, "De Zhang, you're willing to travel to leave Jianghai City, but have you considered what Lin Mimi thinks? Whether Lin Mimi is willing or not?" Su Chen took over De Zhang's words. De Zhang was immediately speechless. That wasn't what he meant, but the words were already out. Su Chen didn't say much more and handed the tablet to Lin Mimi. "This is the footage captured by the drone. I still say, no matter what Jianghai base is like, it won't hurt to take a look. Besides, even if you want to leave, help me out first." Lin Mimi's eyes flickered at his words. She was indeed tempted. She was not the military's private property, and while it was previously important to keep work confidential, it didn't seem as crucial now. Just like how Longwo once controlled firearms. Many people now pick up weapons to survive. Some regulations and orders are indeed not that important. Lin Mimi checked the tablet, and images taken from the sky appeared before her. The number of zombies in Jianghai City had indeed decreased significantly, but they were all gathered in clusters. In temporary gathering spots, small bases, or near large bases like Jianghai Base, there were swathes of zombies. Most importantly, there were signs of zombies coming from all 3 sides of Jianghai City. Just a little thought, and Lin Mimi understood. Within the entire High Province, there were only 2 important cities. One was the provincial capital city of Hai City, and the other was Jianghai City. These 2 cities occupied the coastal areas on either side of High Province, with 60 to 70 of the province as population gathered here. According to radio communications, the rescue teams only covered the more populated cities. So what about the remaining cities? When humanity is extinct, the remaining zombies will begin to move and migrate. Hence, large numbers of zombies are heading towards Jianghai City. She suddenly understood the meaning of Su Chen's words. If that's the case, she decided to help Su Chen, or rather, help the entire Jianghai base. A series of photos vividly displayed a thriving base. Not everyone was happy, but it was clear that everyone was working hard for the construction of the base. Such a life was fulfilling and inexplicably calming. Outside the car, De Zhang and Lin Mimi were arguing, their faces red and necks thick, while Lin Mimi's gaze was exceptionally firm. It was only when the sky darkened that Lin Mimi pulled a reluctant De Zhang to the front of the car. "Su Chen, I am willing to help you. Get in the car." Without saying a word, Su Chen waited for the 2 to get in the car before driving off. On the way, De Zhang coldly snorted. "We're just going to take a look. We're not joining your base, nor are we your subordinates." In the system mall, there are blueprints for a small power station, and the materials needed must be found at the power plant. He had been thinking about this lately. The system's function leans more towards constructing a legion. The items in the system mall are very basic. There are firearms, but few types, and no bombs. The blueprints are varied, but they all increase step by step, from basic to military grade. The points required to upgrade one made also gradually increase. Their 3 attributes max out at 50 points. If they continue to upgrade, 10 points of attributes will require 6 for 100 points, and to reach above 60 points. 10 points of attributes will be 800 points. To upgrade the level of abilities, the required points are 10 times the attribute value. This doesn't seem like much, but if there are 200 maids together, that number becomes astonishing. Currently, half of the evolution cores in the base have been absorbed by Chen. He has already occupied many resources within the base. He was indeed a bit confused about the direction of his next upgrades. As soon as Lin Mimi got out of the car, she found Chen. Just as you said, this was originally a military-grade gunpowder factory, although it seems abandoned. There are still many devices that can be taken away. However, I'm not an expert in disassembly. Hearing this, Chen felt secretly pleased. Lin Mimi's progress from indifference to now offering suggestions was a huge improvement. Taking down Lin Mimi was just around the corner. Well, it's just about recruiting Lin Mimi. Chen immediately smiled and said, "That is not a problem. My people have already prepared it." The reason he took Lin Mimi and the others away was also to make it easier for Ling Xiao and the others to work. Before leaving, he had already given the blueprints of the gunpowder factory to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao also stepped forward, saying that the things were already loaded. But they only found 2 trucks and couldn't take much sulfur. Lin Mimi leaned forward, saying that the other materials were easy to find, but they needed to take more sulfur. Ling Xiao, upon hearing this, glanced thoughtfully at Chen, then nodded with a smile and turned to leave. That night, everyone rested in the abandoned factory. Early the next morning, the combat vehicle opened the way, followed by 2 trucks. Chen was deep in thought throughout the journey. The materials needed for the power station blueprints were relatively few, so they didn't necessarily have to confront the zombies at the power plant head-on. Those strange zombies seemed difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao approached and saw Chen frowning, so he reached out to gently massage his temples. "What if I need to invest too much in one direction?" Chen asked. Ling Xiao was taken aback. The simplest solution was to change direction. Chen nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. However, improving in that direction meant adding more personnel, which seemed ineffective. Would you still improve that direction? Chen considered the recruitment level. Since the current recruitment numbers were sufficient, he had not continued to increase the recruitment level, but rather focused on improving the quality of the Legion members. Quantity can lead to a qualitative change, Mu Yun interjected. Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was true. Each time a fixed level was reached, the system would provide rewards or enhancements in other areas. For instance, the number of bonds. When the bonds increased, the attributes would also see significant boosts. I really overlooked this point about quantitative change leading to qualitative change, Chen realized, suddenly having a direction for improvement. Recruitment level. "Boss, we've arrived at the power station." Upon hearing this, Chen stopped overthinking. He led everyone to park, while the large truck carrying supplies continued forward to avoid damage from combat. There were about 40 people next to Chen. He looked at the power station in front of him, lost in thought. At that moment, the surrounding zombies noticed the group, roaring as they rushed through a gap in the fence towards them. Chapter 97. Unexpected Discovery Without Time to Think. Chen immediately issued combat orders. The maids raised their guns to shoot, while simultaneously activating their beast transformation to flank from the side. However, as soon as they made contact, the maids realized something was off. These zombies were emitting electrical currents, and when attacking the zombies, they also felt a wave of paralysis. Seeing this, Chen quickly activated his ability. He sensed that all the zombies here were carrying electrical currents. It felt more like static electricity. As long as there was contact, the current would conduct, causing everyone to feel numb. Plus, because it resembled static electricity, it would linger on their bodies and not dissipate. Step back a bit. I need to think of a solution. But just then, roars echoed around them. The current suddenly spread outwards. In an instant, the leading maids were charred black and flew back. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Chen quickly dodged and managed to save 3 with the system, but one had already died before he could rescue her. The remaining maids were all moving stiffly, clearly affected by the paralysis from the current. Only the maids with higher physical abilities were not affected. Chen looked over. The previously roaring zombies were all special zombies, their bodies surrounded by arcs of blue electricity, very similar to when Chen activated his abilities. He suddenly understood that the static electricity was like layers. Once the layers reached a sufficient level, it would erupt immediately. That's why the earlier ones suffered so miserably. Fall back! Fall back! Chen shouted. In the next moment, he felt the sensation of being electrocuted, his whole body paralyzed in an instant. Chen quickly dodged back, drool spilling from the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand, and a layer of electric net appeared, making everyone behind him feel much better. Looking back, everyone was incapacitated by the electricity. Even as they retreated, many zombies were still pursuing them. Even in the distance, under the electric net, that small giant zombie was also moving. Seeing this, Chen had no choice but to temporarily retreat. The current was indeed troublesome. This time, they were really unprepared. Soon, everyone regrouped with the large truck. Ling Xiao said helplessly, "There are just too many zombies in the power station, and the number of special zombies is astonishing." Chen lay down, looking despondent. The trouble lay in the continuous accumulation of that current. Once it erupted, the power would be astounding. And the ones triggering the current's eruption were those zombies wrapped in electrical light, of which there were not a few. Chen wasn't sure whether the current would not erupt without these special zombies. What if it accumulated to a certain level and erupted anyway? If it really doesn't work, we can just gather more people and clear them out little by little, Mu Yin suggested. Chen shook his head. No, the zombie tide is getting closer. We don't have much time to prepare. Besides, if we gather more people, it would be better to just launch a direct assault. At that moment, Lin Mei Mei pulled Dea Jiang over. De Zhang understood, albeit reluctantly. It's just conduction. This problem is easy to solve. You all look so worried. Just find a bundle of copper wire, wrap it around where you attack the zombies, and connect one end to the ground. Chen looked at De Zhang, his mouth twitching. The ground wire? It was indeed an easy solution, but he had been overcomplicating it by thinking in terms of abilities. Those zombies were strange because they were in the power station. The current they carried might have nothing to do with abilities. Cuphead White. This stuff is easy to find. All right, let's take down the power poles. After all, the entire city was already without power, and the power plant presumably wasn't operational anymore. Soon, everyone returned to the power station, this time with De Zhang reluctantly following along. The maids had wrapped copper wire around their hands, dragging a long strip on the ground. The battle resumed. They first aimed to eliminate the zombies surrounded by electrical light. They should have some kind of mutation. De Zhang reminded them again. Chen stepped forward, patted De Zhang on the shoulder, and smiled. "Thanks, brother." De Zhang turned his head away, but the awkwardness on his face had diminished significantly. The special zombies were quickly dealt with, and the small giant zombie approached with heavy steps. Without a second thought, Chen summoned a lightning pillar, but the effect was unsatisfactory. It seemed the ability wasn't very effective, so they could only engage in close combat. Ling Xiao, let's go together. But at that moment, De Zhang walked over. My ability can help you too. Let's do this together. As he spoke, De Zhang's body turned metallic, and he charged directly at the small giant zombie. He didn't do much, just hugged the small giant zombie and drove his metal legs into the ground. Chen was taken aback. Was this a human lightning rod? But the current from the small giant zombie indeed flowed through De Zhang's body and spread into the ground, eventually dissipating completely. This was a good opportunity. Chen immediately dashed forward. He activated the lightning vitality, but didn't use any other lightning abilities. Ling Xiao instantly went berserk. Truly like a fierce tiger, incredibly ferocious. In terms of physical ability, Chen was not inferior to the berserk Ling Xiao. The two coordinated perfectly and attacked together, gradually wearing down the small giant zombie. After a while, the small giant zombie's head flew off, and its 3-meter-tall body crashed to the ground. De Zhang came back to his senses, his buzz cut, now a charred mess. Touching his head, he realized he had turned into a big bald head. As he walked, his body would occasionally shudder. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter made everyone else laugh as well. De Zhang, initially fuming, eventually joined in the laughter, but soon found himself twitching and falling to the ground. Mu Yun rushed forward and used her ability to help De Zhang recover. After this battle, De Zhang also felt a sense of belonging to the team. With the surrounding zombies mostly dealt with, the group headed towards the power station. De Zhang's bald head particularly noticeable in the sunlight. He was indeed very familiar with the power station, leading everyone forward to the center of the power station. The equipment here was quite complex, with a large number of cables laid out beneath their feet. Many zombies were even entangled in the cables, struggling on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. In this situation, collecting materials would not be simple, but the base power station was an essential factor. He rubbed his chin, realizing that they could only rely on professionals to handle this. With that thought in mind, he immediately activated his detection skill. Chapter 98. It was indeed the first time seeing it. Soon, the detection skill locked onto some female employees within the power station. However, the number was very few, and none were core members. Perhaps due to the harsh working conditions at the power station, there were very few female workers. Su Chen couldn't help but frown again. Could they only rely on De Zhang? Just then, a blue light suddenly shot up into the sky, then flashed and disappeared. Everyone was stunned by this blue light. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen said in a deep voice, "Be careful, De Zhang. What is that blue light indicating?" De Zhang frowned, saying, "That place is for some core components. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. It's where the electricity gathers after generation, transforming into high voltage over 100,000 volts through a collar." Su Chen waved his hand. "Be careful. Let's go take a look." Ling Xiao, hearing this, immediately led the way toward that direction, while Su Chen deliberately lagged behind a bit. As he passed by the zombies marked by the system, he directly chose to recruit them, then had them change into maid outfits to blend into the team. There was no way around it. After the base constructed the power station, they needed professionals to operate it. As he walked, he suddenly stumbled. Looking down, he saw a half-corpse in front of him. Just as Su Chen was about to curse his bad luck, he realized that this half-corpse was a bit special. To be precise, this half-corpse was wearing the uniform of the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen's heart sank. What were the people from the Starry Night Laboratory doing here? In his impression, anything related to the Starry Night Laboratory would immediately become complicated. Suddenly, a scream came. A maid rushed over, urgently saying, "Master, you need to come over here." Hearing this, Su Chen immediately quickened his pace. Halfway there, his mood became more complicated. There were quite a few people from the Starry Night Laboratory on this road, and their deaths were all extremely tragic. They were charred all over, with only half a body, severed heads, etc. The reason he could recognize them was because of their distinctive pentagram logo. It was a special alloy that would begin to scatter colorful light under illumination. Even the charred corpses still bore no damage to the pentagram. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the gathering place. There were huge electric nets everywhere, and as he got closer, he felt a tingling sensation on his body. Su Chen looked closely and found a massive coil in the center of the electric net. On the coil lay an egg. To be precise, the electricity had gathered into the shape of an egg, encapsulating a strange water tank. Inside the tank, the electricity flickered, completely obscuring whatever was inside. Suddenly, the water tank shook. A face appeared, pressed tightly against the outer wall of the tank, followed by pale, transparent tentacles extending out of the tank. The tentacles resembled those of a jellyfish, entirely transparent, but with electricity swirling around them. Most importantly, the water tank bore the logo of the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen's expression darkened. He waved his hand. "We can't get close." Ling Xiao, take De Zhang and the others to collect materials. Ling Xiao understood, exchanged a glance with Mu Yun, and directly pulled De Zhang away. Lin Mimi stepped forward to observe closely. "Did you find anything?" Su Chen asked. Lin Mimi nodded, but then shook her head. "I'm not too sure. I'm not an expert in this area. However, during my doctoral period, a senior was expelled for strange research. I remember he was studying oceanic biological gene hybrid technology." Su Chen looked puzzled. "Such inhumane things? Isn't it said that genetic research cannot involve cross-species hybridization?" Lin Mimi shook her head. "I'm not too clear on that. In any case, he crossed the line and got expelled. As for that face just now, I can't quite remember. Su Chen frowned. Anything related to the Starry Night Laboratory was never simple. The water tank seemed to contain a human, but also had jellyfish tentacles. Wasn't that exactly the research topic of Lin Mimi Sr.? He tried to step forward a few paces, and the electricity suddenly became violent. Su Chen's hair stood on end, and then he started convulsing violently. He quickly stepped back, falling to the ground, his body still twitching unnaturally, while blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. Mu Yun hurried over, green light glowing around her, merging into Su Chen's body. After a while, Mu Yun's face turned pale. So serious? Organ activity. With aped, Su Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision going dark as he fainted. Mu Yun panicked, picking up Su Chen and quickly dragging Lin Mimi away. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly woke up. Mu Yun, wearing a white lab coat, approached, looking haggard and noticeably thinner. Master, you almost drained me dry. As the team's doctor, I must warn you to avoid doing such things next time. Su Chen felt pain all over his body. He never expected such a result. Just getting close caused a powerful current to surge into him. In an instant, it felt like his internal organs were being scorched, burning painfully. Seeing Mu Yun come over, he could no longer hold on and fainted again. His body was wrapped in large pieces of gauze, and when he carelessly tore one off, he found a stitched-up wound, resembling a long centipede crawling on him. Feeling helpless, Su Chen directly waved his hand to tear off the gauze, and sure enough, his entire body felt like it was covered in centipedes. Am I injured that seriously? Su Chen said helplessly. Mu Yun's lips twitched as she pressed him down, bringing her face close to his with an extremely serious expression. You should be grateful for your strong vitality. Do you realize that your organs were scorched by the current? I cut open your skin, and your body was emitting white smoke. Can you believe that? De Zhang said that the current was very strong, and your condition is really no different from being struck by lightning. Be sure to pay attention in the future, and don't make promises, understand? Su Chen. As Mu Yun spoke, she slowly stood up, adjusted her clothes, and carefully bandaged Su Chen's wounds. Mu Yun's hands were a bit cold, gently gliding over his skin, which gave Su Chen a slight tingling sensation. Suddenly, her hands moved lower. Su Chen shivered. What are you doing? That area isn't injured, right? Mu Yun, however, had a serious expression. Are you questioning my professionalism? In front of a doctor, there's gender equality. What kind of organs haven't I seen? The next moment, Su Chen felt a cool breeze pass over his lower body. Mu Yun's eyes widened, and her face flushed bright red. Su Chen coughed, suppressing the embarrassment in his heart, and pulled up his pants. So, have you seen this organ before? I've seen it, but this one's my first time seeing. Chapter 99, Professionalism. Can't hold it in anymore. Mu Yun quickly turned her head away, feeling her cheeks burning, a different kind of feeling welling up within her. In front of this professional surgeon, her professional demeanor had taken a hit, a classic slap to the face. It was supposed to be gender equality. How could she feel shy? But this was... Mu Yun hurriedly chuckled awkwardly to cover up her embarrassment. Well, I need to check just in case there are obstacles elsewhere besides the internal organs. That would be bad. Looking at the bulging area, Mu Yun nodded heavily. No obstacles, everything is fine. The atmosphere suddenly became quite awkward. Su Chen hurriedly sat up. Fortunately, your ability is vitality. How many days have I been unconscious? 5 days. I've also learned about this base. It's not bad, but the base leader is a scumbag. No wonder he got struck by lightning. Su Chen helplessly wondered why he was always referred to as a scumbag. However, being struck by lightning really is unpleasant. That electric net. He was almost killed just by getting close. It's not hard to imagine how strong the current is in the core area's water tank. What kind of experiment did the Xingye laboratory conduct? Based on the situation at that time, the people from the Xingye laboratory must have gone there early, and the traces they left have long been covered by dust. Once the thing comes out, it's likely that Jianghai City will fall. He got dressed. Although he was seriously injured, with Mu Yun's ability and his own strong physical fitness, he felt he had already recovered a lot. In another 2 or 3 days, he should be completely healed. If this is a test subject of the Xingye laboratory, then the people from the Xingye laboratory will come again. That's good. As long as I can interact with the people from the Xingye laboratory, I'll have a chance to see Li Daqiang again. The God-making plan. Su Chen murmured to himself. He wanted to know if he was indeed Su Erenyo's child, which required him to have the strength to communicate with those high-ranking officials. Li Daqiang entrusted this to him, and the purpose was self-evident. Li Daqiang succeeded. Su Chen now had a goal. He needed to understand the God-making plan to clarify his origins and whether he should take revenge on those who hunted Su Erenyo back then. Su Chen closed his eyes, and in his mind he saw Su Erenyo escaping with her big belly in the mountains, giving birth to a child while being relentlessly pursued by those people, dragging her weak body to create conditions for the child to survive. The final scene of the video was a mystery, but that group of people clearly captured Su Erenyo, which meant they knew her escape was a ruse. So who helped cover up the truth for Su Erenyo's child? Su Chen shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. Until the base develops, he has no right to explore these secrets. Increase recruitment level. Points 8,000, current recruitment level 19 upgrade. Points 8,500, current recruitment level 20, points 9,000, current recruitment level 21. The system prompts continued. Current recruitment level 25. To upgrade to the next level requires 14,000 points. Recruitment points 250. Designated to increase 18 points of basic attributes. Current recruitment number 210,280. Congratulations, host. Detection skill upgraded. Bond attributes changed. Please check. Su Chen moved from level 18 to level 25, receiving 2 rewards. After level 20, the points required to level up increased to 1,000. What he was most concerned about was the change in bond attributes. Soon, he saw that the upper limit of the made attribute increased. With a bond attribute of 60 people, made, all attributes of 60 people increase by 10. It may seem like a small increase of 10, but now most of the members of the Legion have attributes around 50 points, so an increase means 5 points. Martial Arts Expert, Master of Combat Proficiency, 10 people increase evasion by 20. 30 people increase destructiveness by 15. Martial Artist, 60 people increase destructiveness by 15. Sword Master, Master of Cold Weapon Proficiency, 10 people increase cold weapon destructiveness by 15. 30 people increase cold weapon sharpness by 15. Sword User, after 60 people trigger sword energy penetration power increases by 15. Some commonly used bond attributes became stronger, and some advanced bonds were added. Archer, Master of Shooting Proficiency, 10 people increase range weapon accuracy by 15. 30 people increase range weapon power by 20. Singer, 3 people sing in chorus, cheering for the host battle. Esports, 15 people have more agile fingers and more comfortable hand feel. As Su Chen looked on, the scene began to shift. He suddenly thought about when he practiced with Ling Xiao and the others, could air sing with a few friends on the side. This scene was a bit amusing, but he suddenly wanted to try it out. That esports girl, why is she always improving her hand speed? He has not a single dog. He doesn't need to train, right? However, the overall improvement was still good. The appearance of the Archer Bond attribute was a pleasant surprise. All along, Li Jia's range team had not performed particularly well and was even gradually becoming a melee team. This bond attribute only had 30 people, so there was definitely room for improvement. The range team was also indispensable. Su Chen slowly got up, temporarily leveling up to 25. He walked out of the medical room, and 2 little nurses immediately approached him. "I'm just taking a stroll. Don't worry, I'm feeling much better." Su Chen greeted them, but the 2 little nurses were still worried and followed him on either side. In the medical room, everyone had changed into white coats. This feeling was really nice. Su Chen chuckled and walked out of the base. A few days were enough for the base to be completely renewed, and the most important thing was the construction of the power station. Previously, the entire base relied solely on generators. Now with the power station, the electricity supply had directly improved a notch. In the distance, singing could be heard. Su Chen immediately felt his injuries ease a bit, full of spirit. He knew it was Ku-Er and the others singing. When exhausted from battle, a song like this could probably eliminate a lot of fatigue. This was precisely why the people in the base did not feel oppressed. In the apocalypse, where would there be bases holding concerts? Even those military shelters probably didn't have such treatment. Su Chen mingled into the crowd, and everyone was smiling in the ethereal sound of Ku-Er's singing. What is wrong with that? The oppression and despair brought by zombies were swept away by this song. The troubles brought by his thoughts gradually dissipated along with the song. And when the wind blew, it felt particularly cool. He looked at the electronic calendar displayed in the square. Day 61, today, is still Children's Day. Suchin Chekev. It turned out that before he knew it, summer had already arrived. Chapter 100, Base Dilemma. Zombie Tide approaches after Su Chen finished listening to the concert. He left with the crowd. Passing by the conference room, he noticed the high-ranking officials of the base looking troubled inside. He was taken aback. He realized that he had been too idle as a handoff manager. The base's high-ranking officials were having a meeting late at night, so he had no reason to relax and slack off. After a while, Su Chen slept soundly in the conference room. Chen Muzin and the others looked helpless. Yi Ling and Mu Yun stood at the front, cleared their throats, and finally woke Su Chen up. Previously, they had been discussing trivial matters. Now it was important. The weather was gradually getting hotter. I discussed with Mu Yun that the rot on the zombies could easily breed bacteria. Most people's physical abilities have improved, but there are still quite a few who accidentally got infected and developed fevers. We are worried about the potential emergence of infectious diseases. Yiling's expression was extremely heavy. Even with Mu Yun's involvement, the overall medical facilities were still not very good. Now, there was also the potential threat of infectious diseases, which was why everyone was so troubled. Li Meiling stepped forward and said, "The base currently has 5,285 people, with 1,448 having awakened abilities, and nearly 4,000 have not awakened abilities. However, if everyone awakens their abilities, it could lead to great chaos in the base." Su Chen listened carefully and already had an idea in his mind. This was a very significant decision, which was why everyone was indecisive. Even if he hadn't T-passed by tonight, he would still encounter this issue. However, 4,000 people awakening abilities is not a small number. Only those who awaken their abilities will see their physical qualities slowly improve, and only with the support of the evolution core can they follow the trend of evolution. Su Chen suddenly froze, recalling the concept of survival of the fittest. Perhaps those who do not possess any abilities should indeed be eliminated? The real problem lies in the thousands of evolution cores we can offer. But what about those who fail to awaken? There have been sudden mutations in the base, and this person is one of the failed awakenings. Chen Muzin's tone grew more serious. In fact, if you can't make a decision. Su Chen waved his hand, interrupting Chen Muzin. This decision must be made by him. The issue is now laid out clearly. Those who cannot awaken their abilities will face basic survival problems. Bacteria, zombie viruses, any careless contact could be fatal. Even if he does not eliminate these people, they will ultimately be eliminated by the current environment. First, let's start the overall ability awakening in the base. For now, I don't need the evolution cores. Su Chen made a decisive gesture. Previously, more than half of the evolution cores in the base have been used to exchange for points to strengthen the maid army. However, the base is a whole, and the remaining 5,000 people are indispensable. Since Su Chen decided to establish the base, he would not neglect this group of people. Li Meiling, give the order for the Fian team and the Li Jia team to cooperate tactically, focusing on collecting evolution cores. Li Meiling nodded, jotting down the command in her notebook. Long Zai-Tian, however, said helplessly, "Do you remember the zombie tide? It will arrive in 3 days at most, and our base is on the path of the zombie tide." Su Chen Fronith, this zombie tide is far larger than previous ones. It was only tens of thousands before, but this time it could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. He had previously gone to investigate and saw the zombie tide stretching out in a long line, kicking up clouds of dust. It was a terrifying number. Su Chen stood up and tore off the bandages on his body. Mu Yin rolled her eyes. "I've helped you bandage twice today." Su Chen intended to show off, but that comment left him speechless. He coughed, relieved that the high-ranking members in the conference room were all familiar faces. The crisis of the zombie tide was imminent. It seemed that Shunwen was still at the base. It would be best to ask her opinion and see if she could be persuaded to join them. That night, everyone in the conference room brainstormed to prepare for the zombie tide. In the pictures, there were actually giant zombie balls, countless zombies rolled together, gathering into spherical shapes, rolling on the ground. There were also many mutated animals among them. Cats and dogs were minor issues. But the most troublesome were the gigantic zombie animals exceeding 10 meters in size. Everyone in the base became busy. Those who wanted to participate in the battle would awaken their abilities first, and those with stronger abilities would receive training but would also go directly to the battlefield. The engineering department would go out with the Fiend team today to set up obstacles on the road to disperse the zombie tide. The base needed to electrify the fence. The walls in this direction needed to be raised and thickened, and the engineering department also needed to send people to help. No need to divide into departments. Everyone who can help should join in. The engineering team will just give commands. Everyone is a foreman now. Shouts echoed as everyone threw themselves into preparing for the zombie tide. Chen stood next to two people, following Chen's instructions. She came to the base to experience the atmosphere. Today, she also received an invitation to fight against the zombie tide. In fact, the cohesion of this base is very strong. I thought we were free, but in reality, we are like a loose sand. Chen sighed. She watched the busy people throwing themselves into work. They might not have abilities or might just have some strength, yet they were still doing their best. This news made Chen quite happy for a long time. There were many people in Chen base, and importantly, she had opened a market. All the organizations in Jianghai City knew her. Once Chen joined the Jianghai base, the impact would be immeasurable. Chen went up to the city wall. Just as he wanted to chat with Chen, a piece of rotting flesh flew over and landed right at his feet. In the distance, a large truck was driving towards them with a group of people standing on top. Chen's eyes narrowed. He recognized one of them as the rat from Revelation. Surprisingly, this person was still alive. At this moment, everyone on the city wall also noticed the truck approaching and raised their guard. The rat brought his people to a stop about 10 meters in front of the wall. He jumped up and stomped his feet. The truck's door opened, and cut pieces of rotting flesh slid out of the container, making one feel extremely nauseous. Chen, the rat shouted with a loudspeaker. Your base is only 5,000 people. How many of them can fight? Admit it, Revelation is the future of the new humanity. You cannot stop the tide of zombies. I will give you 3 days to consider. If you do not join Revelation, I will actively control the zombie tide and flatten your base. Chapter 101. A major battle the rat was completely threatening Chen and the entire Jianghai base. It was no different from living off the blood of others. However, the current predicament the base faced was hundreds or even thousands of times more desperate than before. Back then, there were only tens of thousands of zombies. What about now? The zombies were coming in overwhelming numbers, impossible to estimate how many there were. Chen's face darkened. The threat of zombies was already incredibly irritating. And now the rat wanted to intervene? I don't care what Revelation is about, but if you dare target my Jianghai base this time, I will devote my life to killing all of your Revelation people, especially you, rat. Chen took a step forward, lightning crackling around him, spreading outward. Bathed in the light of the lightning, his gaze was sharp as he directly locked onto the rat. When the rat's eyes met Chen's, he couldn't help but shiver. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something and regained his confidence, staring back at Chen without retreating. You don't doubt our ability to control zombies, do you? The rat said mockingly, arms wide open as if embracing something. Behind him, dust began to rise. A large horde of zombies came howling, densely packed and incredibly numerous. Chen's expression grew serious. Everyone prepare for battle. He activated his lightning abilities, and with a flash, it was as if he had transformed into lightning, soon appearing on top of the truck. The rat saw Chen rushing over and quickly retreated, panic evident in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten that last time Chen unleashed his powers, wiping out thousands of zombies. His strength was formidable. The zombies surged forward like a swarm of locusts. Yet, incredibly, the zombies bypassed the large truck, seemingly oblivious to the fact that someone was above. Chen watched all this, his expression gradually darkening. Last time, he had witnessed the rat's group control over the zombies. This time, it seemed the rat's abilities had improved again. Do you still doubt my strength? The rat, hiding behind the crowd, still didn't forget to speak arrogantly. I admit, Chen, you are very strong. You can kill thousands of zombies alone, but don't forget, there are billions upon billions of zombies in this world. The rat shouted loudly, his expression growing crazier, and when he became excited, his eyes turned blood red, resembling a zombie. Chen remained silent. He had to admit that the rat's words were not unfounded. The base was developing, and its strength was increasing day by day. However, even in Shanghai City, there were tens of millions of zombies. Now, 7 to 8 months had passed since the apocalypse, and they had been killing zombies continuously. But the number of zombies in Shanghai City still seemed unchanged. Now, even more zombies from other cities were migrating here. How long would this cycle continue? Before the apocalypse, the global population was 8 billion, and pets like cats and dogs outnumbered humans even more. Pets could also mutate into zombies, not to mention the various creatures in nature. The apocalypse revealed the truth. We are the new humans, we eat zombies, and we can control these zombies. Just like humans once stood at the top of the food chain. We do not need to fear zombies. They will become our strength. Eating zombie flesh, you will find that this is the right path. Chen. The mouse roared, raising his hands to the sky, looking like a madman. Chen sighed and looked around at everyone on the car roof. Do you all think so? As his gaze passed over them, everyone nodded. You're all sick. Chen's eyes were filled with pity, but this pity was fleeting. He looked again at the group, his expression cold. The mouse suddenly stepped forward, rushing towards Chen. But he did not attack. He simply looked at Chen with a fiery gaze, then presented zombie meat to him as if offering a treasure. Eat it, and you will live. Easily eat, the mouse said, and surprisingly began to eat it himself. Watching that rotten piece of meat and seeing the mouse devour it, Chen couldn't help but feel nauseous. He turned his head and couldn't stop retching. How delicious. This is the power of evolution. This is the new. Before he could finish speaking, Chen grabbed the mouse by the neck. The unchewed rotten meat fell from the mouse's mouth. Just getting a little on him made Chen feel extremely nauseous. Apocalypse, huh? Chen raised his hand and slapped him. Living easily, huh? Eating zombie flesh, huh? The power of evolution. With every word, Chen raised his hand and slapped the mouse, directly bruising his face. Controlling zombies to attack our base? Upon hearing this, the mouse's eyes filled with panic. He felt Chen's killing intent. So close, so cold. Chen held the mouse by the neck and walked towards a group of apocalypse followers. Zombies were once humans. Ultimately, you were eating human flesh. Lightning flashed. Thunder crashed. Every bolt of lightning that struck represented a life extinguished. Chen's eyes were filled with indifference. The loss of any life in the base would affect his emotions. But this group before him, Chen could not call them human. In the blink of an eye, only Chen remained standing on the car roof. Damn. Chen, you're asking for it. The mouse roared. The next moment, Chen slammed him heavily to the ground, stepping on the mouse's chest and slowly applying pressure. Bolts of lightning spread out from beneath Chen's feet, and the mouse struggled desperately, but it was useless. Just then, a series of roars erupted as zombies began attacking the truck. The truck shook violently, and the mouse took this opportunity to roll over and escape from under Chen's foot. You just don't understand. We are the new humans. Since you don't want to join us, then A pillar of lightning fell from the sky, striking the mouse and then exploding with a loud bang. The words you didn't finish speaking, I will never hear again. But sorry, I didn't want to listen to your nonsense anyway. Chen walked up to the charred mouse. I have to say, this mouse's vitality was incredibly tenacious. He survived a lightning strike and was still alive. Perhaps last time, the mouse escaped this way. But Chen would not give him another chance. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Chen raised his foot, crushing the mouse's head. He waved his hand again, bolts of lightning flashing, directly reducing the mouse to ashes, leaving not a single trace. The mess left by the mouse still had to be cleaned up. Chapter 102. Landmines. The joy of the artillerymen. Chen stood on the car roof, on the base city wall, as the crowd shouted, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. The truck shook continuously, and zombies had begun to stack up, forming a human ladder to climb onto the roof. Chen stepped onto the truck, and electricity spread out from it, causing the surrounding zombies to be electrocuted and turn to charcoal. Thunder chain. Bolts of lightning shot out, jumping among the zombie horde. Chen waved to the crowd, signaling them not to worry about him. This zombie wave was not large, only a few tens of thousands of zombies. With the efforts of everyone in the base, zombie bodies piled up like mountains. In the hot weather, the corpses of the zombies decomposed at a visible rate, emitting waves of nauseating odors. The logistics team quickly gathered the zombie bodies together for centralized burning. Flames soared, the blazing firelight reflecting against the evening sunset. Smoke filled the base's wounds, lingering and hard to disperse. Chen sat on top of the truck, watching everyone busy, his eyes filled with contemplation. The best way to deal with a large-scale zombie horde is certainly bombing, but the conditions do not allow it. Tanks are available, but ammunition has long been exhausted. Now the tanks are just scrap metal. There are no bombs in the system store. Otherwise, he would have used them to bombard Shanghai City and rack up points. Today's attack of tens of thousands of zombies served as another reminder for Chen. They cannot sit idle in the base and wait for the zombie tide to come. The apocalypse is lurking in the shadows while they are in the light. The mouse's arrival today was not for revenge, but to use their seemingly cult-like method to recruit the Shanghai base. Chen had heard this before in the market. This proves that the apocalypse is not just the mouse doing this. The apocalypse has a total of 12 zodiac signs. Now only one, the mouse, who is at the end, is dead. A Chen meeting. A voice echoed in his mind. It was Chen Jiai. In the base conference room, Chen had not hosted a meeting in a long time, but this time he stood at the forefront. The mouse is dead, but there are still 11 zodiac signs outside. Now we are passive. If the apocalypse controls the zombies to attack us, the pressure we face will be unprecedented. Chen's face was extremely serious. He shared everything he had thought about with the base's senior management, making the atmosphere in the conference room incredibly heavy. We are not a small base. We cannot move at will, but with a large number of zombies attacking, our walls cannot hold. Even if we manage to hold out, the piling up of zombie bodies will form a human ladder, allowing them to break into our base. Zombies do not tire. They can attack our base 24 hours a day, but can we fight without rest? Everyone began to voice their opinions, but it only made the atmosphere heavier. Chen leaned forward, hands on the table. Therefore, we need to take the initiative. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Chen. Their eyes filled with fervor. Chen turned to look out the window, his expression extremely serious. This battle is a test for the base. If we endure, we can face any difficulties ahead. Morale is extremely important. All senior management must lead by example, and we must have the determination to win in our hearts. Early the next morning, the base gate opened, and vehicles formed a convoy, leaving the base. Only 30 people remained to defend the entire base, while all others became combat troops. Chen sat in the car, which only had him and Chen Jiai. We have to work a little harder. Chen Jiai's ability can cover a 5,000-meter range, so Chen and Chen Jiai need to be in the center, coordinating every team. This time, there are as many as 200 participants in the battle. Still, there are 50 people in each team, divided into 24 small teams. Yi Kuang, Ling Xiao, Long Zaiyan, Chen Muzhen, Chen Dongdong, Fian, Li Jia, Chen Wan, and her right and left arms. Even Yi Ling came out masked to lead the team to attack the zombies. Each team is spaced 500 meters apart, spanning a full 12 kilometers. Chen is the command center for the operations. In his consciousness, voices come in one after another. Team 1, over 10,000 zombies, need support. Team 2, heading to support, wait a moment. Team 3 has not encountered large-scale zombie hordes for now. Similarly, the captains under the mental network report their situations one after another. After Chen coordinates and plans for each team, he drives toward the east. The east is the national highway leading out of Shanghai City, and also the direction where zombies are gathering in large numbers. On the west side, Chen deploys 6 teams, while on the east side, he gathers as many as 18 teams. Under the coverage of the mental network, the voices of everyone gradually become audible. Old Long, how about we compare which team kills more? Finally got in touch. Why is it thundering near the power plant? Did you guys notice? It better not be now. Damn it. Why does everything happen at once? Nearby the power plant, dark clouds gather, and indeed, flashes of lightning can be seen in the clouds. Rumbling, even from several kilometers away, the sound of thunder is still clearly audible. Dong dong, don't bother. Circle around the power plant. Chen turns the car around, heading towards Chen Dongdong's location. Chen Dongdong is close to the power plant, and there are 4 more teams nearby. Upon arriving near the power plant, The sound of thunder is even more intense. A bolt of lightning strikes down, right inside the power plant. Su-Chen only takes a distant glance before driving away. Chen Jiayi opens the mental network again, covering the surrounding 4 teams. There are 2 zombie balls here. I will go first to deal with the zombie balls. You guys find a good spot and prepare for battle. Boss Su, I'm already at the front line. Leave the zombie balls to us. Don't worry. Lin Mimi's voice rings out. Su-Chen is indeed short on manpower, so he can only let Lin Mimi and De Zhang take a team in a battle. Hearing this, he can't help but let out a soft gasp. How are you going to deal with them? Didn't you give the explosives to me? I can't let Boss Su down, even if it's not much. It'll be enough. At this moment, Lin Mimi's team takes the lead and stops just 1 or 2 kilometers away from the zombie horde. The zombie ball rolls quickly, leading the way ahead of the zombie horde, and it 1 TB long before it reaches their location. Lin Mimi jumps out of the car and surveys the surroundings. This is at Dig a Pit. Chapter 103. Brown Bear Zombie. Li Jia's ability, although everyone is puzzled. They still follow Lin Mimi's instructions. Boss Su said, there are people from the military among you. So do you have artillery? Lin Mimi turns to look at everyone. From the crowd, 4 or 5 men step forward, indicating that they used to belong to the artillery. Lin Mimi's eyes brighten. I was worried I wasn't professional enough. But with you guys, it's great. She nods at De Zhang. De Zhang immediately runs to the car and carefully takes out an iron box, opening it to reveal a series of long, cylindrical objects before everyone. A buzz-cut guy in the artillery exclaims, "Is this a bomb?" Lin Mimi nods and then sighs. Due to limited conditions, I can't make real bombs. This is just a dirt bomb with limited power. The buzz-cut guy grins. I know what to do. It's enough. Several artillery men quickly gather together, directing everyone to dig pits while continuously calculating the rolling direction of the zombie ball. Fortunately, the direction of the zombie ball is almost a straight line with no deviation. The zombie ball, dozens of meters in diameter, rolls towards them like a small building, rumbling as it comes. As it gets closer, the ground shakes continuously. The buzz-cut guy's eyes light up, signaling everyone to leave quickly. Before leaving, he holds a dirt bomb in his hand and drops it behind everyone. Soon, the zombie ball approaches even more, and the buzz-cut guy lights the dirt bomb in his hand, then hurls it away. Boom! The bomb hits the ground with a loud bang. Immediately, a series of explosions follow, and the ground seems to undergo some kind of chain reaction, caving in. The zombie ball suddenly drops, losing balance and exploding violently. Zombies tumble to the ground, quickly getting back up in a twisted manner and charging forward. De Zhang immediately calls on the team members to fight while retreating. In the distance, Su-Chen also hears the loud explosion. There is no fireball rising into the sky. The dirt bomb isn't powerful enough and is buried underground. Only the sound reaches him. He roughly guesses what happened. All right, the VE got bombs now. That makes me more confident in dealing with this crisis. Su-Chen pretends to be relaxed. Indeed, having bombs makes a big difference, but it cannot truly turn the tide. Teams gather, and Li Jia's and De Zhang's teams come together. The zombie ball, dozens of meters in diameter, has swept away countless zombies. And after the 2 zombie balls explode, a massive wave of zombies comes rushing in. Su-Chen hurries to the battlefield, with Chen Jiayi driving away to mobilize more teams. Standing on top of the car, Su-Chen releases 12 lightning pillars, creating an electric net that stretches for a kilometer. Wherever the lightning strikes, the zombies turn to ash. Suddenly, a brown bear zombie charges in, actually crushing one of the lightning pillars. The brown bear zombie stands up, its massive form nearly 10 meters high, towering like a small building in front of everyone. Then, the brown bear slams down to the ground. The ground trembles violently, and cracks spread out. Every step the brown bear takes causes the ground to shake again and again. We must stop this brown bear zombie, or it will break our formation. Li Jia exclaims urgently. Su-Chen is panting heavily. Releasing 12 lightning pillars at once has nearly drained him dry. Like having to do it 12 times in one night. How many men can endure that? De Zhang steps forward, his arms transforming into metal. I'll block the brown bear zombie. De Zhang shoots forward like a cannonball. Before Su-Chen can stop him, De Zhang rushes out several dozen meters, quickly arriving in front of the brown bear. The brown bear lowers its head and extends its paw, sweeping out horizontally. A violent wind pressure sweeps in, raising gusts of wind from the ground. Bang! An invisible shock wave spreads out, and a small black dot appears in front of Su Chen, then rapidly enlarges. What the hell? Bang! Another loud bang. De Zhang lands heavily on the ground, his metallic limbs all misshapen. If it weren't for his ability to turn into metal, he probably would have been turned to dust by that slap. Li Jia go. Jia, are you still there? Logistics team. Where's Muyun? Su Chen immediately shouts. However, if De Zhang can't stop the brown bear, can Li Jia? The answer is yes. Li Jia pulls out a Barrett, even in the base. This is a rare hot weapon. This is also a good item brought by the Long Zaiqian team. It's a pity the sniper from that team has died. Li Jia adjusts her breathing. In fact, such a massive brown bear doesn't even need to be aimed at. Kinetic acceleration, 10 times speed. Kinetic diffusion. Li Jia's ability is kinetic energy, but her skills are quite simple. Until now, she only has kinetic acceleration, kinetic deceleration, and the new skill kinetic diffusion. That appeared after level 50. Bang! Whoosh! A long, slender bullet leaves the chamber, and the moment the gun fires, the brown bear stumbles. It's as if a transparent ripple spreads out, and a blood hole appears on the brown bear, gradually expanding. Li Jia reloads and aims again. Once again, the moment the gun fires, a blood hole appears on the brown bear. After 8 shots, the brown bear crashes heavily to the ground. A large pool of blood staining the ground. Yet even so, the brown bear continues to struggle. Su Chen can't understand. Half of the brown bear's head has been blown off, and it still isn't dead? Amidst the crowd, applause erupted, quickly fading as everyone returned to the task of killing zombies. Large groups of zombies fell like cut wheat. Su Chen, not caring about anything else, waved his hand, exchanging bullets and automatic crossbow bolts, which he directly dropped on the ground. Fortunately, in the chaos, no one noticed how these items appeared. Seeing that the brown bear was still moving, Su Chen regained his composure and unleashed another lightning pillar. 12 lightning pillars descended upon the brown bear, then suddenly exploded. Points 10,000. A crisp notification sound rang out, and Su Chen's eyes lit up. Without thinking, he knew that this substantial amount of points was certainly obtained from killing the brown bear. Unfortunately, he couldn't collect the brown bear's evolution core now. Having fought since early morning, everyone was quite exhausted, watching the sun gradually set. Su Chen raised his hand, glanced at the time, and saw it was past 4 o'clock. He dared not delay any longer. At night, the zombies would become even more frenzied, and their speed would increase, making combat more difficult. Jie, I'm here. Catch me. Notify everyone to initiate the plan. Soon, a vehicle sped over, and without bothering to greet anyone, Su Chen jumped on the car and crawled inside. The engine roared, and Su Chen kicked up dust as he left. Chapter 104. Black Dragon and Hellhound. Time passed. The sun's height gradually decreased, and fiery clouds appeared on the horizon. The squad members had all jumped into their vehicles, with 24 teams gathering and advancing in 4 directions in Jianghai City, planning to lead the zombies away from the base. Meanwhile, at the site of the brown bear's death, the sunset cast long shadows of 2 tall, thin figures. That guy, Mouse, failed. The shadow removed its hood, revealing a face with a dragon head tattoo, pale skin, and blood-red eyes. The other shadow took off its coat, revealing a 3-headed dog with 1 blood-red eye on its chest, its skin rotting extensively, resembling a zombie. The 2 belonged to the Revelation faction. The dragon-headed pale man was Black Dragon, and the other was codenamed Hellhound. I don't understand why we need Mouse to gather this base when a small Jianghai base can be wiped out easily, Hellhound said, his face filled with impatience. He sat down, and with a wave of his hand, his palm transformed into claws, ripping apart the brown bear's skin. He directly picked up a bloody piece of meat and devoured it. Black Dragon also sat down, casually tearing off a piece of meat, snapping his fingers, causing flames to erupt from the ground. There were still many lagging zombies near the brown bear's corpse. Yet one was feasting on raw meat while the other was roasting it, creating a jarring scene. The higher-ups must have their reasons. Old dog, don't forget. This was once night Mu Ji's territory. What she did here is unknown to anyone. Black Dragon said as he turned his head toward the direction of the power plant. Perhaps because it was nighttime, the thunder and lightning had disappeared, but dark clouds still gathered in the sky. Behind them were fiery clouds, while the power plant area was shrouded in dark clouds. "Calling me Hellhound, what old dog? Night Mugo? That crazy woman who only cares about experiments and data." The Knight family legacy in her hands has truly reached its end. "That power plant? I'll go take a look." Hellhound stood up, casually grabbing a zombie and crushing its skull, simultaneously tearing off a piece of clothing to wipe his mouth. Despite standing right there, no zombies attacked him. Black Dragon stood up, putting the roasted meat away, and snapped his fingers again, igniting the brown bear's corpse in flames. The fire grew stronger, shooting up into the sky. He sighed. Who isn't a test subject? It's just the end of the world. The implication was that the Zhanghai base could be sacrificed, but Chen must be captured. The higher-ups suspected he was the child-born of Su Irnyo. Hearing this, Hellhound's eyes widened in surprise. Then he stopped joking and nodded heavily. "Although we implanted cells in advance to awaken abilities, please don't underestimate me. I still need to go to Qingshan province." "See you." Black Dragon turned his back to Hellhound and waved his hand. He walked against the direction of the zombies, his solitary figure standing out among the countless zombies. Hellhound adjusted his clothing and looked toward the power plant. "Should I go take a look?" After saying that, Hellhound vanished as if teleporting. At night, the cars drove through the streets of Zhanghai City, and everyone looked exhausted. With their physical stamina, they could indeed go days and nights without sleep, but they had gone through more than half a day's battle, leading to excessive fatigue. The car shook violently, yet many people still closed their eyes and fell asleep. When will this end? After this, there will be another zombie horde attack. That's right, but the higher-ups believe we will definitely win, so what are we worried about? Don't overthink it. How many evolution cores can we obtain this time? Our strength can advance further. It's said that after this, everyone in the base will awaken their abilities. So we need to work hard. Otherwise, we will be surpassed by others. Inside the car, the voices of discussion gradually diminished, and those speaking didn't know when they had fallen asleep. The intercom hung at the front of the car, and an ethereal song began to play, soothing everyone's weary hearts. At this moment, Chen and Chenjia stood at a height. The two buildings, resembling towers, were landmarks of Zhanghai City before the apocalypse, standing 138 meters tall with 88 floors. Standing here, Chen could see the entirety of Zhanghai City. Zombies flooded in like a torrent, being diverted by various buildings as they entered the city. At each intersection, the horde diminished in size. Fireworks exploded along the city roads, drawing zombies toward different directions. The zombies were gradually moving away, but Chen knew this was merely a temporary measure to delay their arrival at the base. However, it didn't take 1,000,000 zombies to overwhelm the base. Just 200,000 to 300,000 would be enough to collapse it. Therefore, he could only choose this day and night method to divert the zombies, spreading them across every corner of Zhanghai City. "Chen, look, fireworks!" Chenjia spread her arms. Standing on the rooftop edge, her face filled with a happy smile. Chen walked behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. He hadn't seen fireworks during the new year, so he could enjoy them now. Chenjia shook her head. "Time should be almost up. Just a little longer." Chen rested his head on her shoulder, enjoying the cool breeze. His breath tickled her neck, sending shivers down her spine. "Stop fooling around. I'll reward you when this is over." "Reward?" "I've learned a few things from Sister Xiao. Mentioning Zhang Xiao instantly energized Chen. He waved his hand, pulling Chenjia up. "All right, let's go." Boss, the mental network has been open the whole time." A voice of resignation suddenly echoed in their minds. Chen and Chenjia exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After a brief moment of tranquility, Chen once again plunged into battle. A fireball shot up into the sky in the south. That was a signal from Night Madness. That area had once been a famous commercial district in Zhanghai City, filled with tall office buildings, but now Chen intended to destroy it completely. On the office building, Night Madness gathered his team in front of the building. The air was thick with the smell of gasoline. On another building, Lin Mei was setting up landmines with a few gunners. "This is the last bit of landmines. You must ensure they work." Lin Mei wore a worried expression. The buzzcut guy made a gesture. "Trust our expertise. It's been a while since it was this exhilarating." Before the apocalypse, How much would this over 40-story building cost? It's really hard to part with it. His eyes were filled with regret. Bang! Suddenly, the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him shattered with a loud crash. Chapter 105. Target. Destroy the commercial area. He saw flames rising fiercely from the opposite building, starting from the bottom and climbing upwards, followed by a series of violent explosions. On the other side of the building, ropes were hanging down, and it was vaguely visible that some people were quickly descending to the ground along the ropes. Lin Mimi saw this, and hurriedly said, Yi Kuang and the others have started. Take advantage of the commotion over there. Let's move quickly and then descend. The ropes had already been set up. Xiaomei, if you're scared, I'll take you down, De Zhang said as he walked over. Lin Mimi poured a bag of flour into a box, buried the soil bombs inside, and then turned to walk towards the window. De Zhang followed closely behind, providing protection. Soon, everyone gathered downstairs, and the two teams only had time to exchange a glance before hurriedly getting in the vehicles and leaving for the distance. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the glass on the outside of the office building shattered, crashing down. The explosions continued to sound from the lower floors, deafening. The soil bombs weren't enough, so flour was added. Each box was filled with a large amount of flour, which would be lifted into the air by the explosions of the soil bombs, causing dust explosions when encountering open flames in the narrow office. Boom! Behind them, the building was gradually collapsing, the load-bearing structure breaking apart, and the entire building was shaking violently. In contrast, the flames in the building opposite grew even stronger, igniting countless zombies that fell from above. In the distance, more buildings were engulfed in flames. The team gathered, but there was hardly time to greet each other before they quickly left the commercial area. This was Su Chen's plan. The commercial area was filled with high-rise buildings, and by luring zombies into the buildings with team members, destroying the buildings would be enough to cause massive casualties among the zombies. These buildings in the commercial area were filled with offices. Inside the offices, desks, chairs, folders, and even the carpets on the floor were all flammable materials, enough to burn down the entire building. The zombies that entered could only be affected by the flames. The sky gradually brightened. However,